In this world, relying solely on reasoning often fails to convince others. Chen Ping'an deeply agrees with the views of his senior brothers. If reasoning were effective, why practice swordsmanship? The true way of dealing with the world is to first overpower others with strength, and then persuade them with reason. Therefore, Chen Ping'an rarely engages in lengthy discussions. He possesses only one sword. This sword contains boundless power, capable of moving mountains and seas, subduing demons, commanding gods, plucking stars, severing rivers, destroying cities, and even creating the heavens and the earth. Today, Chen Ping'an intends to use the unity of sword and reason to break through to the 14th realm, and then transcend to the 15th realm, ultimately becoming the one and only one in heaven and earth. Chen 11. Chen is one. One is Chen. He certifies his path with the sword and speaks with strength, compelling the entire cultivation world to listen to his reason. Chapter 1. Reason is only under the fist. At the bottom of an ancient well, a vicious serpent raised its head. Like someone who has just been rescued from drowning, Chen Ping'an gasped for air, waking from a dream. Upon opening his eyes, Chen Ping'an saw a scene of dilapidated roof tiles, gray-white walls, and moldy beams. This unfamiliar sight left Chen Ping'an stunned. Looking down, he noticed that what covered him was no longer a warm-down quilt, but a thin blanket that left him feeling cold. What was going on? Was he on the brink of death, and had crossed over? When Chen Ping'an realized this, countless memories flashed through his mind like a lantern parade. This made Chen Ping'an aware that he had indeed crossed over. He had crossed into the world of swordcomes, inhabiting the body of another Chen Ping'an with the same name. This was not good. Although he had read Swordcomes, the book had no conclusion. Moreover, in this world, the Chen Ping'an had been chosen as a candidate for one, and a single misstep could lead to eternal damnation. Even though he shared the name Chen Ping'an, his personality was completely different from that of the original Chen Ping'an. He could never replicate the path he had taken. Furthermore, the only reason he had crossed over was that this world's Chen Ping'an was already dead. Someone had killed Chen Ping'an under the watchful eyes of the sage Qi Jingchen, and then, like pulling a fast one, brought him to this world, creating the illusion that Chen Ping'an was still alive. Thinking of this, Chen Ping'an felt a chill run down his back. But then he chuckled at himself, living a second life while being afraid of this, and that was too exhausting. Having been given a second chance at life, he might as well live it to the fullest. Why think so much? Whether it was the mastermind behind the scenes or the other competitors for one, as long as they stood in his way, he would simply cut them down with his sword. The only question was, how should he embark on the path of cultivation? After all, in this world, if one did not align with the way, they wouldn't even have the qualifications to sit at the table. How could he talk about living to the fullest? At that moment, a mysterious voice suddenly echoed in Chen Ping'an's heart lake. Ding. The reasoning system has been loaded. No matter the means, as long as those with differing views recognize your reasoning, you can receive varying amounts of heavenly gifts. Reasoning? Heavenly gifts? Chen Ping'an was momentarily taken aback. That it should be noted that the reason why the original Chen Ping'an lived a difficult first half of his life was that he wanted to share the reasoning in his heart with everyone. But since it was said that means did not matter, the current Chen Ping'an had no intention of retracing old paths. After all, it is well known that reasoning only exists within the range of a cannon. Even in the world of swordcomes, it is the same. To persuade others with words, the premise is that you have enough strength to suppress them. Only then will they listen to you. If the sage of rights does not have a heavy enough fist, who in this world would be willing to listen to him? The various schools of thought would have already rebelled. So, who should he let come and listen to his reasoning first? Clenching his fists secretly, Chen Ping'an looked through the wooden window blown open by the cold wind, gazing at the neighboring house with its brand new bricks and tiles. In this small town transformed from Liju Cave, everyone has their own background. Even the mud bottle alley where Chen Ping'an lived is no exception. Currently, the person living next door, Song Jisin, appears to be the illegitimate son of the former overseer of the town's official kiln, but secretly, he is actually a prince of the current emperor of Dali. However, none of this mattered now. What mattered was that Song Jisin could not defeat him. As for Song Jisin's background, haha, living a second life and still being wary of this, and that is too unfulfilling. Today, Chen Ping'an was going to have a good talk with Song Jisin about reasoning. He was determined to get those heavenly gifts, Slowly exhaling a breath of stale air, Chen Ping'an left the thin blanket that couldn't retain heat, stretched his waist, and pushed open the creaking door, officially declaring his arrival in this world. Hearing the sound of the door opening, a slender figure carrying a bucket of water in the neighboring yard looked over the low wall. Sensing something, Chen Ping'an looked over as well. Shiyi, also known as Wang Zhu, the last true dragon in the world. She survived thanks to the warmth he provided, only to turn around and recognize Song Jisun, who bore the dragon's aura, as her master. Not only that, but Shiyi also secretly consumed the residual fortune from Chen Ping'an due to a contract he made when he was kind, claiming it was to help him, a rootless drifter, to die early and be reborn. There is no greater ingratitude than this. Although Shiyi gradually remembered the kindness of Qi Jingchun and Chen Ping'an after leaving Lichu Cave, she was still, after all, an uneducated child. Thinking of this, Chen Ping'an propped himself against the low earthen courtyard wall and directly flipped over. Seeing Chen Ping'an brazenly entering someone else's house, Shiyi's expression changed slightly. In her impression, Chen Ping'an was a rule-abiding weakling. Because he abided by the rules, he was weak. Strong people create order, while weak people obey order. This is how the world operates. Just like even though she was the last true dragon with many incredible spells, she could not use any magic in this Lizhu town. Why? Of course, it was because stronger beings had established rules in this town. But now the good-natured Chen Ping'an suddenly broke the rules, which genuinely surprised her. Shiyi deliberately raised her watery apricot eyes, looking weakly at Chen Ping'an, her voice gentle and lovely. Chen Ping'an, what do you want to do? As she rolled up her sleeves and walked towards Shiyi, Chen Ping'an smiled. Stop pretending. Is it fun to act like a pig to eat a tiger? Hearing Chen Ping'an's words, Shiyi's eyes suddenly turned cold, and a mocking smile appeared on her lips. Although she didn't know why Chen Ping'an knew about her background. So what? Even the sage Qi Jingchun couldn't control her. What could a mere mud-legged Chen Ping'an do? Just as Shiyi was about to mock him, she suddenly heard the door to her house open and immediately changed to a submissive demeanor, looking pitifully at her young master. Young master, Chen Ping'an seems to have gone crazy today, suddenly jumping in. Song Jisun, who had just pushed the door open upon hearing the commotion, was immediately furious. This Chen Ping'an was usually honest and would let him bully him without a word. How did he suddenly gain the courage to directly jump over the low wall? Did he want to bully his maid? Grabbing a broom from the wall, Song Jisun shouted. Chen Ping'an. Feeling the wind coming from behind, Chen Ping'an turned around leisurely, easily catching the clearly aimed broomstick, then fixed a fierce gaze on Song Jisun. What? Do you want to kill me? Seeing the cold look in Chen Ping'an's eyes, Song Jisun inexplicably recalled that rainy night when he thought he was about to die. On that day, Chen Ping'an, who had grabbed his neck, had the same cold demeanor. Chapter 2. The Path of an Extreme Martial Artist. A tremor in his heart made Song Jisun involuntarily loosen his grip on the broom. Then he instinctively took a step back. But soon, realizing he shouldn't show fear, he steeled himself. In this town, in the muddy alley where the poor gather, his identity as the illegitimate son of the former governor is undoubtedly of great prestige to others. The Chen Ping'an before him is just a mud-leg. Where does he get the courage to be so arrogant? Although Chen Ping'an had once grabbed his neck, in the end, didn't Chen Ping'an dare to go all out? It's just in this little town. If it were outside, a mud-leg like Chen Ping'an wouldn't even have the qualification to see him. What is he afraid of? What does he have to fear? Desperately trying to convince himself, Song Jisun retreated a step, feeling he was at a safe distance, and then coldly snorted and reprimanded. Chen Ping'an, you trespassed into a private residence and provoked someone else's maid. Oh, you still have the law of the greatly in your eyes? Chen Ping'an smiled slightly. So you want a reason? Very well. He also wanted to discuss reason. Casually tossing the broom aside, Chen Ping'an first pointed at Shiyi, then turned his head to look at Song Jisun and said indifferently, Do you know that I saved Shiyi and that I signed a contract with her? So she should have my consent to become your maid. And since I didn't agree, you took Shiyi as your maid. Doesn't that mean you owe me an explanation? You owe me, so I am your creditor. When a creditor comes, how can it be called trespassing? After speaking, Chen Ping'an smiled and took a step forward, intentionally or unintentionally spreading his fingers, as if he was ready to make a move. You say, is that right or not? Seeing Chen Ping'an approaching, Even though Song Jisun felt somewhat confident, he couldn't help but retreat a few more steps before pointing at Chen Ping'an and shouting angrily. Fallacies, all fallacies. You say Ji Gui was saved by you, but she clearly knocked on my door herself. It's because I treated her well that Ji Gui isn't as pale and thin as you. You say you signed a contract with Ji Gui? Then show it to me. How can mere words compare to black and white on paper? The more confident Song Jisun became, the more he puffed out his chest and sneered. I see you, Chen Ping'an, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes. How come you are so shameless? Now, Chen Ping'an looked at Song Jisun, who was 7 steps away, and smiled. Then he glanced over Song Jisun's shoulder and raised an eyebrow. Song Jisun was startled and instinctively turned his head, only to see nothing. Realizing something was wrong, Song Jisun had just turned back when he felt a gust of wind from a punch coming at him. Bang! Hit squarely by Chen Ping'an's punch, Song Jisun felt dizzy and his legs went weak, and then he collapsed to the ground. Chen Ping'an seized the opportunity to mount Song Jisun, raising a fist high. I'll ask you one more time, is it right or not? After the heavy blow, Song Jisun, whose eyes were nearly shut, felt groggy and extremely uncomfortable. When he finally heard Chen Ping'an's words, he managed to open his eyes slightly and saw that fist, as big as a sandpot, hanging above his head again. This sight immediately frightened Song Jisun into a shiver. He suddenly realized that Chen Ping'an was barefoot, with both parents dead and no relatives to support him. Chen Ping'an had nothing left to lose. What if the law of the Great Li was involved? When a common man gets angry, blood will splatter 5 steps. Chen Ping'an was trading his worthless life for Song Jisun's precious life. No matter how you looked at it, he was gaining. Watching that falling iron fist, Song Jisun finally panicked. This time, Chen Ping'an seemed serious. Yes, you're right. I owe you an explanation. Just as Chen Ping'an's fist was about to land on Song Jisun's face, it suddenly transformed from a fist to a palm, gently patting Song Jisun's face. That's right. If we can reason it out, then we don't need to fight. Chen Ping'an glanced at the silent Ji Gui, smiled, and stood up, feeling the gifts of heaven and earth surging into successfully reasoned. A small portion of heavenly gifts has descended. But as the sound of the Tao resonated in his heart lake, strands of heavenly gifts, mysterious and profound, emerged from Chen Ping'an's yet-to-be-opened Qi mansion. This was actually a pure innate Qi. With the human body having 365 acupoints, Chen Ping'an had successfully opened one without needing to do anything. If this were to be the foundation, he could directly skip the lower 5 realms of Qi practitioners and become a celestial being in the eyes of ordinary people. However, this would lead to an unstable foundation, and in this Lizhu town, using techniques was not as useful as the physical strength of a martial artist. So after a slight sigh, Chen Ping'an guided the Qi flow to circulate from bottom to top. Since the path of a Qi practitioner couldn't be walked for now, he'd take the path of a martial artist first. The scorching Qi flow, like a fire dragon, didn't flow smoothly at first. After all, the pathways between acupoints were not a smooth road. Some seemed wide, but were actually rugged and uneven, while others were already dilapidated and narrow. This scene was as if the steepest places in the world were all gathered within the human body. Fortunately, this fire dragon from the heavenly gifts, although slow, eventually made its way around in a successful circle. After one round, Chen Ping'an felt the chill from the morning wind dissipate completely due to this heat flow. Then this heat flow sank into the lower dantian, selecting a suitable acupoint to nourish. This was the performance of a martial artist reaching the peak of the mud leg realm. First, with the word scatter, the heat flow transformed into true Qi of a martial artist, flowing throughout his body. Then with the word sink, it was as if a clay Buddha sat in a shrine, motionless like a mountain. Then Chen Ping'an's originally ordinary body began to have a new atmosphere. The martial artist's true Qi nourished within the acupoint immediately began to feed back into his flesh, expelling all the impurities accumulated from years of Chen Ping'an's diet. Out of his body, this was the ultimate path pursued by martial artists. Any postnatal filth and turbid Qi, as well as the spiritual Qi of heaven and earth, could not enter. Only the true Qi of martial artists was supreme. Returning to his senses, Chen Ping'an was drenched in sweat, but his eyes shone with brilliance. He had finally taken a step ahead on the path of cultivation. Chen Ping'an clenched his fists and immediately felt strength gathering from his limbs and bones. Now, He seemed to be a mud-leg martial artist, but having already stepped onto the ultimate path, he was fearless of any martial artist of the same realm. Even a true dragon might not be able to crush him. Straightening up, Chen Ping'an turned his head to look at the astonished Shiyi, slightly grinning, revealing a provocative smile. Come on, if you have the ability, take action, let him see if a true dragon bleeds like a human. Chapter 3. My reason. Seeing Chen Ping'an provocatively and recklessly, Shiyi felt a sense of fear for no reason. What kind of changes had Chen Ping'an undergone in just one day? Why did his aura change so much after just beating up Song Jisun? How did Chen Ping'an know that he had a contract with her? Shiyi wrinkled her delicate nose and immediately caught the postnatal filthy and turbid qi emanating from Chen Ping'an. This made her golden vertical pupil tremble in shock, almost unable to conceal her dragon eye. Chen Ping'an actually managed to completely expel the postnatal turbid qi from his body, relying on a breath of innate qi. Isn't this the path of an ultimate martial artist? How could Chen Ping'an, who had no luck, possess innate qi? And how did he self-explore to walk towards this path of the strongest martial artist? How could Chen Ping'an, whose life was shattered, have such fortune? These fortunes should have leaked out like sand from his fingers. Did she, Wang Zhu, choose the wrong master? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. With a pale face, Shiyi ignored Chen Ping'an's provocative gaze and lowered his voice, saying, Chen Ping'an, have you become a martial artist? Although Shiyi's voice was soft, it was undoubtedly a shocking thunderclap in the ears of the bruised Song Jisun. Chen Ping'an, a martial artist? Why? Song Jisun was still an ordinary person, so why could this muddy-legged Chen Ping'an become a martial artist? He was unwilling to accept it. Song Jisun forced his eyes open and looked at Chen Ping'an, who was enveloped in the light of the rising sun. At this moment, although Chen Ping'an was not tall, had dark skin, and looked like a muddy-legged person, for some reason, Song Jisun felt a sense of overwhelming dominance from him, as if he were invincible. This not-so-tall figure left a deep mark in Song Jisun's heart once again. Tears unconsciously flowed from Song Jisun's eyes, and he felt an immense bitterness in his heart. He moved to this shabby mud bottle alley because he thought his life was terrible, but Chen Ping'an, who lost his parents at a young age, lived an even worse life, which provided him some solace. Moreover, living next to Chen Ping'an, he always received some strange benefits. For example, Wang Zhu, the four-legged snake that came uninvited one day, and a certain wine jug, among many others. But now, Chen Ping'an had stepped onto the path of cultivation before him, which was a huge blow. It was like someone who usually didn't study as well as you suddenly became a brilliant top scholar, while you remained in the dark corner reciting Zhezai, classical Chinese. This was probably jealousy. That's right, Song Jisun was jealous of Chen Ping'an. If Chen Ping'an were to remain the useless Chen Ping'an, then Song Jisun would just find it amusing. But now that Chen Ping'an had achieved something, Song Jisun couldn't stand it. Deep hatred seeped from Song Jisun's eyes. He wanted Chen Ping'an dead. By any means, he wanted Chen Ping'an dead. As if sensing Song Jisun's murderous intent, Chen Ping'an turned his head again, sneering, and raised his fist to end Song Jisun's life. Seeing this, Shiyi, who had not yet consumed the dragon energy completely, instantly had his pupils turn into golden vertical slits, wanting to violate the town's rules and forcefully intervened. That moment, a long sigh echoed in everyone's ears. Then everything in this place froze like a still picture, not moving at all. This was the limit. This was the means of the saint of the 14th realm, Qi Jingshun, who presided over this place. In the next moment, the middle-aged Confucian scholar Qi Jingshun, who had been sitting in the village school, detached his primordial spirit and floated to Mud Bottle Alley. As the temporary master of this place, Qi Jingshun was actually well aware of the happenings in the town. Sometimes, it wasn't that he didn't want to act, but that he couldn't act. With the approach of the Jiazi year, the current Lizhu town was like a porcelain vase full of cracks, and, as the holder of the vase, Qi Jingshun knew that if he acted recklessly, the speed of the vase's shattering would increase. But now, he had no choice but to act. He could see that Chen Ping'an, who had inexplicably gained an opportunity, truly wanted to kill the murderous Song Jisun. The indifferent-faced youth before him seemed to have realized what he wanted after one night. He no longer resembled an ignorant person born in a shabby alley and raised in the countryside, but more like a determined seeker of the Tao. However, Qi Jingshun did not agree with the youth's current path. Using killing to stop killing was the last resort. Moreover, if Chen Ping'an killed Song Jisun, who was actually an illegitimate son of the great Li Emperor, it would accelerate the collapse of Liju Dongtian. Of course, besides this main reason, Qi Jingshun also had his own selfish motives. After all, no matter how one looked at it, Song Jisun was still his student, and his life should not end here. After pondering for a moment, Qi Jingshun waved his hand. The stasis of heaven and earth resumed its flow. Then Chen Ping'an heard the second sentence that followed the sigh. That's enough. But Chen Ping'an did not respond and continued to throw his punch. As martial artists, if we are to strike, we fear not heaven and earth or ghosts and gods. Seeing Chen Ping'an's heavy punch about to land on Song Jisun's head, the ethereal Qi Jingshun sighed again and had no choice but to personally send a wisp of gentle wind to softly lift Chen Ping'an's fist. Then he activated the limit again, allowing only himself and Chen Ping'an the freedom to move. After throwing his punch, with his mind unimpeded, Chen Ping'an turned his head to look at the illusory Qi Jingshun. Mr. Qi. Chen Ping'an held no resentment towards Mr. Qi. All he had was respect. Since Qi Jingshun wanted to protect Song Jisun, Chen Ping'an naturally was willing to give him this face. After all, from this day onward, the gap between him and Song Jisun would only grow wider. Today, killing Song Jisun with his fist, tomorrow he might only need a thought to do so. So, retracting his fist, Chen Ping'an did not even look at the terrified Song Jisun and directly cupped his fist toward Qi Jingshun, saying, Mr. Qi. Watching the previously resolute Chen Ping'an, who vowed to kill Song Jisun, now become so respectful, Qi Jingshun's heart stirred, wanting to hear Chen Ping'an's thoughts. I stopped you from killing. Why are you not angry? Standing up straight again, Chen Ping'an smiled calmly. I wanted to kill him because he wanted to kill me. Rather than wait for him to plot against me in the future, it's better to kill him here and settle it once and for all. But Mr. Qi is different. I sneak into the school to attend classes, and you have never chased me away, so I regard you as a teacher. My parents left early, so I take my teacher as my father. If you believe Song Jisun does not deserve death, then he should not die, so I will not be angry, nor will I be upset. After hearing Chen Ping'an's reasoning, Qi Jingshun was even more astonished. Chen Ping'an might not be aware of it himself, but as a disciple of the sage of literature, Qi Jingshun understood very well that this was the so-called principle of order spoken of by the sage of literature. Originally wanting to explain things to Chen Ping'an, Qi Jingshun found himself convinced by Chen Ping'an's reasoning first. Chen Ping'an had taught him a lesson on behalf of his teacher. Unfortunately, Qi Jingshun no longer had the opportunity to take in a closing door disciple. Chapter 4. I believe in human determination over heaven. After Qi Jingshun acknowledged Chen Ping'an's reasoning, Chen Ping'an once again heard the profound sound of the Tao emanating from his heart lake. Reasoning successful, a small portion of the world's gift has arrived. Mr. Qi recognized his reasoning? Surprised in his heart, Chen Ping'an quickly felt the emergence of that pure, innate energy. Having had the experience before, Chen Ping'an skillfully guided it through his body once more. The meridians, which could barely accommodate a thread of true qi, forcefully opened up a path that was once as narrow as a goat's trail into a thoroughfare capable of accommodating horses and carriages. This was the second realm of martial artists, the wood embryo realm, also known as the mountain opening realm. When Chen Ping'an could widen this thoroughfare to the breadth of great rivers, he would reach the second extreme realm. Feeling the martial artist's true qi expanding outward in his qi mansion, Chen Ping'an felt extremely comfortable. Countless energies are rising from all parts of his body. If it weren't for Mr. Qi still standing before him, he would have run a distance to test his current strength. Naturally, Chen Ping'an's changes did not escape the eyes of the sage Qi Jingshun. Sensing the vibrations of the Tao, Qi Jingshun thought it was due to Chen Ping'an comprehending his teachings, thus receiving a gift. With this in mind, Qi Jingshun couldn't help but feel a hint of appreciation. Perhaps Cui Chan's plans could really come to fruition. Seeing Chen Ping'an as a conduit, Qi Jingshun politely spoke. Chen Ping'an, thank you for your reasoning. But now please listen to my reasoning as well. The youthful spirit is merely a temporary contest of bravado. When you grow up and look back, you will realize that the deep-seated grievances you once thought were significant are actually nothing much. People always change. Some will become better, and some will become worse. I do not expect you to understand this reasoning right now, but I am willing to seek a leaf from the ancestral locust tree in exchange for Song Jisun's life. How about that? Ancestral locust tree leaf? These spirits have never looked favorably upon him. Chen Ping'an. So why would he need anyone's protection? With a heart much more resolute than the previous Chen Ping'an, he decisively shook his head. Mr. Qi, there's no need for that. I can spare Song Jisun, but there's no need for you to seek a leaf from the ancestral locust tree for me. Qi Jingchun thought Chen Ping'an did not understand the significance of the ancestral locust tree leaf. So he explained softly, this world is like an old porcelain vase that has been exposed to the wind and sun for 3,000 years, and it could shatter at any moment. Once shattered, this place will be breached by the outside world. The people of the small town, having benefited from this world, will face a backlash after the shattering, bringing about disasters. The ancestral locust tree leaf can protect you from these calamities for 3 years. After saying this, Qi Jingchun quietly watched Chen Ping'an. He felt he had made the benefits of the ancestral locust tree leaf clear enough, and Chen Ping'an had no reason to refuse. Unexpectedly, Chen Ping'an convinced him with a single sentence. Mr. Qi, I believe in human determination over heaven. Human determination over heaven. What a phrase. On the surface, Qi Jingchun remained calm, but deep inside, a storm surged. Thousands of years ago, humanity burned and fought against heaven. Wasn't it all based on this belief? Qi Jingchun never expected to hear these words from Chen Ping'an, but that was enough, more than enough. A mere ancestral locust tree leaf could not compare to the 4 words human determination over heaven. Qi Jingchun looked deeply at Chen Ping'an and said with great meaning, Chen Ping'an, I hope that no matter how great the hardships you face in the future, you will not forget what you said today. With that, Qi Jingchun waved his hand again, his figure slowly dissipating, and the surrounding world returned to normal. Chen Ping'an once again heard the profound sound of the Tao resonating in his heart lake. Reasoning successful, a small portion of the world's gift has arrived. Now, 3 threads of martial artist innate true Qi had filled Chen Ping'an's vital orifice. According to his self-estimation, 5 threads of martial artist innate true Qi would be enough for him to advance to the final realm of body refinement, the Mercury realm. However, to pursue the extreme realm, he would need at least 10 threads of martial artist innate true Qi to achieve the strongest name in the wood embryo realm. But for now, this power was sufficient. Regaining his senses, Chen Ping'an glanced at the fainted Song Jisun, snorted coldly, and turned to Zhigui. That's right. I'm a martial artist now. Hearing this, Zhigui, who felt Chen Ping'an's aura was 3 points stronger, frowned slightly. How could someone whose vital porcelain had shattered and whose fortune was nearly non-existent truly be a martial artist? Could it be that there really is a saying of from the extreme of despair comes great fortune? However, the path of martial artists was inherently a dead end. What does it matter if Chen Ping'an wants to be a pure martial artist? In the end, wouldn't it all be in vain? Perhaps Chen Ping'an walking down this dead-end martial artist path was also due to the influence of his total lack of fortune. With a cold smile at the corner of her mouth, Zhigui firmly believed her choice was correct. The principle of good birds choosing the right trees to perch on is as obvious as needing to eat when hungry. She had done nothing wrong. Moreover, the previously apparent limit indicated that even that old man Qi Jingchun did not wish for Song Jisun, who bore the dragon's energy, to die. So what wrong had she done? Feeling rather proud, what does it matter if he is a martial artist? Just as Zhigui's words fell, a soft moan was heard, and it was Song Jisun, who had just fainted from fear, slowly waking up. Seeing her young master regain consciousness, Zhigui quickly suppressed her cold smile and put on a weak demeanor, pointing at Chen Ping'an with a look of grievance. Chen Ping'an, how unreasonable you are! My young master did nothing, and you want to kill him, you. Hearing Zhigui's tearful voice, Song Jisun, who had struggled to sit up, spoke fiercely. Chen Ping'an, what do you want? Is my acceptance of your reasoning not enough? Do you have to force both my master and servant to death for your own satisfaction? Turning around, Chen Ping'an grinned and said, I said, if you want Zhigui to be a maid, that's fine. You just need to get my approval. So, as long as you're willing to pay the price, I am willing to dissolve the contract with Zhigui. How about that? Upon hearing this, Zhigui, who was shaken all over, had her eyes turn into golden dragon pupils once again, but she quickly lowered her head to conceal any signs of abnormality. However, her delicate little hands were tightly clenched, even her nails digging into her flesh without her noticing. Right now, Ji Gui's heart was filled with anger at how he dared. She hadn't even proposed to dissolve the contract, yet Chen Ping'an had the audacity to bring it up himself? How outrageous! It truly infuriated her. Chapter 5. Opportunities are useless. Ji Gui's trembling form, filled with anger, pained Song Jisun's heart even more. While he did not know how Chen Ping'an had tricked Ji Gui into signing the contract, he assumed it must have been done when Ji Gui was unguarded, forcing her to sign that contract. As Ji Gui's master, he naturally had the right to rescue her from danger. If Chen Ping'an wanted a price, he would pay it. Tell me what you want. I will give you everything. Chen Ping'an smiled slightly and raised a finger. No need for much. I only want a bag of gold essence copper coins. Gold essence copper coins? Song Jisun was taken aback. He had never heard of such a thing, let alone owned any. Ji Gui's body trembled even more violently. People on the mountain naturally did not use the secular dynasty's silver for transactions. They used special coins infused with spiritual energy. For example, a small snow coin was equivalent to 1,000 taels of silver in the secular dynasty. A slightly more expensive small heat coin equaled 100 small snow coins. An even rarer grain rain coin was equivalent to 10 small heat coins. And the specially made gold essence copper coins for the Liju cave heaven were rarer and more precious than the three mentioned above, because it can transform into the purest innate spiritual energy, while also containing traces of divine aura. But the key point is that Ji Gui is the last true dragon in the world. How could this life-and-death contract be worth just a bag of golden essence copper coins? If she can eventually control the waterways of the world, then this contract is a guaranteed profit. Yet, this clueless Chen Ping'an sold it for just a bag of golden essence copper coins? This is not just a loss. It's a complete loss-making deal. Chen Ping'an is clearly humiliating her. Taking a deep breath, Ji Gui was about to persuade Song Jisun, who had no golden essence copper coins on hand, to give up this deal when she heard Chen Ping'an add, "I know you don't have this right now, but you will have it soon. Just give it to me when you do. Anyway, the contract also requires time to prepare. Don't worry, this price is very cheap. You want to lose out. Can we have an IOU?" Upon hearing this, Song Jisun glanced at Ji Gui and immediately agreed. "Okay, I agree, but I want to owe you a favor. I may not know what golden essence copper coins are, but I know that Ji Gui's value cannot be measured in money. I will give you 10 bags of golden essence copper coins." Once he said this, the previously furious Ji Gui was also stunned. She couldn't help but glance at her young master with the eyes of someone looking at a foolish landlord's son. Although she strongly agreed that her value was not something that could be measured with golden essence copper coins, it was somewhat ridiculous that someone else said only one bag, and he offered 10 bags. However, if it weren't for Song Jisun's naivety, she wouldn't be able to feast on the dragon energy beside him. "Thank you for granting Ji Gui her freedom." Upon hearing Ji Gui's soft voice, Song Jisun felt that everything was worth it. After all, he had nothing and was not afraid of promising too much. Chen Ping'an wouldn't force him to give what he didn't have, would he? If that were the case, he would only have one life to lose, and it depended on whether Chen Ping'an dared to take it. After all, if he died, Chen Ping'an would not fare well either. But what was with Chen Ping'an's gaze? Was he pitying him? Even if Chen Ping'an, a mud-legged person, walked the path of a martial artist, he was still just a mud-legged martial artist. So why look at him with such eyes? Furious, Song Jisun shouted, "Now, I have bought Ji Gui. You're no longer my creditor. Get out." After saying that, when Song Jisun saw Chen Ping'an's indifferent gaze sweep over, he couldn't help but shrink his head. But to his surprise, this time Chen Ping'an did not make a move, but actually walked out of his house. Seeing Chen Ping'an walk away, Song Jisun hurried a few steps to examine Ji Gui and asked with concern, "Ji Gui, are you okay?" Ji Gui raised her watery eyes and pointed at Song Jisun's face. "Young master, are you okay?" As Song Jisun instinctively touched his face, he immediately felt a sharp pain and grimaced. Chen Ping'an, I want to let this go with you." Hearing Song Jisun's loud cries from afar, Chen Ping'an couldn't help but smile. A true dragon? Huh. What is so strange about a true dragon that has been reduced to just one? This kind of path where one true dragon rises and others ascend to heaven. Chen Ping'an is not interested. If he wants to reach the great Tao, he cannot rely on other charity, but must rely on his own fists. Chen Ping'an, who was originally prepared to enjoy himself in this world, did not want to wait in a certain place for Shiyi to attain the Tao. He would take what he wanted himself, rather than waiting for others to give it to him. Thinking of this, Chen Ping'an's gaze fell on a fish basket held by a middle-aged man. Inside the bamboo-woven fish basket was a golden carp about the length of a palm, jumping vigorously, as if yearning for someone to save it. In an ordinary town, this would be a curious oddity. But in Lizhu town, this was an opportunity, one that Chen Ping'an could not seize. The middle-aged man carrying the fish basket was Li'er, a peak martial artist of the Ninth Realm, who felt sympathy for Chen Ping'an's plight. The golden carp was actually a metallic dragon that had yet to enter the river. With this dragon by his side, reaching a peak nascent soul stage that could be praised as a true lord would be effortless. At this moment, Li'er intentionally appeared in front of Chen Ping'an, wanted to offer him this opportunity. Unfortunately, with his life-bound porcelain shattered, Chen Ping'an was destined not to gain any opportunities in this Lizhu town. Any opportunity that reached his hands would slip away due to various accidents, and if he tried to force it, he would be close to death. This is also why Chen Ping'an only wanted the golden essence copper coins from the outside world, and not the treasure from Song Jisen's family. Moreover, since Chen Ping'an didn't even want opportunities like Shiyi, a true dragon, how could he care about this opportunity that was far inferior to a true dragon? Thus, Chen Ping'an averted his gaze and was about to brush past Li'er. Seeing this, Li'er became anxious. How could Chen Ping'an not be interested in the opportunity presented to him? He immediately exerted a little force and intentionally bumped his shoulder against Chen Ping'an, hoping to cause him to fall so he could smoothly offer this opportunity. However, to Li'er's surprise, Chen Ping'an didn't budge an inch. When did Chen Ping'an's physique become so strong? A hint of confusion appeared on Li'er's face, and then he saw that Chen Ping'an completely disregarded his collision and stepped away. Li'er hurriedly grabbed Chen Ping'an with his large hand and forced the fish basket into Chen Ping'an's embrace, saying, "Sorry, little brother. I wasn't paying attention while walking and bumped into you. How about this? I don't have anything good to compensate you. I just caught a little fish in the creek and intended to satisfy my cravings. Now, let me give it to you as an apology gift." Chapter 6. Opportunities one can give, but not forcefully take. An apology? Chen Ping'an paused, looking at the fish basket that was forced into his hands, feeling somewhat speechless. It can be done this way. If his life-bound porcelain had not shattered, he would certainly have been very happy with this opportunity that was presented to him. After all, this fish basket was not an ordinary item, but one specifically designed to suppress dragons and similar beings. With the Dragon King basket, even in waters where the dragon species had the advantage, one could easily capture the dragon species. It was indeed an excellent tool for capturing dragons. Therefore, the Dragon King basket combined with the metallic dragon would count as quite an extraordinary opportunity, even in this Lizhu town filled with opportunities. Unfortunately, Chen Ping'an was very clear that before this porcelain-like town shattered, he would not be able to seize any opportunities within the town. With a light sigh, Chen Ping'an could only push the Dragon King basket back into Li'er's arms, and then smiled lightly, saying, "Uncle, it's really no trouble, truly no trouble. No need for this." Seeing Chen Ping'an return the Dragon King basket, a hint of astonishment flashed across Li'er's face again. Not taking advantage of a good deal. This kid is too straightforward. However, if Chen Ping'an were not of such character, he wouldn't have broken the town's rules to offer this opportunity. Chen Ping'an's non-greedy nature only strengthened Li'er's resolve to offer the opportunity. No, you must accept it, otherwise I won't be able to sleep tonight." Saying this, Li'er's palm, large as a fan, once again pushed the Dragon King basket back. Knowing Li'er meant well, Chen Ping'an helplessly extended his hand to block the Dragon King basket. "Uncle, really don't need it. You should take it back." Li'er felt the strength coming from the Dragon King basket and immediately confirmed one thing. For some reason, this Chen Ping'an had also embarked on the path of a martial artist like him. This discovery made Li Er feel even more approval for Chen Ping'an. Since he practiced martial arts, then they were family. As family, what was wrong with giving an opportunity? This metallic dragon, Li Er must give it today. With a slight push from Li Er, Chen Ping'an secretly exerted more force and pushed back again. It resembled the tugging when relatives give red envelopes during the new year. During their mutual pushing and yielding, the little golden carp in the Dragon King's basket was left dumbfounded. Good heavens, how could it, as a born metal dragon, be so disregarded? Although it didn't want to follow this unfortunate Chen Ping'an, who seemed to have no luck and a short life ahead. It still didn't want to leave empty-handed. Was there no justice in the world? The golden little carp, blowing bubbles, suddenly rolled its eyes, seized the opportunity, and with a powerful flick of its tail, leaped out of the Dragon King's basket in a beautiful arc. In midair, the golden little carp looked at the two people watching it with pride. Who would have thought it could choose its own master? With a soft thud, the golden little carp landed perfectly in the hands of a richly dressed young nobleman. Seeing this scene, Li Er felt indescribably uncomfortable. So was it still not possible? Even a chance that was forcefully given, it would rather fall into the hands of a passerby than stay by the side of the unfortunate Chen Ping'an, whose fate was already shattered. Young as he was, Chen Ping'an was truly pitiful. With a darkened face, Li Er withdrew his hand. He could only hope that Chen Ping'an could still keep the Dragon King's basket in his arms. Although this Dragon King's basket was far inferior to that metal dragon, it could still provide some consolation. Chen Ping'an, however, was completely unaware, as he already knew the outcome. But this outcome might not be without room for maneuver. While the opportunity in the small town could not be retained, the golden coins in the hands of outsiders were something Chen Ping'an could genuinely hold onto without bringing disaster. When the golden little carp landed in the young nobleman's hands, his eyes immediately lit up. It was truly a stroke of luck, coming without any effort. He had just paid the entrance fee, and an opportunity had come knocking at his door. Did this not mean that heaven favored him, Gao Xian? With this metal dragon, the position of crown prince of the Daxui was surely secured. Overjoyed, Gao Xian immediately instructed the tall elder following him. Today, I'm happy, so give rewards to everyone. Just as the white-bearded elder was about to speak, the local boy from the small town, who had just been pushing against others for the fish basket, spoke up. This young master, this fish is mine. Isn't it a bit rude for you to keep holding on to it? Hearing Chen Ping'an speak, Gao Xian finally noticed the golden little carp in his hand, which seemed to have just jumped out of the fish basket. Logically, it should belong to him. He had merely happened to pick it up. However, since it was a local item, there was no reason it couldn't be bought or sold. It was merely a matter of how much money was involved. Gao Xian, who was already prepared to spend money in this Lizhu town, turned around to give instructions when he suddenly heard his companion, Wu Jiaoxi, coldly sneer and reply somewhat presumptuously. You say it's yours, so it's yours? Clearly, this fish chose its master. What can you blame it for? Are you going to cry and say, this is your wife, if she runs off with someone else? Hearing this, Gao Xian, who preferred making friends rather than enemies, frowned and said displeasedly, Grandpa Wu, be careful with your words. Wu Jiaoxi slightly bowed, no longer speaking, but the mockery in his eyes was unabashed, as if he had already sized up this boy dressed like a poor peasant. Having entered the palace at a young age and served 3 emperors of Daxui, he had long developed a keen ability to read people. The worn-out straw sandals on the boy's feet, his patched clothes, and his sun-darkened skin all proved that this boy was just a nobody without any background. If he were a child of a well-off family from the Peach Leaf Alley in the town, he would never have such an attitude. He would have taken out golden coins to negotiate nicely with him. But since he was a nobody, there was naturally no need to pay such a price. After all, golden coins were extremely precious. Every force that came to the small town could carry at most 3 bags of golden coins. Moreover, one of those bags had to be given to the gatekeeper as a toll. Therefore, to gather more opportunities in this small town, golden coins were an essential good. Young Prince Gao Xian, who was still inexperienced in discerning people, naturally needed to be supported by a servant. Why pay for something that could be obtained for free? If he was bullying someone, not being reasonable, what of it? If he had the ability, he could try to kill this martial artist at the Mountain Peak realm. With a face full of mockery, Wu Jiaoxi looked at the boy before him with disdain. The sensible thing to do now would be to hand over the obviously extraordinary fish basket in his hand, which would be a way to make a good impression with the Gao family of Daxui. But seeing the boy's dull expression, it was clear he was a fool. There was no need to be polite. He could easily find a reason to swindle the fish basket away. Chapter 7. You are a eunuch. How could you have a wife? However, as a prince of Daxui, Gao Xian clearly had a different view from his attendant Wu Jiaoxi. He always believed that it was better to resolve conflicts than to create them. Unless absolutely necessary, it was better to make friends than enemies. Even though the boy before him was poorly dressed, who knows whether he might become successful in the future. The saying 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank was not just an empty phrase. So, when Gao Xian turned his gaze back to Chen Ping'an, he looked apologetic and said, "I'm sorry, I'm Gao Zhen from Yang County in Daxui. I apologize for Grandpa Wu's earlier offense, and I'm willing to offer compensation to you, young master. By the way, I wonder if you would sell the fish basket in your hand? I, Gao Zhen, am willing to pay a high price for it." Hearing the polite words from his prince, Wu Jiaoxi's brows clearly furrowed. Although they were nominally master and servant, Wu Jiaoxi, who had served 3 emperors, was actually just lending his protection to this prince. Therefore, in most cases, he had a great deal of autonomy. After all, there was a world of difference between a prince and a crown prince. Gao Xian, this prince, still had much to learn. For example, the first thing he needed to learn was not to easily apologize to servants, because that would only demean his status, and the servants might not appreciate it. Therefore, Wu Jiaoxi once again overstepped. "Your Highness, what I said is the truth. There is no need to apologize. Everything in the world belongs to the virtuous. This golden carp, willing to jump into your Highness's hands, is what you deserve." Hearing such bullying, even the honest and simple Li heir couldn't help but want to refute. However, he had never been good with words and didn't know where to start. Meanwhile, Gao Xian, who had deliberately mentioned his brother's name, frowned again. This Wu Jiaoxi repeatedly contradicted him, which was truly displeasing. Was he the master, or was this eunuch the master? With anger visible on his face, Gao Xian was about to scold when he heard the previously quiet boy finally speak. "How convenient it is that what comes to your hand should be yours." Hearing this, Wu Jiaoxi inwardly cursed, but being suppressed by the road here, he could only rely on his martial arts physique, unable to use any of his usual methods. As a result, he could only watch helplessly as the mud-legged boy snatched the golden carp back from his master's hand. Wu Jiaoxi's eyes narrowed slightly. He hadn't expected this mud-legged boy to be a practitioner, judging by his speed and strength. He seemed to have good martial talent and had already made significant progress at such a young age. However, in the path of martial arts, the key was to temper oneself. Being overly sharp too early was not a good thing. With a mocking heart, Wu Jiaoxi's expression soon turned cold. Cutting off this mud-legged boy's martial path would be no difficulty for him. Holding the fish scales, Chen Ping'an put the golden carp back into the Dragon King's basket and smiled fearlessly, saying, "So, what now?" Upon hearing this, Wu Jiaoxi, who was already prepared to teach Chen Ping'an a lesson, was nearly infuriated. This kid actually dared to reason with him using the absurd logic he had just casually mentioned. Wu Jiaoxi's eyes suddenly turned fierce as he clawed with his 5 fingers, ready to snatch the Dragon King from Chen Ping'an's arms. With his peak martial artist body of the 9th realm, there was no possibility of failure in this grab. But at that moment, the short, unremarkable man who had just been standing next to the muddy-legged fellow suddenly stepped sideways, blocking all of Wu Jiaoxi's chances to act. A master! Wu Jiaoxi was startled and changed his claw into a palm, intending to shove the short man aside. However, he did not expect that this man's physique was as immovable as a towering mountain. Such a strong body, at least a martial artist of the same realm. Wu Jiaoxi cautiously took a step back to protect his master behind him, looking warily at the man. Then, the short man, resembling an ordinary farmer, sighed lightly and said, "I asked you to bring gold coins to the town for trading, not to act like robbers." Meanwhile, Gao Xian, who had been continuously ignored by the servants, clenched his fists and said angrily, "Wu Yu, I already agreed to do business. Why do you have to act so biased? Do you really think this little town is invincible just because of you? Don't forget whose disciple the sage here is. Once you are here, whether it's a dragon or a snake, You must follow the rules. The real name Wu of the Great Sway's Horse Monitoring Bureau, eunuch Wu Jiaoxi, faced the reprimand from his little master with an indifferent expression, replying, "Your Highness, how could this old servant not follow the rules? Doesn't this young brother also agree that whoever holds it belongs to them? Since that's the case, it naturally depends on one's abilities." Upon hearing Wu Jiaoxi's shameless words, Chen Ping'an immediately laughed, who said, "I agreed with your reasoning. This is my thing. I was just taking it back. According to your logic, if your wife, whom you married with great fanfare, runs away with someone else, does that mean she's no longer your wife? That wouldn't be right. Until the divorce is written in black and white. Even if she runs to the ends of the earth, she is still your wife. That is the true reasoning." After finishing, Chen Ping'an seemed to add with lingering interest, "Oh, by the way, you are a eunuch, so it's natural that you cannot have a wife." Not understanding this logic is also normal. Seeing Chen Ping'an see through his status as a eunuch and mock him for it, Wu Jiaoxi, who had been calm for many years, felt a surge of anger rising again. To say the least, compared to his absurd reasoning, what Chen Ping'an said was indeed the real truth. If marriage contracts were useless, then why do so many people demand a divorce letter to gain freedom? But reasoning is reasoning. In this world, one ultimately still has to rely on their fists. A dead man cannot argue. Wu Jiaoxi's gaze darkened like water, and his voice, though quiet, carried a hint of anger. "Good tongue. Today someone is protecting you, so I will let you off the hook. If you leave this town another day, I will make you understand what it means to know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth." Successfully reasoning, a small gift from the world has arrived. Hearing the mystical sound of the Heart Lake Avenue, and gaining a strand of innate true chi of a martial artist, Chen Ping'an raised an eyebrow and rolled up his sleeves. "What? Still want to make a move? There's no better time than now. I want to see what it means to know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth." Wu Jiaoxi snorted coldly, but his gaze shifted to Li Er, then said solemnly, "Are you going to intervene in the grievances of the Great Sway? You are making an enemy of the Great Sway." Chapter 8. Do you know what the extreme realm is? Hearing Wu Jiaoxi's arrogant words, Gao Xian, who had already been patient for a long time, shouted angrily again, "Enough! Wu Yu, what qualifications do you have to represent the Great Sway? You are just an old eunuch. Shut up. I am the future prince of the Great Sway. I represent the Great Sway. If you dare to act on your own, I will surely question you with a death sentence." Wu Jiaoxi's face first flashed with astonishment, then showed a look of gratification. Gao Xian's demeanor indeed had some of the majesty of his majesty in his youth. Servants are meant to be scolded, not cherished. This is the way of emperors. Thinking of this, he immediately fell silent and retreated to the side. Seeing Wu Jiaoxi's demeanor, the now calm Gao Xian finally realized what he had just done. He actually disrespected a eunuch, a peak martial artist at the Ninth Realm, and one of the 3 gatekeepers of the Great Sway Palace. It should be known that Wu Jiaoxi had served 3 emperors of the Great Sway and was one of the most powerful officials in the dynasty. Not to mention, he was deeply trusted by his father and mother. Although Gao Xian was favored by the Great Sway and had a great chance of becoming the crown prince, he still lacked that crucial stroke in his fate. The situation was not yet determined, and he acted like this. He would surely face endless trouble later. Feeling a bit regretful, Gao Xian opened his mouth, just wanting to ease the atmosphere, when he heard Wu Jiaoxi say calmly, "Your Highness, to become a human emperor, one should not bow to anyone, especially not to servants. Even if you feel guilty, it should be buried deep in your heart. Moreover, since your Highness has already made up your mind, this old servant will abide by it." When Wu Jiaoxi said the word abide, Gao Xian felt as if a gust of wind blew past his ear. The wind was so fierce that it made his hair and the sleeves of his brocade robe flutter wildly. Looking ahead, where was Wu Jiaoxi's figure? This eunuch, who kept saying he would abide by it, suddenly struck when no one was paying attention. Because in Wu Jiaoxi's view, solving this matter was quite simple. If the person was dead, wouldn't that be it? After all, the worst outcome would only be them being expelled from Liju Town. But if they could keep 2 bags of gold coins and also gain a Dragon King's basket and a metal dragon, it would be pure profit. Feeling that his actions were sudden and unstoppable, Wu Jiaoxi saw a not very tall figure blocking his path again. It was that honest-looking man. Once could be considered an accident. Twice, however, proved that the opponent's martial arts level was far above his. Could it be that the opponent was a peak martial artist at the ninth realm? Just as this thought flashed through Wu Jiaoxi's mind, he saw the man simply assume a punching stance, and then, seeming slow yet fast, deliver a heavy punch to his chest. Immediately, an incredibly violent force erupted from his chest, directly shattering his meticulously honed peak martial artist physique. Bang! After a brief pause, Wu Jiaoxi fell to the other end of the long street like a kite with a broken string. Coughing up blood, Wu Jiaoxi tried several times to get up, but his body seemed unresponsive, unable to rise at all. After receiving that punch, he found it extremely difficult to circulate his martial artist true qi in Lizhu town, and his physique actually fell 5 realms, retreating back to the mercury level of the 3rd realm of body refinement. Shocked, Wu Jiaoxi struggled to raise his eyes to the unremarkable short man and asked in astonishment, "Who exactly are you?" The seemingly unimpressive yet world-shocking Li'er simply smiled and replied, "I am his uncle, Li'er." Li'er? Wu Jiaoxi's mind quickly flashed through the names and appearances of peak martial artists of the 9th realm, but none matched the man in front of him. This Lizhu town, blessed by the true dragon, truly is unfathomable. No wonder those who came to the town seeking opportunities always behaved honestly and never overstepped their bounds. Knowing that with Li'er around, he couldn't move Chen Ping'an, Wu Jiaoxi could only drop some superficial words to salvage his dignity. "All right, very good. You, a peak 9th realm, bullying a newly entered 9th realm martial artist. The great Sway has taken note." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Jiaoxi sensed a figure rapidly approaching him. Upon seeing it, Wu Jiaoxi couldn't help but laugh in anger. The figure rushing towards him, wearing a pair of grass shoes that looked like they could fall apart at any moment and clenching its fists, was actually that dark-skinned boy in coarse linen clothes. Taking advantage of my illness to seek my life? This little ant is truly laughable. Even if he was in a bad situation, he still possessed the keen eyesight of a 9th realm martial artist and the physique of a peak 3rd realm warrior. Therefore, he could immediately tell that the boy rushing towards him had yet to consolidate his vital energy. The consolidation of vital energy is the hallmark of the final stage of body refinement for martial artists, the Mercury stage. In other words, this boy, even if he had stepped into the martial artist threshold, had absolutely not reached the Mercury mirror. A martial artist who isn't even at the Mercury mirror dares to throw a punch at him? Isn't that ridiculous? He could just lie here and let this ant punch him. So what? Does he really think everyone is like that astonishing Li'er, capable of shattering his physique with a single punch? Li'er, who also noticed Chen Ping'an had disappeared, first showed surprise, then a hint of admiration. Although Chen Ping'an's footwork and punching techniques seemed rough, as if he had never learned boxing, the courage to strike at someone stronger had allowed this young man to cultivate an invincible spirit at such a young age. What a pity. If it weren't for his life-protecting porcelain shattering, Chen Ping'an's future achievements would undoubtedly be limitless. Just as Li'er shook his head slightly, Chen Ping'an, whose grass shoes were sparking with friction, had reached Wu Jiaoxi's front. Facing Wu Jiaoxi's mocking gaze, Chen Ping'an simply took a deep breath, twisted his waist, and threw a punch. The same simple punch, in Wu Jiaoxi's eyes, seemed to have no form or technique at all. This punch was just an ordinary straight punch. Wu Jiaoxi, who couldn't be bothered to take it seriously, casually spread his 5 fingers to catch Chen Ping'an's punch in his palm. But unexpectedly, when their fists met, the sudden burst of immense power changed his expression. Crack! The crisp sound of a bone breaking echoed in everyone's ears. Was this the opening mountain stage? Was this still the opening mountain stage? Wu Jiaoxi's pupils dilated in confusion, completely unable to believe the situation before him. It was normal for him to lose to Li'er because the latter was a peak 9th realm martial artist. But how could this little ant, who clearly wasn't even at the Mercury mirror, break his arm with a single punch? Is this reasonable? This is unreasonable. Before Wu Jiaoxi, who was hanging limply with one arm, could regain his senses, Chen Ping'an struck again with another punch. This punch was aimed directly at his face. If it connected, Wu Jiaoxi would surely die in a small town. Facing the imminent life-and-death crisis, Wu Jiaoxi could no longer care about the consequences of using all his strength. He immediately activated the martial artist's true energy stored in his acupoints, circulating it throughout his body. In an instant, a surge of overwhelming energy sent Chen Ping'an flying backwards. Chapter 9. Is it still considered bullying you at the second realm? Standing at the other end, Li Er saw Chen Ping'an being sent flying and immediately extended a hand to dissipate the impact, allowing Chen Ping'an to land safely. To be honest, he hadn't expected that Chen Ping'an could actually break Wu Jiaoxi's arm with a single punch. The physique of someone just entering the second realm against a peak third realm physique theoretically had no chance of winning, unless Chen Ping'an had reached the extreme realm while still in the first realm. Only then could he cross realms to fight, and without any guidance. Those who could reach the extreme realm on their own were all exceptionally talented individuals. Such martial arts geniuses, if guided by a wise master, might even have the opportunity to challenge the strongest in the same realm. The more Li Er observed Chen Ping'an, the more he liked him. If he weren't unable to make decisions at home, he would have wanted his daughter to interact more with Chen Ping'an. With regret in his heart, Li Er raised his eyes to look elsewhere. Compared to Chen Ping'an, who was sent flying by the energy backlash, Wu Jiaoxi's situation was not so fortunate. The Lizhu cave heaven not only exerted pressure on Qi practitioners, but also on martial artists. If a martial artist did not use their true energy, they would feel discomfort due to their physique alone. But once they activated their martial artist's true energy, their acupoints would open wide. Then, the omnipresent pressure of the Lizhu cave heaven would suppress the true energy that surged out along with it. This scene was as terrifying as a tidal wave flooding in. The originally calm meridians and acupoints would instantly be in a state of flooding. This could lead to damage to one's realm or, at worst, a significant reduction in lifespan. Both outcomes were a great cost for a pure martial artist. It is known that martial artists do not live as long as Qi practitioners. Whether it is a decline in realm or a reduction in lifespan, it is not worth it. Although Wu Jiaoxi's forced use of martial artist true energy repaired his physique to the 9th realm, the price was probably a reduction of several decades of lifespan. In other words, Wu Jiaoxi, who had served 3 generations of the great Sui emperors, had only a few years left to live. Thinking of this, Li Er couldn't help but shake his head, wondering why he had to be like this. To save that little bit of money, he ended up sacrificing a large part of his life. He couldn't help but wonder if Wu Jiaoxi would feel any regret about his earlier actions. It was only at this moment that Gao Xian, who had been standing there in a daze, finally reacted to what had happened. It wasn't that he was slow to react. It was just that everything had occurred in the blink of an eye. From the moment he sensed the wind rush past his ears, to Li Er punching Wu Jiaoxi away, and then to Chen Ping'an rapidly moving in for the kill. All of this happened in just a few breaths. Looking at the disheveled Wu Jiaoxi, Gao Xian couldn't help but open his mouth wide. He naturally knew the true strength of this gatekeeper of the Great Sui. But it would have been fine to lose to the mysterious peak 9th realm martial artist from the small town. How could he be forced to use martial artist's true energy against a child? Could it be that this dark-skinned, short boy truly had the foundation to become a martial arts powerhouse? Realizing this, Gao Xian became even angrier. He could have made a good connection with this future martial arts genius, but his foolish servant had made things tense between both sides. Truly damnable. Feeling his young master's displeasure, Wu Jiaoxi slowly stood up from the ground. At this moment, his face was as pale as snow. The situation he faced was not just about his impending lifespan. The issue of true energy backlash was far more troublesome than most could imagine. Simply put, he would be unable to use martial artist true energy for a long time, and it would take a considerable amount of time to repair the damaged acupoints. The only thing he could rely on now was the 9th realm physique he had just forcefully repaired before the true energy backlash. With a darkened face, Wu Jiaoxi looked at the boy across from him, his eyes filled with anger. He shouldn't have been in such a situation. Yet this little ant had seized the opportunity and, with unreasonable strength, cast a shadow of death over him. Seeing Wu Jiaoxi looking over, Chen Ping'an, who had just adjusted his breath, smiled broadly. You say the peak 9th realm is bullying you, so a 2nd realm martial artist surely can't be considered bullying you, right? The corner of Wu Jiaoxi's eye twitched with anger as he clenched his fists, ready to scold, but he heard his young master speak again. Gao Xian, do you even see me, Gao Zhen? Do you see the great Sui royal family? Do you really want to repeatedly defy my wishes? Gao Xian's words were calm, but anyone could hear the anger hidden within. This time, Gao Xian truly had murderous intent, and with Wu Jiaoxi's greatly diminished strength, he finally chose to bow his head. A complete ninth realm martial artist was too precious for the great Sui to kill. But a ninth realm martial artist who wouldn't live for many more years was not as significant to the great Sui. He is no longer qualified to teach his own young master how to do things. On the contrary, whether he can live a good life in the future entirely depends on this young master's favor. Seeing Wu Jiaoxi bow his head, Gao Xian coldly said, "Apologize to this young master." Wu Jiaoxi was silent for a moment, and finally spoke with difficulty. "Young master, it was this old servant's fault. It's the old servant's lack of skill, not being bullied by others. Reasoning successful, a small portion of blessings has arrived." Feeling the innate, true energy of a martial artist returning, Chen Ping'an, who had failed to kill this old eunuch, felt a bit better. He could tell that the once proud Wu Jiaoxi, who took the initiative to bow his head and admit his mistake, was now much weaker. Otherwise, why would he voluntarily concede? In other words, if it were Chen Ping'an lying on the ground today, who would be willing to listen to him? If he had not forced this old eunuch to exert his martial artist's true energy, consuming his lifespan, would this old eunuch have so easily let it go? Ultimately, strength is a person's confidence in speaking, and it is also the premise for reasoning. Chen Ping'an, who had gained quite a lot, shook his head and pretended to leave. Seeing Chen Ping'an about to leave, Gao Xian immediately panicked. It didn't matter whether Chen Ping'an left or not. He truly had no intention of standing up for Wu Jiaoxi. After all, which master would want a disobedient servant? But the opportunity in Chen Ping'an's arms was something Gao Xian could not afford to miss. "Young master, please stay. My household servant does not understand, and after returning home, I will punish him again on your behalf. I wonder if the young master is willing to sell me this fish basket along with that golden carp?" Upon hearing this, the still presently heir pretended to cough lightly twice as a reminder. This was already the greatest hint he could give within the bounds of propriety. Including the earlier slip of the tongue regarding the golden essence copper coins, it was all a hint for Chen Ping'an. Now he just hoped this kid could understand how important the opportunity in his hands was. Chapter 10. Golden essence copper coins? I will give 10 bags to. Chen Ping'an was naturally aware of Li Er's good intentions. Unfortunately, Li Er did not understand that these opportunities from the Li Zhu cave were particularly hot for Chen Ping'an right now. Forcing these opportunities upon him would only bring disaster. Just like this time when he encountered Wu Jiaoxi, who tried to seize the opportunity. If it weren't for Li Er being present, Chen Ping'an would have had no way to protect the opportunity in his hands. And with Li Er having his own life, he could not watch over him all the time. Therefore, the best way to handle this coveted opportunity was to sell it at a high price. Having made up his mind, Chen Ping'an raised the Dragon King basket in his hand and said, "Young Master Gao is a sensible person. The value of this item, I believe young Master Gao knows better than I do. However, your servant first spoke harshly and then attempted to harm me. Now I no longer want to sell it to you." Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's words, Li Er let out a sigh of relief. Good lad. He finally understood his kind intentions. With this metal dragon by his side, once the Li Zhu cave shatters, Chen Ping'an would surely be able to regain some fortune. So his life wouldn't be miserable from then on. Just as Li Er was thinking this, Gao Xian, unwilling to give up on the opportunity, shot a resentful glance at the silent Wu Jiaoxi. If it weren't for this old eunuch's interference, he would have already secured this opportunity. Now, gritting his teeth, Gao Xian stuffed an entire bag of golden essence copper coins into Chen Ping'an's hands. These were the welcoming spring coins hung on the peach talisman in the palace each year, made of the exceptionally rare golden essence, scarce in number and of extraordinary value. If exchanged in the outside world, they could definitely provide the young master with wealth for a lifetime. How about I trade this item for the carp in your hand? Seeing the open bag revealing the welcoming spring coins, Li Er frowned again, feeling nervous. He knew about Chen Ping'an's family situation. In earlier years, the orphan Chen Ping'an could only survive by relying on the charity of others. Although he had been an apprentice in the official kiln for a while, and would gather herbs to sell to the Yang family shop, and in his spare time, help his junior brother Zheng Dafeng deliver letters for money. His family was still not wealthy. Now, with a bag of shiny golden essence copper coins in front of him, it was indeed a hard temptation to resist. Well, if he could exchange it for a bag of golden essence copper coins, it wouldn't be a bad thing for Chen Ping'an. Perhaps after the Li Zhu cave shatters, he could use this bag of golden essence copper coins to become a carefree, wealthy man. Such an ending wouldn't be too bad for Chen Ping'an, who had lived a lonely life. Already guessing the outcome, Li Er sighed inwardly and turned to walk towards the house in the west. The opportunity had been given. How to handle it was Chen Ping'an's own business. Just as his master, Old Yang, often said, everyone has their own fate and one cannot force it. However, behind him, Chen Ping'an's voice of refusal came. Young Master Gao, this matter is inappropriate. Let us forget it. Hearing this, Li Er's departing steps paused. Did he hear that wrong? The financially struggling Chen Ping'an could actually resist the temptation of that bag of golden essence copper coins? This was somewhat unexpected. However, it must be said that it was precisely because Chen Ping'an had such principles that he would take a liking to him. With a heart full of emotion, Li Er finally felt relieved. Meanwhile, as Li Er stopped, the eager Gao Xian, the prince of the Sui dynasty, became even more anxious. This opportunity was right in front of him. How could he let it slip away like that? If he really lost this chance, Gao Xian feared he would regret it for a lifetime. With anxiety written all over his face, Gao Xian suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Since the other party was unwilling to sell him this opportunity because of his old eunuch's disrespect, then driving him away would solve the problem, right? Thinking of this, Gao Xian immediately turned around and kicked the defenseless Wu Jiaoxi. Old man, get lost. You are just a nuisance to me. Having lost his greatest confidence, Wu Jiaoxi silently retreated to the street corner, distancing himself from the two. Then Gao Xian turned back, restored his warm smile, and looked at Chen Ping'an. Young master. Now we can talk properly, right? Chen Ping'an deliberately showed a hint of hesitation on his face. Sensing that he had grasped Chen Ping'an's psychology, Gao Xian immediately stuffed a new bag of golden essence copper coins into Chen Ping'an's hands. This was the offering money held in the palm of the city god statue, also made of exceptionally rare golden essence. And when it came to its magical properties, it was even more than the welcoming spring coins. Looking at the two full bags of golden essence copper coins, Chen Ping'an deliberately revealed a look of struggle, as if he was finally persuaded under the attack of money. Just when Gao Xian thought he was almost certain, he heard Chen Ping'an painfully refuse. No, I don't need this money. I only need 5 copper coins a day to get by. I don't know what to do with so much money. What use is it? These golden essence copper coins, which are not recorded in official history, have great uses. Anxious, Gao Xian blurted out. How could they be useless? These golden essence copper coins can not only help people cultivate, but also nourish treasures, and even buy many rare and exotic items. With them, your future cultivation path will surely be smooth sailing. Do you not want to soar like an immortal, riding clouds and traveling from Kangwu to the North Sea? With them, all of this will no longer be a flower in the mirror or a moon in the water. After saying this, Gao Xian saw a look of interest appear on Chen Ping'an's face, as if he had really been persuaded. After all, which young person has not dreamed of flying away on a sword? After a brief silence, Chen Ping'an, with a glimmer in his eyes, suddenly spoke. Is there more? More? Gao Xian was instantly dumbfounded. Is this kid really treating gold coins like cabbages on the roadside? Just taking them when he wants? Although the Sui dynasty has a vast wealth and quite a bit of inventory, it can't be brought into the Li Zhu cave heaven, because the rules of the Li Zhu cave heaven restrict all factions to only carry 3 bags of gold coins. After handing 1 bag to the gatekeeper, these 2 bags are already the last of Gao Xian's wealth. But since he heard Chen Ping'an let out a breath, Gao Xian cannot miss this opportunity. This young master, to be honest, these 2 bags of gold coins are the limit of what I can offer. However, the golden carp in your hand is a natural wonder. Definitely worth more than 2 bags of gold coins. I'm willing to offer you 5, no, 10 bags of gold coins. But the remaining 8 bags need you to come to the Sui dynasty for a visit in the future to replenish them. At this point, fearing that Chen Ping'an might think he still had reserves, Gao Xian paused and added with difficulty, "This is already my utmost limit. I really can't give more." "What do you think, young master?" Chapter 11. Gratitude and Repayment. Chen Ping'an. 10 bags of gold coins. Chen Ping'an's heart stirred. Given the Sui dynasty's financial situation, these 10 bags of gold coins are indeed the limit. After all, 3 bags of gold coins are already half of the emperor's treasury, and to make up for the remaining deficit would likely require tapping into the national treasury. Although 8 of these bags are futures. Based on Chen Ping'an's understanding of Gao Xian, this guy wouldn't go back on his word. Gao Xian's willingness to offer 10 bags of gold coins likely isn't just for the value of the metallic dragon. He probably wants to resolve misunderstandings with Chen Ping'an and make a friend. After all, he just witnessed Chen Ping'an's potential. In Gao Xian's view, given time, Chen Ping'an has a chance to become a top martial artist in a province. It's wise to befriend such a future prodigy from a young age, which might lead to a friendship with a future martial god. This is Gao Xian's way of dealing with the world. Compared to immediate interests, he prefers to invest in a star that has yet to shine. Moreover, this star has already begun to shine and even has an uncle who is clearly at the peak of the 9th realm. No matter how you look at it, this deal is quite advantageous for Gao Xian, trading a small loss now for a great gain in the future. This is the vision an emperor should have. However, the future is still far off, and he must first part with 2 bags of gold coins, which truly makes Gao Xian's heart ache. But even if it hurts a bit, Gao Xian still maintains a nonchalant demeanor. After all, an emperor's emotions should never show on his face. Chen Ping'an, who clearly understood Gao Xian's inner turmoil, nodded and said a yes. He then accepted the 2 bags of gold coins and stuffed the Dragon King basket containing the metallic dragon into Gao Xian's arms. "Remember, my name is Chen Ping'an. Don't call me young master when you come looking for me in the future." Chen Ping'an, huh? Having just learned Chen Ping'an's name, Gao Xian nodded vigorously. "All right, Chen Ping'an. Then we're friends now, right?" Chen Ping'an, who had turned his back, replied with a smile, "Of course." After that, Chen Ping'an hurried to catch up with a not-so-far-off Lier, forcefully shoving the 2 bags of gold coins into his hands. "Uncle, this should be yours." Seeing the scene, Gao Xian couldn't help but blink. Is Chen Ping'an really treating gold coins like they're nothing? Such a precious thing. He just gives it away? Did he not hear a word of what I just said? Or is Chen Ping'an a good person who knows how to repay kindness? If it's the latter, then his timely act of resolving grievances seems particularly wise. Lier, who had originally prepared to leave, was also taken aback by Chen Ping'an's action. He never expected Chen Ping'an would give him all the money from selling the fish. After all, the Sui Prince Gao Xian had made the benefits of the gold coins very clear. In such a situation, Chen Ping'an still willingly gave him 2 bags of gold coins. It's hard not to be moved. With a slight pang in his heart, Lier returned the 2 bags of gold coins to Chen Ping'an's small hand and said earnestly, "Chen Ping'an, I was the one who bumped into you first. So the fish and the basket are yours. You don't need to share a single coin with me. If you insist on giving it to me, it means you look down on me, Lier, thinking I'm unreasonable and that I don't need to apologize after bumping into someone." After saying this, Lier patted Chen Ping'an's shoulder with his broad palm. "All right, you keep this money. I have enough to eat and drink with a wife and children. And you, Chen Ping'an, will need quite a bit of money if you want to marry a wife in the future. Don't forget your uncle when you have a feast then." Chen Ping'an nodded, no longer insisting, and put the gold coins away. After all, a 9th realm martial artist wouldn't accept something he didn't want. And Lier was right about one thing. In the future, Chen Ping'an would indeed need gold coins. After a brief interlude, Chen Ping'an continued toward the city gate on the east side of the town. He needed more gold coins. The east gate of the town is where the gatekeeper Zheng Dafeng is located. Since Chen Ping'an could remember, Zheng Dafeng had been responsible for the entry and exit of merchants in the town, as well as security matters such as night patrols. Therefore, for those who came here, having a bag of gold coins meant handing it over to Zheng Dafeng. Coincidentally, he had previously sought a profitable opportunity from Zheng Dafeng, responsible for delivering letters sent back from outside to the corresponding families. 1 letter, 1 coin. However, Zheng Dafeng would always find various reasons to give Chen Ping'an less money. In the past, Chen Ping'an didn't care about this matter and thought that suffering losses was a blessing. But now, he was going to have a good talk with Zheng Dafeng. Soon, Chen Ping'an, who had become a martial artist thanks to the gifts of heaven and earth, ran to the east gate, which was actually just a row of old fences. At this time, a disheveled middle-aged man was already sitting at the entrance of a yellow mud house next to the old fence. This person is the town's gatekeeper, Li Er's junior brother, the 8th realm martial artist Zhang Dafeng. Of course, if you were to trace his roots, Zhang Dafeng has a significant background. He was once a divine general guarding the eastern gate of the heavenly court. However, due to the mystery of his birth, Zhang Dafeng has long forgotten his past life. In this small town, only a handful of people know about it, and now that number includes Chen Ping'an. Seeing Chen Ping'an unusually late and lazily out of shape, Zhang Dafeng was quite surprised. Then he mockingly taunted, "Chen Ping'an, is the sun rising in the west today? You little rascal finally realized the benefits of sleeping in a bit longer instead of rushing to meet your dead parents?" Chen Ping'an didn't take Zhang Dafeng's mockery to heart. This guy had become sharp-tongued and bitter since he thought his path in martial arts was cut off, and he had no chance for advancement. He would always mock anyone he met. Usually, he would argue with the neighbors in the town. The best way to deal with such a person is to ignore him. As expected, Zhang Dafeng, who received no response, found Chen Ping'an quite boring. He turned around and entered the yellow mud house, took out a stack of envelopes, and counted them, about 10 or so. Then Zhang Dafeng casually handed the letters to Chen Ping'an and grabbed all the leftover copper coins from drinking, happily putting them into Chen Ping'an's hands. Then he turned around again, preparing to go back to sleep. But this time, Chen Ping'an stubbornly stood his ground, showing no intention of leaving. Zhang Dafeng frowned and feigned ignorance, asking, "What's wrong? You little bastard, is there anything else you can't do? Do you want to hear about your Uncle Dafu's past battles at the city gate?" Chen Ping'an shook his head. "I said one letter costs 1 coin, but I only have 5 coins here." Chapter 12. Repaying debts is a matter of principle. Zhang Dafeng, who was exposed by Chen Ping'an on the spot, suddenly became a bit angry and embarrassed. "You brat, are you stupid? Suffering is a blessing. I'm saving good fortune for you." In the past, when Zhang Dafeng said this, Chen Ping'an would obediently leave. But today, for some reason, Zhang Dafeng felt that Chen Ping'an in front of him was a bit unfamiliar. For instance, Chen Ping'an not only didn't leave, but instead stretched out his open palm further, clearly indicating that Zhang Dafeng should make up the money for delivering the letter. However, yesterday, after seeing the tavern owner's big white legs that could crush a person, Zhang Dafeng couldn't help but drink a few more jars of wine, and naturally, he had spent a bit more money than usual. Now, where would he get the money to pay Chen Ping'an? Frowning, Zhang Dafeng opened his mouth and said, "It's only 5 coins. Is it really necessary to quibble over it? A man this stingy should be careful about ending up alone like me." Hearing this, Chen Ping'an remained silent, but his outstretched palm moved a little closer. Seeing that Chen Ping'an was determined to have him settle the bill, Zhang Dafeng finally understood that this time there was likely no way to brush it off. So he impatiently waved his hand and said, "Fine, fine, fine. Consider it as I owe you 5 coins. Tomorrow, I'll give it to you all together, okay?" Reasoning successful, a small gift from heaven has arrived. With 8 strands of innate true energy in his body, Chen Ping'an shook his head and pointed to the money pouch on the table inside the room. "You clearly have money. Why wouldn't you give it to me?" "Money?" Zhang Dafeng was taken aback, then realized that the money Chen Ping'an was referring to was the toll paid by the outsiders seeking chances. But ultimately, that money wasn't his. It belonged to his master, Old Yang. He was merely a disciple collecting fees on behalf of his master. Moreover, this money wasn't ordinary. This currency, called gold essence copper coins, was worth much more than regular copper coins. To use gold essence copper coins to offset 5 ordinary copper coins, he would have to be crazy to even consider it. "Get lost. I said I'd give it to you tomorrow, so it will be tomorrow." Facing Zhang Dafeng's dismissive gesture, Chen Ping'an still stood his ground, unmoving. "If you don't give it to me, then I'll just take it myself. It was meant to be mine anyway." Hearing Chen Ping'an's bold claim, Zhang Dafeng, an 8th-level martial artist responsible for the safety of the town, was both angry and amused. "You little bastard. Your tone is quite arrogant. If you really can take it, then go ahead." Reasoning successful, a small gift from heaven has arrived. The 9 strands of martial artist innate true energy that filled Chen Ping'an's body brought him closer to the ultimate realm of the wooden fetus. As his chi and blood gradually fused, Chen Ping'an raised his head and smiled at Zheng Dafeng beside him. Zheng Dafeng, frowning deeply, looked to his side, completely unaware of where Chen Ping'an's confidence was coming from. But there was nothing unusual beside him. Before Zheng Dafeng could think further, he saw Chen Ping'an, slightly crouching down, turn into a shadow and flash past him. With his pupils suddenly dilating, Zheng Dafeng realized that Chen Ping'an was a martial artist who was about to enter the third realm. Damn, I was careless. This Chen Ping'an, without any martial ethics, actually took advantage of my unpreparedness to launch a sudden attack. By the time Zheng Dafeng's large hands reached out to grab Chen Ping'an's retreating figure, he saw that Chen Ping'an already held 5 coins, the victory coins used by common folks to celebrate their achievements. Cold sweat broke out on Zheng Dafeng's forehead, and he instantly realized he had messed up. Just as Zheng Dafeng was about to go back on his word and forcibly retrieve the victory coins, he suddenly heard his master's voice, Old Yang, echoing in his mind. His master had actually forbidden him from engaging in a fight. Terrified of his master Old Yang, Zheng Dafeng had no choice but to retract his large hand, watching helplessly as Chen Ping'an took away the 5 victory coins. As Chen Ping'an walked out, he even turned back and thanked Zheng Dafeng, who couldn't retaliate. Zheng Dafeng, his face extremely gloomy, could only swallow this loss. He never expected that the one who usually took advantage of others would end up being taken advantage of himself. How many ordinary copper coins would it take to make up for these 5 victory coins? With a face ashen as death, Zheng Dafeng sat down heavily on a damp tree root, sighing heavily. After leaving the Huangnimen house in the small town, Chen Ping'an had already predicted that as long as he obtained the victory coins, Zheng Dafeng would definitely not try to seize them. After all, Old Yang from the Yang family shop had significant demands. As one of the chess players in the town, the young people there were all investment targets of Old Yang. If he could demonstrate his value, Old Yang would naturally not be stingy. This was the confidence that allowed Chen Ping'an to take action. Swiftly moving through the various locations in the town to deliver the letters, Chen Ping'an took a moment to check his current gains. In addition to the 24 spring coins, 24 maintenance coins, and 5 victory coins he had, the future prince of the Dali kingdom, Song Jisun, still owed him 10 bags of gold essence copper coins. The future crown prince of the Sui dynasty, Gao Xian, owed him 8 bags of gold essence copper coins. With this money, after the Li Pearl cave heaven was shattered and rooted, Chen Ping'an could probably buy up all the nearby mountains with significant investment value. Just as Chen Ping'an was contemplating his future path, he suddenly heard someone calling out, "Young man, I can see joy in your brows. There will definitely be peach blossoms at your door in the future. Why not come over and draw a fortune stick? Let me calculate it for you." Hearing the voice, Chen Ping'an stopped and looked over. He saw a simple fortune-telling stall by the roadside. The one running the stall was a young Taoist dressed in an old robe, wearing a lotus crown. At that moment, the Taoist was smiling at him, fully aware of the Taoist's background. Chen Ping'an took a deep breath and sat down opposite the Taoist. It seemed that his hope of entering the wooden fetus ultimate realm rested on this Taoist, the third disciple of the Taoist ancestor. Seeing Chen Ping'an sit down, Lu Chun, as the third disciple of the Taoist ancestor with a cultivation level of the 14th realm, cheerfully raised 5 fingers and said, "Usually, when others come to ask about love, I would charge 10 coins. But since you're my first guest today, I'll make an exception and only charge you 5 coins. How about that?" Chen Ping'an shook his head, took out the only 5 ordinary copper coins he had, placed them on the table, and without drawing a stick, just looked at Lu Chun and said, "I don't believe in fate." Lu Chun was taken aback, then burst into laughter. "If you don't believe in it, why are you sitting here?" After saying that, Lu Chun waved his large sleeve, swept the 5 copper coins into his pocket, and then pushed the fortune stick container. "Come on, draw a stick. I assure you, I will not deceive you at all. Since I've taken your 5 coins, this fortune today is indeed set." Chapter 13, Prosperity in Martial Arts. Chen Ping'an looked at the pushed fortune stick container, showing no intention of drawing a stick. He just looked at Lu Chun, rolled up his sleeves, and smiled. "If I believed in fate, then what is meant to be will surely be, and no matter how this fortune is resolved, it cannot change the established fact. But if the future is uncertain, then how can this fortune stick predict an uncertain future? Today you took my money. If you can't provide a reasonable explanation, then don't blame me for overturning your stall. Seeing Chen Ping'an reveal his dark, strong arms, Lu Chen's eyebrows twitched. Goodness, has this Chen Ping'an been with Lu Xianyang for too long, picking up that kind of rogue spirit? This behavior of wanting to overturn the stall over a disagreement is just like that rascal Lu Xianyang. And Lu Chen, who usually abides by the rules here, was also quite happy to play the role of a half-hearted fortune-telling Taoist. Lu Chen felt a bit nervous, then stammered, "Why you? Don't act recklessly, let's talk it out." Seeing that Chen Ping'an didn't take any further action, Lu Chen finally let out a sigh of relief and continued. The ancient texts say that the number of the great evolution is 50, of which 49 are for use, and 1 is for human escape. It's impossible to completely determine the future, but making simple predictions about fortune and misfortune isn't a big problem. So, this poor Taoist says that interpreting your fortune and looking into your romantic fate is not a lie. Chen Ping'an shook his head, stood up with his hands on the table, and looked down at Lu Chen, saying, "Since you also agree that fate is not fixed, why do you still believe you can predict future fortune and misfortune? For example, for me coming here today, is it good or bad for you as a Taoist?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chen, who had initially felt a bit cynical, broke into a cold sweat. Chen Ping'an's question was not ordinary. It seemed to point directly at the root of the Tao. If he said it was good, then perhaps the next moment Chen Ping'an would smash his stall, turning the good into bad. If he said it was bad, then Chen Ping'an could just laugh and walk away, making him earn those 5 copper coins for nothing, thus turning the bad into good. How could he predict that? How could he measure it? After a moment of silence, Lu Chen suddenly laughed and said, "It's this poor Taoist who is being superficial. Your fate indeed cannot be calculated, because you are the one who has escaped." Successful reasoning. The middle grade gift from heaven and earth has arrived. As soon as Lu Chen spoke, Chen Ping'an's body trembled as if a dragon was stirring. Streams of martial artists' true energy, emerging from the depths of Chen Ping'an's acupoints, flowed out. The blood, which was originally like flowing water, instantly thickened like cement under the impact of the martial artist's true energy, but its weight felt lighter, and the speed of circulation increased rather than decreased. This was the final realm of body refinement in the martial artist's 3 realms, the Mercury realm, suddenly receiving the middle-grade gift from heaven and earth. Chen Ping'an obtained 10 strands of martial artist's true energy from Lu Chen. With these 10 strands of true energy, Chen Ping'an not only easily reached the peak of the wood fetus realm, but also broke through the shackles of the wood fetus realm, directly advancing to the Mercury realm. In just one day, he had broken through 3 realms, a speed of cultivation that could be considered that of a prodigy in the world. However, Chen Ping'an remained quite calm. After all, the world is not lacking in geniuses. What is lacking are the strong who can survive to the end. Now, he had only broken through 3 realms and hadn't even achieved the title of the strongest in the same realm. So what was there for Chen Ping'an to be proud of? Across the table, Lu Chen, one of the strongest in the small town, naturally sensed the change in Chen Ping'an. After a moment's thought, Lu Chen took advantage of Chen Ping'an being in a certain state of enlightenment and waved his hand, summoning a small, exquisite yellow aureole. This aureole, known as a literary aureole, could assess a person's literary fortune. The scene of Chen Ping'an gaining enlightenment through words resembled that of a scholar. However, the aureole that swooped down from the sky and pecked at the copper coins given by Chen Ping'an shook its head humanely and then flew away. Seeing this, Lu Chen's mouth curled up in a slight smile as he murmured, "Interesting, interesting. No literary fortune, yet flourishing martial fortune. Qi Jingchen, you truly have good means." After saying this, Lu Chen glanced at the closed-eyed Chen Ping'an and smiled. "Chen Ping'an, your fate isn't as bad as this poor Taoist thought." Immersed in introspection, Chen Ping'an heard Lu Chen's murmurs and suddenly came back to his senses, asking, "What?" Lu Chen laughed heartily. "This poor Taoist says that since I've taken your money, there's naturally no reason to refund it. Since you don't need a fortune interpretation, how about I write you a yellow paper talisman? This yellow paper talisman can help you pray for blessings for your ancestors and accumulate virtue. At this point, Lu Chen paused and added, of course, this poor Taoist cannot guarantee that it will ensure your ancestors are reborn into a good family. But gaining a little more blessing is always possible. Having successfully advanced to the 3 realms of martial arts and possessing some self-protection power in the small town, Chen Ping'an had no reason to refuse Lu Chen's suggestion. Though he had crossed over, he inherited Chen Ping'an's memories and naturally felt deeply for the love his parents had given him. Even if the concept of reincarnation is ethereal, seeking peace of mind is always good. Then I'll trouble you, Taoist. Lu Chen, who had long prepared the ink and paper, after asking for the names, origins, and birth dates of Chen Ping'an's parents that he already knew, casually took a piece of yellow talisman paper from the table, paused briefly with his brush, and then wrote it all in one breath. Satisfied with his calligraphy, Lu Chen set down the brush, picked up the talisman, looked around, gently blew on the ink, and handed it to Chen Ping'an. All right, when you go home, stand in the courtyard and burn the yellow paper outside, and you can accumulate virtue for your ancestors. Receiving the yellow paper solemnly, Chen Ping'an bowed and thanked him. Thank you, Taoist. Lu Chen smiled and waved his hand, signaling that the young man could leave. Watching the young man's back, which was different from before and now filled with vitality, Lu Chen suddenly sighed. Not believing in fate? Isn't that just not seeking outward? What a notion of not seeking outward. Isn't it good to express wishes? Lu Chen pouted and sighed again. Master Yao, you guys are quite early. The Master Yao mentioned in Lu Chen's words was the one who helped Chen Ping'an when he was in dire straits, allowing him to become an apprentice at the official kiln as a porcelain maker. The skills Chen Ping'an had for gathering herbs in the mountains were also taught by this old man Yao, who only wished to be half a master to Chen Ping'an. Because of this, Chen Ping'an was able to get through that difficult period. However, the good show had just begun, and who would be the winner in the end was still unknown. Shaking his head, Lu Chen leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest. Holding the yellow paper, Chen Ping'an followed Lu Chen's instructions and burned it outside the courtyard door. Just as he finished this task, a child named Gu Can, still with 2 streams of mucus running from his nose, rushed to his house in a panic. Chen Ping'an, hurry, let me in. Chapter 14. This opportunity, you have to pay to exchange for it. Gukan was also a member of the Mud Bottle Alley in the small town. However, his father had become a ghost and could not return to the town. Thus, his mother became a widow, and the saying that a widow's door is full of troubles made this orphan and widow develop an unbeatable skill in arguing. Yet, Gukan was particularly close to Chen Ping'an from the bottom of his heart. The reason for this was that Chen Ping'an had always treated Gukan, who had also lost his father early on, like a younger brother. He would often save the best things for Gukan. For instance, the water dragon he fished out from the creek in a small town was an opportunity given to Gukan by Chen Ping'an. Of course, a young man carrying gold through the market might not be a good thing. Just like now, the opportunity Gu can receive from Chen Ping'an ultimately attracted a wicked guest, the true monarch Lu Jimao of the River Intercept. However, in Gukan's heart, Chen Ping'an had long held an important position, akin to that of his mother. This was also why, when he encountered trouble, Gukan's first choice was Chen Ping'an. In his eyes, Chen Ping'an, as an older brother, felt more like a father figure, always providing him with the sense of security he lacked. At this moment, Gukan hurriedly squeezed into Chen Ping'an's yard, and with a bang, he skillfully closed the courtyard door tightly and quickly secured the latch, then squatted down. After waiting for a while and sensing no movement behind him, Gukan looked back in confusion and saw Chen Ping'an still standing in place. Gukan immediately gestured wildly, urging Chen Ping'an to come over and squat down with him. Knowing the cause and effect, Chen Ping'an smiled, walked over, and patted Gukan's head, saying, "What are you panicking about? If the sky falls, I'll be there to hold it up for you." Hearing this, Gukan rolled his eyes and then carefully listened to the sounds in the alley before lowering his voice and saying, "Chen Ping'an, don't boast. With your build, you can most fight one a half-song Jisin, but out there that is a real immortal. I saw with my own eyes that the white bowl in his hand could continuously pour out water, and it kept pouring for a full hour without stopping. Isn't that creepy?" Chen Ping'an, already a third-level martial artist, casually replied. Creepy. Gukan, whose mind was completely elsewhere, didn't notice Chen Ping'an's expression and instead nodded in agreement. I think so too. What's even more critical is that when that old man passed by the entrance of our mud bottle alley, he seemed to stop. It looked like he even specifically glanced at me, which really scared Song Jisun's father. After saying this, Gu Kan, who had not heard any more sounds from the alley, finally patted his chest and turned around. Upon turning, he saw Chen Ping'an's face was very calm, seemingly unconcerned. This made Gu Kan frown. Could it be that Chen Ping'an thought he was just rambling as usual? Realizing this, Gu Kan immediately raised 3 fingers to the sky and said earnestly, "Chen Ping'an, what I said this time is all true. I didn't lie to you at all. I can swear to heaven, if I lied to you even a tiny bit, let Song Jisun have a bad ending." Upon hearing Gu Kan swear in the name of Song Jisun, Chen Ping'an could only smile helplessly. "I know you didn't lie to me, but why are you so panicked? It's just some tricks from the rivers and lakes. If you're scared, I can accompany you home, right?" Hearing this, Gu Kan's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he was waiting for. With someone accompanying him, he felt braver. "Really?" Chen Ping'an calmly nodded. "Of course it's true." After getting confirmation, Gu Kan suddenly stood up and then squatted back down, looking pained. "What's wrong? My legs are numb." Chen Ping'an shook his head and directly grabbed Gu Kan by the collar, lifting him as they walked towards Gu Kan's home. Since they both lived in Mud Bottle Alley, Gu Kan's house was naturally not far from Chen Ping'an's. After counting roughly, it was only about 100 steps away. As soon as Chen Ping'an pushed open the gate of Gu Kan's house, he saw an old man who looked quite ethereal sitting in Gu Kan's yard. Gu Kan's mother seemed to be chatting happily with this old man. Upon seeing the old man, Gu Kan's expression tightened, and he couldn't help but tug at Chen Ping'an's sleeve, seemingly hinting that this old man was the immortal. As for Lu Zhimao, who claimed to be a true monarch but was actually at the nascent soul stage, Chen Ping'an was not interested. After all, in this Li Zhu cave heaven, the higher the cultivation level, the greater the suppression one faced. Although Lu Zhimao was at the nascent soul stage, if it came down to a life-and-death struggle here, he might not be a match for Chen Ping'an, a third-level martial artist. They were now only a few steps apart. Within 7 steps, a martial artist against a Qi practitioner would naturally be swift and fierce. However, Lu Zhimao, who was unaware of Chen Ping'an's background, did not regard this mudleg as a threat. The Gu family had already revealed Chen Ping'an's background to him. He had no interest in such a defective product with a broken life root. If Chen Ping'an tried to block his way, he could easily make him die without anyone noticing. With a cold laugh, Lu Zhimao intentionally chose to show a little trick in front of this country bumpkin, retracting the white bowl into his pouch. Upon seeing the white bowl vanish into thin air, even Gu Kan, who usually had a lot of courage, was quite frightened by this trick. Yet Chen Ping'an's expression remained calm, showing no sign of change. This made Lu Zhimao regard this mudleg with a bit more respect. Although his roots were lacking, he did have some courage. Unfortunately, courage couldn't be eaten. This world values opportunities and talent. Lu Zhimao's gaze fell back on the trembling Gu Kan. This little fellow was the focus of his visit. "Little kid, do you know what's living in your family's water tank?" Gu Kan, who was shrinking behind Chen Ping'an, said with a sad face, "Just some fish, shrimp, crabs, loaches, and eels. If you like, you can take them all." Seeing her child being so generous, Gu Kan's mother immediately panicked. "Kan," hearing his mother's reprimand, Gu Kan immediately shrank his head and stopped talking. Fearing that Gu Kan might say something inappropriate, Gu Kan's mother suddenly looked at Chen Ping'an and gently reminded, "Ping'an." Chen Ping'an naturally understood the woman's intention to send him off. After all, in Gu Kan's family's water tank, there was still the water attribute dragon he had given to Gu Kan. However, Gu Kan had always said that it was something Chen Ping'an lent him to play with, and that when it grew up, it would be returned to Chen Ping'an. Therefore, Gu Kan's mother was afraid that Chen Ping'an would realize the value of the water attribute dragon and take Gu Kan's words seriously, reclaiming this incredible opportunity. Normally, Chen Ping'an would have just left. After all, this opportunity couldn't be retained by him. But today, he didn't want to miss out on the 2 bags of gold coins Lu Zhimao had, nor did he want to suffer a loss. Suffering is a blessing, because the person who coined this phrase never suffered losses. Chapter 15. How much are you offering? Seeing that Chen Ping'an did not move, Gu Kan's mother couldn't help but frown. Having grown up eating the food of many families, Chen Ping'an had received his share of disdain. Therefore, he had developed a keen sense of social cues early on, but why couldn't he understand her hint at this moment? The next events had nothing to do with Chen Ping'an. Why wasn't he leaving? Gu Kan's mother, feeling inexplicably angry, spoke again, her tone colder. Chen Ping'an, thank you for bringing Gu Kan back. Right now, I have important matters to discuss with this distant immortal teacher, so I can't keep you for dinner today. Hearing Gu Kan's mother once again trying to send him off, Chen Ping'an simply smiled and walked over to the water tank. Seeing Chen Ping'an's actions, Gu Kan's mother immediately tensed up. Could it be? Could it be that Chen Ping'an already knew the value of that item? Under Gu Kan's mother's nervous gaze, Chen Ping'an patted the edge of the tank and said calmly, the fish, shrimp, crabs, loaches, and eels in this tank can be taken freely by the immortal teacher. But that dragon, does the immortal teacher intend to buy it or take it by force? Upon hearing this, Gu Kan's mother felt as though struck by lightning, standing there in shock. But soon, after regaining her composure, she gritted her teeth and scolded. Chen Ping'an, that's Gu Kan's thing. What does it have to do with you? This matter is not for you to decide. Not for me. Are we going to reason this out? Chen Ping'an glanced at Gu Kan. Just as he was about to say something, Gu Kan suddenly mustered the courage to speak up. Mom, that thing really belongs to Chen Ping'an. Before Gu Kan could finish a sentence, Gu Kan's mother quickly stepped forward and slapped her son's face hard, her face filled with anger. Shut up. Do you have a say in this? Go back to your room. Covering one side of his face, Gu Kan opened his mouth but hesitated. But seeing his angry mother, he ultimately obediently went back inside. Just before entering, Gu Kan still turned back and said, Mom, that thing really belongs to Chen Ping'an. Seeing Gu Kan's mother raise her arm high again, ready to hit someone, Gu Kan immediately dashed into the house. Gu Kan's mother, with a gloomy expression, ultimately did not chase after him, but instead locked the door with a copper lock. Then she looked at Chen Ping'an with a difficult expression and said, Chen Ping'an, please. I'm begging you. Don't get involved in this matter, okay? You have no parents and can take care of yourself, but Gu Kan is different. His temperament means he can't become an apprentice or a kiln worker. You and Gu Kan have a good relationship, and you wouldn't want him to stay in Mud Bottle Alley for the rest of his life, becoming a useless person, would you? I'm begging you. After saying this, Gu Kan's mother knelt down with a thud, clearly trying to use morality to bind Chen Ping'an. However, the tactic that had worked so well in the past was not very effective now. With tears in her eyes, Gu Kan's mother looked at Chen Ping'an, who remained unmoved, and her heart sank. Although she didn't know what was wrong with the usually kind Chen Ping'an today, she was already convinced that he would not back down. Then her crocodile tears were meaningless. With a cold snort, Gu Shi wiped away her tears, stood up from the ground, and said fiercely, Chen Ping'an, if you delay Canner today, she will never forgive you for the rest of her life. Not only that, even if I go to the Yellow Springs, I will tell your parents about this matter today. Let them see that they raised a good son. Hearing Gu Shi's threat, Chen Ping'an suddenly acted, grabbing Gu Shi's hair and pressing her into the water tank. Looking at Gu Shi, who was struggling in the tank, Chen Ping'an's eyes were extremely cold. First, this opportunity does not belong to you, Gu Shi. It is a gift I gave to Gu Kan. Gu Kan is still too young to make decisions, so naturally I, as her older brother, will make the decisions. Second, I really dislike being threatened. If you really want to go to the Yellow Springs, I can send you on your way. Although Gu Shi in the tank couldn't hear the external sounds clearly, she caught every word Chen Ping'an said. Feeling the cold, killing intent emanating from Chen Ping'an, Gu Shi hastily shook her head in the water. She was just pretending to be tough. She wasn't really foolish enough to want to die. Reasoning successful, a small portion of heavenly gifts has arrived. Hearing the profound sound of the Heart Lake Avenue, Chen Ping'an finally pulled up the barely breathing Gu Shi. Looking at the extremely disheveled Gu Shi, there was not a trace of pity in Chen Ping'an's eyes. Get away. If you dare to interrupt again, there won't be a next time. The wet-haired Gu Shi trembled all over and shrank to the side, not daring to make a sound. As for what she thought in her heart, Chen Ping'an couldn't care less. If she dared to cause trouble again, he would just beat her up again. Using force to subdue people is not just talk. Lu Jimao, who had been watching the farce in the courtyard, suddenly clapped his hands and said, Good, good, good. I didn't expect you to be a pure warrior. What realm have you entered now? Chen Ping'an smiled and replied calmly, I'm just a little talent. Currently at the second realm of Wood Embryo. What embryo? Lu Jima's eyes flashed with brilliance. Did this kid really think he was a fool? Although he was limited in techniques in this small town, his vision was not suppressed. When this kid made his move, his blood energy was clearly in a unified state, which meant he had entered the Mercury realm, and a martial artist at the third realm would not face any restrictions in this Liju town. Things seemed to have become a bit tricky. Lu Jima calculated quickly in his mind, and then put on a hypocritical smile. Snatching, I definitely can't snatch it. If buying, I have to see if the price is appropriate. Chen Ping'an nodded. That makes sense. Just so happens I just completed 2 transactions for your reference. The Earth Attribute Flood Dragon was sold to the Greatly Royal Family for 10 bags of gold essence copper coins. The Metal Attribute Flood Dragon was sold to the Great Sway Royal Family for 10 bags of gold essence copper coins. I wonder what price you would offer for this Water Attribute Flood Dragon. 10 bags of gold essence copper coins? Lu Jima's pupils suddenly dilated. Putting aside the truth of it, his book's simplified lake was not as wealthy as the Great Li or the Great Sway, which could easily produce 10 bags of gold essence copper coins. Right now, the 2 bags of gold essence copper coins he had on him were all his savings. If it weren't for the chance to gain some opportunity and go back to establish a sect, he absolutely wouldn't invest such a large sum. However, even if the Great Li and Great Sway could take out 10 bags of gold essence copper coins, they could only carry 2 bags into this Liju cave heaven. In other words, the Great Li and Great Sway were buying opportunities from this young man on credit. Since that's the case, why shouldn't Lu Jima do the same? Once they traded words, he would first deceive this opportunity and then talk about repayment later. As for the debt, haha, this third realm martial artist can come to Book's Simplified Lake to ask him for it. Chapter 16. Are you a true lord? Take a punch from me first. After a moment of thought, Lu Jima laughed heartily. You kid are quite slippery, full of untruths in your words. If you really traded with those from the Great Li and Great Sway, you should know we can only carry at most 2 bags of gold essence copper coins. Where do you get 10 bags of gold essence copper coins? Chen Ping'an smiled and took out 3 bags, deliberately revealing a small opening, allowing the spring welcoming money. Raising money and victory money inside to flash by. Why would I deceive you? This is the deposit they paid. I believe the Great Li and Great Sway wouldn't go back on their word. If you don't believe me, you can go to Falu Street and ask that Great Sway prince, and you'll know the truth. Hearing Chen Ping'an's words, the one most surprised was actually the drenched Gu Shi. She really didn't expect this boy from Mud Bottle Alley, the lowest tier, to have truly turned his fortunes around. How is this possible? Back in the day, this boy needed to knock on doors just to get a meal. Now, he actually has so much celestial money. Did she really make a mistake just now? Gu Shi, who hesitated slightly in her heart, quickly shook her head. She did nothing wrong. She just wanted to live a better life. What's wrong with that? It was Chen Ping'an who disregarded the kindness of the past and forcibly intervened in the opportunity that belonged to Canner. That was the real mistake. Thinking of this, Gu Shi couldn't help but reveal a trace of hatred in her eyes. Seeing the gold essence copper coins in Chen Ping'an's hand, Lu Jima finally confirmed that this kid was not lying. As for why Chen Ping'an could obtain so many opportunities, Lu Jima quickly calculated in his mind and had a rough understanding. Although Chen Ping'an, whose life tiles had shattered, was a useless person without the protection of ancestral blessings. It was precisely because of this that the empty-handed Chen Ping'an became a bait, attracting various opportunities to come close. However, these opportunities would mostly benefit those around Chen Ping'an, while Chen Ping'an himself would end up with nothing. It was just that this kid had a bit of cleverness, knowing he couldn't hold onto opportunities. So he sold them all for gold essence copper coins that he could grasp. But what use is there in having these gold essence copper coins? Martial artists don't need to rely on external objects for cultivation. And as for chi practitioners, a boy with a shattered life tile, what qualifications does he have to be a chi practitioner? In the end, it was just a fantasy, with a mocking smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. Lu Jima, while sitting, gave the impression of looking down on the young man before him like a divine being from the heavens. 10 bags of gold essence copper coins? Haha, old man can also give that. Saying this, Lu Jima flicked his fingers, and the 2 bags of gold essence copper coins in his arms shot towards Chen Ping'an like arrows. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, indicating the heaviness of the impact. However, Chen Ping'an, who was hit, did not retreat at all. His face remained calm, showing no signs of being injured. Seeing this, Lu Zhima, sitting in the courtyard, raised an eyebrow. He knew that in this Liju cave heaven, although it was stipulated that techniques could not be used as a Yuan-Ing realm cultivator, the restrictions on him were obviously not as great as those on other powerful beings. Therefore, as long as he was willing to consume a bit of lifespan, he could still use some means. After all, a bit of lifespan was nothing to a Qi practitioner whose lifespan could span thousands of years. Thus, his previous strike was intentional, meant to teach this kid, who was ruining his good fortune, a lesson, according to Lu Zhima's expectations. Even if this kid was a third-realm martial artist, he would most likely cough up blood after taking this hit. However, he never expected this kid, who clearly hadn't reached the peak of the Mercury realm, could withstand his blow. It seems this kid's martial arts foundation is quite solid. And withstanding the 2 bags of gold essence copper coins with his physique, Chen Ping'an, like nothing had happened, calmly said, "Thank you, Immortal Master. But if I counted correctly, there are only 2 bags of gold essence copper coins here. This is far from enough." "Too little?" Lu Zhima said, angrily laughing. "This is the deposit. How come the Great Li and Great Sui can buy on credit, but I can't? Do you know who I am?" Chen Ping'an smiled faintly and pretended not to know as he spoke. "I have heard of the Great Li and the Great Sui, and I know where their capitals are. But, Immortal Master, I truly do not know you." Lu Zhima snorted coldly, stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and slightly raised his chin, saying, "A frog at the bottom of a well naturally does not know the vastness of the world. Listen well, I, Lu Zhima, am a true sage. Just a half step forward, and I am the founder of a sect. This weight may not be as great as that of the Great Li or the Great Sui, but is not far off. As for those 8 bags of gold coins, you can come to the book slip lake to find me in the future. I'm also a person of some standing on the mountain. How could I care about these mere 8 bags of gold coins?" Upon hearing Lu Zhima's introduction, Chen Ping'an, who knew that going to the book slip lake to collect debts would likely lead to his demise, feigned an enlightened expression and then clasped his hands in salute, saying, "So it turns out that Immortal Master is a true sage. My apologies. However, words are not enough. I must see your true skills." As soon as the word skills fell, Lu Zhima saw the boy's figure suddenly disappear before him. When the startled Lu Zhima looked again, the boy was already at his side. Good courage. How dare he throw a punch at him? Did he really think that his title of true sage was just picked up? This was something recognized by friends in the Tao. Furious, Lu Zhima immediately began to form a spell with his fingers, intending to use his lifespan to show that boy a thing or two. However, before he could channel his true energy, he heard the boy's voice ringing in his ear. "Lu Zhenjuan, your movements are a bit slow." A chill instantly rose from Lu Zhima's tailbone. Soon after, he felt a sharp pain in his temple, and his vision tilted. He had actually been knocked away by that boy's punch. Bang! Beside him, Gusher gasped in shock as she saw the Immortal Master being knocked out by Chen Ping'an's punch. When did this Chen Ping'an become so formidable? With disbelief written all over her face, she wanted to help the Immortal Master, but was afraid of making things worse, leaving her frozen in place. Unsure of what to do, Lu Zhima, who had extricated himself from the wall, was now disheveled, with none of the earlier celestial demeanor left. His eyes darkened, and his anger was evident. "Good, very good. You have already taken." Before Lu Zhima could finish his words, Chen Ping'an clapped his hands and smiled. "Lu Zhenjuan is indeed a true sage, with this ability to take a hit. I believe you must have put in quite a bit of effort during your 5th realm. Now I believe Lu Zhenjuan's title of true sage is well-deserved. My apologies for any offense." Lu Zhima, who had originally been prepared to disregard hundreds of years of lifespan to kill Chen Ping'an on the spot, hesitated upon hearing this. So it turned out the other party was just testing his strength? But why did it sound so unsettling? Moreover, that punch really did hurt. Chapter 17. Do you think you can teach me? For a moment, Lu Zhima, who was unsure whether to turn hostile on the spot, found his hand, which was forming the spell, in a difficult position. He couldn't retract it or continue. A dignified Yuan-Ing realm earth Immortal had actually been knocked away by a third realm martial artist? If this got out, where would he put the face of the river crossing true sage? As his thoughts raced, Lu Jima even entertained the idea of silencing all witnesses. However, this boy's foundation was so heavy that it was simply astonishing. Previously, by the Dragon Lockwell, he had made an exception to use his ancestral secret technique to weigh the boy's bones. The result was that he couldn't even lift the boy. If he could receive careful training from him, then this boy would surely be a great asset for him to dominate the Bookslip Lake in the future. Because of this, he had developed the intention to accept him as a disciple and had come to this dilapidated mud bottle alley, coincidentally learning about the opportunity in the big vat from Gushur. Moreover, looking at Gushur's still charming appearance, having her serve as a third-class maid to assist the guest scholars on the island would also be appropriate. As he pondered, Lu Jima's murderous intent faded a little. Seeing the uncertain expression on Lu Jima's face, Chen Ping'an, who had intentionally found a reason to punch Lu Jima, continued, "Now, this water attribute Jiaolong is temporarily yours, Jinjuan. I take my leave. When we gather at the Bookslip Lake another day, we can drink and chat again. By the way, Guken is my younger brother. I hope you will take care of him in the future." Upon hearing this, Lu Jima completely lost his murderous intent. Indeed, he had no need to expend his lifespan to kill someone here. After all, as long as that boy covets those 8 bags of gold coins that were impossible to obtain, he would come to the Bookslip Lake to find him. And at the Bookslip Lake, he could easily kill this third realm martial artist with one hand. Why rush at this moment? As for taking care of Gu Kan, my disciple, why would I need a young brat like you to give me pointers? Watching the boy's departing figure, Lu Jima looked at him as if he were a dead man. It was only at this moment that the timid Gu Shur cautiously opened her mouth to ask, "Immortal Master, are we still bound by our previous agreement?" Hearing Gu Shur's words, Lu Jima turned back, straightened his posture, and put his stiff fingers behind his back, restoring his previous nonchalant demeanor. "Would I be the kind of person who does not keep my promises? Your words make it sound like I often break my word." Under Lu Jima's imposing presence, Gu Shur trembled all over and immediately knelt on the ground, hurriedly saying, No, Immortal Master, you misunderstood me. I really didn't mean that. It's just that Chen Ping'an." Upon mentioning the name of the boy who had previously made him suffer, Lu Jima couldn't help but snort coldly and then said viciously, "Do you think he offended me and can still have a good outcome? Gold coins are nice, but you need to have your life to spend them." Then, Lu Jima continuously rubbed his thumb and forefinger at his sleeve and quietly planted a wicked thought on another outsider who had arrived in Mud Bottle Alley. Holding 2 bags of gold coins as he walked through Mud Bottle Alley, Chen Ping'an was well aware that he still lacked the strength to completely kill Lu Jima. After all, Lu Jima was a Yuaning cultivator. If he disregarded the backlash from the Li Zhu Cave Heavens Dao, he could easily suppress Chen Ping'an with one hand. Therefore, being able to trick Lu Jima into giving him 2 bags of genuine gold coins was already a great profit. As for preventing Gu Kan from becoming Lu Jima's disciple, there was really no way to do that. Moreover, Gu Kan becoming Lu Jima's disciple might not necessarily be a misfortune. After all, without going to the Bookslip Lake, Gu Kan would also find it difficult to become the disciple of the city, Lord of Baidi City, in the future. Just as Chen Ping'an was playing with the gold coins in his hands, the door of the courtyard next door suddenly opened, and a man and a woman walked out with smiles on their faces. From the expressions on their faces, it was clear they had gained a lot from Song Jisun. Although Chen Ping'an had never met these 2 people, he was well aware of their backgrounds. The young man wearing a tall crown was the young master of the Old Dragon City, one of the top sects in the southernmost part of the Great Li, Funanhua. The girl, whose skin looked as tender as a young girl, and who had phoenix eyes and a delicate chin, was Kai Jinjian, the best qualified fairy of a younger generation from Yunxia Mountain. Naturally, the 2 noticed Chen Ping'an, who was holding 2 bags of gold coins. For some reason, as soon as Kai Jinjian saw this boy, she felt a sense of disgust, as if she could not stand to see this mud-legged person suddenly become rich. Somewhat irritated, Kai Jinjian glanced at the silent Fu Nanhua beside her. Earlier, this young master had secretly hinted to her about the methods for seeking treasure in this place. He said that if someone made her feel cold, she must take the initiative to retreat because there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers in this place. And it was unfathomable. If someone made her feel disgusted, then that person would be an obstacle in this treasure hunt in the small town. Now, such a person had appeared before her, although they had never interacted. Since this boy was blocking her path, she could not blame her for taking the initiative. A surge of murderous intent suddenly welled up within Cai Jinjian. Just as she was about to make a move, she heard Fu Nanhua, who seemed to sense something, sternly shout, "Cai Jinjian, don't make a move." The commotion in the alley immediately caught the attention of Song Jisun in the courtyard. Climbing up the mud wall, Song Jisun saw Chen Ping'an in conflict with the two outsiders, and a flicker of delight flashed in his eyes. He quietly clenched the carved dragon green pendant given to him by Fu Nanhua. While he was able to engage in lively conversations and gain much, Chen Ping'an could only be inexplicably hated by others. This sense of superiority derived from Chen Ping'an's tragic experiences was certainly not something he would share with outsiders. In the alley, it seemed that Cai Jinjian did not hear Fu Nanhua's warning, and she directly stepped in front of Chen Ping'an. Then, she rapidly pointed her delicate, jade-like finger at the center of the straw-shoe boy's brow. This technique was a form of martial arts manipulation known as pointing. However, this pointing could be divided into two categories, one that allows for a natural awakening and one that forces it. The former occurs smoothly and naturally, while the latter is malicious. If the timing is not right and one forces an awakening, it will lead to pain akin to that suffered by Wu Jiaoxi in the Lizhu cave heaven when he forcibly operated his martial energy. Wu Jiaoxi was a 9th-level martial artist and could withstand such damage due to his lifespan. However, if an ordinary person with only 100 years of life were to receive such manipulation, they would only become short-lived, passing away in their 30s or 40s. Now, Cai Jinjian's method was, of course, the latter, since killing was not an option in the Lizhu cave heaven. She would not kill, but rather use insidious means to shorten someone's life. After all, who told this suddenly wealthy mud-legged boy to make her feel displeased? With a cold gaze, Cai Jinjian revealed a hint of mockery at the corners of her mouth. "Blame it on your good fortune, kid." In Chapter 18, she was a fairy. She was still being dealt with like a fairy. However, what Cai Jinjian did not expect was that her finger would actually hit a copper plate. A physical copper plate, because that boy holding 2 bags of gold coins had somehow placed a talisman coin in front of his brow. Cai Jinjian's pupils trembled instantly. How fast was that? She hadn't even seen the boy's movement clearly. This boy, wearing tattered straw shoes, was actually a hidden martial artist? A glint of wariness flashed in Cai Jinjian's eyes, and just as she was about to say something with a charming smile, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. The boy had punched her in the dantian. Unable to help but bend over, Cai Jinjian struggled to lift her head and finally met the boy's gaze. This sight shocked her even more, because in the boy's eyes, there was a depth akin to an ancient well, and she could vaguely see a fierce dragon swimming at the bottom of the well. What on earth was this boy? Before Cai Jinjian could catch her breath, the boy grabbed her hair and forced her exquisite face into the muddy ground, then said indifferently, "You thought you could manipulate me without permission. Don't you think you were wrong? Manipulate?" He recognized this as a martial arts technique. He knew she was trying to harm him. Cai Jinjian was once again startled in her heart, and before she could say anything, she saw the boy lift her by her long hair and then slam her down hard. "I said, do you realize your mistake?" It wasn't until he heard this that Fu Nanhua, standing frozen in place, confirmed that what he was witnessing was not an illusion, but a real event. This fairy, Cai Jinjian, from Yunxia Mountain, was now being pressed into the filthy mud like she had fallen from grace. What was happening in this world? There were no dazzling treasures clashing, nor any earth-shattering feats of the immortals. The one hailed as the most promising talent of Yunxia Mountain was being subdued by a lowly country bumpkin. He initially wanted to stop Cai Jinjian from killing here to avoid being expelled from the town and becoming a laughingstock on the mountain. Little did he expect that Cai Jinjian wouldn't even touch the boy before being easily subdued. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Fu Nanhua would never have believed this absurd fact. Yet this outrageous event happened right before him. It was a blatant humiliation. This humiliation was not only directed at Cai Jinjian, but also at him. who had formed a temporary alliance with her. With anger on his face, Fu Nanhua shouted, "Stop it!" Hearing the shout, the boy indifferently looked up, but his actions grew increasingly forceful. Fu Nanhua could even clearly see the blood trickling down Kai Jinjian's forehead. "What? Do you also think it was right for her to forcefully manipulate me?" Just as Fu Nanhua was about to argue, he suddenly realized this was a great opportunity to rid himself of Kai Jinjian. Having traveled with Kai Jinjian all this way had made him develop feelings for her, which was not a good thing for him as the young master of the old dragon city. On the contrary, it would hinder his path. He knew that his position as the young master of Old Dragon City was not secure. If he wanted to smoothly take control of Old Dragon City in the future, then a marriage alliance was a crucial bargaining chip. As a second-rate power, Yunxia Mountain was not worthy of a marriage alliance with Old Dragon City. So why not let Kai Jinjian die right here, without dirtying his hands? Furthermore, after Kai Jinjian's death, he could even take the 2 bags of gold coins from her. If he were to search carefully, he might even find a couple of secret treasures from Yunxia Mountain. Then he could use this as an excuse to directly kill that boy to avenge Kai Jinjian, thus claiming the gold coins in the boy's possession as well. It was simply a 4-fold gain. Wasn't that better than letting Kai Jinjian live? The premise of receiving a reward for collecting a body is that there must be a body to collect. Having made a decision in an instant, Fu Nanhua immediately put on a show of exerting pressure on the boy, but in reality, he didn't use any real force. Seeing Fu Nanhua's actions, Chen Ping'an, who understood his intentions clearly, scoffed and then slammed Kai Jinjian's mud-smeared head down again. Meanwhile, Song Jisun, standing on the mud wall, couldn't help but touch his own neck upon witnessing Chen Ping'an's fierce actions. The scenes before him reminded him of those unpleasant memories. Not long ago, and even further back, it seemed he had also been taught a lesson by this argumentative Chen Ping'an. This Chen Ping'an was truly audacious. It should be noted that the previous exchanges had made Song Jisun understand what it meant to have heavens beyond heaven and people beyond people. The tales of Old Dragon City, Yunxia Mountain, Qi cultivators, and sword cultivators, which were mundane in the mouths of outsiders, appear to him as an entirely different vast world. Yet, Chen Ping'an, who was also gazing at the sky from the bottom of a well like him, dared to punch these important figures from the outside world, which genuinely transformed Song Jisun's worldview drastically. These outsiders now seemed no different from the people in the small town. This fairy, who had just been high and mighty, could also feel pain, bleed, and plead for mercy. "Stop! I was wrong, don't hit me." Successful reasoning. A small gift from the heavens has descended. Finally hearing Kai Jinjian's submissive voice, Chen Ping'an tightened his grip on her hair and lifted her head. At that moment, Kai Jinjian's face was covered in mud, no longer resembling an otherworldly fairy. "Huh, just an apology without compensation? Is that how you apologize?" After saying this, Chen Ping'an exerted force with his palm and pressed the once proud Kai Jinjian back into the mud she looked down upon. Kai Jinjian, with mud and water filling her mouth and nose, felt a bitterness in her heart. Now she understood what it meant to have hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the small town. This seemingly ordinary boy from a shabby alley actually possessed the strength to beat her. Why did she provoke someone like this? In a daze, sensing death approaching, Kai Jinjian finally realized that in the face of death, nothing else mattered. Being lifted again, Kai Jinjian gasped for breath, urgent and greedy. Feeling the power surge behind her head again, she shouted immediately, I'll pay. Whatever you want, I will give it to you. Please stop hitting me." The reasoning succeeded, and a small gift from the heavens has arrived. Chen Ping'an, having received 2 strands of innate true energy from a martial artist, was not careless. He was able to easily subdue Kai Jinjian, primarily due to his own martial physique, which had reached the 3rd realm, and secondly, by taking advantage of Kai Jinjian's underestimation. After all, if a Qi practitioner allowed a martial artist to close within 7 steps, the martial artist would have the advantage. However, if the distance was widened and the Qi practitioner had enough time to cast spells, the situation would reverse. Therefore, Chen Ping'an understood clearly that he could not allow Kai Jinjian to catch her breath. He needed to strike fear into her with a single blow. Crack! The sound of 4 bones breaking echoed out. After breaking Kai Jinjian's limbs, Chen Ping'an squatted down in front of the pale-faced Kai Jinjian, calmly looking into her terrified eyes, and said, "All right, now take everything you have on you. Oh, I forgot, you can't move your hands, so I'll do it myself." Chapter 19. Do you really think Qi practitioners are made of paper? Seeing Chen Ping'an's actions, the most dissatisfied was Su Nanhua. They had to be cautious in the small town as they needed to consider the local sage as authority, so they could not randomly kill people. However, the local residents had fewer restrictions. Thus, if Chen Ping'an killed Kai Jinjian, he could then logically eliminate Chen Ping'an and take everything for himself. But this country bumpkin deliberately left Kai Jinjian a breath, only taking her belongings. This made it difficult for Su Nanhua to take advantage of the situation. What infuriated him even more was that, despite having mutual feelings along the way, he hadn't even touched Kai Jinjian's hand. Now, that fallen Kai Jinjian was being picked clean by this country bumpkin. Watching the scene before him, Su Nanhua, who stood still, felt his gaze grow colder. Did this country bumpkin really think his actions were clever? Just a fool. Being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to oneself. This country bumpkin was already thoroughly offending the high and mighty fairy Kai. If he didn't kill Kai Jinjian now, would Yuxia Mountain let him off in the future? Not to mention, this country bumpkin had even offended him, the future young master of the old dragon city. Once they left this small town, this country bumpkin would probably have no days left to live. Meanwhile, Chen Ping'an, who had pulled out 2 bags of gold and copper coins and a protective jade pendant from Kai Jinjian's warm embrace, looked up at this moment. Seeing Su Nanhua's eyes filled with hidden killing intent, Chen Ping'an simply stood up calmly and said seriously, "You still haven't answered me. Do you also think it was right for her to forcefully open my meridians?" Hearing the question, Su Nanhua furrowed his brows. Had this country bumpkin been in the countryside for too long that his brain had become dull? He had clearly gained an advantage, and this matter could have ended right here. As for future matters, they could be discussed after the Liju cave heaven was shattered. Yet, this country bumpkin had the audacity to question him seriously. What was his identity, and what was this country bumpkin's identity? Once was not enough. He wanted a second time, right? Did he really think of him as a soft-shelled shrimp, like Kai Jinjian? What a joke. Although Qi practitioners are not as focused on body refinement as martial artists. During the 5 realms of copper skin, grass roots, willow tendons, bone Qi, and furnace building, they also draw upon the world's vitality to temper the human body as flesh, tendons, and blood. This process, known as the lower 5 realms of cultivation, results in different physiques depending on the methods and materials used by different people. As one of the most outstanding candidates from the old dragon city, Su Nanhua's cultivation in the lower 5 realms was exceptionally solid, far surpassing others at the same level. It is no exaggeration to say that his physique, nurtured by heavenly materials and earthly treasures, was not inferior even to a 4th realm martial artist. What qualifications did this mere 3rd realm martial artist youth have to question him? Looking down at Chen Ping'an, Su Nanhua sneered coldly and answered off topic. All right. I may not have had time to save Fairy Kai and stop your attack, but since I saw it, I cannot do nothing. Otherwise, if this news spreads, outsiders will think that Old Dragon City disregards the lives of its allies and lacks righteousness. His words were merely a pretext for his impending actions. After all, he knew that the sage stationed here was always watching over these outsiders. The reason he hadn't intervened was purely because they hadn't crossed the bottom line of this Qi saint. Therefore, before taking action, Su Nanhua had to first occupy the moral high ground, acting on behalf of his ally, Kai Jinjian. To teach that youth a lesson instead of killing him was quite reasonable. After finishing his grandiose speech, Su Nanhua leisurely rolled up his sleeves. To be honest, your decisive actions and sudden burst of power just now have made me see you in a new light. Before coming here, I had no idea that there was such a talented youth in martial arts in this small town. Logically, someone like you should have been chosen by the great Li to join their ranks long ago. If you were lucky, you might even have caught the eye of some big shot and become their direct disciple, making a name for yourself in this Baoping continent in the future. At this point, Su Nanhua lowered his hands and stepped forward with his right foot. Unfortunately, having offended both Yuxia Mountain and Old Dragon City, You probably won't have the chance to see the scenery on the mountain in this lifetime. As he finished speaking, Su Nanhua stomped his right foot heavily, propelling himself towards Chen Ping'an like a released arrow. He wanted to make this country bumpkin understand that not all Qi practitioners were weaklings. Bang! A figure was sent flying. It was Su Nanhua, moving as quickly on his way out as he had on his way in. In midair, Su Nanhua wore a look of bewilderment. Why was the force unleashed by his opponent during their collision even stronger than that of the fourth realm martial artist he had encountered? But clearly, this youth didn't even have a heroic soul. He was just a solid mercury mirror. He didn't understand. He really didn't understand. As thoughts flashed by, Su Nanhua, who also fell into the mud of the Ni Ping Alley, looked up and met the sympathetic gaze of Song Jisun. What did that gaze mean? Did the young master of Old Dragon City need someone's pity? Furious, Su Nanhua was about to disregard the town's rules and forcibly use his lifespan to drive his techniques. But before he could act, he saw that youth also push off the ground, chasing after him at a speed even faster than Su Nanhua's. Su Nanhua was startled, then suddenly felt a pain in his dantian. The vital energy that had just barely emerged from his acupoints instantly collapsed. At that moment, Su Nanhua finally understood why Kai Jinjian had not been able to resist under that youth's fists. The pain in his dantian made it impossible for him, who had grown up in luxury, to concentrate, let alone use his techniques. Having learned from Kai Jinjian's experience, Su Nanhua was about to beg for mercy. But before he could speak, he saw that youth skillfully grab his arm and then stomp down with his foot. Crack! The same sound of bones breaking echoed again, the same four limbs completely broken. This youth was so adept at doing such things, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Su Nanhua instinctively curled his body, but accidentally buried his face in the mud. Cough, cough. In pain, Su Nanhua raised his head and coincidentally locked eyes with Kai Jinjian, who was in the same predicament. Now, his miserable state was identical to the look in Kai Jinjian's eyes. And that youth's cold voice was raising his foot to stomp this noble young master of Old Dragon City back into the mud once more. If the people on the mountain were as arrogant as you, viewing the lives of those below the mountain as mere grass, then the scenery on the mountain wouldn't be anything good either. Now, do you really think that the Kai fairy you mentioned is strong enough to enlighten me? Chapter 20. Do you really dare to kill? Half of Fu Nanhua's face was buried in the mud, having never experienced such humiliation. When Kai Jinjian suffered earlier, he couldn't empathize. But when it came to him, he felt like his lungs were about to explode with anger. If it weren't for being in the Lihua cave, if they had encountered each other outside the town, he would have easily suppressed this arrogant country bumpkin. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. He would rather die than admit his mistake. If such a humiliating event were to spread, his hopes of becoming the Lord of Longcheng would be dashed. Without that position, he would eventually be killed by his brothers. Rather than that, he might as well gamble that this country bumpkin wouldn't dare to kill him. So, faced with Chen Ping'an's question, Fu Nanhua gritted his teeth and remained silent, knowing that Fu Nanhua was completely different from Kai Jinjian in character. Chen Ping'an didn't expect to make Fu Nanhua yield here. After all, for Fu Nanhua, who aspired to be the Lord of Longcheng, yielding in front of everyone was a dead end, so it was better to take a gamble. Unfortunately, he gambled wrong. With killing intent bursting from his eyes, Chen Ping'an exerted force with his calf, wanting to directly crush Fu Nanhua's head. After all, he had already offended Longcheng. It would be better to offend them more thoroughly. Realizing that this boy truly had the intent to kill, Fu Nanhua, somehow finding the strength, lifted his head from beneath Chen Ping'an's foot and shouted fiercely, "If you kill me, you will surely be doomed." Chen Ping'an applied more force, pushing Fu Nanhua back into the mud. "If I don't kill you, will there be a way out for me? You won't listen to reason, so I can only send you on your way." Fu Nanhua, who never thought he was in the wrong, shouted angrily, "Do you dare?" Chen Ping'an smiled slightly and calmly replied, "What do I have to fear?" Crack! With a stomp, Fu Nanhua's skull shattered, and yellow and white fluids spilled everywhere. In the spring breeze that blew through Mud Bottle Alley, a sigh could be faintly heard. Seeing Fu Nanhua dead, Kai Jinjian was utterly devastated. To be honest, she had thought just moments ago that this boy was merely talking big and would never actually kill them. At most, they would just suffer a bit. However, being spoiled and pampered, she truly couldn't endure this torment, which was why she cried out for mercy. What she never expected was that this alley boy actually dared to kill in the street. Did he really not take Longcheng seriously? Longcheng, as one of the top sects in the southern part of Bay of Pingzhou, was indeed more powerful than her Yunxiao mountain. Although the Fu family of Longcheng had more than one young master, being killed by an outsider, let alone a mere alley boy, was a matter of face. In other words, if this news were spread, Longcheng would surely have a vendetta against this boy. Fu Nanhua was not lying about this. The boy was doomed. When Kai Jinjian raised her head again, she saw the boy's cold gaze looking at her, and she immediately shook her head in fear. I won't say anything, really. I promise I won't say anything. Regarding Kai Jinjian's assurance, Chen Ping'an said nothing. He simply squatted down, took a bag of gold coins, an inconspicuous little pot, and a white jade belt from Fu Nanhua's arms. This white jade belt, like the jade pendant he had just searched from Kai Jinjian, was a protective item. The jade pendant contained a soul-protecting spell left by the ancestor of Yunxiao Mountain, which could temporarily protect the wearer's 3 souls and 6 spirits. The white jade belt contained the remnants of a spirit from a land dragon, which could be used for offense. Both were considered decent acquired spiritual artifacts. In this world, items could generally be divided into crafted tools, heavy tools, spiritual tools, magical artifacts, and celestial weapons. Only from spiritual tools onward could they be considered true treasures. More importantly, both items came from outside the town, and Chen Ping'an could hold them without them being too hot to handle. The only item belonging to the town was the heart-nurturing pot, which was signed by the mountain demon. If this pot were placed outside Lihua Cave, it would naturally be worth more than just a bag of gold coins. This heart-nurturing pot was a highly ranked magical artifact, most suitable for Earth immortals to cultivate their Tao heart and nourish their Qi. Additionally, this pot had a hidden space, making it capable of storing many items. Of course, with Fu Nanhua dead, only Chen Ping'an knew its origins here. For such an opportunity that was unattainable, Chen Ping'an was not attached to it. He directly stuffed it into Kai Jinjian's arms and then patted her, smiling. Kai Fairy, this heart-nurturing pot is for you. Oh, by the way, besides being a highly ranked magical artifact, it's also a spatial item. I'm sure you know how many bags of gold coins it would take to acquire this, right? Upon hearing this, Kai Jinjian was not angry, but rather delighted. Not only had she gained a not insignificant opportunity for free, but also because Chen Ping'an wanted to trade with her, it meant her life was saved. Now, with not a single coin on her, she definitely couldn't offer the price Chen Ping'an wanted. Therefore, Chen Ping'an would definitely let her return to Yunxiao Mountain alive, so she might be able to afford the price of this heart-nurturing pot. Moreover, since this item was taken from Fu Nanhua, in a sense, Kai Jinjian had also picked up Fu Nanhua's corpse, thus becoming an accomplice of Chen Ping'an. Since they were in the same position, she would naturally live. Kai Jinjian let out a sigh of relief, immediately steeling her resolve to offer a high price. Young master, I truly cannot produce the price matching this heart-nurturing pot right now. But after this incident, I have felt a breakthrough coming. As long as you let me return to Yunxiao Mountain, I can prove my worth to the sect, and in return gain at least 10 bags of gold coins. I'm willing to give all 10 bags of gold coins to you. After pausing, fearing that Chen Ping'an might change his mind, she immediately added, if you don't believe me, I will swear an oath right now that I will absolutely not trouble you because of today's events. Chen Ping'an was quite satisfied with Kai Jinjian's newfound understanding. All right, then please swear, Kai Fairy. Later, I will carry you to that Yang family shop for treatment. As for the consultation fee, understanding what he meant, Kai Jinjian immediately replied, I will pay. I will pay. After completing all this, Chen Ping'an finally raised his gaze to the still present Song Jisun. At this moment, Song Jisun's face was filled with regret. Although he didn't know how Chen Ping'an had discovered the origins of the heart-nurturing pot, just moments ago, this heart-nurturing pot clearly still belonged to him. It was only exchanged by Fu Nanhua for an old Longcheng rain-bringing jade pendant and a bag of gold coins. But unexpectedly, the value of this item was far beyond that. Now it allowed that bastard Chen Ping'an to pick up a bargain. How infuriating! Chapter 21. The true opportunity belonging to Chen Ping'an. Missing out on the opportunity of the heart-nurturing pot, Song Jisun originally wanted to glare back. But seeing the still fresh bloodstains on Chen Ping'an's face, he immediately recalled the uncomfortable scene from just now. His stomach churned, and his face turned pale. Yet he gritted his teeth, unwilling to show weakness in front of Chen Ping'an. It was just killing someone. What was so great about it? If given the chance, he wouldn't mind killing Chen Ping'an himself. But thinking of the scene of the brain splattering, Song Jisun's heart wavered. If there really was an opportunity in the future, perhaps it would be better to just give Chen Ping'an a beating? Just as Song Jisun was lost in thought, he was suddenly hit by a gust of foul wind. When he looked closely, he found that Chen Ping'an was already in front of him. Just moments ago, they had been far apart. But now Song Jisun could only try to muster up courage to face Chen Ping'an. When Chen Ping'an approached, especially with the smell of blood in the air, Song Jisun finally couldn't hold on any longer and instinctively took a step back. However, he forgot that he was on the mud wall, and that step backward caused him to step in an empty air. With a startled cry, Song Jisun fell ungracefully to the ground. As he sat up, feeling both angry and ashamed, he momentarily ignored Chen Ping'an's menacing presence and scolded, "Chen Ping'an, what are you doing? Killing someone in public. Do you believe I will report you to the authorities?" Standing quietly on the mud wall, Chen Ping'an, though shorter than Song Jisun, exuded an imposing aura like a towering mountain, overwhelming to the soul. Just with a simple gaze, Song Jisun's voice became softer and softer until it was completely inaudible. Seeing Song Jisun's cowardly demeanor, Chen Ping'an sneered and extended a hand, saying, "Hand it over." "Hand over? Hand over what?" Confused, Song Jisun was about to ask when he suddenly caught sight of the bulging bag of gold coins at Chen Ping'an's waist. At that moment, he realized what Chen Ping'an wanted. He indeed had a bag of gold coins, but how did Chen Ping'an know about it? Could it be that he had opened his heavenly eye? Damn it! He had carelessly promised Chen Ping'an 10 bags of gold coins, not knowing their true value. And now he was regretting it. That was why he intended to delay. Who would have thought that Chen Ping'an would take the initiative to demand it from him? If he didn't give it, recalling the terrifying fate of Fu Nanhua, Song Jisun's body couldn't help but tremble. Chen Ping'an was truly willing to kill. He didn't think that the illegitimate son of an official supervising a kiln would make Chen Ping'an feel apprehensive. After all, the young master of the Old Dragon City, who was of much higher status, had also been ruthlessly killed by Chen Ping'an. Grinding his teeth, Song Jisun had no choice but to toss the only bag of maintenance money he had to Chen Ping'an. Upon receiving the gold coins, Chen Ping'an merely said indifferently, "You still owe me 9 bags. Moreover, if today's incident leaks out, it will definitely be on you. So even if I die at the hands of the Old Dragon City, I will find you first. You'd better watch yourself." After saying that, Chen Ping'an jumped back into the alley, carrying the corpse of Fu Nanhua and Kai Jinjian, and with a few leaps, disappeared from Mud Bottle Alley. Bastard! How dare he threaten him? At that moment, as Song Jisun tried to get up from the ground, he realized that he had unknowingly been intimidated by Chen Ping'an's aura, and his legs felt weak. More critically, the young Ji Gui, who should have been inside the house, had come out and was reaching out to help him up. With a flushed face, Song Jisun understood that the dignity he had lost on the ground could never be recovered. "Chen Ping'an," he spat out through clenched teeth, feeling utterly powerless with rage. He knew very well that he was no match for Chen Ping'an now. His previously boastful family background was no longer a competitor against Chen Ping'an, who held several bags of gold coins. As long as Chen Ping'an was willing, he could easily establish a business empire that was even better and more luxurious than Song Jisun's. What could he use to compare with Chen Ping'an? His identity as an illegitimate child? But that supervising official didn't even take him back to the capital for his report. With a pale face, Song Jisun looked at Ji Gui, who was supporting him, and couldn't help but ask, "Ji Gui, who do you think is better, me or Chen Ping'an?" Ji Gui blinked her eyes and softly replied, "Of course, my young master is better." After saying that, Ji Gui lowered her head and helped Song Jisun walk back into the house. Hearing Ji Gui's unwavering support, Song Jisun's pale face finally regained some color. At least he had a servant, while Chen Ping'an did not. Moreover, this servant was taken from Chen Ping'an. In this regard, Chen Ping'an couldn't compare with him. He finally found something he could beat Chen Ping'an at. What Song Jisun didn't know was that after saying that, Jigui licked her lips after lowering her head. After all, Song Jisun had the dragon Shiyi to sustain her, while Chen Ping'an, whose destiny was shattered, had no luck at all. Once the Li Pearl cave broke apart, without the ancestral blessings, Chen Ping'an would soon be backfired. Not to mention that Chen Ping'an was now burdened with the karma of the old dragon city. How could Jigui possibly make the wrong choice between a Song Jisun, who had the potential to become a king, and a Chen Ping'an, who might die at any moment? She was certainly not mistaken. After dealing with Fu Nanhua's body and carrying Kai Jinjian back to the Yang family shop, Chen Ping'an finally returned to his small room. Lying on the simple wooden bed, Chen Ping'an began to review the gains of the day. So much had happened that day. However, his harvest was also quite substantial. Just the gold coins he had obtained amounted to more than 8 bags. If he counted the ones he couldn't get his hands on, that would be 44 bags. Such a quantity would likely rank among the wealthiest in the entire Baoping continent. Not to mention, once the Li Pearl cave shattered and fell, there would be a lucrative real estate business in Li Pearl town to profit from. With these gold coins, whether it was for nurturing flying swords or crafting a golden body, it would be much easier. As for the Yuxia Mountain Jade Pendant and the Earth Serpent Belt he received, they also provided some security for the currently still weak Chen Ping'an. The only ones in the town who still had gold coins should be the people from Zhengyang Mountain and Qingfeng City, right? Of course, there was also the person Chen Ping'an admired the most, Ning Yao from the Sword Qi Great Wall. If you remember correctly, it should be today. Just as Chen Ping'an was thinking this, someone suddenly knocked on his courtyard door. Then, a somewhat familiar voice rang out from outside the door. Is Chen Ping'an in? Lu Chen? With a jolt of his heart, Chen Ping'an immediately understood that his opportunity had come. A true opportunity, one that belonged solely to him. Chapter 22. Where did you get so much money? Standing outside the courtyard door, Lu Chen looked at Ning Yao lying on the two-wheeled wooden cart, feeling quite distressed. Originally, everything was fine today, but he unexpectedly took on such a huge karma just as he was about to close up shop. He really didn't want to take on the mess that this girl from the Sword Qi Great Wall, Ning Yao, was burdened with. Moreover, it wasn't just him. Even the wealthy Song family, Lu family, and Wei family in Li Pearl Town would not want to be involved with the karma associated with Ning Yao. After all, that was the Sword Qi Great Wall, which everyone avoided discussing. Who would want to have relations with those remnants of criminals? That was just asking for trouble. So, no matter how Lu Chen thought about it, he couldn't figure out who could take on such a huge karma. Fortunately, he was clever and eventually thought of a reverse method. Since the family that had karma surrounding it didn't want to be involved with Ning Yao's huge karma, why not find someone without any karma? To say that in a place steeped in Li Pearl's aura for generations, finding someone without karma was indeed not easy. But coincidentally, there was one in Mud Bottle Alley. Chen Ping'an, a poor guy with a shattered destiny, a youth who could compete but had the least chance of winning. With the mindset of giving a try, Lu Chen knocked on that old courtyard door. But unexpectedly, instead of being met with a closed door, he found the door wide open. Chen Ping'an, who had just shoved several bags of gold coins under the bed, appeared before Lu Chen, looking unfazed and calm. Seeing Chen Ping'an appear, Lu Chen thought that at least this boy from the dilapidated alley would ask a few questions about why he was visiting so late. Who would have thought that this boy showed no surprise at all and even helped him push the two-wheeled wooden cart into the courtyard without asking what Lu Chen wanted to do? This made Lu Chen, who had already made up his mind, feel a bit awkward. After all, what he brought was trouble, not fortune. Chen Ping'an was so polite that it put him in a difficult position. But since he was already here, he couldn't just say he knocked on the wrong door, right? He had to tell the truth anyway. So, it was better to be straightforward. Without waiting for Chen Ping'an to ask, Lu Chen directly lifted the cotton cloth covering the cart, revealing a young girl in black clothing, curled up on her side. At the same time, a strong smell of blood rushed over. Seeing this scene, Chen Ping'an didn't ask any unnecessary questions, only said one thing. What do you want me to do? Lu Chen, who had prepared a mouthful of flowery language, swallowed the words he was about to say. Chen Ping'an really trusted him. He didn't even ask what was going on. Feeling a mix of emotions, Lu Chen got straight to the point. Wait a moment, this girl is currently in a rather mysterious state and cannot be moved carelessly. But you don't need to worry too much. She has a strong will to survive and has family protective talismans guarding her heart and dantian. So later, I'll give you a prescription and you can go get some medicine. All right, that's about it. Carry the girl inside, change her into clean clothes, and then go get the medicine. As Lu Chen spoke, he observed Chen Ping'an's expression. To his surprise, he didn't see any embarrassment on Chen Ping'an's face. On the contrary, Chen Ping'an directly picked up the girl and placed her on the still warm bedding. With a smile on his face, Lu Chen thought to himself that it was stable now. He had finally handed over this hot potato. Next, he just needed to handle the aftermath properly. Lu Chen glanced at the eager flying sword wanting to protect its master, discreetly waved his sleeve, and suppressed that extraordinary flying sword firmly in its sheath. Then he took out paper and pen, preparing to write a prescription. Meanwhile, Chen Ping'an, having wiped the blood off Ning Yao's face with a cotton cloth, finally saw her true appearance for the first time. To be honest, at first glance, Ning Yao was quite memorable. Unlike the deliberately delicate appearance of Ji Gui, Ning Yao had a striking aura on her face that made her instantly unforgettable. Looking at this captivating face, Chen Ping'an involuntarily paused in his movements. It wasn't until Lu Chen's light cough came from the doorway that Chen Ping'an returned to his senses and continued to wipe the blood off Ning Yao's face without showing any emotion. Lu Chen then handed a prescription filled with writing to Chen Ping'an. Looking at the densely packed characters, Chen Ping'an, who had been gathering herbs and selling them for years, instantly realized that this prescription was worth a fortune. If it had been in the past, Chen Ping'an probably wouldn't even have had the money to buy a single herb from it. But today was different now. Chen Ping'an could accept the prescription without changing his expression and go out to buy the herbs directly. Seeing that Chen Ping'an was about to go out to buy medicine, Lu Chen finally couldn't help but ask, Chen Ping'an, do you have money? Without turning his head, Chen Ping'an raised his hand and said, I do. Lu Chen, holding a handful of silver coins in his sleeve, was genuinely taken aback. Although he had only officially met Chen Ping'an today, he was well aware of the local people's circumstances in the small town. If anyone in this town could be considered the most impoverished, it would definitely be Chen Ping'an. Just looking at Chen Ping'an's house was enough to tell. It was bare and desolate. So, how could Chen Ping'an boast that he had money? Why was he so untrustworthy? Originally, Lu Chen had planned to borrow the money from Chen Ping'an under the pretense of friendship to avoid a direct connection with Ning Yao. Who would have thought that Chen Ping'an would take it all upon himself? TSK, TSK, TSK. What a responsible person. This saved him quite a bit of trouble. With nothing else to do, Lu Chen finally turned his attention to Ning Yao. Upon looking, he couldn't help but exclaim softly, because he saw some unusual things through the large gaps in the wooden bed. Curious, Lu Chen extended his hand, calculated the time Chen Ping'an would take going back and forth based on the strength of a martial artist in the third realm, and then, feeling that he had enough time, couldn't resist his curiosity. He squatted down and pulled out a beautifully crafted money pouch. Then, with a slight movement of his fingers, he loosened the string, revealing a pile of shiny gold coins. After a rough count, he found that there were actually 8 bags of gold coins under the bed. Where did Chen Ping'an get so much money? No wonder he had the confidence to say he wasn't short on cash. It seemed Chen Ping'an had unknowingly become a little wealthy. Those gold coins carried by the outsiders of the small town must account for 2/3 of what was here, right? Just then, the door creaked open, and Lu Chen stiffly turned around, only to see that Chen Ping'an had returned earlier than expected, carrying bags full of herbs. Chen Ping'an locked eyes with Lu Chen, who was holding the money pouch. Chapter 23. Treasures? I want them all. After a brief moment of tension, it was Chen Ping'an who reacted first. Clearing his throat, he said generously, if you, Taoist, are short on money, feel free to take a few bags for emergency use. You can return them to me when you have the money another day. With an embarrassed expression, Lu Chen looked like a thief caught in the act by the homeowner. To be honest, he didn't understand why Chen Ping'an's strength had made such significant progress in such a short time. Clearly, according to the timeline, Chen Ping'an should have taken a little longer to return. Thus, he had enough time to put everything back in place. Fortunately, Chen Ping'an had given him a way out, and Lu Chen straightened up, saying, No. I, the poor Taoist, am not short on money. I just divined a fortune. The divination said this girl is easily disturbed by gold, so I was just moving her position. Since you are back, You can take care of this matter. Chen Ping'an smiled faintly and then moved the gold coins to a different position. At that moment, the girl on the bed also let out a soft moan and slowly awakened from her unconsciousness. Feeling a splitting headache, the girl sat up cross-legged on the wooden bed, her eyes filled with vigilance. Once she realized there was no threat around her, she looked at the Taoist and the young man in front of her with a scrutinizing gaze. "Are you the ones who saved me?" Under the scrutiny, Lu Chun quickly waved his hand, saying, "Miss, it was indeed I who saved you. But carrying you into the house, cleaning your face, and buying medicine were all done by him. This dilapidated house also belongs to him." Ning Yao nodded, not getting angry but softly saying, "Thank you, Taoist," and she hesitated, unsure how to address Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an then introduced himself generously. "I am Chen Ping'an. You can just call me by my name." Ning Yao nodded again and continued, "Thank you for saving my life, Taoist and Chen Ping'an. My name is Ning Yao. My father's surname is Ning, and my mother's surname is Yao." Seeing both of them looking at him, Lu Chun slapped the lotus crown on his head and laughed. "I almost forgot. The poor Taoist, am named Lu Chun, and I do not have a Taoist title. You can just call me Taoist Lu." "Lu Chun?" Ning Yao glanced thoughtfully at the lotus crown on Lu Chun's head. It was quite rare to see such a lotus crown in this vast world. After introducing themselves, a brief, awkward silence fell over the room. Once again, it was Chen Ping'an who broke the silence first. "Taoist Lu, I have brought back the medicine, but I will need you to provide a prescription for how to brew it." Lu Chun, who had just slapped his head again, finally remembered that different prescriptions had different brewing methods, and Chen Ping'an had not learned how to brew this particular prescription. Lu Chun once again unfolded a piece of plain white paper, writing down the prescription while reminding Chen Ping'an, "The matter of brewing medicine is a meticulous task, and there can be no carelessness. I know you have never brewed this medicine before. Therefore, I will write down when to use a high flame for quick brewing, when to use a low flame for slow brewing, and when to brew the medicine, all on this paper. You just need to follow the prescription I wrote, and there will be no mistakes." Chen Ping'an nodded, indicating he understood. However, there was still one problem regarding brewing the medicine, which was that Chen Ping'an couldn't recognize all the characters. Seeing the look of difficulty flash across Chen Ping'an's face, Lu Chun immediately realized the key issue. He smiled and added, "Don't worry about the characters. Miss Ning definitely knows how to read. Just ask her more and learn." Upon hearing this, Ning Yao also actively said, "You can ask me anything you don't understand. It doesn't have to be about brewing medicine." Lu Chun raised an eyebrow at Chen Ping'an and said, "See, this problem is solved, isn't it?" After saying that, Lu Chun took out a small, exquisite jade seal from his sleeve. He gently breathed on the seal before pressing it firmly onto the paper with the prescription. Finally, he handed it over to Chen Ping'an. "All right, it's done. From now on, you two will have your own paths." Seeing Lu Chun about to leave, Chen Ping'an, knowing Lu Chun's background, was not surprised. Ning Yao was not one to be overly sentimental either. She directly clasped her fists and said, "Taoist Lu, we'll meet again. If you need my help in the future, you can send a message via flying sword to Daoxian Mountain. Just sign it with Lu Chun." As for Ning Yao's promise, Lu Chun just smiled and did not respond. Then, deciding that the girl needed to rest, he pulled Chen Ping'an out of the house. Standing in the courtyard, Lu Chun first quietly released the flying sword he had been suppressing. Then he looked into Chen Ping'an's eyes and said, "Chen Ping'an, I dislike owing others favors the most. But this matter, I do owe you a personal favor. However, my divination tube and 108 sticks of divination are full of karma. If you can't sort it out, I will be harming you instead. As for that private seal, to be honest, even if I gave it to you, you might not be able to handle it. A young man carrying gold through the market may not necessarily be a good thing. It's troublesome, very troublesome." With his brows tightly knitted, Lu Chun tapped his lotus crown on his head, unable to come up with a solution for a long time. Instead, Chen Ping'an smiled and said, "Taoist Lu need not worry about my karma. You just give me the things. Whether I can handle them is my business. If I die because of this, it has nothing to do with you. Everyone has their own karma." Upon hearing this, Lu Chun couldn't help but be taken aback, then suddenly burst into laughter. Very well, good one. Everyone has their own karma." This was indeed the fundamental teaching of his sect, and now he was being taught by this young man. Earlier, He thought Chen Ping'an's reasoning not to seek outside help was too biased toward Buddhism. Now it seemed that Chen Ping'an had a good connection with their Taoism as well. Otherwise, how could he have spoken of karma? Well said, since that's the case. Then I'll give you everything. Successfully reasoning, a small portion of heaven's gifts has descended. With a decision made, Lu Chun didn't hesitate. He directly took out the divination tube and the 108 sticks of divination, along with a small jade seal engraved with Lu Chen's decree, and gave them all to Chen Ping'an. These two items had accompanied Lu Chun for a long time. As for their power, that was naturally astonishing. One must know that Lu Chun was the third master of Baiyu capital in the Qingming world. How could the items he carried with him be ordinary? It's just that Chen Ping'an, who was not yet a qi cultivator, could not perceive the extraordinary nature of them. Even if Chen Ping'an embarked on the path of qi cultivation, he would find it difficult to unleash even 1/10,000th of their power before reaching the fifth realm. But even so, Lu Chun still gave them. After all, Chen Ping'an's reasoning had convinced him. He wanted to see how a young man from a dilapidated alley, with a broken life, could manage to survive with such treasures. Chapter 24. The Opportunity to Get Rich. After giving all his treasures to Chen Ping'an, Lu Chun seemed to feel much lighter. Favors are the hardest to repay for those who have achieved success in cultivation. But Chen Ping'an was willing to settle this favor with him. Speaking of which, this was also a favor. The twists and turns involved really couldn't be explained to outsiders. When counted, it was indeed Lu Chun who owed Chen Ping'an a bit more. With this in mind, Lu Chun decided to reveal some secrets of heaven to make up for the remaining favor. By the way, I will tell you two things. You should remember them well. Of course, whether to do them or not is entirely up to you. Everyone has their own karma. One cannot force it. With a chuckle, Lu Chun continued. The first thing is to take the recovering Miss Ning to find a father and daughter, surnamed Wan, south of the small town, and ask them to take you on as a laborer. That way, you will have a small support. This way, the favor Miss Ning owes you will also be settled. The second thing is that after the 5th day of the 5th month, the opportunities within this small town will no longer be a mirage for you. You can boldly and confidently take them. As for whether you can obtain them, that will depend on your karma. After speaking, Lu Chun lifted his cart and leisurely walked out the door. Just before leaving, Lu Chun seemed to remember something and turned his head to remind, by the way, remember not to flaunt your wealth. Don't scatter those copper coins around. If they disappear one day, you will have to cry. In response to Lu Chen's concern, Chen Ping'an smiled and said, Don't worry. Do I look like the kind of reckless person? Lu Chen laughed heartily. That's hard to say. In my opinion, someone who dares to take away my divination tube and seal all at once is mostly a reckless gambler. After saying that, the two exchanged smiles. Finally, Lu Chun waved his hand, declined Chen Ping'an's offer to see him off, and pushed his cart towards the east gate, leaving the small town. The next day, the slightly recovering Ning Yao opened the door and saw Chen Ping'an, who had not slept all night, brewing medicine in the courtyard. With a slight frown, Ning Yao couldn't help but ask, Why don't you go inside to sleep? Chen Ping'an, focused on the stove, calmly replied, Miss Ning is a girl. It's not very convenient. Besides, I'm used to sleeping in the countryside alone. It doesn't matter to sleep in the courtyard now. Hearing this, Ning Yao realized that the young man before her seemed to be without parents. Looking around the house, apart from the 8 bags of gold coins that were clearly just acquired, there were no other luxurious items. Clearly, the young man's family situation was poor, and life was extremely difficult. Yet, despite this, before she ever promised to repay him, this young man was willing to use the gold coins he had never seen in his life to buy the herbs that could save her life. This stirred something in Ning Yao's heart. Having also lost her parents, she hadn't felt such emotions for a long time. But soon, Ning Yao collected her soft feelings. Because she was Ning Yao, the one who aimed to become the world's #1 sword immortal. Before that, romantic feelings were not important. With her eyes regaining their determination, Ning Yao sat down on the ground like Chen Ping'an. Then, staring at the stove, she said, You should go sleep for a while. I'll keep an eye on it. It won't be a problem. Chen Ping'an shook his head. It's fine. I'm not tired. Rather, Miss Ning has just recovered from serious injuries and should rest more. Ning Yao turned her head to look at the young man's dark face, remaining silent. Feeling a bit flustered under Ning Yao's gaze, Chen Ping'an was about to say something when suddenly, The courtyard door was pushed open forcefully. A tall young man rushed in, saying, "Chen Ping'an, I have something important to tell you." Huh? When the visitor arrived, Chen Ping'an helplessly said, "Lu Xianying, how many times have I told you knock?" The tall youth named Lu Xianying chuckled and then winked at Chen Ping'an, saying, "And who is this?" "Ning Yao, Miss Ning." Lu Xianying elongated his tone with an O, and then with one strong arm, pulled Chen Ping'an to a corner and whispered, "Chen Ping'an, I didn't expect you to have such a simple and honest look with your thick eyebrows and big eyes. But you've learned to keep a beauty in your golden house now." Easily breaking free from Lu Xianying's grip, Chen Ping'an rolled his eyes and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Miss Ning is just staying here to recuperate. We're completely innocent, so don't ruin her reputation." Lu Xianying clicked his tongue, clearly not believing Chen Ping'an's words. After not seeing him for a few days, how did Chen Ping'an suddenly become so strong? In the past, he couldn't break free from Lu Xianying's hold. Lu Xianying didn't think much of it, but pulled Chen Ping'an over again. In the past, when he came to see Chen Ping'an, most of his words were concerned about the girl next door, Shiyi, since she was like a fairy in his dreams. Earlier, he even urged Chen Ping'an to eavesdrop and tell him what Shiyi and Song Jisun were up to. Unfortunately, after Chen Ping'an refused, he could only come himself. But today, he was not here to eavesdrop, but because, "Chen Ping'an, I'm going to get rich. When the time comes, I'll buy a blacksmith shop, and you could be my assistant." Lowering his voice, Lu Xianying looked full of joy, but Chen Ping'an still sensed the disappointment in his words. It seemed that the people from Zhengyang Mountain and Qingfeng City had already come to him. After all, Lu Xianying's family heirloom armor and sword manual were quite a fortune in this small town. And it was clear that Lu Xianying did not have the ability to keep this fortune. Since he couldn't keep it, Lu Xianying could only sell it at a low price. A group of outsiders came to town, and these people somehow learned that my family has a set of ancestral armor, and now they're offering a high price to buy it. That copper money made of gold, really expensive. Chen Ping'an calmly asked, "Do you really want to sell it? You know these outsiders are here to get rich. The high price they're offering now is just what you think it is. Once they leave here, they'll sell it for 1,000 times the profit. Even so, do you still want to sell?" Lu Xianying looked at Chen Ping'an in surprise, somewhat not understanding how the usually thick-headed guy suddenly became enlightened. "But what of it? An arm cannot twist a thigh." With a bitter smile, Lu Xianying continued, "Of course I don't want to sell, but do you know Lu Zhengchun from Falu Street? He is the one who used to bully me. In front of those outsiders, he acts like a grandson. Moreover, I heard that the second young master of the Lu family was directly killed with a stick for offending these outsiders. What choice do I have?" Chapter 25. I'm here to keep you safe. Regarding Lu Xianying's question, Chen Ping'an confidently said, "You have a choice, of course. It's all in your hands. As long as you don't want to sell, no one can force you." No longer acting playfully, Lu Xianying fell silent for a moment before saying softly, "I really don't want to sell, especially not to the people brought by that turtle grandson, Lu Zhengchun. If it weren't for you back then, that guy would have beaten me to death. How could I possibly sell my things? Not to mention this armor is my ancestral treasure. If I sell it, I want to even be able to explain it to my grandfather in my dreams." But Chen Ping'an, that old man, the girl, and the woman with the child, they really don't seem like good people. Hearing the worry in Lu Xianying's words, before Chen Ping'an could speak, Ning Yao suddenly interjected, "Just to clarify, I'm not eavesdropping on you on purpose. It's just that you two were speaking too loudly, and I heard everything." When Ning Yao spoke, a hint of embarrassment flashed across Lu Xianying's face. Fortunately, Ning Yao did not mind Lu Xianying's indiscretion and continued, "The old man and the girl you mentioned are from Zhengyang Mountain, which is a reputable sect. However, that old man is not human but a violent mountain-moving ape, and his strength is extraordinary, far beyond what ordinary people can compare to. The woman and the child are from the Su family in Qingfeng City, which is also a top force in your Dong Baoping continent. Although the woman is not as strong as that mountain-moving old ape, her methods are no less impressive." At this point, Ning Yao sighed, "If they have their sights on you, I advise you to quickly have Master Ruan take you as a disciple. Master Ruan will soon take over here and become the new sage. With his protection, you will have a life-saving charm. Otherwise, they will really kill for opportunities. Upon hearing Ning Yao's explanation, Lu Xianyang's expression instantly darkened. It wasn't that he didn't want to become Master Ruan's disciple. It was just that Master Ruan was only allowing him to work as an apprentice and had not mentioned taking him as a disciple at all. Lu Xianyang, who had experienced a similar situation in the official kiln, was not unfamiliar with this. After all, taking in disciples was a significant matter in this world, and it required great caution. Moreover, seeing Master Ruan's satisfied expression, given time, he believed he would definitely become Master Ruan's disciple. But he happened to make a rude joke about Master Ruan's precious daughter being a big eater while working. As a result, he ended up making that fierce and domineering girl cry. And unfortunately, Master Ruan happened to walk in on it. So now, he guessed that his chances of becoming a disciple were probably dashed. Where could he go to justify himself? Who would have known that girl couldn't take a joke? Seeing the awkward expression on Lu Xianyang's face, Ning Yao understood. Shaking her head, she then asked, "Since you can't become Master Ruan's disciple for now, then you can only seek the protection of your ancestors. Does that old locust tree in your town have any locust leaves for you?" Lu Xianyang shook his head blankly, as if he also sensed that things were not looking good. Ning Yao sighed softly, glanced at Chen Ping'an, and then said, "I owe Chen Ping'an a favor. But I don't owe you, Lu Xianyang. So if you want to live, bring me 3 bags of gold essence copper coins, and I will do my best to save your life. Of course, if it's not possible, these 3 bags of gold essence copper coins will not be refunded." Although this sounded harsh, it was actually Ning Yao's softened heart. After all, Chen Ping'an saved her life, and out of gratitude, she was willing to help Chen Ping'an's friend. Unfortunately, although Lu Xianyang was valued by Old Yao in the official kiln and by Master Ruan in the blacksmith shop, he loved to play and hadn't saved up many coins, let alone the gold essence copper coins he had never even seen. So while Ning Yao's words seemed to be asking Lu Xianyang, they were actually asking Chen Ping'an to save or not to save. She believed that with Chen Ping'an's intelligence, he would certainly understand her meaning and would choose to use the 3 bags of gold essence copper coins to save Lu Xianyang. But Ning Yao didn't know that Chen Ping'an actually shook his head. Seeing Chen Ping'an shake his head, a glimmer of disappointment flashed in Ning Yao's eyes. It was okay to save her, but not her friend? After all, was Chen Ping'an still coveting her body? This was truly disappointing. Just as Ning Yao's expression darkened, Chen Ping'an smiled and said, "Miss Ning, your situation is not good right now, so don't be stubborn. Lu Xianyang is my friend, and his matter is my matter. Leave this to me. I will ensure his safety." Stubborn? Who is being stubborn here? To save some money, you want to confront that mountain-moving ape yourself? What is the difference between that and seeking death? Is money really more important than life? Ning Yao frowned, feeling displeased. Just at that moment, Chen Ping'an's last words came through. "By the way, Miss Ning, if you need gold essence copper coins, feel free to take them. But you must promise me, Miss Ning, not to interfere in this matter and to focus on your recovery." A momentary look of astonishment flashed across Ning Yao's face. She had originally thought Chen Ping'an was a bastard who valued money over life. But unexpectedly, it seemed that money was truly not important to him. He genuinely hoped she would recover well and not get hurt again because of their affairs. As a result, she had misunderstood Chen Ping'an's intentions. He was not as sordid as she had initially thought. Chen Ping'an was a good person, a truly good person. But in this world, truly good people do not live long. Thinking of this, Ning Yao's mindset quietly shifted. Successfully reasoning, a small portion of the world's gifts has arrived. Now, with 23 strands of innate true chi of a martial artist in his body, Chen Ping'an naturally felt confident enough to confront the mountain-moving ape. Of course, if he could accumulate 30 strands of innate true chi of a martial artist before engaging the mountain-moving ape, reaching the extreme realm of the Mercury Mirror, then Chen Ping'an would have even more assurance in what he was about to do. Just then, Lu Xianyang, who had been listening to Ning Yao and Chen Ping'an's cryptic conversation, couldn't help but speak up. "Chen Ping'an, what are you and Miss Ning talking about? What 3 bags of gold essence copper coins to save my life? What are gold essence copper coins? Why are you giving Miss Ning money? A girl like her can really reason with that seemingly formidable outsider?" Chen Ping'an glanced at the chattering Lu Xianyang, and Lu Xianyang immediately fell silent. because he was well aware of how terrifying a serious Chen Ping'an could be. Presumably, Song Jisin next door also deeply understood this point. Seeing Lu Xianyang stop his endless questions, Chen Ping'an clapped his hands and stood up, first pouring out the medicine that was ready. And after watching Ning Yao finish drinking it, he called to Lu Xianyang. Let us go. It's time to reason. Chapter 26. Moral kidnapping? That's not acceptable. Reasoning? Lu Xianyang hadn't yet understood who they were reasoning with when he felt a tremendous force on his arm, which directly pulled him out of the courtyard. It was only at this moment that Lu Xianyang realized that this alley boy who had been following him seemed to have changed somehow. At least this strength was not something that could be cultivated by simply going up and down the mountains. After all, Lu Xianyang had practiced boxing with Master Wan, and his strength far exceeded that of an ordinary person. However, just now, Chen Ping'an's pull was something he couldn't resist at all. This only proved one thing. Chen Ping'an had his own extraordinary adventures, perhaps even better than his own. Realizing this, Lu Xianyang found that Chen Ping'an's demeanor was completely different from before. If Chen Ping'an used to seem like a pushover who wouldn't fight back or argue, now he exuded a subtle sharpness that made one reluctant to insult him. Could this be confidence brought about by an increase in strength? No, that is not right. It was more of an internal change. It was the transformation of Chen Ping'an's character that brought about the increase in strength. So, what Chen Ping'an meant by reasoning was likely to be reasoning with his fists. With this thought, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Lu Xianyang's eyes. But this excitement was quickly replaced by worry. He had seen from a distance the group of outsiders led by Lu Zhengchen. The way they looked at him was like he was an ant that could be crushed underfoot at any moment. Could they really reason with such people? It was probably quite difficult. Before Lu Xianyang could urge Chen Ping'an to let it go, he realized that just a moment later, they had already exited Mud Bottle Alley and were heading towards Falu Street. Coincidentally, Lu Zhengchen, the young master of the Lu family on Falu Street, was also walking this way, looking very worried. Upon seeing Chen Ping'an and Lu Xianyang, Lu Zhengchen immediately blocked their path, forcing a smile and saying, "What a coincidence. Brother Lu, I was just about to look for you." After speaking, Lu Zhengchen glanced at Chen Ping'an, seemingly puzzled as to why he was there. After all, the area near Falu Street was not a place where someone like Chen Ping'an could blend in. However, what he was about to say was indeed inconvenient for Chen Ping'an to hear. Otherwise, his image as the young master would likely collapse in the eyes of this alley boy. So, after a slight hesitation, Lu Zhengchen forced a smile and said, "Brother Lu, may I borrow you for a moment?" Lu Xianyang naturally understood Lu Zhengchen's implication, which was nothing more than a disdain for the poor and love for the rich. He had always hated people like Lu Zhengchen the most. Immediately forgetting the threats from the outsiders, he angrily said, "What are you, to deserve to speak to me alone? Say whatever you want right here." Lu Xianyang's rude words instantly angered Lu Zhengchen. But considering the terrifying outsiders, Lu Zhengchen, who didn't want to end up like his brother being beaten to death, took a deep breath and suppressed his anger, speaking softly. "Lu Xianyang, it's still about that matter from last time. You said you needed to think it over. How have you considered it now? You can say any conditions you want to hear. After all, my guests and I are very sincere, and everything can be discussed." Lu Xianyang turned to look at Chen Ping'an, and seeing Chen Ping'an slightly nod, he immediately said, "I've thought it over. I'm not selling." Hearing the words, "not selling," Lu Zhengchen's face instantly turned pale. If Lu Xianyang was determined not to sell, then those outsiders would definitely think it was his fault. In that case, the fate of his brother being beaten to death would fall upon him. In a state of panic, Lu Zhengchen had to maintain a smile in front of Lu Xianyang. His expression of wanting to cry one moment and forcing a smile the next was even more ridiculous in Chen Ping'an's eyes. "Don't do this. If you're not satisfied with the price, how about 10 gold essence copper coins? I told you last time about the value of gold essence copper coins. 10 coins are enough for you to live comfortably for the rest of your life. Even if you want to buy half of Falu Street, that's not a problem. Lu Xianyang, I beg you, please don't refuse so decisively, okay?" After speaking, Lu Zhengchen, covered in cold sweat, kept glancing back nervously, because those noble outsiders were standing not far away at the corner, watching him. How could he not be nervous? At the corner, The boy from the Su family in Qingfeng City, holding a woman's hand, had a sinister look. This Lu family member seems to have messed up. We shouldn't have chosen this useless person who almost peed his pants. The woman patted the boy's head and said affectionately, "It's okay. We'll show him courtesy first. And then take action. It's also to give face to the sage of this place." After speaking, the woman casually glanced at the mountain-moving ape beside her. Sure enough, hearing their conversation, the little girl sitting on the shoulder of the mountain-moving ape asked with a worried expression, "Grandpa White Ape, what does courtesy first? Then action mean?" The mountain-moving ape, with arms over its knees, smiled, a cruel glint in its smile. "Courtesy first. Then action means first asking if he is willing to sell. If he isn't willing to sell, then let the old slave kill him and directly take his things." Hearing this, the woman secretly mocked the mindless beast, but maintained an expression full of admiration. "Rest assured, even if you are expelled from this place by the sage, Qingfeng City will not take more than what is due to you from Zhengyang Mountain." The mountain-moving ape coldly snorted and said nothing. It was clear that Qingfeng City intended to have him take the lead, and he was well aware of it, but was too lazy to care. As for whether Qingfeng City dared to monopolize the opportunity, let them try. If he dared to kill here in Lizhu Town, he naturally dared to kill in Qingfeng City. At the corner, while scheming against each other, Lu Zhengchun had already promised everything one could think of, such as high officials, great wealth, beautiful maidservants, and so on. But what left him in despair was that Lu Xianying showed no reaction whatsoever on his face. It was as if Lu Xianying had no interest in anything he was saying, feeling that his life was on a countdown. Lu Zhengchun suddenly knelt down hard on the muddy ground and began to bang his head frantically. "Lu Xianying, I beg you, sell it to me, okay? Please? If you don't sell it, I'll knock my head to death right here. I'm begging you." Seeing the usually noble Lu family young master kneeling in front of him like this, even Lu Xianying was taken aback. "What is this? He is going to die if I don't sell? Since when did the lives of the Lu family from Fulu Street become so worthless?" However, when Lu Xianying saw Lu Zhengchun's forehead bleeding, his heart softened a little. Just then, Chen Ping'an took a step forward and stood in front of Lu Zhengchun. Moral coercion? That is not acceptable. Chapter 27. The one in charge is Chen Ping'an. Lu Zhengchun, who was banging his head repeatedly, raised his head in confusion. Seeing Chen Ping'an standing in front of him, he couldn't help but frown. Since when could Chen Ping'an speak on behalf of Lu Xianying? If you remember correctly, Chen Ping'an was just Lu Xianying's little follower. When Lu Xianying went to the official kiln to learn the craft, Chen Ping'an could only be an apprentice. When Lu Xianying went to the blacksmith shop to be an apprentice, Chen Ping'an followed him eagerly. This Chen Ping'an, who was nothing special, actually stood up now to accuse him of moral coercion? Does he deserve that? Lu Xianying hadn't spoken, so does Chen Ping'an have the right to speak? It was simply turning the world upside down. Lu Zhengchun stretched out his hand and pushed hard. "Get out of the way, this has nothing to do with you." But what Lu Zhengchun didn't expect was that his push didn't budge Chen Ping'an an inch. Moreover, for some reason, he felt a sense of panic as if he were being stared at by a wild beast. What's going on? Just as this thought emerged in Lu Zhengchun's mind, he felt a strong force from behind his head, causing his head to collide even harder with the ground. Crack! He vaguely heard the sound of his skull fracturing, and Lu Zhengchun was terrified. He knew that although he banged his head and bled, it was still within a controllable range. It was like choosing to strangle oneself when committing suicide. One could never truly die, because the human heart as protective mechanism would prevent one from committing suicide. But now, he really felt like he was going to die. Chen Ping'an actually dared to attack him in public. How dare he? How dare he? Being lifted up, Lu Zhengchun looked through the blood on his eyes at the blood-soaked Chen Ping'an, tremblingly saying, "Chen Ping'an, what do you want?" Chen Ping'an replied calmly, "I'm just being reasonable. I told you not to morally coerce Lu Xianying." Lu Zhengchun opened his mouth, wanting to say he wasn't morally coercing him, but his gaze quickly dropped again. Bang! Another collision, with more cracks in his skull. Lu Zhengchun felt excruciating pain in his head, but the only remaining clear thought in his mind was that if this happened again, he might really die. In the face of true death, he was really scared. After all, wanting to die and actually facing death were two completely different feelings. The fear of the latter surpassed the former by 1,000 times. I'm not morally coercing. I'm not. Let me go, please. Reasoning successful. A small portion of heavenly rewards has descended. Seeing that Lu Zhangchun had finally given up on trying to bind him with his head banging, Lu Xianyang, who had been reluctant to intervene, pulled Chen Ping'an's arm and said, Chen Ping'an, enough, enough. But Chen Ping'an now was just like the Chen Ping'an he had seen that day, with a face full of indifference to life. Chen Ping'an ignored Lu Xianyang's plea. He simply grabbed Lu Zhangchun by the hair again and asked. Lu Xianyang said he doesn't want to sell the ancestral armor. Will you bother him again in the future? With his face covered in blood, Lu Zhangchun hesitated slightly. I had no choice, I had no way. Just as Chen Ping'an seemed ready to strike again, Lu Zhangchun immediately shouted in panic. I won't. I will never bother Lu Xianyang again. Reasoning successful. A small portion of heavenly rewards has descended. With 2 more strands of innate true energy from martial arts, Chen Ping'an finally let go, allowing the terrified Lu Zhangchun to collapse to the ground. Then Chen Ping'an looked towards a shadow at the corner and smiled broadly. Lu Xianyang, let us go. The shadow at the corner, the boy being led by the woman, had a gloomy expression and coldly said, Mother, is he provoking us? The equally cold-eyed woman stroked the boy's hair and said, Do not lose your composure. Do not let the actions of an ant influence your path. Remember, cultivating the heart is the most important aspect of practice. Hearing this, the boy showed a look of impatience, shaking off the woman's hand. He angrily said, Mother only knows how to talk about these empty principles. What cultivating the heart? I just want to kill that country bumpkin now. No matter how useless the Lu family is, they are still ours. How can he humiliate us like this? The woman looked helpless, but did not know how to explain the concept of cultivating the heart. After all, this profound state of mind usually can only be understood personally. No amount of explanation from others is as important as one's own enlightenment. On the other hand, the old ape who moved mountains looked at her words about cultivating the heart with some disdain. Just an ant. What can it cultivate? Since he refuses to sell, then just kill him. But please, madam, do not forget your promise. The woman frowned, seemingly pondering for a moment, and finally said, Not appropriate. The whereabouts of the armor and that sword scripture are still unclear. Killing him may not necessarily lead to finding the treasures, which would be a loss. It would be better to give him a fairy identity and try again. The old ape raised his eyebrows. Fairy identity? What? Do you want him to become a true disciple of our Zhenyang mountain? That kid has decent talent. If he is willing to hand over the sword scripture and join us at Zhenyang mountain, it's not a loss. However, once this matter is settled, I will definitely kill that arrogant country bumpkin beside him. The woman smiled slightly. Of course, committing a crime against one's superior is a death sentence. Then let us go with this plan. After saying that, the old ape, who had always been cold to people, changed his face towards the girl on his shoulder and said gently, Miss, since you have nothing to do, why not go with this old servant to visit the shops in the town? These shops all have their own origins, and you might find a good deal. The girl, being at an age where she loved to play, immediately became interested upon hearing the old ape's words. Grandpa White Ape, let us go, hurry. As the chief offering of Zhenyang Mountain, the old ape felt better hearing the little masteress' voice. He laughed heartily and began to jog. Boom, boom, boom. The whole street trembled, and Lu Zhangchun, who had just gotten up from the ground, felt this overwhelming force, and his eyes showed even more terror. He finally understood why his brother was killed for merely glancing at the woman's ample bosom. These foreigners were clearly people from the fairy realm. How could they ordinary people afford to offend them? That Chen Ping'an and Lu Xianyang repeatedly rejected these foreigners. Their fate was likely to be the same as his already deceased brother. But now, he had no time to worry about Chen Ping'an and Lu Xianyang anymore. Lu Zhangchun looked at the woman walking gracefully, his eyes filled with despair. Having messed up the deal, he was afraid he wouldn't even escape this calamity. With tears streaming down his face, Lu Zhangchun knelt down helplessly once again. Oh heavens, how could you be so harsh on him? Chapter 28. I'm the one threatening you, so what? Just when Lu Zhangchun thought he was doomed, He noticed that the woman who was elegantly walking towards him did not pay attention to him, but instead blocked Chen Ping'an and Lu Xianyang. Then she smiled and said, "Two young brothers, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Why not listen to my offer first before making a decision?" Upon seeing the main figure appear, Lu Xianyang's expression immediately darkened. He clearly remembered the commotion created intentionally by the mountain-moving old ape when it left. That was a force that could shake the long street, one that Lu Xianyang and Chen Ping'an could never withstand. The woman standing with the mountain-moving old ape, even if there was a difference, it was limited. In other words, this woman before him was also not someone Lu Xianyang and Chen Ping'an could deal with. Even though this charming and dignified lady smiled, Lu Xianyang could sense her determination. If he and Chen Ping'an were to insist on leaving, this woman would likely not be so easy to talk to. With no clear idea in his mind, Lu Xianyang glanced at Chen Ping'an again. He saw Chen Ping'an give him a slight nod. This meant that they would still adhere to their previous agreement and would not back down. But would that really be okay? With doubts in his heart, Lu Xianyang ultimately followed their prior agreement and refused, saying, "Madam, I just made it very clear to Lu Zhongshan. That is our family heirloom, and it is absolutely not for sale. So please refrain from speaking further. I will not change my mind." In response to Lu Xianyang's refusal, the woman, who was obviously more cunning than Lu Zhongshan, maintained her smile and softly said, "You don't need to rush to refuse. You haven't even heard the details of the stakes involved yet. Why not listen to what I have to say before deciding whether to sell me that armor?" Hearing the confidence in the woman's words, Lu Xianyang instinctively felt that what she was about to say might really persuade him to change his mind. Sure enough, the next moment, the woman from the Su family of Qingfeng City said, "I don't know what Lu Zhongshan promised you earlier, but now, I'm willing to offer you a bag of gold and copper coins in exchange for your armor. Moreover, I can recommend you to enter Xinjiang Mountain and become a true disciple there." Upon saying this, the woman pretended to remember something, and then smiled by the way. "You probably don't know much about Xinjiang Mountain, right? Let me put it this way. Xinjiang Mountain not only has the cultivation path for ordinary qi refiners, but also a special path for sword cultivators, the Sword Immortal Way. Xinjiang Mountain has as many as 6 of these paths, making it the undisputed great sword sect of Dongbei continent." Hearing this, Lu Xianyang's expression suddenly changed. He was not a fool. He could naturally discern the implied threat in the woman's words. She claimed she was introducing them to Xinjiang Mountain, but in reality, she was hinting that the people they were dealing with were very powerful, beings they could never withstand once they left the town. Even within the town, they might not be truly safe. With a strong sense of crisis rising in his heart, Lu Xianyang looked at Chen Ping'an again. But before Chen Ping'an could speak, the woman continued on her own. "Furthermore, once you enter Xinjiang Mountain, there will be someone to protect you on your path, ensuring that you grow without any mishaps. That person you should have seen from afar is the old man in white who stood next to me earlier. This old man in white is extraordinary. He is the ancient fierce beast and hybrid, the mountain-moving ape. If he were to reveal his true form, he would be 1,000 feet tall, a fierce beast comparable to gods of the 5th realm. Ancient fierce beasts, 1,000 feet true form." Every word from the woman was striking Lu Xianyang's understanding. After this speech, Lu Xianyang's face had turned completely pale. He had thought that the strength of these outsiders would at most be slightly higher than that of the adults in the town. But now it seemed that the gap between the townsfolk and these outsiders was not just a small difference. It was a chasm. Could he really protect the family heirloom armor? Lu Xianyang was no longer certain. He was human too. He feared death. Just when the woman thought the timing was right, she suddenly heard the calm voice of the grass shoe boy beside Lu Xianyang say, "What part of this do you not understand? We said we are not selling. Did you hear that clearly? If you did, then just leave." Upon hearing this, the woman raised an eyebrow. She had been focused on Lu Xianyang, but she had not noticed that the boy with the broken life porcelain was so courageous. It seemed her earlier words had not frightened this boy at all. Did this boy think she was just bluffing? Or did he think he had figured out the rules governing their presence here? How interesting. Those who see the world from small well and don't know how vast it is can confidently say the sky is only this big. It seemed it was time to teach these two boys what the outside world was really like. With that thought, the woman couldn't help but laugh. "You're Chen Ping'an, right?" Chen Ping'an nodded slightly. "Yes, I am. What do you want to teach me?" The woman looked at him with pity, taking him in from top to bottom. This boy who was regarded as a target by the mountain-moving old ape. You seem quite confident. Is it because you heard that we can't kill people here at will? But do you know what the consequences are for us killing someone here? Is it a life for a life? Ha! Our lives are much more precious than that of an orphan like you. No longer kind. The woman's face was filled with sarcasm as she pointed at the two of them. So, if we kill someone, the worst outcome is that we will just be expelled from the town. Did you hear that clearly? The punishment we face is merely being expelled from the town. If Lu Xianying stubbornly refuses to sell that armor, then I won't hesitate to kill you first, then him, and directly take that armor. The woman's aura was completely different from before, filled with killing intent, leaving Lu Xianying dizzy, while her wild words echoed in both their ears. If I really do that, what can you do about it? While I'm still speaking nicely to you, take the gold and copper coins, hand over the armor, and then get lost. Under the pressure of the woman's killing intent, Lu Xianying felt as though he was trapped in a dark cage, with a chilling wind blowing that made him uncomfortable. Outside the cage, there were even ferocious beasts ready to devour him. Unable to help but take a step back, Lu Xianying finally broke free from the illusion, drenched in sweat. His heart raced wildly as he tugged at Chen Ping'an's sleeve, leaning close to his ear and saying, "Chen Ping'an, why don't we just give her the armor? As long as she agrees to persuade the mountain-moving ape not to trouble us anymore, I can accept selling the armor to her." Chapter 29. Talking integrity with ants? Ridiculous. Seeing Chen Ping'an unmoved, Lu Xianying couldn't help but sigh. Lowering his voice even further, "Chen Ping'an, my grandfather reminded me on his deathbed that one must be flexible. If there's really no other way, the armor can fetch a good price. As for the sword scripture that the master and servant of Zhenyang Mountain want, I would rather die than admit it belongs to the Lu family. So, I think if she can promise us to persuade the mountain-moving ape, we can make a deal." Lu Xianying paused and continued, "Even if she can't persuade the mountain-moving ape, we can buy some time. With that time, I think I can ask Master Ruan again. He will most likely still take me as his apprentice. Once I become Master Ruan's apprentice, then I will be completely safe." Regarding Lu Xianying's naive words, Chen Ping'an simply turned around, looked Lu Xianying in the eyes, and said solemnly, "Do you really think they, who see us as ants, will keep their promises? When the power is unequal, all promises are false. Lu Xianying, what you're doing is useless." Seeing that Chen Ping'an still disagreed with the transaction, Lu Xianying, worried that the other party might really kill Chen Ping'an first, couldn't help but raise his voice. "Chen Ping'an, this is my ancestral armor, not yours. Are you in charge, or am I?" Hearing the two arguing, the woman was no longer anxious, watching the two young boys who were about to turn against each other with amusement. She realized that the reason Lu Xianying repeatedly rejected their proposal was primarily due to the boy named Chen Ping'an. But now, as she threatened Chen Ping'an's life, Lu Xianying couldn't sit still. He would rather sell her the ancestral armor to keep the peace than see Chen Ping'an come to harm. Unfortunately, Chen Ping'an's provocative demeanor had already displeased the mountain-moving ape. So regardless of how their transaction went, Chen Ping'an was bound to die. Moreover, to be honest, she would indeed keep her promise and let Lu Xianying off. But would the mountain-moving old ape let Lu Xianying off? Definitely not. After all, the sword scripture Lu Xianying possessed had a significant background. The ancestor who wrote this sword scripture was a traitor who defected from the Zhenyang Mountain lineage and later joined the sworn enemy of Zhenyang Mountain, the Wind and Thunder Garden, where he received protection. If that were the case, it would be just an ordinary matter. However, although the person who wrote this sword scripture ultimately only barely touched the threshold of the scripture, swordsmanship masters who had sparred with him claimed that this scripture, which integrated the swordsmanship spirits of both Zhenyang Mountain and Wind and Thunder Garden, could lead to the Great Tao. Whichever side could cultivate this sword scripture would definitely gain the upper hand in the conflict of techniques. Involving the Great Tao conflict between Zhenyang Mountain and Wind and Thunder Garden, this matter was indeed serious. Moreover, Lu Xianying's buyer was precisely from Wind and Thunder Garden. So regardless of whether Lu Xianying obtained the sword scripture or not, as long as he was unwilling to enter Zhenyang Mountain, he would still be a target for the mountain-moving old ape. Zhenyang Mountain could do without this sword scripture. But the premise was that Wind and Thunder Garden could not obtain it either. The woman was very clear about this matter because she had a hand in it. The boy named Chen Ping'an was actually right. How could people like them from the mountain care about the so-called righteousness with the ants at the foot of the mountain? In the case of unequal strength, the so-called contracts and promises were merely jokes. It all depended on whether the stronger party was willing to abide by them. But clearly, the mountain-moving old ape was not among them. The woman, whose smile grew more mocking, quietly watched the two boys at odds. She was curious to know who would ultimately persuade whom. That would certainly be interesting. This also added a bit of amusement to her boring life in the small town. Just as the woman was thinking this, Lu Xianying, feeling that he couldn't persuade Chen Ping'an with words, took the initiative to act, wanting to overpower Chen Ping'an and force him to comply. Unexpectedly, Chen Ping'an simply sidestepped, evading Lu Xianying's outstretched arm. Then, Chen Ping'an seized Lu Xianying's arm, shoved his shoulder into Lu Xianying's armpit, and executed a shoulder throw, easily slamming Lu Xianying to the ground. Feeling the rapid change of perspective, Lu Xianying lay on the cold ground, taking a long time to realize what had happened. He couldn't even see Chen Ping'an's movement before he ended up on the ground. What kind of elixir had Chen Ping'an taken recently to become so fierce? Filled with astonishment, Lu Xianying stared blankly at the now shorter Chen Ping'an, his emotions complex. Looking down at Lu Xianying, Chen Ping'an calmly asked, "If you still want to sell it, do you believe I can prevent you from stepping foot in your home?" Lu Xianying wanted to retort, "Try it and see," but the recent experience made him deeply understand the gap between himself and Chen Ping'an in terms of physical capability. When Chen Ping'an said he wouldn't let him enter his home, it wasn't just talk. He could truly do it. Clenching his teeth, Lu Xianying angrily said, "But they'll kill you." Chen Ping'an smiled, his eyes showing no fear. "Then let them try." After saying that, Chen Ping'an looked at the woman not far away. Upon seeing Chen Ping'an's unabashed provocation, the woman suddenly became furious. "You brat, you have some guts. I hope you can still be so bold before you descend into the underworld." With a serious face, the woman had never expected that the transaction would ultimately be disrupted by this grass shoe boy. She should have urged the mountain-moving old ape to act on the spot. But it might not be too late now. As for why she didn't act herself, why dirty her hands when she could use someone else to do the dirty work? Knowing that the negotiation had already broken down, the woman coldly snorted, "We'll see." After saying that, she turned and walked out of the alley. Halfway through, she suddenly turned her head and shouted at the dazed Lu Zhengchun, "What are you dawdling for? Are you waiting for someone to treat you to a meal? Useless." Awakened by her scolding, Lu Zhengchun lowered his head and hurriedly walked past Chen Ping'an and Lu Xianying. The pitiful look on his face was nothing like the wealthy young master who used to flaunt his power in the small town. After the two left, Chen Ping'an extended his hand to Lu Xianying on the ground. "You don't need to worry about me. You should worry about yourself. I suggest you go to Master Wan now and then never leave the blacksmith shop's premises again. Trust me, since I've lived this long, it proves my life is quite tough." After a moment of silence, Lu Xianying finally grasped Chen Ping'an's hand and stood up. "All right, I believe you. Chen Ping'an, you must not die. If you die, I will definitely kill them." Looking at Lu Xianying's serious expression, a smile appeared on Chen Ping'an's lips. "Let us go. Let us see if Master Wan is still willing to take you in." Chapter 30. Is my daughter going to be abducted? Negotiation successful. A small gift from heaven has arrived. After Lu Xianying confirmed that he would no longer sell the ancestral armor, Chen Ping'an received another gift from heaven. Now that there were already 26 strands of innate true qi in Chen Ping'an's body, he felt himself getting closer to the threshold of the Mercury mirror. That threshold would no longer be simply about increasing innate true qi. It was the most testing barrier to a martial artist's talent. If one comprehended it, breaking through would be easy. If one couldn't find the way for a long time, even if they spent 10 or 100 years here, they would struggle to make any progress. However, now that his martial arts cultivation was advancing too quickly, it wasn't entirely a good thing. After all, in this world, if one could claim the title of the strongest in the same realm, they would receive blessings of martial fortune from the world. If possible, Chen Ping'an still planned to polish his skills in the first three realms before advancing to the fourth realm in the strongest form of the first three realms. But to achieve this, Chen Ping'an had to first learn boxing, using the external force of boxing intent to complement the internal martial artist true Qi to refine himself. Therefore, it was time to retrieve Gu Kan's mountain-shaking fist hidden under the water tank. Of course, having a famous teacher to guide him would be the best. Unfortunately, the destined master for Chen Ping'an would have to wait until he passed the current hurdle of the mountain-moving old ape to have a chance to meet. Thinking about the future path, Chen Ping'an soon followed Lu Xianying to the blacksmith shop by the creek. This was where the future sage Ruan Xiong was located. The originally empty creek had now built 7 or 8 yellow earthen houses and thatched cottages, clearly indicating that Ruan Xiong was prepared for a long stay. Having been apprentice here several times, Lu Xianying whispered for Chen Ping'an to wait here before he familiarized himself with the passers-by and walked inside. With nothing to do, Chen Ping'an decided to go to the nearby creek to feel the snake gallstone. However, when Chen Ping'an reached the creek, he saw the girl in the green dress with her cheeks puffed out, continuously stuffing pastries into her mouth. Although it was his first time seeing her, he knew who she was. Ruan Xiao, in this life, is the daughter of Ruan Xiong, and 1,000 years ago, she was a lofty fire god in the ancient heavenly court. However, Ruan Xiao's humanity is now much greater than her divinity, making her more human than divine. While thinking about Ruan Xiao, Chen Ping'an accidentally kicked a pebble. The slight sound immediately alerted Ruan Xiao. Her ears perked up, and she turned to look. Realizing she had been caught sneaking pastries, Ruan Xiao, unable to wipe the crumbs from her mouth in time, froze, and, as she was about to say something, she ended up burping twice instead. Struggling a bit, Ruan Xiao puffed out her impressive chest and began to pat it vigorously, her trembling figure quite spectacular. Chen Ping'an, silently reciting "Do not gaze at what is inappropriate," shifted his gaze and pointed to the water jug beside Ruan Xiao. Only then did Ruan Xiao remember she had brought water. Just as she was about to take a big gulp, she recalled her father Ruan Xiong's advice to maintain decorum. So, Ruan Xiao deliberately turned sideways to block Chen Ping'an's view, then gulped down some water to swallow the pastry stuck in her throat. When she turned back to face Chen Ping'an, she began to eat the pastries slowly, mimicking the demeanor of a refined young lady. Yet, she kept glancing at Chen Ping'an from the corner of her eye, seemingly puzzled as to why he hadn't left yet. Was it possible he had his eye on her pastries? This thought made the girl a bit worried. She could eat her fill, but if she shared some with Chen Ping'an, she wouldn't be as full. What to do? Chen Ping'an looked at Ruan Xiao's peach blossom-shaped narrow eyes and smiled slightly, saying, "Do you want to eat fish?" Fish. Although Ruan Xiao, who always felt unsatisfied with her meals, didn't understand why this stranger wanted to give her fish. It didn't stop her from nodding vigorously like a little chick pecking at garlic. After all, Ruan Xiao, who could see through people's hearts, clearly knew that Chen Ping'an had no ill intentions. He genuinely wanted to treat her to fish. Then, it seemed all right for her to share some pastries with him. After tilting her head and thinking for a moment, Ruan Xiao cautiously took out a piece of pastry and offered it to Chen Ping'an, as if suggesting an exchange. Chen Ping'an smiled and shook his head, indicating he didn't want any. This made Ruan Xiao feel even more that Chen Ping'an was a good person, a truly great person. Chen Ping'an, who had to learn to fend for himself from a young age, was no stranger to catching fish and was quite skilled at it. In no time, several lively stonefish were flopping on the shore. Watching the fish being thrown onto the bank one after another, Ruan Xiao nodded repeatedly, saying, "Impressive, impressive." When she finally saw Chen Ping'an come up, Ruan Xiao gave him a thumbs up, her face full of admiration. After all, for reasons she didn't understand, she was born with an affinity for fire and a dislike for water. So even though she liked to eat fish, she didn't like to go into the water, let alone catch fish. Chen Ping'an, praised by Ruan Xiao, felt nothing particularly special about it. It was just a small effort on his part. Moreover, making friends with Ruan Xiao was quite easy. Just exchanging sincerity for sincerity would suffice. If possible, Chen Ping'an hoped this Ruan Xiao, who possessed humanity, could remain in the human world forever. Just as Chen Ping'an was lost in thought, a short man appeared next to Ruan Xiao. However, this man was not as reserved as Li'er. He radiated a sharp energy. He was Ruan Xiao, a martial artist of the Jade Purity realm, and the last sage to oversee the Lehigh Cave Heaven. Upon sensing Ruan Xiong's arrival, Ruan Xiu stiffened for a moment, then, like a starving ghost reborn, began to stuff pastries in her mouth frantically. Only after filling both cheeks to the brim did she clap her hands and look at her father with her innocent peach blossom eyes. Ruan Xiong looked at his daughter, who resembled a hamster with her cheeks full of pastries, intending to scold her a bit, but seeing her stubborn expression, he couldn't help but feel a pang of affection. However, when it came to saying something caring, he found it hard to voice. Those words of concern were as difficult to express as if they were scalding hot. After several attempts to speak, Ruan Xiong ultimately gave up and turned to Chen Ping'an. It was much easier for him to talk to Chen Ping'an. Ruan Xiong knew Chen Ping'an. When Lu Xianying came here as an apprentice, he had recommended Chen Ping'an. But upon seeing Chen Ping'an, he realized that the shattered fate of Chen Ping'an meant he was not suitable to be his apprentice. Although his temperament was acceptable, his foundational skills were too poor due to the broken fate. Even if he accepted Chen Ping'an, it wouldn't change the fact that his destiny would still be filled with hardship. But why did Ruan Xiu look at Chen Ping'an differently? Could it be that his daughter was going to be taken away? Chapter 31. Gu Can, No Nonsense. Realizing this, Ruan Xiong became tense. Although daughters are meant to marry, as a father, he always had to scrutinize the suitors. Chen Ping'an was indeed a good person, but Ruan Xiu was a practitioner. This meant that while Ruan Xiu was still in her prime, Chen Ping'an was already aging. To prevent his daughter from being heartbroken in the future, he felt it was better to nip this in the bud. Clearing his throat, Ruan Xiong looked at Chen Ping'an with a serious expression and said, "You're the little fellow I chased away last time, right? What was your name again? Chen Ping'an, right? If there's nothing else, you should head back early. The town has been a bit unsettled lately, so it's best not to go out." Chen Ping'an understood that Ruan Xiong didn't want him getting close to Ruan Xiu, so he cupped his hands and prepared to leave. Just then, Lu Xianying came running over, panting. Master Ruan, this is the Chen Ping'an I told you about. He is very diligent, smart, and, most importantly, very strong. If you don't believe me, you can have him show you a set of punches." Chen Ping'an is amazing now. Ruan Xiong turned back helplessly to look at Lu Xianying, who had just officially become his disciple after a brief period of agreement. He knew Chen Ping'an well. He was just finding an excuse to send Chen Ping'an away. Moreover, what use was strength? Ruan Xiong was a martial artist, valuing talent on the path of cultivation. With Chen Ping'an's fate shattered, what talent could he possibly have? Even if he had some, the effort Chen Ping'an would need to put in would be thousands of times greater than that of ordinary people. Accepting Chen Ping'an as a disciple wouldn't be helping him. It would be harming him. Just imagine, after a lifetime of cultivation, when his lifespan was nearly over, discovering that he had done nothing but cultivate throughout his life. Wouldn't that be a regret? However, these principles were something Lu Xianying couldn't understand right now. So Ruan Xiong shot Lu Xianying a fierce glare and scolded, "What did I just tell you?" Seeing the anger on Ruan Xiong's face, Lu Xianying instinctively shrank back and then honestly repeated, "During the day, dig wells. At night, forge iron. Stay here and don't run around. If you dare to step even half a step beyond the northern and western sides of the corridor bridge, I'll break your legs." At this point, Lu Xianying added in a low voice, "But we haven't even left the corridor bridge yet." Ruan Xiong glared, and Lu Xianying immediately behaved. But thinking of his good brother Chen Ping'an, Lu Xianying couldn't help but add a few more words. "Really, Chen Ping'an is amazing now. I'm not even his match. He took me down in one go." Hearing Lu Xianying's repeated insistence, Ruan Xiong began to waver. Should he really give Chen Ping'an a chance? After all, Ruan Xiong is well aware that he might be the only lifeline for these young boys in the alleys. "Dad, can you just give Chen Ping'an a chance?" Ruan Xiong, who was originally hesitant, felt a warning in his heart upon hearing Ruan Xiu's request. It was their first meeting, and Ruan Xiu already had a good impression of Chen Ping'an and was even willing to plead for him. If they were to spend day and night together, how would that be? Ruan Xiong quickly dispelled the softness in his heart and, with a serious face, said, "Are you my dad, or am I your dad? Enough of this talk. I make the decisions here. Chen Ping'an, you can go back." Chen Ping'an, who had already anticipated this outcome, felt neither happy nor sad. He simply cupped his fist in salute nodded at Lu Xianyang, and turned to leave the riverbank. Lu Xianyang wanted to chase after him, but Ruan Xiong stopped him with a hand. Since it was he who sent you here, are you going to repay his kindness like this? Hearing this, Lu Xianyang's expression darkened, and he stopped in his tracks. Indeed, he couldn't even defeat Chen Ping'an now. What good would it do to follow him? What he should be doing now is to strengthen himself as soon as possible, so that neither Chen Ping'an nor he would be bullied again. With this thought, determination flashed in Lu Xianyang's eyes. Meanwhile, Chen Ping'an, who was returning alone to Ni Ping Alley, saw a child with a runny nose. Wiping away tears as he ran outside one of the houses and kicked the door hard. Chen Ping'an, you scoundrel, come out. Don't pretend you can't hear me. Do you believe that if I turn around and leave, you won't see me again? Hurry up, come out. If you don't, you can forget about my treasures. The voice of Gukin suddenly stopped. Looking at the girl in black who opened the door, Gukin swore that this sister was definitely more beautiful than the juvenile next door. Hee, sister, you look really good. My crab can do backflips. Are you interested in coming to my house for a visit? Hearing that, Gukin actually wanted to lure Ning Yao. Chen Ping'an deliberately cleared his throat twice to attract their attention. Seeing that Chen Ping'an interrupted his good deed, Gukin immediately became a bit angry and embarrassed. Chen Ping'an, what is up? You got married and didn't tell me? When are you having a wedding? I want to see if I can catch up. Let me listen in on the walls. Lu Xianyang said that the sound was like a wild cat's cry, and I was thinking of hearing it myself. Before Gukin could finish speaking, Chen Ping'an covered Gukin's mouth with a hand and then apologetically said to Ning Yao, don't mind him. He's just young and speaks without thinking. I'll educate him. After that, Chen Ping'an turned his head and sternly stared at Gukin. Gukin, I know that you usually help your mom scold others, but when you're out, you absolutely can't insult people casually. You have to learn to respect others. But if others don't respect you, then you don't need to respect them, understand? Gukin, who instinctively wanted to retort at the first two sentences, nodded vigorously at the last sentence. If people respect me, I will respect them. If people bully me, then I will wipe out their whole family. This was the principle Gukin had just realized from Chen Ping'an's words. And this sister was willing to open the door for him. So she must be a good person. Not to mention that this sister was the best wife of Chen Ping'an in the world. Gukin grinned, revealing a toothless smile. Sister, I was just talking without thinking. Please don't mind. Reasoning succeeded. A small gift from the heavens has arrived. Ning Yao glanced at Chen Ping'an, then at Gukin, who was admitting his mistakes, and expressionlessly commented, what a bear. Hearing these two words, Gukin instinctively wanted to refute, but Chen Ping'an quickly cleared his throat, forcing Gukin to swallow back the curse that was about to escape his lips. Chen Ping'an smiled with satisfaction. Who said Gukin wouldn't listen to reason? As long as he followed Gukin's line of thought and made slight adjustments. Gukin was quite reasonable. All right, you didn't come to tell me that you buried a great treasure under the stone by the water tank, did you? Chapter 32. Future Encounters, Life and Death. Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's words, Gukin was suddenly startled, his eyes wide. How do you know? My mom doesn't even know about this. Chen Ping'an smiled, but said nothing. After all, Gukin was someone he had raised by himself. As soon as Gukin lifted his butt, Chen Ping'an knew what he was up to, so how could he not know Gukin's self-proclaimed secret? After being surprised, Gukin quickly shook his head and threw the matter aside, then beckoned Chen Ping'an to come closer and whispered, Chen Ping'an, that storyteller is really scary. He actually brought me to the white bowl, and then I saw the loach you sent me suddenly become very big and thick. It almost scared Song Jisin's dad to death. Chen Ping'an nodded, not surprised. Although Lu Zhimao was a self-proclaimed true lord, he was still a genuine nascent soul cultivator. Using a little trick, he could easily fool his disciples. Then Gukin, with a mournful expression and a hint of a sob in his voice, said, he also wants to take me to some book-simplifying lake, saying he wants to take me as a disciple. But I always feel he is not a good person. But my mom insists I go, saying that if I do, I'll be successful. But I don't want to be successful. I think I'm doing fine in the town. Chen Ping'an smiled and patted Gukin's head. Don't worry, I will go to the book-simplifying lake to see you. Before that, you need to learn your skills well. Only by learning them can you better protect your mom. Understand? Gukin nodded, seemingly understanding, then asked, but what if someone bullies my mom before I learn my skills? Chen Ping'an pointed to Gu Kan's pocket. Do you have locust leaves? Upon hearing this, Gu Kan's eyes showed surprise again. Chen Ping'an, how do you know everything? Then Gu Kan reached into his pocket and pulled out a large handful of locust leaves. I don't even know who stuffed so many broken leaves into my pocket. I'd rather use them to wipe my butt. If I wasn't about to leave, I would definitely find that person and throw stones into their toilet. Upon seeing that large handful of locust leaves, Ning Yao instinctively glanced at Chen Ping'an. According to what Song Jisin said when Chen Ping'an was not around, even if Chen Ping'an wanted to take them, not a single locust leaf would be willing to be taken by him. Compared to the large bunch of locust leaves in Gu Kan's hand, the difference in ancestral blessings was visible to the naked eye. It was unknown whether Chen Ping'an would feel sad upon seeing this scene. Stealing glances at Chen Ping'an, Ning Yao found that his expression was completely normal, showing no jealousy over Gu Kan's fortune or her own lack of it. He simply calmly reminded Gu Kan, keep them safe. These things will protect you when your skills aren't strong enough, understand? Gu Kan was momentarily taken aback. These broken leaves really have such great power? Although Gu Kan was skeptical, he trusted Chen Ping'an. So, he tidied up the locust leaves in his hand and directly handed over half to Chen Ping'an. Here, Chen Ping'an, take it. Chen Ping'an, who did not take it, simply smiled and said, these locust leaves are only effective for you. For others, the effect would be much worse. Gu Kan frowned. Worse is better than nothing. Chen Ping'an, if you don't take it, I might get angry. Ning Yao also turned her head and advised Chen Ping'an, who was surrounded by an aura of early death. Even if you really don't want it, at least accept one. Otherwise, if this child succeeds in cultivation in the future, the guilt you leave him today may very well cause a crack in his Dao heart, allowing external demons to take advantage of the gap. Hearing this, Gu Kan immediately gave Ning Yao a thumbs up. Sister, your words are really pleasant to hear. Much more reliable than that little girl next door. Upon hearing this, a rare smile appeared at the corner of Ning Yao's mouth, as if she accepted Gu Kan's compliment. Just then, an angry roar came from the other end of Ni Ping Alley. Gu Kan, where the hell are you? Gu Kan's face instantly turned pale. Since childhood, he had only feared his mother and Chen Ping'an. Knowing there was no time, Gu Kan sighed, reluctantly bidding farewell to Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an, you must come to Shiyi Lake to see me, okay? I will always wait for you. Wait for you to come see me. Chen Ping'an, I'm leaving now. I'm really leaving. Walking backward, Gu Kan saw that Chen Ping'an only waved his hand without saying anything to keep him, and immediately crossed his arms and snorted coldly. Chen Ping'an, you aren't even going to keep me here. I was going to say, in the future, I would at least find you dozens of wives as beautiful as that girl next door. Now it's all gone. Chen Ping'an laughed heartily. All right, Gu Kan. You stay. What would I do without you? Seeing Chen Ping'an so cooperative, Gu Kan, pretending to be angry, immediately brightened up. That's more like it. Those dozens of wives, I will generously help you keep them. Goodbye, the best Chen Ping'an in the world. After saying this, Gu Kan turned around and ran towards the other end of Ni Ping Alley, occasionally raising his hand as if wiping something. All good things must come to an end. Chen Ping'an, feeling somewhat emotional, quietly watched Gu Kan enter his house, and then the mother and son came out again, each carrying their luggage. Slowly walking out of the alley behind Lu Zhimiao, whom he had beaten before they reached the alley entrance. Lu Zhimiao turned around and looked at Chen Ping'an with deep meaning. Earlier, he had intentionally caused trouble, but was crushed by Chen Ping'an's overwhelming strength, ruining the seeds of trouble he had sown. Such a decisive and ruthless young man like Chen Ping'an was rare even in the scheming Shiyi Lake. If it weren't for this kid's fateful porcelain breaking, Chen Ping'an would have been more suitable to be his disciple than Gu Kan. What a pity. After beating him up and forcibly taking away 2 bags of gold and copper coins, Chen Ping'an was now his enemy. The next time they meet outside the town, he would let this kid see what a true river-crossing true lord is. With a sneer on his face, Lu Zhimiao finally turned to leave. But what he didn't know was that Chen Ping'an was thinking the same thing. The next time they meet at Shiyi Lake, he would crush Lu Zhimiao. After sending Gu Kan off, Chen Ping'an turned around and saw Ning Yao, whose body had recovered a lot, sitting on a stone bench in the courtyard, looking at him with great interest, asking, "How's it going with Lu Xianyang? Can you tell me about it?" Chen Ping'an had nothing to hide and nodded, roughly recounting the encounter outside the alley. After listening to Chen Ping'an, Ning Yao's brows furrowed tightly. Not good. If what you said is true, then you're likely in danger. Chapter 33, it's simple. I just have to strike first, right? Danger? Chen Ping'an smiled slightly. Of course there is. One cannot seek wealth and glory without encountering danger. How could there be such good fortune? From the initial attack by the Grand Sui Imperial Horse Supervisor Wu Jiao Temple, to the later river-crossing true Lord Lu Jimiao of Shujian Lake, and then the encounter with the old launching Funan Hua in the alley, and Kai Jin Jian of Yunxia Mountain, who among them is not far superior to Chen Ping'an. But in the end, isn't it still Chen Ping'an who survived? Therefore, Chen Ping'an was quite confident about how to survive. However, for the fully confident Chen Ping'an, Ning Yao was not too optimistic. When she entered the town, she had observed the people entering. Among so many people, only one gave her a great deal of pressure, the mountain-moving old ape from Zhengyang Mountain. That mountain-moving old ape had at least 1,000 years of cultivation, with tough skin and flesh, making it very difficult to provoke. Without using her fateful flying sword, she would definitely not be a match for the mountain-moving old ape. And if she used her fateful sword, it would mean the end of her swordsmanship career. It would be somewhat not worth it to cut off her own sword path for Chen Ping'an and Lu Xianying. Therefore, upon hearing that Chen Ping'an had actually provoked the Su family of Qingfeng City face-to-face, Ning Yao felt it was not good. Although these people were likely deterred by the rules of the town, it was still quite possible to sever Chen Ping'an's longevity bridge, making him live many fewer years. Living like this is much worse than dying. However, Chen Ping'an had saved her life after all, so she should at least ensure that the young man survives. Ning Yao sighed softly. I already told you, Qingfeng City and Xinjiang Mountain are both extremely difficult to deal with. Why do you have to add fuel to the fire? Do you know that the Su family of Qingfeng City has already touched the edge of the upper 5 realms? Do you know that the mountain-moving old ape of Zhengyang Mountain has cultivated for 1,000 years, equivalent to a cultivator of the upper 5 realms? After speaking, Ning Yao stared hard at Chen Ping'an, trying to find shock, fear, regret, and other emotions on the young man's face. But no matter how she looked, Chen Ping'an, who started to concoct medicine, remained as calm as a lake's surface without wind. So what? Within the town, no matter how high their cultivation, can't they still use it? So what? Ning Yao was almost driven to laughter by Chen Ping'an's response. Chen Ping'an, were you hit in the face by a cow's tail when you were a child, making you stupid? Do you think with your little skills, you can deal with a mountain-moving old ape with 1,000 years of cultivation? Do you know what 1,000 years of cultivation means? Even a pig that is cultivated for 1,000 years can crush you with a finger. Looking at Ning Yao, who was almost fuming, Chen Ping'an couldn't help but laugh. Seeing Chen Ping'an smiling, Ning Yao, who was already furious, shouted, "What are you laughing at?" Chen Ping'an shrugged. "Miss Ning, you look so good when you're angry." Ning Yao was taken aback, then her cheeks slightly flushed. Being focused on the Tao, she had never cared about her appearance. Moreover, in a place like the Sword Qi Great Wall, everyone was focused on cultivating hard to kill demons as soon as possible, rarely mentioning love matters. So Chen Ping'an was actually the first person to compliment her looks besides her parents. To be honest, which girl doesn't hope for someone to compliment her beauty? And after being praised by Chen Ping'an, Ning Yao's accumulated anger could no longer be maintained. Realizing this, the girl suddenly slammed the table, stood up, and looked down at Chen Ping'an, questioning, "Tell me, do you secretly like me?" Chen Ping'an was not startled by Ning Yao's sudden action. He simply looked in her watery eyes and calmly said, "Not secretly, it's openly." Ning Yao was taken aback, then grinned. "You have good taste." But Ning Yao turned abruptly. Her spirits lifted as she said, "I won't agree to you, because the man I, Ning Yao, like must be the most powerful sword immortal in the world. No, it should be the most powerful sword immortal under heaven and above. In front of him, any demons, monsters, Confucian saints, martial ancestors, Tao ancestors, Buddhas, and celestial beings would all be slain under his sword." Listening to Ning Yao talk about the standards for her future husband, Chen Ping'an, who felt he met every criterion, nodded wildly. Yes, that's me in the future. Ning Yao was just getting into the spirit of her speech when she suddenly heard Chen Ping'an say this and immediately widened her eyes to stare at him. Chen Ping'an, I didn't expect you to have such a thick skin. Can you wield a sword? Chen Ping'an honestly shook his head. Not yet. Niang Yao was furious. You can't even wield a sword, and you dare to say you'll become the #1 sword immortal in the world. Chen Ping'an instinctively scratched his head. But don't we all have to learn it later? Is there really someone who knows it from birth? Hearing this, Niang Yao smiled, but remained silent. Sorry, she was naturally a top-tier sword immortal body, knowing from birth how to circulate her breath. This could probably be considered what Chen Ping'an referred to as knowing it from birth. After Chen Ping'an's diversion, Niang Yao's thoughts of seeking justice diminished. Looking at Chen Ping'an, who seemed completely unconcerned about the impending danger, Niang Yao sighed again. Forget it. After all, you saved my life. My principle in dealing with people is that a drop of kindness must be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. If you glare at me, then I'll kill your whole family. When she said the last sentence, Niang Yao glanced at Chen Ping'an somewhat sheepishly. She might say it, but she had never actually done it. Chen Ping'an shouldn't think of her as a female demon, right? Seeing that Chen Ping'an's expression showed no sign of abnormality, Niang Yao continued. But even if I deal with the mountain-moving old ape, it will be hard to protect you completely. After all, there is also the Su family from Qingfeng City lurking nearby, so I can only guarantee to do my best. If you unfortunately die, then I won't take revenge for you immediately. Once I have achieved my goals, I will come back to exterminate their entire family to repay your life-saving grace. Niang Yao's words were firm and filled with killing intent, but Chen Ping'an still looked calm and unbothered. No need to go through so much trouble. Niang Yao raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Chen Ping'an smiled slightly. It's simple. I'll just kill them first. Upon hearing this, Niang Yao couldn't help but hold her breath for a moment. What was going on? Facing an almost unbeatable enemy, Chen Ping'an was not thinking of hiding, but instead preparing to strike first. Did he really think he was the #1 sword immortal in the world? Did that mean all her previous words were in vain? Chapter 34. One hand, 100 Chen Ping'an S. Chen Ping'an, who didn't plan to involve Niang Yao, glanced at the fire in front of the medicine furnace, then poured the brown medicinal liquid into a bowl, signaling Niang Yao to drink the medicine first. While Niang Yao frowned and gulped down the bitter medicine, Chen Ping'an disposed of the dregs, cleaned the sandpot, and quietly watched Niang Yao drink. She looked beautiful. The corners of Chen Ping'an's mouth involuntarily curled up. If possible, it would be nice to freeze this moment. Unfortunately, Niang Yao bore the future of the sword Qi Great Wall, and he himself was also a pawn in the game of many big shots. When one is weak, they should not expect stability. Often, those invisible hands push people forward forcefully. To break through this, one must become the unique 16 realms in the world. Only then would the world be willing to listen to Chen Ping'an's reasoning. Smack! After finishing the Chinese medicine, Niang Yao slammed the bowl heavily on the table, glaring at Chen Ping'an, as if she would not let it go if he didn't give her an explanation today. Miss Niang, why not wait for me a moment? I'll go get something and be back soon. Finally, Chen Ping'an added, I promise, I won't be fighting with anyone this time. Niang Yao initially wanted to say, who cares whether you're fighting or not? But when the words reached her lips, she realized she actually cared quite a bit about the boy's life. It was definitely due to gratitude, she convinced herself. But after Chen Ping'an left, Niang Yao couldn't help but quietly jump onto the wall. After confirming that Chen Ping'an did not head to Jinyang Mountain to confront the mountain-moving old ape or the Su family from Qingfeng City at Falu Street, Niang Yao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Ping'an indeed did not lie. He went to Gu Kan's house to get the boxing manual. When Gu Kan's family had not yet left, with Lu Jimiao present, Chen Ping'an naturally could not sneak in to take the boxing manual. So, to practice boxing, he had to wait until now. Over the years, Chen Ping'an had visited Gu Kan's house many times. Therefore, even though it was already night, he accurately found the now empty big water tank side. Next to the big water tank, there were originally carefully selected fine snake gallstones piled up by Gu Kan, but they had long been rifled through and scattered. Chen Ping'an naturally knew who did it. In the town, the only one who needed dragon energy so much was Ji Gui alone. Taking advantage of Gu Kan's family leaving, Ji Gue, who had long been coveting these snake gallstones, naturally acted quickly, even faster than Chen Ping'an. It could only be said that he truly deserved to be a true dragon. Chen Ping'an casually pushed aside those dried snake gallstones that Ji Gue looked down upon, revealing the soft, moist soil underneath. Then he took out a small hoe and began to dig carefully. In no time, a piece of yellow oil paper appeared beneath the soil. Upon seeing the boxing manual, Chen Ping'an switched hands to dig up the soil and retrieve the manual intact. After placing the surrounding soil and snake gallstones back in place, Chen Ping'an headed home. Soon, Niang Yao saw Chen Ping'an returning. With her sharp eyes, she immediately noticed the yellow paper-wrapped object in Chen Ping'an's arms. Curious, before she could ask, she saw Chen Ping'an continuously signaling with his eyes to go back to the room first. Niang Yao subtly glanced at the next room, stood up, entered the room, and lit the nearly burnt-out oil lamp. Chen Ping'an sat across the table, peeling away the layers of yellow oil paper covered in mud, revealing an ancient book. Although Chen Ping'an couldn't recognize all the characters on it, he knew it was a boxing manual named Shaking the Mountain. Of course, to know what was specifically written inside, he still had to rely on the girl in front of him. "Miss Niang, I can't read. Please teach me, okay?" Niang Yao initially wanted to ask Chen Ping'an if this was the confidence that allowed him to strike first, but it seemed unnecessary to ask now. Chen Ping'an didn't know what this book was either. Shaking her head, Niang Yao sighed softly and looked down. Shaking the Mountain. This book is called Shaking the Mountain. The name sounds imposing, but the material used to record the boxing techniques is quite ordinary. Usually, this means the boxing technique itself isn't impressive, which is why it doesn't need to be preserved with better materials. It's just that she didn't know how the content inside was. Holding onto a glimmer of expectation, Niang Yao extended her delicate fingers and casually flipped through the book, but before she could turn 2 pages, her speed suddenly increased. After flipping through the entire ancient book, Niang Yao's brows involuntarily furrowed slightly. The preface on the title page was written with such grandeur that she thought the boxing technique was remarkable. However, after reading through it, she found that the boxing technique was far from being exquisite. It was just clumsy work. If placed on a mountain, this boxing technique would most likely only serve as a table leg. Just this? It could be regarded as a treasure by the blessed Gu Kan and given to Chen Ping'an. This treasure was too cheap. Niang Yao, who was inwardly complaining, quickly realized that she shouldn't undermine Chen Ping'an's mindset. So she relaxed her brow and returned her expression to calm. Then she extended her finger, tapped the ancient book twice, and said lightly, "This is a boxing technique called Shaking the Mountain. According to its preface, this boxing technique does not differentiate between victory and defeat, only between life and death. It emphasizes spiritual intent rather than techniques. When the 6 styles of this boxing are practiced to perfection, it has immense killing power, capable of deeply injuring the lungs and heart with a single move. In short, it is a highly lethal boxing technique." After speaking, Niang Yao patiently read the not-so-thick ancient book to Chen Ping'an page by page, while also sharing her insights on martial arts. After all, during these days of interaction, Niang Yao had long discovered that Chen Ping'an, whose life fate was shattered, had considerable talent in martial arts. So her insights as a 6th realm martial artist were likely more useful than that worthless mainstream boxing technique. After finishing her explanation, Niang Yao pushed the boxing manual towards Chen Ping'an. "Well, that's about it. Take a look first, and if you have any questions, just ask me. I already know this boxing technique." Chen Ping'an smiled at Niang Yao, who looked like she was about to praise him, and said, "Impressive, impressive. Miss Ning's talent is indeed the best I've ever seen." Niang Yao, who was extremely pleased with herself, squinted her eyes and feigned calmness. "Isn't that just stating the obvious? Niang Yao, can take on 100 of you with one hand." At this point, Niang Yao finally couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Taking on 100 Chen Ping'an with one hand. How fitting. In the future, when she measures her opponent's strength, she could probably use Chen Ping'an as a standard for combat power. Thinking about this, Niang Yao couldn't help but laugh again. Chen Ping'an, who had stopped flipping through the book and looked up at the silly, smiling Niang Yao, also couldn't help but smile. "Miss Ning, give me some face. In the future, when we go out, say you need both hands to take on one Chen Ping'an, okay?" Chapter 35. Reading the Shocking Mountain, a glimpse of boxing intent. Hearing Chen Ping'an's shameless words, Ning Yao snapped back to reality and chuckled. 2 hands to take down one Chen Ping'an? That's not going to work. If Chen Ping'an gets defeated by someone else, wouldn't that make it seem like I, Ning Yao, am not strong enough? It was time to let Chen Ping'an know her real level. Is that so? However, my cultivation level is indeed not high right now. I'm in the 9th realm of martial arts, and I've only reached the 6th realm, the martial courage realm. After saying this, Ning Yao glanced sideways at Chen Ping'an. Having spent several days with him, she could tell that Chen Ping'an's blood and energy were condensed like one, indicating that he had reached the peak of the Mercury realm. But whether each martial artist's foundation was solid in their respective realms was another matter. With her lineage, Ning Yao had polished each realm to the extreme. Although she had never claimed the title of the strongest in the same realm, Ning Yao, who had reached the extreme in each realm, was still considered a top presence among martial artists of the same realm, with only a handful of martial artists capable of defeating her. Moreover, her true talent lay in the path of the sword immortal. If it came to a battle with swords of the same realm, then Ning Yao was confident she would be invincible, taking down a Chen Ping'an, who hadn't even crossed the river yet and was only a 3rd realm martial artist. With one hand was not a challenge at all. Why would she need 2 hands? If she said that, others would just think Ning Yao was nothing special. That would be too embarrassing. But why was Chen Ping'an not reacting? Upon realizing that Chen Ping'an seemed unable to perceive the gap between the martial courage realm and the Mercury realm, Ning Yao paused and gave another example in the context of a Qi practitioner. Additionally, in the 15 realms of mountain climbing cultivation, I'm currently only at the middle of the 5th realm, the Dragon Gate realm. At this point, Ning Yao shook her head, seemingly dissatisfied with her performance. In the Dan room, I've constructed 6 patterns, but I've yet to successfully complete them or allow the heavenly maiden to ascend. I don't know when I'll be able to form a golden Dan. As she spoke, Ning Yao lost the earlier excitement and felt somewhat dispirited. Although her realm was already impressive for someone like Chen Ping'an, who was still in a humble alley and had not yet seen a broader sky, she was still dissatisfied with her own progress. Thinking about the formidable monsters in the wild world made Ning Yao feel an immense pressure. The earlier girlish thoughts quickly vanished. She needed to become stronger as soon as possible. Shaking her head, Ning Yao glanced at Chen Ping'an again. If Chen Ping'an were not a 3rd realm martial artist, he might only see her words as that of a frog in a well gazing at the moon. But since Chen Ping'an was indeed a 3rd realm martial artist, he should understand the talent gap between him and Ning Yao, akin to an ant looking up at the sky. So when she said she could take on 100 Chen Ping'an with one hand, it wasn't just talk. In fact, it might have been a conservative estimate. Or rather, if she could face an opponent with one hand, then Chen Ping'an could be considered a worthy opponent. That was enough. She shouldn't expect Ning Yao to boost Chen Ping'an's strength with her words any further. Respect was always earned through strength, not through words. Ning Yao felt that Chen Ping'an should have understood her meaning. But even if Chen Ping'an heard these words, his smile showed no sign of changing. Miss Ning is indeed impressive. However, since I aspire to become the #1 sword immortal in the world, I naturally must have the confidence not to be outdone by Miss Ning. What do you think? Hearing Chen Ping'an's consistently confident statement, Ning Yao did not mock him. Instead, she seriously considered the perspective. If one were to concede mentally from the start, then this flaw in mindset would only grow larger on the path to pursuing the great Tao, potentially attracting the attention of otherworldly demons. Therefore, anyone aspiring to reach the top must pursue a perfect state of mind where they are invincible. Chen Ping'an's words were not without merit. However, thoughts aside, reality ultimately prevailed. The reality was that while Chen Ping'an and Ning Yao were of similar age, Ning Yao was already a martial artist in the martial courage realm and a practitioner in the Dragon Gate realm, while Chen Ping'an was still just a 3rd realm martial artist. But what Ning Yao did not know was that after she acknowledged Chen Ping'an's reasoning about mindset, a distinctly different gift from the heavens had descended upon Chen Ping'an's heart lake. Reasoning successful, a small portion of the gift from the heavens has arrived. This time, it was uncertain whether it was related to Ning Yao explaining the entire Shocking Mountain manual to Chen Ping'an. His mind had been replaying the stances, standing positions, and sleeping stances from the Shocking Mountain Manual. As for the boxing techniques, knowing that the Shocking Mountain Manual emphasized boxing intent over techniques, Chen Ping'an had completely forgotten them. Therefore, when the gift from the heavens descended, the images of practicing stances, standing positions, and sleeping stances in his mind suddenly felt as if it were a Chen Ping'an in the river of time, continuously throwing punches, practicing stances, standing positions, and sleeping stances. Originally, it would take at least 1,000,000 punches to catch a glimpse of boxing intent, but inexplicably, a rich boxing intent began to flow through Chen Ping'an. Ning Yao, still in a daze, was startled by this boxing intent, and the flying sword in her sleeve began to stir, clearly a defensive reaction triggered by sensing a threat. Ning Yao frowned and snapped her fingers to suppress the flying sword that had been granted the word Sicheng by Qi Jingshan on the archway. What a terrifying boxing intent. Could it be that Chen Ping'an is truly an extraordinary martial arts genius? Although she had learned the Shocking Mountain Fist, which was akin to a turtle's fist, Ning Yao, who was accustomed to seeing good things, clearly understood that the Shocking Mountain Fist was fundamentally a subpar technique. Not to mention cultivating boxing intent. Even defeating a chicken seemed challenging. Yet, her peer, who studied the same book, unexpectedly comprehended boxing intent. This made Ning Yao doubt her own talent. Had she overlooked something? Seeing Chen Ping'an as if he were in a meditative state, motionless, the skeptical Ning Yao immediately picked up the Shocking Mountain Manual to read through it again. But the more she read, the more convinced she became that the techniques in the Shocking Mountain Fist Manual were absolutely useless. No one could cultivate boxing intent from these techniques. Yet, the strange phenomenon surrounding Chen Ping'an left Ning Yao utterly perplexed. After flipping the book back and forth, her mind racing, Ning Yao could only admit one thing. There truly are martial arts geniuses in this world. Those who only need a slight touch with boxing techniques to make connections and independently comprehend boxing intent. If someone had confidently told Ning Yao this before, she would have rewarded them with a sword to prevent further nonsense. But now, having witnessed this scene with her own eyes, Ning Yao could only believe that such people indeed exist in the world. What Chen Ping'an had just said about needing 2 hands to defeat him had already become a reality. Even if Ning Yao pressed forward, with the strength of a warrior at the 3rd realm, there was still a chance that Chen Ping'an, who had comprehended the intent of the fist, could lose. Only by using a flying sword could he ensure a stable victory. Realizing this, Ning Yao fell silent. If only Chen Ping'an had such talent in the path of breathing techniques, how wonderful would that be? Chapter 36. Chen Ping'an, are you still saying you don't like me? When Chen Ping'an opened his eyes again, he saw Ning Yao looking at him with a serious expression. Before Chen Ping'an could speak, Ning Yao, feeling a bit unhappy, silently blew out the oil lamp and coldly said, "Sleep. If there's anything, it can wait until tomorrow." Confused, Chen Ping'an left the room, leaving the only bed for Ning Yao. However, with a glimpse of the intent of the fist, Chen Ping'an was not at all sleepy. Instead, he began to practice his punches around the yard according to the techniques in the Shocking Mountain Manual. His fist intent flowed like a babbling brook. To be honest, Chen Ping'an did not expect that while he focused on his martial arts, the heavens would grant him a journey through the river of time, saving him countless days and months of hard work. Yet even so, he understood the principle of diligence being rewarded by the heavens. What is more terrifying than a genius? It is a hard-working genius. Even a talent like Ning Yao never slackened in her cultivation. That is why Chen Ping'an continued to practice his punches every second. Moreover, he started his training later than most, beginning to learn martial arts at the age of 14, which had already caused him to miss the golden time for training. Fortunately, the gifts from heaven compensated for Chen Ping'an's slight disadvantages. Inside the room, Ning Yao lay on the hard wooden bed, wide awake and unable to sleep. Listening to the sound of the wind created by Chen Ping'an's punches and the occasional flow of fist intent, the stern expression on her face softened into a smile. Good. He has talent and knows how to work hard. As long as he doesn't falter halfway. Ning Yao felt that Chen Ping'an could definitely see the scenery of a warrior at the 10th realm. What a pity. If only Chen Ping'an could see the elegance of a sword cultivator at the 14th realm in the future, how wonderful would that be? Then Ning Yao wouldn't have broken her promise, right? Suddenly having this thought, Ning Yao's cheeks turned slightly red. Fortunately, Chen Ping'an was not in the room, and it was pitch black, so no one could see her shy demeanor. Chen Ping'an, I won't wait for you. You need to be faster. Muttering softly, Ning Yao suddenly felt drowsy. Gradually, under the sense of security provided by Chen Ping'an's practice, she slowly fell asleep. However, what Ning Yao did not know was that under the quiet of the night, the Chen Ping'an who had just glimpsed the intent of the fist actually heard a few words. Ning girl, next time, let me wait for you. Chen Ping'an, who was also speaking softly to himself, took a deep breath and continued practicing his stances. Since there was an opportunity, he would take control of his destiny as a chess piece back into his own hands. The next day, after a night of practicing stances, Chen Ping'an showed no signs of fatigue. Instead, he was full of energy, in better condition than ever. When he saw Ning Yao coming out of the door, he handed her a bowl of herbal medicine that was just the right temperature. Ning girl, I will be leaving for a while today. You'll have to prepare the medicine at noon yourself. Seeming to know what Chen Ping'an was going to do, Ning Yao frowned and put down the bowl of medicine. Chen Ping'an, I've said everything I needed to say. Since you insist on this, turn around. Chen Ping'an complied and turned around. He heard some rustling behind him. It was Ning Yao lifting her robe and taking down an ancient short knife bound to her calf. Then, after asking Chen Ping'an to turn back around, Ning Yao handed the released knife to him, trying to keep her tone calm. Don't misunderstand. This skirt-pressing knife is to be returned. That old mountain-moving ape has tough skin. You can't break it with your fists. Only with a knife do you have a slim chance. Ning Yao thought it was normal for Chen Ping'an not to understand the significance of the skirt-pressing knife. The old Chen Ping'an indeed didn't know its meaning, but the current Chen Ping'an was very clear. A beauty gives me a golden knife. How should I repay her? This kind of personal item being borrowed as a gift, and even willing to let Chen Ping'an keep it close, already indicated Ning Yao's feelings. However, such feelings were hard for the shy Ning Yao to express. Besides, she always worried that romantic feelings would affect her path. Understanding everything, Chen Ping'an smiled slightly and solemnly accepted the skirt-pressing knife with both hands. Ning girl, don't worry. As long as I have a knife, I'm safe. Before Chen Ping'an could finish his sentence about the knife remaining even if he were to die, Ning Yao reached out and pressed her finger to his lips. Peh, don't talk nonsense. There are saints stationed here. They wouldn't dare kill anyone. Besides, I, Ning Yao, have always been someone who repays kindness. This time, I will go with you. Chen Ping'an nodded and smiled. Of course, I know Ning girl is the most loyal heroine in the world. But Ning girl, can you wait for my signal before acting? Seeing Ning Yao frown, Chen Ping'an took out the treasures he had gathered from Kaijin and Funanhua. Ning girl, look, you don't need to worry about me. I have my own ways to protect myself. If I can't hold on, I'll strike this pose. You must come to save me then. Chen Ping'an bent his thumb and index finger to form a half-heart shape. Ning Yao mimicked Chen Ping'an's gesture, awkwardly forming a half-heart as well. It's a deal. Their hands touched and merged into one. Ning Yao's eyes widened as she finally understood the meaning of this gesture. Chen Ping'an, are you still saying you don't like me? But Chen Ping'an didn't give Ning Yao a chance to ask. He laughed and pushed the door open, leaving Ning Yao blushing in the courtyard. As soon as Chen Ping'an left the courtyard, he suddenly saw a tall man dressed in a snow-white robe entering from the mouth of the mud bottle alley. This man exuded an extraordinary aura, with one hand behind his back and the other resting on his white jade belt, a sense of authority naturally flowing from him. Having just glimpsed the intent of the fist, Chen Ping'an could clearly sense that the aura of the person before him was clearly that of a more profound fist intent. Looking at the front and back of the tall man's white robe, both were embroidered with faint golden threads, which seemed to form two images of golden dragons swimming. Seeing the golden dragons that symbolized royalty, Chen Ping'an immediately guessed the identity of this person. A peak warrior of the 9th realm of the Great Li. The feudal prince Song Changjing. Currently serving as the supervisor of the last official kiln in the small town, Song Changjing had come to Liju town for Song Jisun. Looking around, Song Changjing also noticed Chen Ping'an. Seeing the dark-skinned, short boy, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Among the intelligence submitted by the dark operatives, there was a page in Song Jisun's report that had been deliberately torn out. However, through his unraveling, He could almost conclude that the events of that day were undoubtedly related to the boy before him. So, you're Chen Ping'an, right? Chapter 37. If the Great Li doesn't care, then I will kill. Chen Ping'an raised his head and looked at the tall man in front of him, pretending not to know, and said, "It's me." "Who are you?" Song Changjing smiled slightly and replied, "I'm the newly appointed supervisor of the official kiln in the small town. My name is Song Changjing." After awkwardly changing this prince to I, Song Changjing added, "I am also Song Jisen's uncle." Chen Ping'an nodded. "Lord Song, what is your instruction?" Seeing that Chen Ping'an did not use the intimate term uncle, but instead called him Lord, which intentionally created distance, a playful smile appeared on Song Changjing's face. Although he could not confirm what exactly happened between Chen Ping'an and Song Jisen that rainy night. However, the intelligence submitted by Anzi a few days ago clearly stated that Chen Ping'an had crossed the mud wall and severely beaten Song Jisen. Although he did not think much of his nephew, no matter how one put it, Song Jisen still had the blood of the Song family flowing in his veins. It was fine for their own family to vie for the throne, but to let an outsider bully them was something that his uncle could not accept. However, as a peak 9th realm martial artist, Song Changjing naturally would not compete with a young man in terms of physical strength, as that would be too shameful. Since he was not planning to make a move, he would ruin Chen Ping'an's state of mind and cut off his martial path. After reflecting on the recent intelligence from the town, Song Changjing immediately had an idea. He calmly spoke. "I heard that your friend Lu Xianying is having quite an unpleasant time with Xingyang Mountain and Qingfeng City." Chen Ping'an nodded. "Yes. Xingyang Mountain and Qingfeng City want to buy the family heirloom of Lu Xianying's family, but Lu Xianying naturally refuses to sell. It seems both sides are determined to buy it. From their demeanor, if they can't buy it, they might resort to violence. Since Lord Song is the supervisor of the official kiln in the town, may I ask if they resort to violence to seize the treasure? Will Lord Song intervene or not?" Song Changjing shook his head with a smile. "Chen Ping'an, although I'm the supervisor of the official kiln, this town has always been a place that is not governed by the law. Here, we do not respect the laws of the dynasty, only the words of the sages. Therefore, I have no authority to intervene in any affairs here, including fights, robberies, and murders." When it came to the word murder, Song Changjing deliberately emphasized it, clearly understanding that this matter would likely end with deaths. By deliberately emphasizing these words, he could heighten Chen Ping'an's anxiety, leading him to make decisions that would ruin his state of mind in the future. Thus, Chen Ping'an's future would be destroyed. Faced with Song Changjing's meaningful words, Chen Ping'an calmly retorted, "I think that's wrong." Hearing Chen Ping'an say was wrong, Song Changjing couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. In the past, no one in the army dared to say he was wrong. Chen Ping'an was the first. With his expression turning cold, Song Changjing maintained a smile. "Oh? Where's the mistake?" Chen Ping'an replied seriously. "Since Lord Song represents the Great Li to govern in this town, then this town is part of the Great Li territory. And the residents of this town are the citizens of the Great Li. Any event occurring on the territory of the Great Li should follow the laws of the Great Li. May I ask, Lord Song, does the law of the Great Li state that it allows others to rob at will, whether they are from the mountain or from the valley? The law of the Great Li certainly does not permit anyone to rob at will. Otherwise, the Great Li would have been in chaos long ago." Facing Chen Ping'an's words, Song Changjing found himself unable to refute. After a moment of silence, he could only reply, "Naturally, it is not allowed." Chen Ping'an nodded and continued to ask, "Then if Xingyang Mountain and Qingfeng City take action against the citizens of the Great Li?" Song Changjing sighed heavily. "That would violate the laws of the Great Li and should be punished." After saying this, Song Changjing was taken aback himself. He completely did not understand when he had been led into the rhythm of the conversation by Chen Ping'an, falling into the result that Chen Ping'an wanted. Successfully reasoning. A small gift from heaven has arrived. Having successfully made Song Changjing agree with his reasoning, Chen Ping'an did not expect Song Changjing to truly take action against the mountain-moving old ape that would disrupt the rules. He only needed to obtain a gift from heaven through Song Changjing. Therefore, after hearing what he wanted to hear, Chen Ping'an cupped his hands and prepared to leave. However, having suffered a hidden loss, Song Changjing did not want Chen Ping'an to leave so easily. He turned around, looking at Chen Ping'an's small back. and said in a deep voice, "Chen Ping'an, reasoning is reasoning, but in reality, one must ultimately consider human feelings and worldly affairs. The Great Li will not fall out with Zhengyang Mountain and Qingfeng City over two insignificant youths. You may not understand this temporarily, but if you have the chance to leave here, you will realize that this is the rule of the adult world." Hearing this, Chen Ping'an stopped in his tracks and turned around to smile. So the lives of the weak are not lives? It turns out this is the Great Li, and it truly disappoints me. Song Changjing chuckled. Respect is forged through strength. If you, Chen Ping'an, had the power of Zhenyang Mountain, then the Great Li would naturally stand up for you. But now, what makes you worthy of the Great Li spending a great price to fall out with Zhenyang Mountain and Qingfeng City? Chen Ping'an said seriously, "Indeed, there is none. Lord Song, I have disturbed you." Seeing that Chen Ping'an insisted on leaving, Song Changjing's brows furrowed. He had clearly hinted to Chen Ping'an to ask him how to pay the price for the Great Li to step in. Why did Chen Ping'an refuse to take the bait? Chen Ping'an, the Great Li is not as weak as you think. It just needs to be more legitimate in some matters. If you want this town to truly belong to the Great Li, you need to do something for me, and then the Great Li can protect you all. As long as you secretly cut down that old locust tree at night and pull out the iron chain from the iron well, then I can help you kill the old ape from Zhenyang Mountain. Seeing Chen Ping'an stop again, Song Changjing's face broke into a smile once more. You can fully trust this official. Since I've said this, there is no possibility of breaking my word. I believe you can sense the truth of what I say. Turning back, Chen Ping'an shook his head. I know what Lord Song said is the truth. However, when it comes to killing the enemy, why should I rely on others? Today, I may not be a match for the old ape of Zhenyang Mountain, but in the future, I will certainly kill that ape at my feet. And now, since the Great Li cannot manage this place, then I have even less burden when it comes to killing. Chapter 38. The Madman Sharpens His Knife. Hearing Chen Ping'an's words filled with killing intent, even the seasoned Song Changjing could not help but be taken aback. He had thought that Chen Ping'an would at least consider his proposal. If Chen Ping'an really dared to cut down the old locust tree in the middle of the town, then he would become the eternal sinner of the town. This guilt would be enough to ruin Chen Ping'an's life. Then how could Song Changjing take this opportunity to kill the old ape from Zhenyang Mountain? He was worried that the recent peace would leave him, a martial artist in the army, with no place to showcase his talents. But unexpectedly, after confirming that the Great Li would not intervene in the town's affairs, Chen Ping'an seemed even happier. Frowning, Song Changjing watched Chen Ping'an walk further away, puzzled. From his perspective, if the Great Li did not intervene in the town's affairs, Lu Xianyang, who was carrying a heavy treasure, would undoubtedly die, and Chen Ping'an, who had provoked the mountain-moving ape, would not escape death either. After all, whether he killed one or two, he would be expelled from the town by Qi Jingshun, and the already ferocious mountain-moving ape would naturally choose to kill too. After a moment of thought, Song Changjing sneered. He thought Chen Ping'an was someone who wouldn't cry until he saw the Yellow River. Once Lu Xianyang died, Chen Ping'an would probably come crying to beg him. Shaking his head, Song Changjing continued to walk forward. Disrupting Chen Ping'an's state of mind was merely a matter of convenience. His main purpose for coming to the town was still to take his nephew, Song Jisun. Meanwhile, Chen Ping'an, having run from Mud Bottle Alley to Fortune and Prosperity Street, arrived at the entrance of the Lu family mansion. Although Chen Ping'an had not visited Fortune and Prosperity Street many times, he had a good memory since childhood. And based on the few times he had delivered messages to the mansion, he could still recall the situation inside the mansion. Therefore, he skillfully climbed over an unguarded wall and quietly made his way inside. Inside the Lu family mansion, the lady of the Su family from Qingfeng City was sitting in the main seat, leisurely savoring tea. The news has already spread. The furious appearance of the old ape from Zhenyang Mountain truly make her want to laugh now. A mindless beast, that's what he is. As soon as he heard that Lu Xianyang not only refused to trade the sword manual, but also ran into Ruan Xiong's blacksmith shop, the old ape left with a gloomy expression. As for what he went out to do, the woman naturally knew very well. After all, it was her doing that revealed Lu Xianyang's porcelain buyer was from the Fenlei Garden to Zhenyang Mountain. Therefore, if Zhenyang Mountain couldn't obtain the sword manual, they would definitely want Lu Xianyang dead. Only if Lu Xianyang died could the sword manual not fall into the hands of their sworn enemy, Feng Garden. And once Lu Xianyang was dead, everything in his family would become ownerless, allowing her to openly go to their home with her son and easily take that precious armor away. Killing and fighting are nothing compared to the joy of using one's brain to kill, right? What a beautiful plan that kills multiple birds with one stone. It is precisely for this reason that she can now enjoy her tea so comfortably while waiting for good news to arrive. However, her son, due to his young age, has been a bit impatient. He has complained to her several times today about wanting to go out. Looking at her sulky son, Su Zhua, the woman finally softened her heart. Sure, you can play in the yard for a while, but you must not go out. The situation outside is unclear, so we must be cautious. Upon hearing that his mother had finally lifted his confinement, Su Zhua's eyes brightened, and he ran out of the house like a flash. Got it. What threat could there be in the town? Who would dare to attack our Qingfeng city? The woman, drinking her tea, shook her head with a smile. Indeed, who would dare to risk becoming enemies with Qingfeng city? Only that foolish boy from the alley would do that. Now that he had entered this small town and his strength had greatly diminished, he was indeed being overly cautious. At present, everything was progressing as she had anticipated. So it was time to relax. The woman glanced at Lu Zhengchun, who was kneeling on the ground, and sneered. Let's just torment this guy. Hearing the screams coming from inside, Su Zhua's small face was filled with excitement. The Su family of Qingfeng City was famous for selling fox fur beauty talismans. And the fox fur used for these talismans was naturally taken from shape-shifting foxes ranging from 100 to 300 years old. Thinking of this, Su Zhua's hands became itchy, and he immediately called over a second-class maid from the Lu family. These second-class maids had also been tormented by Su Zhua quite a bit recently. Now that they heard Su Zhua calling, their faces instantly turned pale. However, as girls born into the family, they had been servants of the Lu family since their ancestors, so how could they refuse? They could only watch helplessly as Su Zhua dragged them to the back of a rockery in the courtyard and stripped them of their clothes. Then Su Zhua picked up a small knife and began to cut off pieces of smooth, jade-like skin from their backs. Even so, Su Zhua was still not satisfied. He wanted to use the knife tip to poke the skin and hold it up to their pained faces, forcing them to open their eyes and look. The anguished girl, knowing her fate would be the same as her several older sisters, hastily buried in the desolate mountains by the Lu family, couldn't help but feel a wave of sorrow, and tears fell in large drops. Just then, the girl suddenly heard a strange voice by her ear. Young Master Su, is it fun? Su Zhuo, with blood splattered on his face, laughed maniacally and said, it's fun, it's really too much fun. Then Su Zhuo froze, realizing something was wrong. There was only him and the girl behind the rockery. Who was this extra voice? Terrified, Su Zhuo turned around, but behind him was nothing but emptiness. Turning back again, he discovered that the astonished gaze of the second-class maid was directed at the wall. He then saw a boy in straw sandals squatting on the wall, smiling at him. It was that arrogant boy from Mud Bottle Alley. What was his name again? It seemed to be Chen Ping'an? Yes, that's right, Chen Ping'an. A mere dirt-legged boy dares to trespass into the Lu family's mansion? What audacity! After realizing it was this alley boy who had startled him, Su Zhua, furious and ashamed, was about to call for servants to drag Chen Ping'an into the courtyard for his amusement. But just as Su Zhua was about to shout, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his throat. That dirt-legged boy had used a slingshot to hit him in the throat with a stone, interrupting his voice. Covering his bleeding throat, Su Zhua looked on in disbelief. This dirt-legged boy actually dared to hurt him? He was the young master of the Su family in Qingfeng City. His father, Su Han, was a peak nascent soul realm expert. Did Chen Ping'an know who he was provoking? Filled with rage, Su Zhua saw Chen Ping'an jumping down from the wall, walking toward him, and immediately pushed the second-class maid forward. Then he turned and stumbled toward the inner hall. Mother, save me. Chapter 39. A late confession is worth less than grass. The screams of the second-class maid did not attract anyone's attention. After all, after these few days of encounters, everyone understood the special hobbies of the Su family's young master. And how could the Lu family, wanting to gain protection from Qingfeng City, dare to say no to their future protector? However, they were unaware that at this moment, a figure with a bleeding throat was desperately running toward the inner hall. Following behind him, Chen Ping'an was in no hurry to chase after the fleeing Su Zhua. He simply used his slingshot to take out Su Zhua's 2 legs, and then let Su Zhua crawl on the ground while he once again became invisible. Having been pampered in Qingfeng City and never experiencing physical pain, Su Zhua wanted to scream in agony, but his vocal cords had been broken by Chen Ping'an's stones, leaving him only able to emit sounds like a dying beast. This sound was almost inaudible to the woman who was in the inner hall training Lu Zhengchen. Moreover, being in Lizhu town, all her cultivation was suppressed. Unless absolutely necessary, she would take the risk of using her techniques. Thus, it wasn't until the nearly breathless Su Zhua crawled into the main hall that the woman finally noticed her son's tragic state. Upon seeing Su Zhua's appearance, the woman was momentarily dazed, nearly thinking she was dreaming. How could this be? Clearly in the safest place in the small town. How could this happen? It must be fake, it must be fake. The woman, frozen in place, completely failed to notice the commotion on the roof. However, Lu Zhengchen, lying on the ground covered in wounds, saw a small figure peel back the tiles and silently drop down. If he wasn't mistaken, that was Chen Ping'an. So, the young master's plight was caused by Chen Ping'an? Where did Chen Ping'an get the guts to do such a thing? Even if he was the young master of the Lu family, wasn't he now, just like a dog, at the mercy of that woman? Why wasn't Chen Ping'an afraid? He couldn't understand. The next second, something even more incomprehensible happened. While the woman was completely focused on her son, Chen Ping'an actually pulled out a very sharp small knife and stabbed it into the woman's dantian, twisting it forcefully several times. The woman only felt the pain before she regained her senses. When she turned in astonishment, she saw an extremely indifferent little face. It was that alley boy. Until this moment, the woman still felt like she was dreaming. Otherwise, how could she see that ant rolling around in Mud Bottle Alley in the Lu family's mansion? And this ant even dared to stab her? If this wasn't a dream, then everything was too absurd. The woman, bleeding from her mouth and nose, seemed to want to say something, but Chen Ping'an did not give her the chance. Taking advantage of her illness, he aimed for her life. After ruining the Qi Si of the Qi cultivator, Chen Ping'an continued to stab her several times, each one aimed at a fatal spot. Fearing that the woman in front of him wouldn't die, the scheming woman truly did not expect to encounter such a calamity. If it were outside the town, she could easily use her absolute strength to prevent Chen Ping'an from getting close to her. But this is Lizhu town, and she finds that she cannot use any of her cultivation at all. There isn't even time to take out her life-saving items. The unwillingness in the woman's eyes is evident as her body slumps to the ground. Next to her, Lu Zhengchen, upon witnessing this scene, is already stunned with fear. This woman, whom he regarded as a fierce threat, now lies beside him like a dead dog. The bloodstains seeping from her clothes prove that everything is real. This woman from Qingfeng City is truly dead, dead without a sound, dead without any value. And the one who did all this is none other than Chen Ping'an, someone whom nobody ever took seriously. Why has this boy, who only followed Lu Xianying, suddenly turned into such a cold-blooded killer? Lu Zhengchen wants to shout, but when he sees Chen Ping'an's gaze turn toward him, he is so frightened that his lips tremble, struggling to produce a complete syllable for a long time. He can only watch helplessly as Chen Ping'an bypasses him and, just like last time when he taught him a lesson, lifts Su Zhua's head. You like to bully people and don't allow them to resist, right? Then how about I kill you now, and you could just wait for your doom? Su Zhua, who was on the verge of death, immediately shook his head frantically at these words, as if he had been revived. Oh, you don't want to wait for your doom? Then fine. How about I skin you alive, just like you did? Hearing this, Su Zhua shook his head even more vigorously. If someone had dared to say this to him earlier, he would have scoffed and called for his subordinates to hold the person down and personally skin them. But now, after witnessing this boy kill his relied-upon mother, he has no doubt that this boy would dare to skin him alive. He had seen the pain of being skinned countless times in the past, but back then, it was someone else suffering. Now it's his turn, and naturally, he doesn't want to be skinned. Rather than being skinned, he would prefer to die. Chen Ping'an, with a hint of malevolence in his eyes, seemed to see through Su Zhua's thoughts and asked with a smile, "You want to say that rather than being skinned, you'd rather be killed directly?" Suzhua hesitated for a moment, then shook his head again. He didn't want to be skinned, nor did he want to die. He wanted to live. He needed to survive to take revenge on that damned Chen Ping'an. He wanted to skin Chen Ping'an 108 times before he would be satisfied. Suzhua, close to death, had never felt so clear-headed. Chen Ping'an killed his mother, but did not kill him, clearly wanting to leave some leeway with Qingfeng City. Therefore, he would not die today. Indeed, the next words from Chen Ping'an further confirmed his thoughts. Haha, do you now know how your skin mate felt? Then, do you know your mistake? Suzhua, certain that he would not die, nodded perfunctorily. However, Chen Ping'an, who had not heard the profound sound of the Heart Lake Avenue, understood that this guy did not agree with his reasoning. Chen Ping'an, who could not stay here for too long, sighed lightly. It seems you still refuse to admit your mistake. In that case, let us go. Upon hearing this, Suzhua's heart suddenly rang alarm bells. And then he felt a sharp pain in his chest as Chen Ping'an's fist smashed into his chest. Looking at the sunken chest, Suzhua, who was already on the brink of death, felt death approaching even faster. An endless fear gripped Suzhua's heart. Suzhua, terrified and crying, used his last bit of strength to nod his head. He knew he was wrong. He knew he was wrong. He really knew he was wrong. He would never skin anyone again. Spare him, sob, sob, sob. Suzhua, whose vision was gradually fading, sincerely repented until the last moment. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Reasoning successful, a small portion of Heaven's gift has descended. Chapter 40. The Killer, Chen Ping'an. Upon hearing the profound sound of the Great Way in his heart lake, Chen Ping'an finally realized that Suzhua, this bastard, had truly repented at the last moment. However, the harm already done cannot be undone, so regardless of whether Suzhua felt remorse, Chen Ping'an had no intention of letting him go. Why should evil people not undergo the same tribulations as good people, merely needing to put down their butcher's knife to become a Buddha? Chen Ping'an does not accept this. Casually tossing Suzhua's corpse aside, Chen Ping'an retrieved about 10 foxskin beauty talismans from Suzhua and the woman, then pulled out 2 bags of gold and copper coins to stash in his pocket. Finally, he also found 2 protective talismans that seemed to be made of human skin. Chen Ping'an's eyes lit up. The Su family from Qingfeng City had indeed made quite a bit from foxskin beauty talismans, as they even possessed this defensive item known as the substitute human skin. As the name suggests, this substitute human skin can block a fatal blow for the holder when activated. Of course, this fatal blow cannot exceed the ordinary peak of the nascent soul realm. In other words, if a peak nascent soul swordsman struck with a sword, then this substitute human skin would likely be useless. But right now, it was exactly what Chen Ping'an needed. Just as Chen Ping'an finished putting away his items, he heard a commotion coming from the Liu family courtyard. Hurry, hurry! The murderer is in the inner hall. Go, surround him, and make sure the murderer doesn't escape. Hearing the voices, Chen Ping'an sighed lightly. It seems the second rate maid he saved earlier had exposed his whereabouts. Otherwise, the Liu family's guards would have no reason to arrive so quickly. Chen Ping'an's moment of softness had ultimately been misplaced. He should have just watched her be tortured to death by Suzhua. However, fortunately, this little time was enough for him to leave. Chen Ping'an glanced at Liu Zhengchun, who was already scared out of his wits. When Liu Zhengchun saw Chen Ping'an looking at him, he felt as if he couldn't catch his breath. You know what to say, right? Terrified that Chen Ping'an would kill him too, Liu Zhengchun immediately knelt and knocked his head. I will never reveal you, I promise. Chen Ping'an, don't kill me. I have no grudge against you. Seeing Liu Zhengchun in such a pathetic state, Chen Ping'an, who had no intention of killing him, couldn't be bothered to care whether Liu Zhengchun's words were true or false. After all, he had never intended to conceal the act of killing. He couldn't hide it anyway. Besides, if that old monkey from the mountain didn't know he had killed the Su mother and son, why would he leave the Li family mansion to chase him? The Li family mansion is not the same as the Liu family mansion. With Dao ancestors' eldest disciple, Li Shixing, stationed at the Li family mansion, Chen Ping'an did not want to take any risks. Therefore, he had to make that old monkey feel a sense of crisis. So he would actively leave the Li family mansion. According to Liu Zhengchun's character, he would likely reveal it afterward, because only with his death would Liu Zhengchun truly feel at ease. But this is also what Chen Ping'an hopes for. If no one knows it was him, how would the old monkey come after him? So, with a complete plan already in mind, Chen Ping'an immediately leaped onto the beam with the tip of his toes. And, with another push, he returned to the roof through the opening in the roof. In just a few moments, Chen Ping'an disappeared like a light bird on Falu Street. Meanwhile, the Liu family members who had just opened the door felt as if thunder had struck them, facing a great disaster. Because the Su mother and son, who would have provided them shelter in Qingfeng City, were dead. Dead in a terrible way. Su Zhu's throat was crushed, his chest caved in, clearly hammered to death with someone's fist. And looking at Su's woman, she appeared to have suffered multiple stab wounds, her body riddled with blood holes. Who on earth is this murderer? How dare they be so audacious? If they cannot give the Su family in Qingfeng City an explanation. Then, after the Lizhu cave heaven collapses, the Liu family, with no arrangements in the Great Li, will face utter destruction. The head of the Liu family, whose hair was completely white, looked angrily at the second tier maid who was being supported by someone, her back not having a single good piece of skin. They learned about the intruding assassin because they saw this maid running around in a panic, which led them to find out from her that the assassin had gone to the inner hall. Because of this, they did not have time to ask more questions and hurried to the inner hall. However, they were still one step too late. Speak. Who did it? Faced with the head of the family's pressure, the second tier maid trembled inside, her lips moving, but she ultimately did not reveal Chen Ping'an's appearance. Just having unconsciously exposed Chen Ping'an's whereabouts made her feel extremely guilty. Now, she was unwilling to repay kindness with enmity any longer. I report to the head of the family. The person was masked when he entered. I truly do not know who it was. The head of the Liu family snorted coldly and was about to get angry when he heard a servant say, "The master, the young master, is still alive." Upon hearing this, the head of the Liu family quickly took a few steps and came to Liu Jingchuan's side. Liu Jingchun, trembling all over, finally relaxed when he saw his grandfather come over. Before seeing his grandfather, he had been worried that Chen Ping'an would drop down from the roof like a ghost and kill everyone clean. Now, he could finally put his mind at ease. But with Chen Ping'an still alive, he felt uneasy. Glaring hatefully at the second-tier maid, Liu Jingchun gritted his teeth and said, "Grandfather, it was Chen Ping'an. It was Chen Ping'an who killed the Su mother and son from Qingfeng City." Slap. The head of the Liu family, furious to the point where his white beard stood on end, gave Liu Jingchun a resounding slap. "Stop spouting nonsense. Do you think I'm really getting old and confused? Chen Ping'an? Chen Ping'an is just a country bumpkin. At most he has some strength. How could he kill the immortal masters from Qingfeng City? Tell me the truth, or I will skin you alive." Seeing his grandfather fuming, Liu Jingchun, holding his face, looked very aggrieved. He was clearly telling the truth. Why didn't grandfather believe him? "Grandfather, it really was Chen Ping'an. He jumped down from above and stabbed them." Liu Jingchun, eyes filled with fear, recounted the scenes that had just occurred. The disbelief on the head of the Liu family's face gradually turned to shock. He knew his grandson's character. Usually, as the bully of Faluzi Street, Liu Jingchun did not have the ability to weave such a detailed story, especially those inconspicuous details. If he hadn't experienced it personally, how could he describe it so clearly? He had just seen the state of the bodies, and the way they were harmed was exactly as Liu Jingchun had said. Could it really be Chen Ping'an? That boy who ran errands and delivered messages for them every day. When did he gain such great power? How could he easily kill the Su mother and son from Qingfeng City? This was unreasonable. The head of the Liu family, with a dark expression, after pondering for a moment, said in a deep voice, "Quick, bring me pen and paper. I need to write a letter to the Li family." Chapter 41. The Fury of the Mountain Moving Ape. The events at the Liu family on Faluzi Street quickly spread throughout the streets and alleys. In the official Kiln government office, Song Chongjing also received reports from his informants. Looking at the information stating that Chen Ping'an single-handedly killed the Liu family and slaughtered the Su mother and son from Qingfeng City, even Song Chongjing, a peak 9th realm martial artist, felt a ripple in his emotions. The reason was simple. Chen Ping'an really did what he said he would do. Earlier, he thought Chen Ping'an was just putting on a show of bravado. Once the news reached him that Lu Xianyang had been heavily injured by the old ape from Zhenyang Mountain, he believed that Chen Ping'an would come to seek his protection with a sense of crisis. And he would take this opportunity to repeat the request that would cause a rift in Chen Ping'an's heart for a lifetime. But as he waited, he got the news that Chen Ping'an had killed the Su mother and son from Qingfeng City. On paper, Chen Ping'an was naturally not the Su mother and son-'s opponent. Yet, unexpectedly, Chen Ping'an had killed them. Song Changjing closed his eyes and handed the intelligence to Song Jisin, who was sitting below, while he began to deduce how he would use the weak to defeat the strong if he were Chen Ping'an. After pondering for a while, the only way was to first use the woman's soft spot, Su Zhua, to distract her, thus creating an opportunity for a lethal strike. But this required Chen Ping'an to have complete confidence in human psychology, and he would also need a sharp weapon. With the answer in mind, Song Changjing opened his eyes and looked at the shocked Song Jisin, then mocked, "What? Didn't he expect this neighbor of yours to be so decisive in killing? Do you regret bullying him usually?" Song Jisin, gripping the intelligence paper tightly, had a somewhat distorted expression. He had already learned from his uncle Song Changjing about the strength of these outsiders, including the deceased Fu Nanhua from the old Dragon City, the already departed Jiejin Jinjuan Lu Jimao, the Su family from Qingfeng City who had just been alive, and the strongest, the old ape from Zhenyang Mountain. Yet, unexpectedly, Chen Ping'an not only killed Fu Nanhua from the old Dragon City, but also slaughtered the Su family from Qingfeng City, who could command the winds and rains outside. Damn it! If Chen Ping'an is this strong, how am I supposed to kill him? What ability do I have to kill Chen Ping'an? If I don't kill Chen Ping'an, how am I supposed to break the demons in my heart? Seeing Song Jisin silent, Song Changjing immediately sneered. "Look at you. Are you really a descendant of our Song family? Just a boy from Shabby Alley, and you're so obsessed with him. It seems you don't have the fate of an emperor." Upon hearing this, Song Jisin's face instantly turned pale. Meanwhile, Song Changjing continued to mutter to himself. To break the demons in your heart is simple. Just see him die with your own eyes, right? Although Chen Ping'an killed the Su mother and son, the same tactic won work on the alert old ape from Zhenyang Mountain. That old ape has just nearly beaten Lu Xianyang to death, and is now brimming with killing intent. Chen Ping'an is likely to face a bad end. Upon hearing this, Song Jisin's eyes brightened, and he asked, "So, Zhenyang Mountain should have received the news?" Song Changjing smiled without answering. At the same time, a burly old man was hurrying back to the Li family mansion from the blacksmith shop by the creek. His terrifying killing intent made passers-by scatter in fear. The mountain-moving ape, with blood still on his fists, felt relieved when he saw that his young master Tao Zi was unharmed. If Tao Zi had died, he would have made sure everyone in the town paid for it. After receiving the urgent news from the Lu family, Tao Zi, who had called back the mountain-moving ape, said with a serious expression, "Grandpa Ape, that waste from the Su family in Qingfeng City was actually killed by that boy from last time. That boy seems to be coming for us." The mountain-moving ape knelt on one knee, his face showing a fierce expression. "Miss, don't worry, the old servant will not let him survive tonight. But that country bumpkin, with such low strength, acts like this. The old servant fears there might be shadows of the wind and Thunder Garden behind this. Or perhaps Song Changjing from the government office is involved." After speaking, the mountain-moving ape turned his head and coldly snorted at the head of the Li family, unceremoniously ordering, "I advise you to summon your ancestor to watch over my young lady. If anything happens to my lady here, this matter is not something your branch of the Li family can bear." The anxious head of the Li family could only stand by and repeatedly smile apologetically. To the Li family, Zhenyang Mountain was indeed a mountain they could not afford to provoke. There was no way out. The head of the Li family could only say as the mountain-moving ape requested, "Understood, understood. I will go summon the ancestor to guard here and personally ensure Miss Tao's safety." Upon hearing this, the mountain-moving ape's expression finally became a little better. The mountain-moving old ape clasped his fists in front of his young lady and said, "Miss, I will go and kill that mudbrat from Enai Ping Alley, and then take care of that little bastard from Wind Thunder Garden as well. It's annoying to have these few insignificant grasshoppers jumping around in front of me." Knowing the strength of the mountain-moving old ape, Tao Zi waved her small fist and smiled. Grandpa Ape, kill them all, and then make their heads into a ball for me to kick, okay? The head of the Li family, hearing these cruel words, immediately broke into a cold sweat. However, the mountain-moving old ape looked at Tao Zi with a face full of affection and said, "All right, I will do as you say, Mississippi. I will definitely make their heads into a ball." With that, the mountain-moving old ape strode away from the Li family's residence. Regardless of any schemes or tricks the other party might have, he would crush them with brute force. After all, this was Li Zhu Town, where all magical arts were prohibited, and he, as an ancient creature with tough skin and flesh, naturally had an unparalleled advantage. Even a peak martial artist of the ninth realm might not have skin as thick as his. This was also one of the reasons why Xinjiang Mountain did not send a sword immortal to protect Tao Zi, but instead let him come along. Besides the local sage, the mountain-moving old ape feared no one. At the town's corridor bridge, at the blacksmith's shop by the creek, the apprentices and workers had long stopped what they were doing. They looked at the apprentice Lu Xianying, who was lying on the ground and continuously spitting blood, with bewildered expressions. They had no idea why that tall old man had come here to punch Lu Xianying. And with Ruan Xiong and senior sister Ruan Xiong not present, they did not know how to handle the situation. After all, Lu Xianying, whose breath was faint, looked like he was about to die. At that moment, a dark-skinned boy in straw sandals, holding a locust tree leaf, rushed over from the corridor bridge. This person was Chen Ping'an, who had just returned from the Lu family mansion, knowing that Lu Xianying was destined to face a calamity. Chen Ping'an needed to quickly use the locust tree leaf given by Gu to stabilize Lu Xianying's life. As the locust tree leaf placed on Lu Xianying's forehead gradually merged, Lu Xianying, who had lost consciousness, slowly began to awaken. Upon opening his eyes and seeing Chen Ping'an, Lu Xianying felt a surge of excitement in his heart, but the pain in his chest made him cough incessantly, unable to say a complete sentence. After a long while, he managed to force out a faint smile and said intermittently, "Chen Ping'an, quickly leave the town. That old bastard is too strong. You're definitely not his match. Am I going to die soon? My chest hurts so much." Seeing that even in extreme discomfort, Lu Xianying was still concerned about his safety and urged him to leave the town, Chen Ping'an, who had thought he would calmly accept the situation, was still filled with endless anger. But in front of Lu Xianying, he suppressed his anger and tried to calmly reassure him, "It's okay, you won't die. You will become a sword immortal in the future. How could you die here? This is just the only bitter part of your sweet life ahead." Hearing Chen Ping'an's comforting words, Lu Xianying forced a smile and said, "Chen Ping'an, you're so good at comforting people. I really don't want to die. I'm really scared of dying. But my head is spinning so much now. Chen Ping'an, I don't want to die." Clutching Chen Ping'an's hand tightly, Lu Xianying ultimately fainted again due to the pain. Chen Ping'an could clearly see the tears flowing from Lu Xianying's tightly closed eyes, tracing down his cheeks and falling to the ground. Even knowing that Lu Xianying would turn misfortune into fortune and be saved by the Yingyin family, Chen Ping'an still felt a deep sense of sorrow, seeing Lu Xianying in such a dying state, with red eyes and a heart filled with repression. At this moment, two hurried figures approached from the corridor bridge. It was Ruan Xiong, who had gone out to look for Ruan Xiao, and Ruan Xiao herself, who had gone out to sneak a snack. The two were genuinely surprised that someone dared to ignore Ruan Xiong's face and storm into the blacksmith shop to commit violence. This was simply a slap in Ruan Xiong's face. With his fists clenched, Ruan Xiong's anger reached its peak. Did they think he was just a sick cat because he didn't show his power? He was still a sage in this place. Surely, he could be a little lenient? But just as Ruan Xiong had this thought, he felt a spring breeze blow over him. It was Qi Jingchun. After receiving some news from the spring breeze, Ruan Xiong's anger slightly diminished, and then he calmly arranged for an apprentice to go find the shopkeeper of the Yang family to come and treat Lu Xianying. Finally, he squatted down to check on Lu Xianying's injuries in Chen Ping'an's arms. The opponent's punch had shattered Lu Xianying's chest. Although he hadn't completely killed Lu Xianying, it had brought him close to death. Clearly, the opponent didn't want Lu Xianying to die so quickly, which is why they had held back a bit. However, if it weren't for Chen Ping'an arriving in time and using a locust tree leaf to stabilize Lu Xianyang's breath. Lu Xianyang would likely not have survived until now. Qi Jingchun said Lu Xianyang still had a chance to live, but Ruan Xiong, lacking insight, truly couldn't see where Lu Xianyang's chance of survival lay. Once the remaining ancestral luck of this locust tree leaf dissipated, Lu Xianyang would be completely dead, with no chance of revival. Unless Qi Jingchun was willing to expend his magical power, Lu Xianyang's life could not be saved. But if that happened, the already cracked porcelain of Li Zhu Dantian would likely shatter even faster. While Ruan Xiong was lost in thought, Ruan Xiao was already filled with anger and immediately turned to find a mountain-moving old ape to settle the score. Noticing Ruan Xiao's movement, Ruan Xiong immediately raised his head and said sternly, "Xiao Xiao, this is not something you should get involved in. Do you want your father to collect your body?" Ruan Xiao turned back angrily and said, "Father, are you just going to watch as someone bullies you and beats your half-apprentice to death?" Ruan Xiong replied expressionlessly, "Fortune and misfortune have no fixed path. It is a person who brings it upon themselves. If he dies here, it is the result of his fate." Ruan Xiao, filled with unquenchable anger, completely failed to understand why her father would stand by and do nothing in this situation. All she could think of now was that if her father wouldn't take action, she would. Stepping forward again, Ruan Xiao said sternly, "Father, if you think I, Ruan Xiao, can only eat, then you are gravely mistaken. I, Ruan Xiao, can also kill." Seeing Ruan Xiao's resolute demeanor, Ruan Xiong's brows furrowed tightly. Under the premise of adhering to the town's rules, there were indeed very few people in the town who could match the mountain-moving old ape. Although Ruan Xiao possessed innate strength, she was still a bit lacking compared to the mountain-moving old ape who had cultivated for 1,000 years. If Ruan Xiao were given 100 years, no, 10 years, give her 10 years, and the mountain-moving old ape would naturally be no match for her. But now, it was still too early. With a sigh, Ruan Xiong was just about to stop Ruan Xiao when a small figure stepped in front of her first. Ruan Xiao looked at the boy, trying to suppress his anger, and was somewhat confused. "Chen Ping'an, why are you stopping me?" "I'm going to avenge Lu Xianyang." Chen Ping'an nodded and said calmly, "Miss Ruan, I understand your good intentions, but that old beast is after me and Lu Xianyang. This matter should be resolved by the two of us. Lu Xianyang cannot act now, so this matter should be settled with blood for blood." Ruan Xiao fell silent for a moment and finally said, "Chen Ping'an, let me speak frankly. That old ape's identity is not simple. He can even be said to be one of the ancestors of Zhengyang Mountain. So even if that old ape cannot use magical arts here, it would not be difficult for him to deal with you." Ruan Xiao paused, glancing at Ruan Xiong behind her and lowering her voice. "Even if I'm truly no match for him, my father will never sit idly by. Even if he can't truly kill that old ape, giving him a lesson he will never forget is still possible. But Chen Ping'an, if you confront him, then you must bear the consequences of life and death." Ruan Xiao's words were sincere, and the stakes were clearly laid out. Ruan Xiong, who was eavesdropping, unusually did not refute Ruan Xiao's words. After all, when faced with such a slap in the face, even a clay figurine would feel a bit of anger, let alone Ruan Xiong, who was a practitioner of martial arts. If he could use Ruan Xiao's crisis as an excuse to teach that old ape a lesson, it seemed like a viable option. Even Qi Jingchun would have a hard time saying anything against Ruan Xiong. What daughter is not the apple of her father's eye? However, Chen Ping'an still shook his head and said, "Miss Ruan, I appreciate your good intentions, but seeking revenge through others is ultimately unsatisfying. It's like trying a new pastry from a New Year's shop. I might find it delicious, but it still cannot compare to the flavor of tasting it myself. Miss Ruan, don't you think?" Chapter 43, Battle, the Mountain-Moving Old Ape. Originally, Ruan Xiao was somewhat puzzled as to why Chen Ping'an stubbornly chose not to take advantage of Ruan Xiong's strength to easily seek revenge. But when she heard Chen Ping'an use the analogy of the New Year's shop's pastries, she instantly understood. Stopping in her tracks, Ruan Xiao looked troubled. "But Chen Ping'an, that old ape is really not something you can handle." Chen Ping'an stood up and smiled. "Miss Ruan, if I don't even try, and just assume I'm not as good as that old ape, I would be letting Lu Xianyang down, and I would be letting myself down as well. So, Miss Ruan, you need not persuade me. If it is truly impossible, I will naturally retreat. Seeing Chen Ping'an speak so clearly, Yuan Xiao could only sigh softly and no longer try to stop him. Reasoning successful, a small portion of heaven's gifts has descended. On the Heart Lake, Chen Ping'an once again heard the arrival of the profound sounds of the great Tao. With the entry of the last strand of martial true Qi, Chen Ping'an, who now possessed 30 strands of martial true Qi, had reached the extreme of the Mercury realm. Although he was not the strongest, he was just within the limits of the current rules of the Lihua Cave Heaven, where he would not be suppressed. Slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air, Chen Ping'an's gaze was firm. It was time. Even if the chance to kill that mountain-moving old ape was slim, Chen Ping'an still wanted to give it a try. At the very least, he needed to severely injure that old ape so that it would not be able to trouble him and lose Xianyang for years to come. Yuan Xiong watched as the not-so-tall figure of the youth gradually disappeared, his eyes filled with emotion. To dare to strike at a stronger opponent, just this courage alone was worthy of respect. However, Yuan Xiong knew better than anyone how powerful the mountain-moving old ape was. Even he could not guarantee victory if he were to intervene, let alone a small third-tier martial artist. The gap in physical strength between martial artists was not something that could be easily compensated for. In other words, the mountain-moving old ape could afford countless opportunities to make mistakes due to its physical prowess. Yet, Chen Ping'an had no margin for error. A single mistake could cost the young man's life. Chen Ping'an must be very aware of this, but he still went. This made Yuan Xiong feel a renewed sense of regret. As long as Chen Ping'an's life-bound porcelain did not shatter, this young man would surely be the most outstanding person of this generation in the small town. Having him as a son-in-law would not be a bad idea. After all, even Yuan Xiao, whom he could not persuade, was convinced by Chen Ping'an's few words. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed like the two had developed feelings for each other. As if sensing Yuan Xiong's thoughts, Yuan Xiao turned her head and looked seriously at her father. Dad, my feelings for Chen Ping'an are not romantic. Yuan Xiong, whose face showed embarrassment, chuckled but inwardly scoffed. He was, after all, someone who had experienced such things. Couldn't he tell what a girl in love was? Did she really think he would believe she didn't like him? Yuan Xiao, noticing her father's distrust, felt helpless. However, there was more concern for Chen Ping'an in her eyes. After all, when she counted her friends, there was only Chen Ping'an. On the other side, the mountain-moving old ape, coming from the Li family's mansion, headed straight for Mud Bottle Alley. However, just as he was nearing the alley, he suddenly realized something. Since he had already severely injured that brat Lu Xianyang, would Chen Ping'an escape the town upon learning the news? If he truly left the town, it would be quite difficult to find Chen Ping'an again in such a vast world. Moreover, if there was indeed a plot by Feng Lei Yuan or Song Changjing behind the scenes, they would likely have arranged an escape route for that boy from the shabby alley. If he went there, the chances of coming up empty-handed were quite high. Furrowing his brows, the mountain-moving old ape pondered for a moment and decided it would be better to leave the killing opportunity for the bastards of Feng Lei Yuan. Feng Lei Yuan was different from Chen Ping'an. In Dongbei Pingzu, with its mountain stronghold, it was an existence where the monk could run, but not the temple. That Lu Baqiao, who came here from Feng Lei Yuan, was also a rising star that Feng Lei Yuan had its eye on. Killing him would also weaken Feng Lei Yuan's strength. Just as the mountain-moving old ape was thinking this, he suddenly spotted a figure not far ahead, rapidly approaching. Seeing that small figure, the mountain-moving old ape's face immediately revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Not taking the path of life, but instead rushing into the underworld. Good. Does he really think that the identity of the mountain-moving ape is fake? If he could punch Lu Xianyang to the brink of death, he could naturally punch Chen Ping'an's brains out. With a face full of wild smiles, the mountain-moving old ape stood boldly in the middle of the alley, not dodging or avoiding, clearly looking down on Chen Ping'an. Yet, the rapidly approaching Chen Ping'an also seemed to have no intention of dodging, charging straight at the mountain-moving old ape as fast as possible. Then, as the mountain-moving old ape brought his palms together to strike, Chen Ping'an swiftly drew the skirt knife from his sleeve and stabbed it toward the old ape's chest. Originally confident that Chen Ping'an could not harm him, The mountain-moving old ape suddenly felt a mysterious surge of fist intent, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Immediately following was an overwhelming sharpness amplifying from his chest. The mountain-moving old ape's pupils dilated, realizing for the first time that Chen Ping'an indeed had the ability to injure him. Where did this little brat learn such fist intent? It had directly broken through the chi surrounding his body, giving the exceptionally sharp skirt knife a chance to harm him. Furthermore, Chen Ping'an showed no signs of defense. Not at all worried about losing his life. Was he trying to exchange his life for his? Realizing this, the mountain-moving old ape let out an enraged roar. His life was not something that a worthless life like Chen Ping'an could compare to. To exchange lives, Chen Ping'an must have that capability. He was merely being reckless. How could he truly give Chen Ping'an this opportunity? The mountain-moving old ape altered his attack halfway through, changing from striking Chen Ping'an's temples to a downward press. With his press, Chen Ping'an, with his arm length, would definitely be unable to reach him at all. With a mocking look in his eyes, the mountain-moving old ape seemed to envision Chen Ping'an kneeling before him with broken legs. Just as he thought, the mountain-moving old ape's hands indeed pressed down on Chen Ping'an's shoulders, and just as he imagined, he restrained Chen Ping'an's body, preventing him from reaching his own. However, what the mountain-moving old ape did not expect was that with this strike, Chen Ping'an was completely unharmed. In fact, he still had the strength to rotate his wrist, slicing deeply at the joint of the mountain-moving old ape's dominant right arm. The intense pain shot straight to the mountain-moving old ape's nerves. How long had it been since he had suffered an injury? Now, he was actually wounded by country bumpkin, severing the meridian in his right arm. Feeling the weakness in his right arm, the mountain-moving old ape let out a furious roar, his face twisted in rage. He tightened the 5 fingers he had on Chen Ping'an's left shoulder, the muscles in his left arm bulging, and an unmatched force erupted from the mountain-moving old ape's left arm once more. He wanted Chen Ping'an to first taste the pain of his shoulder shattering. Chapter 44. Forcing out the true form. At the same time, Chen Ping'an, with his left hand still in his pocket, once again channeled his martial true chi, propping up a human skin. Before the first encounter with the mountain-moving old ape, Chen Ping'an had already donned the first human skin he obtained from the Su family of Qingfeng City. This allowed him to disregard the old ape's first strike and unexpectedly disable its right arm. Now, as the second strike from the mountain-moving old ape came, Chen Ping'an quickly rotated his skirt-cutting knife and repeated his previous tactic, delivering a heavy blow at the joint of the old ape. The mountain-moving old ape, having failed again, was filled with disbelief. He had no idea why his powerful hands, capable of crushing gold and silver, had failed to inflict any harm on Chen Ping'an. Could it be that he was truly getting old? How could that be possible? At the peak of his cultivation, he was in his prime, full of vitality. How could he have become weak? This young boy from the back alley must have obtained 1 or 2 life-saving treasures from Liu Baqiao of Fenglei Garden or Song Changjing of the government office, which allowed him to disregard the damage. However, life-saving treasures are invaluable to any force. Thus, after Chen Ping'an had rendered both of the old ape's arms useless with 2 life-saving treasures, he should have had no more tricks left. Thinking of this, the mountain-moving old ape first stomped his right foot heavily on the ground to evade Chen Ping'an's strike aimed at his chest, then grinned. "Good kid. I truly didn't expect them to bet so heavily. But you should stop here. Even if my hands are useless, I can still crush you with my feet." With a fierce aura, the mountain-moving old ape, while expanding his territory for Xinjiang Mountain, had seen all kinds of fierce battles and endured countless injuries. Yet, he still stood here, which spoke volumes. A minor injury like a broken arm was nothing serious for the mountain-moving old ape. With his trump cards in hand, he wouldn't take Chen Ping'an seriously at all. What he feared was merely the potential hidden threats behind Chen Ping'an. Thus, the mountain-moving old ape, who had been reserving some strength to deal with possible crises, was speaking the truth. Chen Ping'an understood this as well. Therefore, since the mountain-moving old ape still had legs to use, he would disable his legs with the same momentum as before. Chen Ping'an charged straight at the mountain-moving old ape. Upon seeing Chen Ping'an's movement, the old ape couldn't help but feel suspicious. Although he was certain that Chen Ping'an possessed at most 2 protective treasures, both of which had just been used, Chen Ping'an's confidence in charging at him made him uneasy. Could it be that Chen Ping'an still had another life-saving item? It was incomprehensible that this life-saving item would be given to a back-alley boy to squander. It was during this moment of hesitation that Chen Ping'an reached the mountain-moving old ape, and the uncertain old ape's kick was not very firm, allowing Chen Ping'an to successfully inflict a bloody wound on its leg. The intense pain forced the mountain-moving old ape to take a step back. What had originally been a one-sided scenario now turned into the old ape retreating again and again. Just then, Chen Ping'an's mocking voice came from the other side. "Hey, old beast, didn't you say you would crush me with a foot? Why are you running?" Hearing Chen Ping'an's taunt, the mountain-moving old ape was instantly enraged. He could no longer care about any small-town rules or any suppression of the great Tao. He took a deep breath and mobilized the spiritual energy within him. As fresh energy surged through him, the old ape's body made crackling sounds. The wounds on his hand and thigh began to visibly heal. However, the price was his hundreds of years of lifespan. With a face turning from green to purple, the old ape struggled to suppress the chaotic energy within him. He saw the oblivious Chen Ping'an charging back towards him, attempting to launch a sneak attack while he was catching his breath. With a mocking glint in his eyes, the old ape suddenly raised his hand and punched towards Chen Ping'an's head. This punch would surely send Chen Ping'an's soul flying. Bang! Crack! A heavy sound echoed, like shattering jade. Once again, Chen Ping'an remained unscathed, and the old ape's recently healed hand joints were severed again by the skirt-cutting knife. The familiar scene and pain returned. This time, the enraged old ape took another deep breath and struck out again. He was determined to finish off Chen Ping'an in one go. Even risking the possibility of being flooded by the sea, he couldn't believe that at such a close distance, Chen Ping'an could produce another protective treasure. But what the old ape didn't expect was that a shadow resembling an earth dragon suddenly emerged from Chen Ping'an's waist, opening its mouth wide and directly biting down on one of the old ape's arms. The earth dragon tightly coiled around him, preventing any movement. Was this a treasure from Old Dragon City? It turned out that the late Nanhua from Old Dragon City, who had died in the small town not long ago, was also killed by Chen Ping'an. The old ape instantly realized this, but it was too late. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Ping'an rapidly pierced countless holes into the old ape's body. Just as the old ape had intended to unleash all his strength, he had forcibly mobilized the true energy within him, and now, having lost the initiative, his insides were in chaos, with surging energy rampaging everywhere. This left the old ape, with a face turning purple and green, completely unable to move. If he had a little time to recover, he could definitely survive this ordeal. But Chen Ping'an, using the earth dragon's essence, forcibly restrained him, while simultaneously striking him madly, feeling his lifespan rapidly draining like a river. The old ape experienced the arrival of death for the first time in this small town of Liju. It was an immense frustration, a feeling of utter suffocation. Clearly a being of the heavens and the earth, clearly a cultivator for 1,000 years, clearly unmatched in this small town. Yet he was being toyed with by this country bumpkin. He was completely restrained by the rules. In the chaotic state, a resolute look finally appeared in the old ape's eyes. Since he was being forced like this, he would make this kid understand what it meant to be a mountain-moving ape, with complete focus and not daring to pause for a breath. Chen Ping'an suddenly felt a loud alarm in his heart. With goosebumps all over his body, he instantly realized that a crisis was approaching. Chen Ping'an immediately abandoned the opportunity to kill the mountain-moving old ape and swiftly retreated. Upon seeing Chen Ping'an's decisive action, the old ape's expression was indifferent. Now you're trying to run? It's too late. His true form was nearly 1,000 feet tall. Can you, Chen Ping'an, cover 1,000 feet in an instant? If not, then just die quietly. The mountain-moving old ape, whose body was continuously expanding, forcefully shattered the earth dragon's essence. Meanwhile, the numerous bleeding holes on his body, under the violent swelling of his muscles, became barely noticeable small wounds. with his eyes now the size of lanterns. The mountain-moving old ape quickly locked onto Chen Ping'an's location and stomped down. Chapter 45. The retreating, mountain-moving old ape. On the highest branch of a zhongwu tree, on Falu Street, sat a middle-aged man in a white dragonfish robe, who was none other than the current supervising official of the town, Song Changjing. Upon hearing that Chen Ping'an had killed the mother and son of the Su family in Qingfeng City, Song Changjing was certain that a battle between the mountain-moving old ape and Chen Ping'an was inevitable. To help his nephew Song Jisin overcome his inner demons, he specially brought him here to watch the fight. After all, from Song Changjing's perspective, the mountain-moving old ape who could fight him in the small town would undoubtedly have complete confidence in crushing Chen Ping'an. Of course, the premise was that Chen Ping'an wouldn't escape. When he confirmed through his informants that Chen Ping'an was heading towards the mountain-moving old ape, Song Changjing knew a good show was about to unfold. However, he never expected that Chen Ping'an would be so resilient. It should be noted that when he saw Chen Ping'an charging in, he had already concluded that even if Chen Ping'an could injure the old ape, he would still die under the old ape's hands. After all, that old ape had arms longer than his knees, and with Chen Ping'an not yet fully developed, he naturally had a disadvantage in terms of arm length. Suddenly, a knife appeared in Chen Ping'an's hand, compensating for the disadvantage of his arm's length, giving him the opportunity to stab directly into the old monkey's chest, exchanging life for life. This surprised Song Changjing. He was astonished that the young man was so ruthless, treating his own life as a bargaining chip to pull off such a deadly exchange. This was indeed a miscalculation on his part. The mountain-moving monkey would certainly be unwilling to trade lives with Chen Ping'an. Therefore, Chen Ping'an was likely to survive until the second strike. This was not a big deal. Unable to see the situation in Mud Bottle Alley, Song Jisin, who could only listen to Song Changjing recount the details, felt a mix of emotions. But when he heard that Chen Ping'an would not survive past the second strike, he felt an inexplicable sensation in his heart. After spending so much time together, although he had always wanted to kill Chen Ping'an, at the critical moment, he felt a bit empty inside. His heart demon showed no signs of being resolved. Instead, it felt heavier. Just then, Song Changjing, who was in the tree, suddenly exclaimed, as if the battle situation had undergone a significant change. Song Jisin, who was below the tree, immediately asked, and, after a moment of silence, Song Changjing said, "It seems that the kid has an eye for valuable things. When he killed the mother and son of the Su family in Qingfeng City, he also took their protective talismans. This means that the protective talisman on Fu Nanhua from Old Dragon City is most likely also in his possession." Song Changjing's words were only half finished when the situation on the battlefield shifted again. Having misjudged the situation multiple times, Song Changjing chuckled bitterly, seemingly surprised that even with his peak ninth realm martial artist insight, he could still have a day of consecutive misjudgments. The old monkey had been overly arrogant, wanting to take advantage of the moment to eliminate Chen Ping'an, but was instead caught by Chen Ping'an, who seized the fleeting opportunity and forced him into a desperate situation. "What?" Song Jisin exclaimed, then quickly asked, "Is the old monkey also going to be killed by Chen Ping'an?" Song Changjing stood up and slowly shook his head. "Not so easily. Although that old monkey has lost at least 1,000 years of life, he still has not revealed his true form, so he will not die. However, he has no choice but to reveal his true form now." After saying this, Song Changjing's fighting spirit surged. In his life, he loved only 3 things: building the capital, killing geniuses, and battling immortals. Since the mountain-moving monkey had revealed its true form, he could not help but feel the itch to intervene. Without waiting for Song Jisin to ask again, Song Changjing's figure suddenly disappeared from the treetops. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the increasingly larger mountain-moving old monkey. Although Song Changjing appeared small before the enlarging mountain-moving old monkey, he threw a punch that caused the old monkey, who wanted to stomp Chen Ping'an to death, to stagger. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed through the heavens and earth. The entire small town trembled 3 times. Seeing someone blocking his way, the furious old monkey immediately retaliated with a punch aimed at Song Changjing. Song Changjing, with both fists raised to guard his head, took the blow head-on, and was smashed straight down onto the bluestone ground. What a thrill! This prince of the Dali army bent his knees slightly, once again stomped heavily on the ground, and shot up like a released arrow. With a retracted fist, Song Changjing delivered another heavy punch directly to the old monkey's forehead, halting the old monkey's momentum, which was still growing. The old monkey's head tilted back in anger, his fury soaring to the clouds. Why? Why does everyone have to go against him? The old monkey, filled with rage, completely ignored the cracks appearing on his body and forced himself to gather strength to strike back at Song Changjing. Boom! This time, Song Changjing remained unmoved, while the old monkey, whose condition was deteriorating, was sent sliding back several feet, crushing countless houses beneath him. Seeing the old monkey's strength decline, Song Changjing's expression turned uninterested. This was the true form of the mountain-moving monkey, and it was nothing special. If he really let loose, he could easily crush this infamous mountain-moving monkey. Losing interest, Song Changjing smiled at the air in front of him. Qi Jingchun, are you not going to step in and stop this? Don't tell me you want this broken pot to shatter quickly. Come on, I've just become the supervising officer. I should stay a little longer, right? Qi Jingchun, who had been silently observing, could naturally hear Song Changjing's words. In fact, if Song Changjing had not been in the mood to spar with the old monkey, Qi Jingchun would have already expelled the old monkey from the town by now. However, it was not too late. Putting down the black piece in his hand, Qi Jingchun raised his head, realizing that it was time to end this farce. Otherwise, the already cracked Liju Cave Heaven would not hold for much longer. Soon, Qi Jingchun's voice reached the ears of the now stabilized old monkey. The mountain-moving monkey from Zhenyang Mountain deliberately inflicted severe injuries on Lu Xianyang, sabotaging his path to greatness, yet intentionally spared his life, allowing him to die slowly. Such behavior has violated the town's rules. You are hereby expelled from the town and may never return. Hearing this, the old monkey instantly became furious. Qi Jingchun, you hypocrite! Lu Xianyang is not dead. I haven't violated the town's rules. On what grounds do you expel me? But the old monkey's roar did not elicit any explanation from Qi Jingchun, only an irresistible spring breeze that forcibly sent the battered old monkey out of the town. The mountain-moving monkey, who had lost thousands of years of lifespan in the town, was furious and wanted to return to seek justice. But he felt a sudden heart palpitation. It seemed that if he stepped back into the town, he would truly die. Weighing his options, the mountain-moving monkey finally set his foot down. With the Liju Cave Heaven on the verge of collapse, he would eventually have the chance to kill that kid who had forced him to expend so much energy. For now, he had to return to Zhenyang Mountain as quickly as possible to stabilize his cultivation and heal his injuries. Otherwise, if all his vital meridians were reversed, then all his 1,000 years of cultivation would truly be for naught. Not to mention that if his injuries were discovered by the Fenglei Garden, they would certainly not let him off easily. Swallowing his anger, the mountain-moving monkey could only transform back into human form and hastily head towards Zhenyang Mountain. After the mountain-moving monkey left, Song Changjing finally turned to look behind him and smiled. All right, that mountain-moving monkey can no longer threaten you. Chen Ping'an, you truly impress me. Are you interested in joining the Dali army to achieve great things? Chapter 46, Ma Kushuan's Sinister Thoughts. Chen Ping'an had long anticipated that Song Changjing and Qi Jingchun would intervene. After all, the mountain-moving old monkey had already violated the town's rules the moment he used his internal spirit energy. The only pity was that the old beast physique was simply too powerful, and Chen Ping'an could not kill him within the town. However, Chen Ping'an also knew that after this battle, the old beast was likely to lose at least a few hundred years of cultivation, and it was not impossible for 1,000 years of cultivation to be ruined in one go. The next time they met, this old beast would only be weaker than he was now, and he, Chen Ping'an, would only grow stronger. So, even though he did not kill the mountain-moving old monkey, for Chen Ping'an, it could be considered achieving his set goal. Now, facing Song Changjing's invitation, Chen Ping'an naturally would not accept it. Song Changjing wanted him to hone his skills in the army, but it was not out of good intentions. Moreover, Chen Ping'an was unwilling to serve under Song Jisun. Just thinking about having to pinch his nose and call him Your Highness when he saw Song Jisun made Chen Ping'an feel nauseous. Seeing the subtle change in Chen Ping'an's expression, Song Changjing understood his thoughts. He smiled and said, "Whether you believe it or not, I truly have no intention of harming you. Since you don't want to, I won't force you. The doors of the Dali army will always be open for you. Whenever you come to your senses, just come find me. Additionally, it seems you still have a guest. I hope you still have the energy for that." After saying this, Song Changjing did not linger, directly turning to leave. His figure seemed to simply take a step, but instantly covered several meters, disappearing from Chen Ping'an's sight in just a few blinks. Chen Ping'an also felt the malicious gaze of the so-called guest. Looking back, on the other side of Mud Bottle Lane, there was a similarly dark, thin, and short boy squatting on a wall, continuously tossing stones from his hand and then catching them. When he saw that Chen Ping'an had noticed him, the boy wore a playful expression. "Chen Ping'an, I didn't expect you to actually practice martial arts. Good. That way I won't be considered bullying you, right?" Chen Ping'an smiled, but did not respond. The boy sitting on the wall was named Ma Kushuan, the grandson of the flower of the apricot blossom lane. Usually dull and silent, he appeared foolish. In reality, he found the other children around him too childish and was too lazy to communicate. Moreover, his previous incarnation was likely one of the 12 high-ranking deities in ancient mythology, the Thunder God. Yet this person had quite a complicated entanglement with Chen Ping'an in this world. The reason was that Ma Kushuan's father had played a part in the death of Chen Ping'an's father. Ma Kushuan feared that once Chen Ping'an learned the whole story, he would seek revenge on their family, so he hoped to kill Chen Ping'an before that could happen. However, what Ma Kushuan didn't know was that Chen Ping'an already knew all of this. The reason he hadn't sought him out was simply because he thought that Ma Kushuan, who considered himself invincible in the small town, was actually not that impressive. When Chen Ping'an merely smiled without replying, Ma Kushuan felt the disdain from him. This made the proud and arrogant Ma Kushuan dislike Chen Ping'an even more. What was he pretending for? Who in the town didn't know that Chen Ping'an's life was in ruins? If the town were to be ranked, Chen Ping'an would certainly be the last, the 9th tier. No one in Liju town had worse luck than Chen Ping'an. Moreover, Ma Kushuan had already been chosen by Zhenhua Mountain, while Chen Ping'an was just a nobody. Although he didn't know why Chen Ping'an had suddenly learned martial arts, Ma Kushuan believed that whatever Chen Ping'an could do, he could do better. Therefore, he was definitely stronger than Chen Ping'an. This was his confidence, determined to teach Chen Ping'an a lesson and let him understand the gap between them. Ma Kushuan suddenly stopped throwing stones and quickly flicked his thumb. A stone shot out, heading straight for Chen Ping'an's knee. Ma Kushuan had seen the speed at which Chen Ping'an attacked the mountain-moving old monkey, so he was naturally on guard. As long as Chen Ping'an's knee was incapacitated, this 20-step distance would be under Ma Kushuan's control. Thud! A muffled sound. Ma Kushuan ses pupilles dilated. The sound was wrong. Having spent years using stones to hunt birds, Ma Kushuan was very familiar with the sound of stones hitting flesh. But the sound that just came out was nothing like the crisp sound of hitting a knee. What had Chen Ping'an placed on his knee? Before Ma Kushuan could think further, Chen Ping'an, who had deliberately padded several layers of clothing at the joint, had already bent down, pushed off of his foot, and flew forward like a shooting star. He charged towards Ma Kushuan without any defensive posture, just like before. Seeing this, a hint of panic flashed in Ma Kushuan's eyes. Could it be that Chen Ping'an had some life-saving item in hand? Was that why he dared to approach so boldly? Ma Kushuan's moment of hesitation gave Chen Ping'an the opportunity to quickly close the distance between them. Feeling the approaching figure, Ma Kushuan finally stopped overthinking and used all his strength, swinging the stone in his hand with incredible force towards Chen Ping'an. In fact, Chen Ping'an, who had no protective items, was merely pretending to bluff Ma Kushuan. Ma Kushuan, with his dark thoughts, would certainly overthink his actions. The fact proved that Chen Ping'an's strategy was indeed correct. Ma Kushuan's hesitation gave Chen Ping'an a chance to approach quickly. Now that they were halfway there, Ma Kushuan had already lost. Chen Ping'an, who had been keeping an eye on Ma Kushuan's hand movements, suddenly bent his body and directly predicted the landing point of the stone in Ma Kushuan's hand. Seeing this, Ma Kushuan realized that if he didn't create some distance, Chen Ping'an would be right next to him. Remembering Chen Ping'an's offensive when he faced a mountain-moving old monkey, Ma Kuxuan hesitated again. Was it not possible today? Should he give up for now and look for another opportunity to kill Chen Ping'an? With a thought of retreating in his heart, Ma Kuxuan suddenly swung his arms, scattering the stones in his hands like flowers falling from the sky towards Chen Ping'an. He wanted to see how Chen Ping'an would dodge. Then, Ma Kuxuan lightly pushed off the wall with his toes and nimbly retreated to create distance. However, in the face of Ma Kuxuan's flower-like attack, Chen Ping'an only made one move. He withdrew his right foot, stomped down hard, and flew upwards, directly leaping over the incoming stones. Then, he flipped and landed steadily on the courtyard wall. Seeing Chen Ping'an also on the courtyard wall, Ma Kuxuan seemed startled and stumbled slightly. Chen Ping'an seized this opportunity and quickly closed in. As Chen Ping'an was about to come face to face with him, the previously panicked Ma Kuxuan wore a playful smile again. Waiting for you. Chapter 47. Is Jinwu Mountain really impressive? Having observed the entire battle between Chen Ping'an and the mountain-moving old monkey, Ma Kuxuan knew very well how much power Chen Ping'an had left after the fight. He had a clear understanding of how much strength Chen Ping'an had remaining. There are certain people in this world who can kill those of higher realms with a lower realm. Ma Kuxuan was one of them. Like him, who also trained in the countryside every day, had a complete life porcelain, and was more gifted than Chen Ping'an. How could he not practice his physique? Ma Kuxuan had always used stones as his means of attack, just to let Chen Ping'an lower his guard, making him think that once he got close, he would be no match for him. But in reality, while Chen Ping'an was running and paying attention to the stones, by the time he reached Ma Kuxuan, he would need to catch his breath. Everything was within Ma Kuxuan's calculations. Sometimes fighting relies on brains. As for the so-called fair duel, only the one who survives is qualified to speak of fairness. With a smirk, Ma Kuxuan pinched a sharp stone between his fingers, twisted his waist, and threw a powerful punch. Bang! The fists collided. Chen Ping'an took half a step back, while Ma Kuxuan retreated 3 steps. Looking at Chen Ping'an's fist, it was already bleeding from being hit by the sharp stone like a hidden weapon. Observing Ma Kuxuan, one of his right hands hung weakly by his side, trembling, clearly already broken. In shock, Ma Kuxuan shouted in disbelief, "Fifteenth? You actually comprehended fist intent? You're cheating. Also, why didn't you catch your breath?" Why? Of course, Ma Kuxuan was measuring Chen Ping'an by himself. But as someone who had perfected the first 3 realms, how could Chen Ping'an's breath-holding be compared to that of an ordinary martial artist? Especially since Chen Ping'an already knew that Ma Kuxuan was pretending to be weak. How could he possibly catch his breath in front of Ma Kuxuan? Moreover, with the flowing fist intent, even if Ma Kuxuan secretly stuffed sharp stones between his fingers, what could that do? In the face of absolute power, such tricks were insignificant. Chen Ping'an, grinning, ignored Ma Kuxuan's questions, just exhaled a breath of stale air and then inhaled fresh air. Following that, he stepped forward again, ignoring the pain in his bleeding right fist, and smashed another punch towards Ma Kuxuan. With his right fist broken, Ma Kuxuan felt a deep sense of despair and could only clumsily use his left fist to take Chen Ping'an's hit. This time, Chen Ping'an didn't retreat a single step, but Ma Kuxuan fell heavily from the wall. A left fist, now a bloody mess with exposed bones. Ma Kuxuan never thought he would lose, let alone lose so completely. Even though he calculated every move, each time he struck, he was slightly inferior to Chen Ping'an. Why was that? He was unconvinced. He was indignant. Why could Chen Ping'an comprehend the meaning of the fist? Why did Ma Kuxuan still not understand it? Next time, he would definitely make Chen Ping'an die. Just as Ma Kuxuan harbored such thoughts, he saw a flash of cold light in front of him. Was Chen Ping'an actually going to kill him? How dare Chen Ping'an kill him? What gave this country bumpkin the right to kill him? Chen Ping'an should obediently extend his neck for him to slaughter. Ma Kuxuan, who was secretly sneering, was not worried at all about losing his life here. Such things only happened to someone as unfortunate as Chen Ping'an. And Chen Ping'an wanted to kill him? Had he asked the cultivators of Jinwu Mountain? Just as the thought crossed Ma Kuxuan's mind, A middle-aged man, carrying a long sword and a tiger talisman at his waist, suddenly blocked the way between the two. It was exactly the Jinwu mountain warrior Ma Kuxuan had been thinking about. The warrior first skillfully caught Ma Kuxuan's body with one hand, then, with some skill, flicked the tip of the skirt knife to change its direction. But upon contact, the warrior's expression changed. The boy named Chen Ping'an could actually wrap the knife tip with the meaning of the fist. The warrior had to change his strategy, switching from flicking to pinching, gripping the sides of the blade tightly, then looked at Chen Ping'an with full approval and said, "Impressive, impressive. At such a young age, you have already comprehended the meaning of the fist and can extend it. Chen Ping'an, your martial arts talent is indeed remarkable." Seeing the warrior's bleeding hand from gripping the blade, Chen Ping'an understood that it was impossible to kill Ma Kuxuan this time. But if he wanted him to let Ma Kuxuan go, he had to show some sincerity. It was too ridiculous to think that a few compliments would make him let him go. Did he really think praise could substitute for food? Chen Ping'an, whose body was still tense, remained silent. However, the grip on the knife handle that he never loosened had already indicated his attitude. Seeing this, the warrior pondered for a moment and said, "Since it's me asking you to let Ma Kuxuan go, then consider it a favor owed to you. How about this? After leaving here, I will visit Jingyang Mountain and have that old ape give up hunting you. What does that sound?" Chen Ping'an sneered. "Give up hunting me? Do you really think he, whose body is about to shatter, has the strength to hunt me down? Your proposal lacks sincerity." A look of surprise flashed across the warrior's face. He truly did not expect Chen Ping'an to estimate the extent of the mountain-moving ape's physical injuries so accurately. In fact, the injuries on the mountain-moving ape would likely take more than a decade to heal. Otherwise, if the injuries accumulated to a critical point, the mountain-moving ape would probably die prematurely. It seemed this kid was indeed not easy to fool. The warrior sighed internally and couldn't help but glance at Ma Kuxuan, always causing trouble. Although the warrior was not afraid of trouble, actively seeking unnecessary trouble was indeed a headache. After some contemplation, the warrior thought for a long time and still did not know what he could offer Chen Ping'an. So he had to say, "I admit that the old ape will not pose a threat to you in the coming years. But you should also know that you do not have the right to bargain. Even if you do not agree, I can still take Ma Kuxuan away, and you'll have no way to stop me. If you are unconvinced, then come to Jinwu Mountain to find me another day, defeat me, and you can naturally seek your justice." Successful reasoning. A small portion of the world's gifts has descended. Hearing the profound sound of the Heart Lake Avenue again, Chen Ping'an did not store that strand of innate true energy in the martial artist's acupoints this time. After all, he was not currently preparing to break through to the fourth realm. So, Chen Ping'an guided this strand of innate true energy to a new acupoint, preparing to gradually open up 365 cave abodes and directly advance to the cave abode realm. Seeing Chen Ping'an silent, the warrior thought he had agreed to his terms and immediately took Ma Kuxuan's hand, preparing to leave with him. Just then, the gate of Chen Ping'an's house opened, and Ning Yao, dressed in black, walked out, her expression indifferent as she said, "Is Jinwu Mountain really impressive?" Chapter 48, I am Chen Ping'an's backing. Upon seeing Ning Yao appear, the warrior from Jinwu Mountain immediately tensed up like Chen Ping'an. It was not because of Ning Yao, but because he was being targeted by a flying sword. Who was this black-clad girl? How could she control a flying sword in Lizhu Town? The warrior, who vaguely guessed Ning Yao's origins, suddenly felt pressure. He could use his status to pressure Chen Ping'an, who had no backing. But against someone who was likely from the Sword Qi Great Wall, Jinwu Mountain meant nothing. Is Jinwu Mountain really impressive? It is indeed impressive in Dong Bao Ping Zhou. But looking at the world, Jinwu Mountain is not even as significant as a hair from the Sword Qi Great Wall. Even if the sword cultivators in the Sword Qi Great Wall cannot easily come out, what if? Not to mention that in this small town, Ning Yao, who could control a flying sword, had already gained the upper hand, unless he was willing to disregard his lifespan and fight recklessly. But things had not reached such a point. The warrior held Ma Kuxuan with one hand and gripped the skirt knife in Chen Ping'an's hand with the other, feeling distressed. Seeing Ning Yao come to Chen Ping'an's side, indicating her stance, the warrior sighed deeply. "What do you want?" Ning Yao did not speak, only looked at Chen Ping'an. To be honest, she had been prepared to support Chen Ping'an at any moment in the courtyard. But since Chen Ping'an had not signaled, according to their agreement, Ning Yao could only wait in the courtyard. When she felt the surging aura of the mountain-moving ape, Ning Yao understood that Chen Ping'an had won. That was why the mountain-moving ape had been forced to reveal its true form. Next, it should not be a battle for Chen Ping'an alone. Sure enough, the mountain-moving ape was soon driven out of the town. Then, a boy whom Ning Yao found very displeasing actually tried to take advantage of the situation to deal with Chen Ping'an. At that moment, Ning Yao was ready to take action, but seeing Chen Ping'an's calm expression, she restrained her urge to act. Until now, seeing the Zhenwu mountain warrior shamelessly bullying the weak, Ning Yao could no longer hold back. So, he thought he could bully Chen Ping'an because he had no background? Then she would be Chen Ping'an's background. If anyone wanted to bully Chen Ping'an, they had to first ask if she Ning Yao agreed. Looking at Ning Yao standing beside him, her gaze asking for his opinion. Chen Ping'an also experienced for the first time what it meant to be soft. He originally intended to have a match with the warrior, but now it seemed there was no need for that. The warrior, wary of the sword Qi Great Wall, had clearly softened. Chen Ping'an finally relaxed, and so did the warrior, who released his bleeding hand. Chen Ping'an, who retracted the skirt knife, smiled and said, "Wrap it up. Wounds won't heal automatically here." Hearing Chen Ping'an's subtly threatening words, the warrior silently tore off part of his clothing to bandage himself. Then Chen Ping'an said, "This matter was initiated by Ma Kushuan's provocation, and he was the one who showed killing intent towards me first. If you want to take him away, then you've saved his life. How much do you think Ma Kushuan's life is worth?" Upon hearing this, Ma Kushuan, with his hands hanging down awkwardly, suddenly glared fiercely. Good heavens! This Chen Ping'an actually regarded him as a bargaining chip? How outrageous! Just as Ma Kushuan was about to retort, the warrior spoke first. Dead people have no right to threaten the living. Ma Kushuan's whole body trembled, his teeth clenched tightly, and his expression darkened. He certainly understood what those words meant. It was clearly saying that he was not as good as Chen Ping'an. After stopping Ma Kushuan from speaking, the military cultivator let out a heavy sigh and took off a pouch of gold coins he had at his waist. Prepared for emergencies. This is the price for your life. 9 pouches owed to you. You can come to Zhenwu Mountain to collect it someday, or we can send it to the town. In any case, this money will definitely not be owed to you. Chen Ping'an took the gold coins, acknowledging the price of 10 pouches for Ma Kushuan's life. Upon seeing that he was only worth 10 pouches of gold coins, Ma Kushuan's expression grew even darker. Now, Chen Ping'an had become the heart demon he could not shake off. If he did not kill Chen Ping'an, he would not find peace. Ma Kushuan raised his head and glared fiercely at Chen Ping'an. The meaning was very clear. When he went to Zhenwu Mountain and became accomplished, he would return for a fight. In response, Chen Ping'an simply raised his hand and slowly drew his thumb across his neck. The next time we meet, if you don't have a guardian, you will undoubtedly die. Seeing the two's actions, the military cultivator from Zhenwu Mountain did not stop them. It seemed he also believed that with Chen Ping'an as a sharpening stone, Ma Kushuan would definitely become sharper. But he would never have thought that after this farewell, when they met again, the gap between the two would be as vast as heaven and earth. Heaven was Chen Ping'an, and earth was Ma Kushuan. Chen Ping'an squinted at the pair of Zhenwu Mountain master and disciple slowly leaving, filled with killing intent. If it weren't for the short time he had been in this world, this time, no one would be allowed to leave Lizhu Town. However, it would not be too late to meet again another day. Just as Chen Ping'an was lost in thought, he suddenly felt his palm being lifted by a cool hand. It was Ning Yao helping him bandage his wound. After all, if wounds were not bandaged within the town, they healed very slowly. Looking at Ning Yao, who was earnestly bandaging him, Chen Ping'an's face was filled with happiness. "Thank you, Miss Ning." Ning Yao frowned and looked up to ask, "Why don't you want my help?" Chen Ping'an smiled and replied, "Because that old beast is not worthy of your help." Hearing this, Ning Yao, who had some grievances in her heart, couldn't help but smile a bit. Indeed, if I, Ning Yao, were to intervene, that old beast would surely not escape from the town this time. However, with a smile on her lips, Ning Yao gave Chen Ping'an a thumbs up. Fighting the mountain ape alone is really cool, Chen Ping'an. While Chen Ping'an pretended to downplay it, inside he was overjoyed. Who wouldn't want a girl they like to praise them? The praise from the Jinwu Mountain cultivator might not be useful, but Ning Yao's praise could allow Chen Ping'an to dream sweetly for a few more days. All right, let's see if it affects anything. Ning Yao's voice brought Chen Ping'an back to reality. His right hand, which had been bleeding profusely just moments ago, was now completely bandaged by Ning Yao, and he found he could move his fingers without any hindrance. This clearly demonstrated Ning Yao's excellent skills. Seeing his right hand move without issue, Chen Ping'an quietly leaned close to Ning Yao's ear and whispered, "Miss Ning, have you heard of the dragon-slaying platform? I know there's a very large one." Originally feeling Ning Ping'an's warm breath on her earlobe, Ning Yao's neck turned pink. But upon hearing the words dragon-slaying platform, her eyes suddenly became fiery. The dragon-slaying platform, the best sharpening stone in the world. Chapter 49. The Zhou Tian Starry Sky Cultivation Method. Speaking of which, Ning Yao had an enormous dragon-slaying platform back home in the Sword Qi Great Wall. However, although that dragon-slaying platform belonged to the Ning family, there were always people who tried to persuade her to sell it, putting Ning Yao in a difficult position. So when she traveled, she didn't bring even a sliver of the dragon-slaying platform with her. But if Lizhu Town also had a new dragon-slaying platform, she could use it as a reward to have Ruan Qiong forge a sword for her. However, such a precious item should rightfully belong to someone. What Chen Ping'an discovered couldn't possibly belong to someone else's family, right? If so, that would be troublesome. After all, those who could possess a dragon-slaying platform were mostly very formidable sword cultivators. The four troublesome spirits on the mountain: sword cultivators, Mo family debt collectors, Taoists from the sword house, and legalists, with sword cultivators ranking first. So Ning Yao also learned from Chen Ping'an and quietly asked, "Is that dragon-slaying platform owned by someone?" Chen Ping'an looked around and shook his head. "Miss Ning, this thing is still unowned at the moment. You can take as much as you can carry. In a few days, it might not be the same." Hearing Chen Ping'an's confirmation, Ning Yao didn't ask where he got the information and directly believed him. However, Ning Yao had another question. After looking around to ensure there were no eavesdroppers, she continued to ask, "Is the dragon-slaying platform big?" "There are big ones and small ones." Upon hearing this, Ning Yao finally let out a sigh of relief. The dragon-slaying platform was not an ordinary item that could be easily split with a pickaxe. Since the dragon-slaying platform could be used to sharpen flying swords, it was naturally an exceptionally tough material. So, not only could an iron pickaxe not extract dragon-slaying stone, but even ordinary divine weapons would find it difficult to cut through the dragon-slaying platform. Unless one was willing to part with a divine weapon, it might be possible to slice off 2 or 3 small pieces from the dragon-slaying platform. Therefore, if the dragon-slaying platform was too big, it would truly be difficult for Ning Yao to carry away. Only if its size was appropriate could Ning Yao take it away. But when Chen Ping'an took her to the place, she realized that Chen Ping'an might have misunderstood the word small. Ning Yao, with an incredulous expression, pointed to the dark dragon-slaying platform underneath the statue of the broken-armed spirit official not far away, and said, "You call this small?" Chen Ping'an nodded. "Of course. Is this not small? If we walk along the small stream into the mountain for half a day, you will see a cliff made entirely of dragon-slaying stones." "That would be big." Ning Yao was a bit stunned. So there was a cliff made entirely of dragon-slaying stones in the mountains not far from Lizhu Town? Then this dragon-slaying platform was indeed quite large, even larger than the one at her home. After all, the dragon-slaying platform in the Ning family was probably only a bit larger than Chen Ping'an's house in Mud Bottle Alley. Certainly not comparable to the size of the cliff. Letting out a breath, Ning Yao did not doubt Chen Ping'an's words, nor did she feel greed for a dragon-slaying platform the size of a cliff. She just took a few steps forward, placed her hands on the sword sheath and the blade sheath, and then raised her head, shouting at the spirit official statue, which had only one arm due to exposure to the elements. "I, Ning Yao, today seek only the 3 feet of solid ground beneath your feet. But I, Ning Yao, will not take it for free. If I become a sword immortal in the future, I will repay you 100-fold, 1,000-fold. However, in the face of Ning Yao's grand vow, the clay statue remained motionless. Ning Yao was not surprised by this. If the statue still had residual consciousness, it wouldn't be left unattended in the wilderness. shaking her head. Ning Yao was about to speak when she saw Chen Ping'an stepping forward, standing on tiptoes to pat the remaining arm of the clay statue, and said, "I say, don't be so stingy. Ning Yao is not someone else. She's family. What's wrong with borrowing a bit of the dragon-slaying platform? It's not like it's not being returned, so be generous." Hearing Chen Ping'an's murmurs, Ning Yao was instantly dumbfounded. Can this work? After all, she still upheld a principle of reciprocity. But Chen Ping'an seemed to be chatting casually with a relative, just trying to get something for nothing. If this clay statue really had a spirit, could it lend anything? Just as Ning Yao was about to speak, she saw Chen Ping'an patting the clay statue's hand again. This time, faint cracks began to spread up from the hand of the clay statue. "Hey, so you don't think highly of me, right? Unfortunately, besides me, who else cares about you? Being so stingy, there won't be a place for you in heaven in the future." As soon as Chen Ping'an's voice fell, the clay statue collapsed as if it had received some signal. Dust returned to dust, and earth returned to earth, leaving not a trace in this world, completely merging into the ground beneath his feet. However, amidst the rising dust, a hint of divine light fell into the acupoints that Chen Ping'an had already opened. If one were to look inward, one could see a statue dressed identically to the clay statue, yet with a face that resembled Chen Ping'an's 9 parts out of 10. Standing within, reasoning succeeded. A great portion of the world's gifts has descended, surrounded by dust. Chen Ping'an already knew that this statue still retained the last trace of divine consciousness. However, these gods, who had fallen as failures, were already powerless to turn back, only able to wait for their divine consciousness to ultimately dissipate in this wilderness. Ning Yao's promise was already quite heavy. It was just that this priest was too greedy, wanting to demand even more. Only when Chen Ping'an directly threatened him did he reluctantly relinquish the dragon-slaying platform beneath him. But what Chen Ping'an did not expect was that the subsequent great portion of the world's gifts would actually draw the dissipating breath of the gods back into the acupoints he had opened. And with the appearance of the priest's figure, a scroll of cultivation techniques naturally emerged in Chen Ping'an's mind. The Zhou Tian Star Dough cultivation method. The human body has 365 acupoints, perfectly corresponding to the 365 celestial officials in the sky, cultivating the body to cultivate the heavens. This was the core of the Zhou Tian Star Dough cultivation method, suddenly obtaining this fortune that should not belong to someone from a small town. Chen Ping'an's breathing became heavy. Just think, if there were 365 celestial officials within the cave, how powerful would such a cave realm be? That Lu Qi, who transformed the Lu Jin realm into the Lu Ren realm, could leap from the Lu Jin realm to the Ascension realm by relying on his accumulation, mastering 365 types of techniques. So, how far could Chen Ping'an, who filled his cave with 365 celestial officials, go? If he were to align with the Zhou Tian's 365 star officials, Chen Ping'an might be able to become a 14th realm cultivator in a single step. Moreover, due to the alignment with the Zhou Tian Star Dough, his cultivation at the 14th realm could be considered top-notch. The only problem might be that the spiritual energy required for Chen Ping'an to cultivate the cave realm would be an enormous amount that others wouldn't even dare to imagine. Chapter 50. The Order of Lu Chen opened. Watching the dust flying in the sky, Ning Yao's eyes widened. Right now, only one sentence echoed in her mind. Can this really work? Is this meant to go down in flames with Chen Ping'an? This clay statue can't really be sentient, can it? Wouldn't that mean Chen Ping'an is in trouble? Thinking of this, Ning Yao immediately grasped the sword hilt, her eyes narrowing with a hint of killing intent. Chen Ping'an is my benefactor. If you want to make things difficult for him, you must first ask my sword. Ning Yao. The world fell silent. Only Ning Yao's powerful words echoed far and wide. Meanwhile, Chen Ping'an, covered in dust, timely called out from within. Ninger, I'm fine, just ate a bit of dust. I've already persuaded it. It said it's willing to give the dragon-slaying platform to you. Ning girl, without taking a single cent, looking at Chen Ping'an, who was covered in dust. Ning Yao suspiciously asked, "Is that true? Do you have a way to communicate with them?" Chen Ping'an nodded, the mud flakes falling from his hair, making him look rather comical. Of course, you see it leaning forward, that S called the star official nodding. It must have recognized what I just said. Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's confirmation, Ning Yao believed him and immediately relaxed her grip on the sword hilt. She then walked over to Chen Ping'an, not minding the dust on him, and directly began to pat the dust off him. Watching Ning Yao's serious demeanor, Chen Ping'an, out of nowhere, smeared his hand across Ning Yao's face. Then, looking at the white handprint, he burst into laughter. Seeing Chen Ping'an so bold, Ning Yao's brows furrowed, and she also extended her dusty hands to smear Chen Ping'an's face. Then, seeing Chen Ping'an's painted face, she laughed heartily as well. After their laughter, their eyes inadvertently met for a brief moment. At that moment, it seemed as if the relationship between the two had drawn a little closer. Immersed in joy, Ning Yao quickly became alert again. She silently reminded herself not to forget her responsibility. Then, without making a sound, she turned to look at the rather large dragon-slaying platform and said, Chen Ping'an will split the dragon-slaying platform in half. After speaking, without waiting for Chen Ping'an to respond, Ning Yao drew her sword, preparing to damage the flying sword in exchange for splitting the dragon-slaying platform in two. But before Ning Yao could concentrate, she heard Chen Ping'an call out, Ning girl, wait, let me do it. Ning Yao turned back in confusion, only to see Chen Ping'an rushing over with a small green jade seal in hand. She had seen this green jade seal before. It was the one given to Chen Ping'an by the Taoist who called himself Lu Chen. If she remembered correctly, the seal bore the words, Order of Lu Chen. Could it be that this was also a remarkable treasure? But Ning Yao had seen Chen Ping'an's family situation. A poor and destitute Chen Ping'an found it truly difficult to accumulate any wealth. If he were to destroy the green jade seal here, how would he marry a wife in the future? Would he still be able to offer the bride price? It's important to know that not every woman is like those in the sword Qi Great Wall, who ask for nothing. Thinking of this, Ning Yao immediately reached out to stop Chen Ping'an from imprinting the dragon-slaying platform with the green jade seal. Then, looking into Chen Ping'an's eyes, she solemnly said, This dragon-slaying platform is not an ordinary object. To split it in two, it will likely require the sacrifice of a magical weapon. The green jade seal that Taoist Lu gave you certainly has its profound meaning. It cannot be carelessly destroyed. Let me handle it. I was also planning to find Master Ruan to reforge a sword anyway. Hearing Ning Yao's words, the flying sword, which had some self-awareness, trembled slightly, appearing quite aggrieved. What is this? Chen Ping'an's treasures are treasures, but this flying sword, which carries the words Qi Chong Don Yo, is not a treasure. It hasn't even married yet, and now it's being left out? Although it would ultimately be reforged by the Sage of War, it still felt a bit uncomfortable. Ning girl, this flying sword has a spirit and is not suitable for this kind of thing. Upon hearing this, the flying sword in Ning Yao's hand trembled wildly, as if it strongly agreed with Chen Ping'an's words. It even looked at Chen Ping'an with more favor. Chen Ping'an ignored the flying sword's goodwill, smiled, and continued. Taoist Lu is very powerful. The items he gives, even if I cannot unleash their full might. Just a fraction of the power of this green jade seal is enough to break the dragon-slaying platform without damaging itself in the slightest. Taoist Lu's treasure can have such power? Ning Yao immediately recalled Taoist Lu's medicinal formula, which also contained incredible power. Originally, she would have to recuperate for at least a month for her injuries, but under Taoist Lu's formula, she could move as before in just a few days. Looking at it this way, it indeed showed that Taoist Lu was powerful. However, these treasures are not something a pure martial artist can use. How could Chen Ping'an draw upon the hidden power within the green jade seal? Seeing Ning Yao's expression change, Chen Ping'an smiled and said, Ning girl, don't underestimate me. Since I want to be the #1 sword cultivator in the world, then the matter of dual cultivation must be put on the agenda. So not long ago, I opened a cave to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Now it just happens to come in handy. Ning Yao opened her mouth, somewhat surprised by Chen Ping'an's progress. After all, Chen Ping'an's life-bound porcelain had shattered, which meant he couldn't grasp any opportunities. And the path of a Qi practitioner emphasizes law, land, wealth, and partners. How did Chen Ping'an, who couldn't grasp opportunities, come by his cultivation method? And how could his cultivation speed be so fast? In just a few days, he had already opened a cave dwelling? If it weren't for Ning Yao knowing that Chen Ping'an wouldn't lie, she definitely wouldn't believe it. After hesitating for a moment, Ning Yao finally nodded, agreeing to let Chen Ping'an give it a try. If it didn't work, she would then break this dragon-slaying platform herself. Reasoning successful, a small portion of heaven's gift has descended. With Ning Yao's approval, Chen Ping'an relied on his innate true Qi to open another cave dwelling, further increasing the speed at which he absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If it were nighttime, with the star officer stationed at the cave dwelling, Chen Ping'an's absorption speed could be doubled. However, it wasn't a good time for cultivation at the moment. Chen Ping'an took a light breath, then communicated with the spiritual energy inside his body, directing it through the meridians that had already been widened by the martial artist's true Qi, flowing into the green jade seal. The green jade seal immediately emitted a faint glow. Clearly, Chen Ping'an's strength was still too weak to perfectly activate the green jade seal's revival. But precisely because of this, Chen Ping'an's strength wouldn't be suppressed by the Lihua cave, at most feeling a bit uncomfortable. After all, with only 2 cave dwellings, even if flooded with spiritual energy, the damage wouldn't be significant. Moreover, one of the cave dwellings was protected by the star officer, who stabilized the influx of spiritual energy. Feeling that the situation wasn't too problematic, Chen Ping'an lifted the green jade seal and gently pressed it down onto the dragon-slaying platform. Chapter 51. The outcome is decided. Crack. A fine crack appeared on the dragon-slaying platform, which could reflect a person's image. Immediately, this fine crack began to spread outwards. The sounds of cracking echoed continuously. This incredibly hard dragon-slaying platform, under the influence of the green jade seal, inscribed with the words Lu Chen's command, truly began to crack. Ning Yao's pupils slightly dilated, completely not expecting that Chen Ping'an would actually succeed. She thought that at most, Chen Ping'an would activate the green jade seal to leave some minor marks on the dragon-slaying platform. Unexpectedly, the dragon-slaying platform really cracked open from the impact of the green jade seal. Looking at the dragon-slaying platform split in half, the happiest one was undoubtedly the flying sword at Ning Yao's waist. Since Chen Ping'an had broken the dragon-slaying platform, it wouldn't have to exchange its sharpness for the platform's hardness. How could it not be happy? The flying sword, which was returned to its sheath, slightly twisted its body and swayed towards Chen Ping'an, as if bowing in thanks. Seeing this scene, Chen Ping'an smiled, and a desire for his own flying sword arose in his heart. Speaking of which, with the dragon-slaying platform and enough golden essence copper coins, he could indeed afford a flying sword, which was praised as a gold-swallowing beast. However, there were still many things to do, so there was no rush to seek a flying sword at the moment. After pondering for a moment, Chen Ping'an returned to his senses and saw Ning Yao preparing to move the dragon-slaying platform herself. Upon noticing this, Chen Ping'an immediately spoke up. "Ning girl, your body hasn't fully healed yet. Let me do it. I have plenty of strength now." Then Ning Yao saw Chen Ping'an, who had just fought 2 battles, effortlessly hoisting 2 pieces of dragon-slaying stone on his shoulders, striding away. Seeing Chen Ping'an's vigorous demeanor, Ning Yao could only silently give him a thumbs up. This kid's physique training really seems to be no worse than hers. It's not that Ning Yao was boasting, but she was also considered a talented sword cultivator at the Sword Qi Great Wall. Now that Chen Ping'an could receive a compliment that was not inferior to hers, he had every reason to be proud. Unfortunately, in terms of cultivation, Ning Yao truly couldn't teach Chen Ping'an anything. After all, she had naturally been able to cultivate since she was born. She hadn't even memorized the names of the 365 acupoints, but had easily passed the cave-dwelling realm. Otherwise, she could have guided Chen Ping'an. Forget it, as long as everyone is still alive, there will be a day to meet again. At that time, she could prepare some gifts for Chen Ping'an. With this thought in mind, Ning Yao shook her head, clearing her mind of distractions, and quickly followed behind. "Chen Ping'an, that dragon-slaying platform is for Master Wan, don't get it wrong." The youth running ahead loudly responded, "Got it." "Chen Ping'an, slow down, be careful not to get hurt." "Ning girl, don't worry about me, I'm fine." Quietly appearing at this spot, Qi Jingchun looked at the vibrant young man and woman, his face filled with smiles. The grass grows and the oriole flies. It is a good day. Unfortunately, he wouldn't be able to see many more days like this. Qi Jingchun waved his hand, his figure dissipating like a ripple. When he reappeared, he was back in the only school in the small town. However, the usually bustling school was now devoid of any children except for those cleaning. After all, the 4 surnames and 10 clans of the town were more astute than anyone else. What he had to do could not be hidden from these people. Therefore, these folks had long since prepared to cut ties with Qi Jingshun to avoid being implicated. Even so, Qi Jingshun still wanted to protect the entire Lihua town. Sitting back at the chessboard, Qi Jingshun looked at the intersecting black and white pieces, and a smile appeared on his face. He, Qi Jingshun, was a scholar and should stand for the people's destiny. After a little more than half a day, the boy who had shouldered the dragon-slaying platform seemed to have made a trip to the streamside blacksmith shop. Now, with a damp basket on his back, he stood at the school gate, peering inside. In the currently deserted school, Chen Ping'an was surprisingly the only visitor. Upon seeing Chen Ping'an arrive, Qi Jingshun waved his hand, letting Chen Ping'an see him. Chen Ping'an's eyes lit up as he immediately dashed over, dumping out all the snake gallstones from the basket, and straightforwardly said, "Mr. Qi, these are all for you. Can you help me carve 2 seals?" Qi Jingshun smiled as he accepted the snake gallstones, picking out the 2 best ones to hold in his hand. "Oh, what do you want to carve?" Chen Ping'an thought for a moment and said, "The first one should be governed with virtue. The second, I'll leave it to you." "Governed with virtue?" Qi Jingshun looked at Chen Ping'an, somewhat amused. After all, before the Confucian items were taken away from the town, Qi Jingshun could easily retrieve the historical images of the town. He naturally understood how Chen Ping'an had governed with virtue. This kid clearly used force to dominate others. However, Qi Jingshun didn't feel any aversion to Chen Ping'an's actions, because 60 years ago, he was the same. Just as his senior brother said, if reasoning worked, why practice swordsmanship? There are always some people who cannot be reasoned with until they are knocked down. Chen Ping'an was indeed somewhat like the old him. With a gentle gaze, Qi Jingshun waved his hand to summon the carving knife, mentally rehearsed a round, and then began to carve seamlessly. Ultimately, he carved the 4 ancient seal characters governed with virtue, with the character for virtue being particularly strong and forceful. Qi Jingshun lightly blew on the bottom inscription, then placed it upside down on the chessboard and picked up the second snake gallstone. Speaking of which, since Chen Ping'an was so fond of martial arts and had embarked on the path of martial arts, the second seal could perhaps carry some expectations for him. It is said that the martial path is a dead end. Above the 10th realm, there is no further road to walk. However, Qi Jingshun always believed that this was merely because that person had yet to appear. Now, perhaps that person was right in front of him. The view from the peak of the 11th realm of martial arts could be left to Chen Ping'an to witness. With a smile reappearing on his face, Qi Jingshun carved the 3 characters Chen 11 on the seal. After carving the 2 seals, Qi Jingshun seemed not to be satisfied and turned back inside to retrieve 3 privately stored snake gallstones. He respectively carved the characters Calm and Content, Mountain, and Water. Then, he handed all 5 seals to Chen Ping'an. Looking at the seal engraved with the characters Calm and Content, Chen Ping'an felt a bit surprised. He mentioned ahead of time that he wanted to win people over with virtue because he wanted to leave the character Jing as a gift for Qi Jingshun, so that Qi Jingshun could retain more power in the upcoming shattering of the Lihua Cave event. However, it seemed that some unseen force had already written Qi Jingshun's fate. With Chen Ping'an's current cultivation level, he was completely powerless to change this matter. Unless one day he truly became that unique individual, perhaps he would have the chance to swim against the current of time and change everything. Chapter 52, Bounty for Murder. Thinking of Qi Jingshun's plight, Chen Ping'an, who held the 5 directions seal in his arms, couldn't help but feel solemn. Sensing the boy's unhappiness, Qi Jingshun unusually reached out to rub Chen Ping'an's head, then pinned a jade hairpin inscribed with gentlemen of words, warm as jade, into Chen Ping'an's hair. Then he smiled and said, "Chen Ping'an, I'm leaving. This jade hairpin will be my farewell gift to you. Don't worry, it's not a valuable item, nor is it a treasure from the immortals, so you don't need to feel too burdened by it. This jade hairpin was given to me by my master when he left the mountain, and it represents his expectations and entrustments to me. Unfortunately, I have somewhat let down my master's expectations now." Thinking of his master, Qi Jingquan's eyes filled with nostalgia. He realized he hadn't seen his master for a long time. Previously, when the representatives of the four families came to collect the town's protective objects from Lihua Cave, they brought him bad news. They said that his master had confined himself in the Merit Forest, and his own statue had been moved out of the Confucian Temple. Such a big event, yet he, a disciple, had not been able to help at all. With a faint sigh, Qi Jingquan looked down at Chen Ping'an, who resembled his younger self. Now I give it to you simply because I believe you'll be more deserving of the words engraved on it in the future than I am. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping'an instinctively wanted to take off the hairpin on his head. But Qi Jingquan shook his head, indicating that it was not yet the time. Gentleman of words. Warm as jade. This was the expectation his master had for Qi Jingquan, and also Qi Jingquan's hope for Chen Ping'an's future. Once Chen Ping'an had enough power, everyone would listen to him. By then, his nature would naturally be as gentle as jade. Qi Jingquan firmly believed this. All right, I don't have more to give you now. Chen Ping'an, goodbye. After a moment of silence, Chen Ping'an finally looked up to bid farewell to Qi Jingquan. Mr. Qi, take care. It was take care, not goodbye. Qi Jingquan looked at the boy in front of him, who seemed to have sensed something, and after a moment of daze, he couldn't help but laugh softly. I'm sorry, Chen Ping'an, but Mr. Qi cannot agree to this matter. Watching Chen Ping'an walk away, Qi Jingquan slowly closed his eyes. With him, Qi Jingquan, in Lihua Cave, that was enough. Stepping out of the academy, Chen Ping'an felt somewhat heavy-hearted. He knew that the Lihua Cave, suspended high in the sky, would land smoothly without being countered by the heavenly Tao. Because all of this came at the cost of Mr. Qi's shattered soul. But was this really worth it? For Mr. Qi, it was indeed worth it. With his own death, he ensured that everyone in the small town could live. This was the principle of Qi Jingquan, the Confucian sage. If he did not save them, then Qi Jingquan could not become a Confucian sage. This was the deadlock. Just as Chen Ping'an was lost in thought, he suddenly heard an angry voice coming from the nearby Taoyer Alley. Ants! Chen Ping'an looked up and saw Tao Zi, the little girl from Zhenyang Mountain who had entered the town with a mountain-moving old monkey, looking at him with a face full of anger. It seemed that Tao Zi had already learned of the consequences of the mountain-moving old monkey's actions. Hence, she also harbored hatred for the ants Chen Ping'an in her eyes. After all, this little girl nicknamed Peach had the best roots, talent, and opportunities in 500 years of Zhenyang Mountain, making her the most cherished descendant among the sword immortals of Zhenyang Mountain, never having suffered even a bit of grievance there. However, upon arriving at this Lihua town, she had repeatedly suffered setbacks at Chen Ping'an's hands. Now even her protector, Grandpa Monkey, had been expelled from the town because of Chen Ping'an. How could she not hate him? Seeing Chen Ping'an's indifferent gaze, Tao Zi, gritting her teeth, became even angrier. She immediately shouted to the respectful Li family ancestor beside her, "Kill him. Consider it a favor owed to us by Zhenyang Mountain." Hearing Tao Zi's order, the Li family ancestor had a strange expression on his face. Killing was not a big deal for the four families of the small town. However, at this critical moment, the Li family ancestor was unwilling to create more trouble. Moreover, having witnessed the battle between Chen Ping'an and the mountain-moving old monkey, the Li family ancestor understood very well that although the boy in front of him appeared harmless, once he made a move, he could be fiercer than anyone. Being an old man, he still wanted to extend his life for the Li family and did not want to fight here. However, the Li family ancestor also did not wish to offend Zhenyang Mountain. So, after thinking for a moment, he quietly said to Tao Zi, "Miss, there are still people from the Wind and Thunder Garden in the town. If we delay here, we might be found by them. My main task is to escort you back to Zhenyang Mountain. That is the top priority." After initial anger, Tao Zi had now calmed down. The Li family ancestor's words were indeed correct. Compared to an ant like Chen Ping'an, the Wind and Thunder Garden was Zhenyang Mountain's true enemy. But she couldn't get rid of the resentment in her heart. She found it hard to let go. Desperate to leave Lihua town quickly, Tao Zi immediately came up with a malicious idea. She took out 2 bags of golden coins that could not be taken out of Lihua town and tossed them into the hands of a servant from the Li family. "Spread the word. Whoever kills Chen Ping'an, these 2 bags of golden coins will be theirs." After finishing, Tao Zi raised her chin and disdainfully glanced at Chen Ping'an. "Fight against her?" She had 1,000 ways to make Chen Ping'an die without a burial site, not hiding the contempt on her face. Tao Zi snorted coldly and then said to the Li family ancestor, "Let us go." The Li family ancestor sighed lightly, looking at Chen Ping'an with pity. Why provoke anyone when it had to be Zhengyang Mountain? However, since Chen Ping'an was ultimately not one of their own, even if he felt pity, he would never seek a way out for Chen Ping'an. Thus, the Li family ancestor tacitly approved of what Tao Zi did and turned around, leading her toward the east gate of the town. Meanwhile, the servant from the Li family, who had received the 2 bags of golden coins, was thinking about whether he should call a few friends to deal with Chen Ping'an and claim those 2 bags of money when he suddenly heard a gust of wind approaching. The servant looked up and saw a small green jade seal rapidly flying toward him. Shocked, the servant was about to move, but he saw the 4 characters Lu Chen's edict engraved on the jade seal suddenly enlarge, pinning him firmly in place. Bang! With a loud sound, the servant, who had lost his life, collapsed weakly to the ground, scattering the golden coins in his hand all over the place. Hearing the commotion, the Li family ancestor turned back in surprise and witnessed the scene of his servant's death. He never expected that Chen Ping'an would be so decisive, not giving the servant any chance to spread the bounty and killing him on the spot. At this moment, he really didn't want to confront Chen Ping'an. After all, it was he who first assumed Tao Zi's malicious intent. If he were to take action against Chen Ping'an at this moment, it wouldn't make sense. The Li family is a scholarly family, and they value face more than anything else. Just because the Li family's ancestor didn't act doesn't mean Tao Zi could tolerate such things happening. Seeing that Chen Ping'an was not afraid of the reputation of Zhengyang Mountain and had just killed the servant who dared to accept her reward after she had mentioned her desire for revenge, Tao Zi was almost furious. This was simply a slap in the face for her and for Zhengyang Mountain. Chen Ping'an, you really have some guts. Do you really think you're invincible? As for Tao Zi's scolding, Chen Ping'an completely ignored it. He walked over slowly and gathered the fallen gold and copper coins into his bag. Then he stood up straight, weighed the coin bag in his hand, and smiled. "Thank you for the generous hospitality of Zhengyang Mountain. I will repay you 100-fold in the future." Tao Zi, whose teeth were grinding in anger, glared at Chen Ping'an with resentment, as if she wanted to memorize his appearance. Now that she had obtained a sword-nurturing gourd from Song Jisun, when she returned to Zhengyang Mountain, she would definitely receive the full support of the ancestors. Once she achieved the status of a sword immortal, she would ensure that Chen Ping'an had no place to bury himself. Realizing that she couldn't do anything to Chen Ping'an at this moment, Tao Zi had no choice but to swallow this loss. Good. Chen Ping'an, you have guts. If you have the ability in the future, come to Zhengyang Mountain to ask for a sword. I will make you understand what a true An is. Infuriated and trembling all over, Tao Zi reluctantly left under the protection of the Li family's ancestor after throwing out a few formal words. Watching the old and young leave, Chen Ping'an squinted his eyes, a fleeting killing intent flashing in them. To be honest, if it weren't for the presence of Li Shixing, Chen Ping'an would have surely left both of them in the small town forever today. However, this time it wasn't a loss. He had gained 2 bags of gold and copper coins by virtue of his strength. This time, as an outsider searching for treasure in Lizhu Town, Chen Ping'an was probably the biggest winner. Counting carefully, he now had as many as 13 bags of gold and copper coins on him. If he included those that others promised, but didn't give, it would be more than 57 bags. This amount of gold and copper coins was even more than that of an ordinary sect. Indeed, one cannot become rich without unexpected wealth. If Chen Ping'an remembered correctly, he would likely have business waiting for him when he returned home. Just as Chen Ping'an was walking towards his home in Mud Bottle Alley, thinking this way, a few people did indeed come walking from a distance. Among them was a girl in green, whom Chen Ping'an recognized as Ruan Xiao. When the group heading towards Mud Bottle Alley saw Chen Ping'an, they all stopped in their tracks. Ruan Xiao, with a hint of joy in her voice, exclaimed, "Chen Ping'an, what are you doing here?" Ruan Xiao ran over and, without any hesitation, took Chen Ping'an's hand, pulling him in front of the group, who were obviously also outsiders. Then she smiled and introduced him in the elegant dialect of Dongbeiping's Hao. "This is Chen Ping'an. He is the person most familiar with the mountains and rivers around her small town, bar none. If you want to find out where your ancestral grave is, asking him is definitely the right choice. After saying that, Ruan Xiao turned to Chen Ping'an and explained, "They are outsiders and said they can't speak the dialect of the small town, so they asked me to help." Chen Ping'an. This is Chen Dui, Sister Chen. The one standing next to her is Chen Songfeng, the legitimate grandson of the Chen clan from Longwei County. Following Ruan Xiao's introduction, Chen Ping'an looked at the woman named Chen Dui, who had long legs and indifferent eyes. Although it was his first time meeting Chen Dui, he was quite clear about her background. Chen Dui hailed from the Chunru Chun family of Namposuo continent and was a martial artist at the Golden Body realm. As for Chen Songfeng, whose eyes showed a mixture of pity, admiration, and a hint of disdain, he was from the same clan as Chen Ping'an a long time ago. However, after separating, they had thrived. In contrast, the Chen family in the small town was either enslaved by the 4 surnames and 10 clans or had only Chen Ping'an left as the sole descendant. It seemed that such relatives were not ones Chen Songfeng would want to acknowledge. Just as well, Chen Ping'an didn't want to suddenly have a distant relative. He simply pretended not to know and nodded blankly. Seeing Chen Ping'an nod, Ruan Xiao blinked and said the key point. Sister Chen said that if you can help them find their ancestral grave, she can give you a bag of gold and copper coins as a reward. I think this price is quite fair. While saying the word fair, Ruan Xiao secretly raised her 2 fingers together in a place where Chen Dui and Chen Songfeng couldn't see and subtly shook them. Clearly, she was hinting to Chen Ping'an that he could take this opportunity to ask for a bit more, such as 2 bags of gold and copper coins. Chen Ping'an nodded and then replied with clear eyes, "Sure, no problem. I can definitely help you find the ancestral grave. But regarding the reward, I want 4 bags." Upon hearing Chen Ping'an raise the reward to 4 bags, Ruan Xiao couldn't help but widen her eyes. Did she miscount her fingers? She had clearly just hinted at 2 bags. Looking at Ruan Xiao's surprised expression, Chen Ping'an was also quite puzzled. "Didn't you say that? Shaking 2 fingers? Isn't that 2 plus 2 equals 4? Just as the 2 were staring at each other in confusion, Chen Dui, with a displeased expression, snorted coldly. But before she could speak, Ning Yao, who was worried about Chen Ping'an's delay, suddenly appeared and also spoke in the formal dialect of Dongbeiping's Hao. "For bags of gold and copper coins, not a single one less." After fighting with that mountain-moving old ape, Chen Ping'an was already in poor health. Now that Mr. Shiyi wanted the outsiders to leave the small town as soon as possible, their time was limited. To find the ancestral grave in such a limited time was already risking their lives for money. Is your ancestral grave less important than a few bags of gold and copper coins? Chen Dui hadn't expected that this seemingly solitary boy from the small town would actually have someone speak up for him. Looking at the girl in black, it was obvious she was not an ordinary person. Even in the muddy mud bottle alley, this girl in black still looked like a lotus, untouched by dust. Seeing such a pleasing girl here, Chen Dui's previously irritable mood instantly improved. Not particularly concerned about wealth, Chen Dui was too lazy to haggle over money. The Chunru Chen family was not that sure of money. Fine, as long as we can find the ancestral grave, for bags it is. But if we can't find it, don't blame me for not paying. Chapter 54. I will accompany you. Seeing Chen Dui relent, Ning Yao immediately finalized the deal for Chen Ping'an. Then it's settled. Watching the 2 girls reach an agreement with just a few words, Chen Ping'an, who had wanted to say something logical multiple times, could only close his mouth. Especially when Ning Yao turned back several times with a subtle warning in her eyes, indicating that Chen Ping'an should not speak. This domineering feeling once again made Chen Ping'an feel like he was living off someone else's generosity. It was as if he didn't need to worry about anything, and Ning Yao would orderly take care of everything. This feeling of lying flat was quite nice. After all, reasoning can be discussed at any time. But there is only one Ning Yao. All right, then it's 4 bags of gold and copper coins, but you should only have 2 bags of gold and copper coins on you. The remaining 2 bags. Before Chen Ping'an could finish his sentence, Chen Dui interrupted. "You need not doubt the credibility of our Chen family from Yingyin. Those 2 bags of gold and copper coins, I will have someone send them to you. This amount of money is not much for our Yingyin Chen family." Chen Ping'an nodded. "Good, but I still need to help Miss Ning with some medicine first. Shall we meet at the corridor bridge in half an hour?" Hearing that she still needed to wait for half an hour, Chen Dui, who already had little time, became anxious again. However, since the route was in Chen Ping'an's hands. She could only silently remind herself to prioritize the bigger picture and suppress her displeasure. Fine, I'll wait for you half an hour. If you dare to play tricks on me, you'll know the consequences. Chen Ping'an shrugged indifferently. As long as the small town remained unscathed, he had nothing to fear. Moreover, he had no intention of going back on his word. Once back in the house, Chen Ping'an took out 2 bags of gold coins and casually tossed them under the bed along with the other bags. Seeing Chen Ping'an with 2 additional bags of gold coins, Ning Yao, who was following behind, couldn't help but blink. Was Chen Ping'an possessed by the god of wealth? He had just delivered a piece of the dragon-slaying platform to the creekside blacksmith shop, and somehow returned with 2 more bags of gold coins? A quick glance revealed that Chen Ping'an had more than 10 bags of gold coins in his possession. Who said that Chen Ping'an's fate was broken and his fortune nearly non-existent? Did he really look like someone without fortune, given his current appearance of wealth? However, Ning Yao also keenly noticed that what Chen Ping'an had obtained seemed to be all foreign items. He hadn't gained any of the opportunities that should have been available in the small town. Furthermore, from the 2 bags of gold coins, Ning Yao detected a faint hint of blood. It appeared that Chen Ping'an hadn't just casually gone out for a stroll to pick up bags of gold coins. Looking at Chen Ping'an, who was calmly preparing medicine, Ning Yao found it hard to imagine what he had experienced outside. But from now on, until she had to leave and her body had improved, she would stay by his side and face everything with him. With determination in her eyes, Ning Yao drank the medicine in her bowl in one gulp, then picked up her sword and stood up, ready to set off with Chen Ping'an. When Chen Ping'an looked over, Ning Yao took a deep breath and casually found a reason. I don't trust them. It would be more secure for me to go with you. Chen Ping'an nodded, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Soon, the 2 groups met at the southern end of the town's corridor. Besides the addition of Ning Yao on Chen Ping'an's side, there was also a young man with a sword on Chen Dui's side. This young man, seemingly in his early 20s and with a smiling face, was most likely Lu Baqiao, the sword cultivator from Fonlei Garden, a sworn enemy of Xinjiang Mountain. Upon seeing Chen Ping'an, Lu Baqiao's eyes lit up, and he gave Chen Ping'an a thumbs up, saying, "Kid, you're really impressive, forcing that old beast from Xinjiang Mountain to reveal its true form. The key is that you're just a 3rd-tier martial artist, and yet you managed to survive in front of that old beast. I have to say, you're a walking miracle. I, Lu Baqiao from Fonlei Garden, admire you." After finishing, Lu Baqiao turned his gaze to the outstanding Ning Yao. "This girl, if you were a bit older, you could definitely compare to my family-s Fairy Su." Hearing Lu Baqiao compare her to someone else, Ning Yao immediately frowned in displeasure. At that moment, Chen Ping'an timely interjected, "Who said that? Ning Yao doesn't need to compare herself to anyone. She is a unique existence in this world. The Fairy Su you mentioned is just a pawn trapped by circumstances." Upon hearing someone disparage his Fairy Su, Lu Baqiao immediately became furious. He couldn't tolerate anyone speaking ill of the fairy in his heart, not even Chen Ping'an, who had just made Xinjiang Mountain look bad and was supposed to be leading them. "Kid, you better take back those words and apologize to Fairy Su. Otherwise Lu Baqiao, will have to fight you today." Hearing Chen Ping'an's words, Ning Yao, who felt sweet in her heart, snorted coldly and stepped forward to stand in front of Chen Ping'an. The meaning was clear. If anyone wanted to touch Chen Ping'an, they had to ask her first. At this moment, Chen Dui, on the side, was no longer anxious. She was also curious to see what capabilities Chen Ping'an had to win the favor of 2 outstanding women despite being just a boy from a humble neighborhood. Seeing Ning Yao stand in front of him, Lu Baqiao raised an eyebrow and shouted at Chen Ping'an behind her, "Chen Ping'an, are you only capable of hiding behind women?" Having partially uncovered some truths, Chen Ping'an looked at the lovesick Lu Baqiao and sighed. "Lu Baqiao, the Fairy Su you mentioned is from Xinjiang Mountain, right? From my interactions with Xinjiang Mountain, those guys don't seem like upright gentlemen. That Fairy Su is most likely a heart demon specially prepared for you by Xinjiang Mountain." Upon hearing this, Lu Baqiao trembled all over, looking at Chen Ping'an with disbelief. "What are you talking about? What heart demon? Impossible, impossible, you're lying. Fairy Su is not that kind of person. She would never be that kind of person." Looking at the self-deceiving Lu Baqiao, Chen Ping'an couldn't help but shake his head. If it weren't for Lu Baqiao's good nature, Chen Ping'an wouldn't bother with this matter. It must be said that Liu Baqiao had quite good talent. If he weren't troubled by love, he would likely achieve even greater heights. However, given the current situation, the more Liu Baqiao progressed, the more unclear the path would become. The entanglement of emotions was hard to break. Liu Baqiao, what if the fairy Su you mentioned likes your senior brother? And what if your senior brother doesn't like her at all? If Zhengyang Mountain were to challenge Fenglei Garden, and especially had the fairy Su face your senior brother, what would you do? These three questions exploded in Liu Baqiao's mind like thunder. With a pale face, Liu Baqiao felt as if everything he had been avoiding had been laid bare by Chen Ping'an. To awaken a lovesick mind, one had to use strong medicine. After hearing what Chen Ping'an said, Liu Baqiao momentarily lost focus. There were so many excellent women in the world. Why was he, Liu Baqiao, infatuated with the fairy Su from his sworn enemy, Zhengyang Mountain? Liu Baqiao had thought that some loves were unreasonable. A glance could lead to falling in love. Even if fairy Su didn't like him, that was enough for him. But what if all of this was a plot from Zhengyang Mountain? What if what Chen Ping'an said was true? Would he and his senior brother become sworn enemies because of fairy Su, leading Fenglei Garden to decline? In a daze, Liu Baqiao vaguely felt that what Chen Ping'an had said could very well come to pass in the not-so-distant future. However, there was also a voice in his heart telling him that all of this was just Chen Ping'an's speculation, with no solid evidence. Perhaps there was no conspiracy at all? Coming back to his senses, Liu Baqiao gritted his teeth and said, "But you have no evidence." Chen Ping'an shrugged and turned his gaze to Liu Baqiao's friend, Chen Songfeng. "I really don't know fairy Su, nor do I know your senior brother. I've only dealt with Zhengyang Mountain. But I think your friend should know better than I do who fairy Su really likes." Hearing this, Liu Baqiao immediately looked at Chen Songfeng. Chen Songfeng, who had always thought he had nothing to do with the situation, avoided Liu Baqiao's gaze and did not dare to make eye contact. Seeing Chen Songfeng's intention to avoid, Liu Baqiao's heart sank. At this moment, Chen Ping'an's voice rang out again. It's not necessary to suffer heartbreak to be considered a lovesick person. Thinking oneself is infatuated, believing one is finding joy in suffering, thinking it doesn't matter whether the other person likes you or not. What is the result? In the end, only one's own heart is shattered, and the only one you can touch is yourself. After saying that, Chen Ping'an turned to Chen Songfeng and continued, "Chen Songfeng, if you truly consider Liu Baqiao a friend, you shouldn't just watch him sink deeper. Waking up early is far better than having a dead heart in the future. You wouldn't want fairy Su to become Liu Baqiao's lifelong heart demon, would you?" Clearly, Chen Ping'an looked like just a boy, but his words moved everyone in the room deeply. Even Chen Dui, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, couldn't help but look at the young man with a bit more respect. She had heard a little about Liu Baqiao's interesting stories from Chen Songfeng. It was said that Liu Baqiao had only seen the Su Xianzi he spoke of a few times, but they hadn't even exchanged a single word. And yet Liu Baqiao had hopelessly fallen in love with that Su Xianzi. Such a thing could be called love at first sight in the mortal realm, but it seemed a bit strange in the mountains, where one often secluded themselves for years. However, Liu Baqiao had nothing to do with her, so she couldn't be bothered with this matter. Instead, the young man Chen Ping'an, at such a young age, had such deep insights into the world. It can only be said that his early years of suffering had forced this boy named Chen Ping'an to grow up too early. Similarly, thinking this, Ning Yao looked at Chen Ping'an with a bit more tenderness in her eyes. As orphans who had lost both parents, Ning Yao could particularly empathize with Chen Ping'an's experiences. As for Chen Songfeng, he couldn't help but sigh, knowing the truth, but not saying it was still being a good brother. If he directly shattered Liu Baqiao's illusions, he worried that he wouldn't even be able to remain friends. Just like now, Chen Ping'an merely expressed that Su Xianzi was not as good as Ning Yao. And Liu Baqiao immediately became defensive and wanted to challenge Chen Ping'an one-on-one. If he had said back then that Su Xianzi was not suitable for Liu Baqiao would have likely severed ties with him directly. After all, those who are ensnared by the poison of love aren't easy to reason with. But now, after being dealt a heavy blow by Chen Ping'an, perhaps it was really possible to try to awaken the deeply entrapped Liu Baqiao. You are right as a friend. I indeed shouldn't watch him sink deeper and deeper. Successful reasoning. A small gift from the heavens has arrived. Taking a deep breath, Chen Songfeng finally mustered the courage to no longer avoid Liu Baqiao's gaze. Looking directly at Liu Baqiao, Chen Songfeng earnestly said, "Brother Liu, anyone with clear eyes can see that when Su Xianzi first met you, she was not interested in the boastful you, but rather in your senior brother, Huang He." Upon hearing this, Liu Baqiao's face suddenly turned pale. For Liu Baqiao, the pain of being unloved by the person he loved was probably the most painful thing in the world. After a moment of silence, Liu Baqiao finally forced a bitter smile and murmured, "So what? She never liked me to begin with." Seeing Liu Baqiao still lost in his delusions, Chen Songfeng sighed again and spoke even more bluntly. "Brother Liu, don't you find this suspicious? Why did Su Xianzi happen to appear right in front of you? Why did you fall in love with Su Xianzi at first sight, while Su Xianzi fell for your senior brother at first sight?" As he spoke, Chen Songfeng noticed Liu Baqiao's lips moving, seemingly wanting to argue. So he continued, "Forgive me for being straightforward, but the probability of such a thing happening is probably much lower than you suddenly attaining enlightenment and advancing to the fifth realm. So, Brother Liu, don't you understand? This is very likely a despicable tactic employed by Zhenyang Mountain to undermine the Wind and Thunder Garden. The Su Xianzi you miss day and night is merely a pawn to turn you and your senior brother against each other." Chen Songfeng's last sentence struck Liu Baqiao's heart like a sharp sword from a fifth realm sword cultivator, leaving Liu Baqiao with no strength to fight back. If Liu Baqiao could still harbor a glimmer of hope regarding Chen Ping'an's speculation, he could no longer deceive himself after hearing the words of this good brother, who had known him for a long time and shared a close relationship with the Wind and Thunder Garden. An observer sees clearly, while the one involved is confused. Liu Baqiao understood. He just didn't want to wake up. After all, the feeling of falling in love with someone is intoxicating. But now, the words like thunderclaps that echoed in his heart had astonished him to the point of being unable to awaken. Liu Baqiao had been schemed against, which was why he had hopelessly fallen for Su Xianzi. After Liu Baqiao realized this, in the dark, an invisible red thread suddenly snapped. Crack! With the breaking of the red thread, on the distant Zufeng of Zhenyang Mountain, a plain-looking woman suddenly stood up, her face filled with disbelief. Who was it? Who ruined her carefully crafted plan? She could have manipulated the sword cultivation geniuses of an entire continent through relationships. Yet she failed on this line in the Wind and Thunder Garden? Who had the ability to directly cut the red thread she had tied? It was known that the word love could not be severed even by a fifth realm sword cultivator. The only possibility was that someone had awakened Liu Baqiao, who was deeply trapped in love. But who was this person? Chapter 56. Eat first, then have the strength to travel. After the red thread broke, Liu Baqiao, drenched in sweat, felt inexplicably lighter all over. The profound path that he had previously found difficult to understand now seemed as if he only needed to take a step forward to see a whole new world. Had he attained enlightenment? A trace of surprise flashed in Liu Baqiao's eyes. He never expected that being awakened by others regarding his emotional entanglements would lead him so easily to the path toward the Yuaning realm. According to his master's estimation, he would need at least several more years of honing to safely advance to the Yuaning realm. Now it seemed that Su Xianzi had indeed misled him deeply. After coming to terms with everything, Liu Baqiao found his previous mindset utterly laughable. Not understanding the inner self, he had fallen for Su Xianzi merely because of her beautiful appearance. Yet, he could still passionately love someone whose character he didn't even know. That just didn't make sense. If he hadn't been continuously awakened by others today, Liu Baqiao's future path would only grow darker and dimmer. Ironically, he had previously been ungrateful and spoken harshly. Now, thinking back, it made him feel quite anxious. Liu Baqiao's face turned slightly red as he solemnly bowed to Chen Ping'an and said, "Thank you, Brother Chen, for awakening me. If it weren't for you, I might have been trapped deeper and deeper." Not knowing if Brother Chen knew who the puppet master was? Successful reasoning. A small gift from the heavens has arrived. Hearing the profound sounds of the great path above the Heart Lake, Chen Ping'an had now opened 3 acupoints and had a star official presiding over them. The path was long indeed. Soon coming back to his senses, Chen Ping'an looked at Liu Baqiao and smiled. "Brother Liu, I have never left this Lizhu town in my life. How would I know who the puppet master is? I merely made a reasonable inference based on my contact with Xingyang Mountain. Asking me this is just putting me in a difficult position. Upon hearing this, a look of embarrassment flashed across Lu Baqiao's face. Previously, he had been so captivated by the profound reasoning Chen Ping'an had shared that he momentarily forgot that this young man from the alley had always lived in the Lizhu cave heaven. This was somewhat of a desperate grasping at straws, wasn't it? Shaking his head and laughing, Lu Baqiao clasped his fists. Brother Chen, I was reckless, my apologies. Then Lu Baqiao looked at his good friend Chen Songfeng. Although it was Chen Ping'an who had taken the lead, Chen Songfeng was also an indispensable part of this. If it weren't for Chen Songfeng corroborating Chen Ping'an's words, Lu Baqiao might have continued to deceive himself. However, given their relationship, there was no need for such polite thanks. Lu Baqiao lightly punched Chen Songfeng, the frail scholar, who also returned a playful punch. Then the two exchanged smiles, and the previously tense atmosphere instantly melted away like an iceberg. Chen Dui, watching from the side, couldn't help but secretly admire Chen Ping'an, who had managed to persuade Chen Songfeng to assist him, allowing Lu Baqiao to sever the heart demon on his path. This young man might just excel if he participated in the debates of the three teachings. Speaking of which, this dark-skinned kid, although a pure martial artist, in Chen Dui's eyes, Chen Ping'an resembled a Confucian disciple more than a pure martial artist. After all, pure martial artists prefer to speak with their fists. Just like earlier at the Yamen, she looked down on the grandly vassal King Song Changjing, only to be nearly beaten to death by him. That is the way of martial artists. Yet Chen Ping'an, despite being a martial artist, used reasoning to enlighten Lu Baqiao. It was truly strange. However, what Chen Dui didn't know was that Chen Ping'an only used reasoning with friends. If it were against enemies, then Chen Dui would see Chen Ping'an's prowess in using strength. Shaking her head, Chen Dui stopped thinking further. After all, even though the small town was located within the Lizhu cave heaven, it was still too small for the Yingnian clan residing in the Namposa continent. Small things were not worth paying too much attention to. The Yingnian clan was concerned with major events in the world. How could they be moved by a young man in a small town? All right, the fun ends here. We have already wasted quite a bit of time, so now we need to speed up. As the financial backer, Chen Dui's request was naturally met with no objections from Chen Ping'an. However, Chen Songfeng, as a scholar, had a look of anxiety on his face. Chen Dui was a pure martial artist. Lu Baqiao was a sword cultivator who emphasized physical training among Qi practitioners. And the other two youths were also accustomed to mountain paths. Climbing mountains and seeking caves was naturally not a problem for these four. But for Chen Songfeng, it was somewhat difficult. The Chen clan of Longwei County seemed to be doing well in the small town. However, in reality, they were in an awkward position. Neither here nor there. They needed to establish a relationship with the Yingnian clan, so they had to grit their teeth and keep up with the other four. But Chen Songfeng, being a newly initiated practitioner at the lower five realms, soon showed signs of physical exhaustion. Seeing Chen Songfeng in such a poor state, Chen Ping'an simply used the need to replenish energy as an excuse to have the group take a break. Hearing Chen Ping'an's words, Chen Songfeng cast a grateful glance at him. To be honest, he really needed a rest now. However, the impatient Chen Dui did not want to stop at this moment. She frowned and looked at Chen Ping'an, who was pulling out a bamboo tube from his backpack, and said, "Keep going." Little did she know that Chen Ping'an completely ignored Chen Dui's urging. After showing her the hot meal and pickles in the bamboo tube, he smiled and said, "Sister Chen, food is the priority for the people. If we don't eat, we will run out of energy. Without energy, we will walk slowly. So the more we hurry, the slower we go. It's better to have a full meal and then set off with more energy." Before Chen Dui could respond, Lu Baqiao leaned over Chen Ping'an and said, Right, I didn't realize it before, but after walking such a long way in this Lizhu cave heaven, I'm really starving. Chen Dui, aren't you hungry? I thought I heard someone's stomach growling earlier. Hearing Lu Baqiao's teasing, Chen Dui's ears turned slightly red, and she glared at him fiercely. Within the small town, if one did not want to deplete their lifespan, they could not circulate true qi. And without circulating true qi, even a martial artist at the stopping point must eat, drink, and relieve themselves. Moreover, Chen Ping'an was not even a stopping point martial artist. Due to the long-standing habit of forgetting to eat while outside, Chen Ping'an had felt hungry during the journey and was just holding on with her strong physique. Thus, with a cold expression on her face but hunger in her belly, Chen Ping'an finally agreed to Chen Ping'an's suggestion. Just a quarter of an hour. We'll eat and then set off immediately. Chapter 57. Don't forget to find me after becoming a sword immortal. Successfully reasoned. A small portion of heaven's gift has arrived. Seeing Chen Ping'an open the bamboo tube and devour the food with relish, Chen Ping'an, who had just opened another acupoint, smiled slightly. He then took out the pickles and a tube of white rice to share with Ningyao. Seeing this, Lu Baqiao immediately shouted, "Goodness, you prioritize romance over friendship. Why don't I have a unique portion of pickles?" Holding the bamboo tube, Ningyao huffed coldly. "When did you become Chen Ping'an's friend?" Lu Baqiao replied nonchalantly. "Just now he called me Lu brother. Doesn't tea that make us friends?" Ningyao clicked her tongue, mocking, "Well, you certainly know how to make friends. By that logic, you must have at least 1,000 friends, right? Isn't a casual acquaintance still considered a friend?" This Ningyao is unreasonable. Just as Lu Baqiao was about to retort, he caught a meaningful glance from Chen Ping'an, as if he found him somewhat obstructive. No longer entangled by emotions, Lu Baqiao instantly understood the meaning of that glance. This was about to become a world for two. Lu Baqiao awkwardly smiled and stepped aside, casting a resentful glance at the young couple sharing a tube of pickles. What a beautiful and innocent love. When would Lu Baqiao, also have such sweet love? A quarter of an hour later, everyone had finished eating. Chen Songfeng picked up his book box, gritted his teeth, and prepared to continue following. However, Chen Ping'an deliberately fell a step behind and spoke beside him. "Chen Songfeng, I suggest you go down the mountain with Lu Baqiao." Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's advice to go down the mountain, Chen Songfeng frowned immediately, looking displeased, and said, "You don't need to worry about it. I can manage." Ignoring Chen Songfeng's dissatisfaction, Chen Ping'an continued, "It has just rained in spring, and the mountain path is muddy and difficult to walk on. With your physical condition, it's easy to accidentally fall down the mountain. I know you want to show off in front of Sister Chen, but have you thought about how she would view you if you mess it up? What if you screw it up?" Chen Songfeng hadn't considered that. At this moment, with his calves starting to tremble, Chen Songfeng knew he was just being stubborn. In reality, he couldn't hold on for long. Looking up at the steep, winding muddy mountain path and the moss-covered cliffs, Chen Songfeng felt a wave of despair. If he fell from here, it would be bad enough to be injured. But if the items for ancestor worship in his book box were damaged, that would be a serious matter. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Songfeng finally recognized reality. He handed the book box to Chen Ping'an and cupped his hands. "Then I'll trouble you, young brother." Successfully reasoned, a small portion of heaven's gift has arrived. Chen Ping'an, who had kindly reminded Chen Songfeng specifically for the sake of the heaven's gift, was naturally pleased with Chen Songfeng's perceptiveness. If everyone he encountered afterward could obey his reasoning like this, then opening all 356 acupoints would not be a difficult task. After Chen Songfeng went down the mountain with Lu Baqiao, the other three, without the burden of Chen Songfeng, increased their speed. Just as night was about to fall, they successfully helped Chen Ping'an find the ancestral grave marked by the straight trunk tree. Since Chen Ping'an needed to worship her ancestors, it was inconvenient for others to be present. So the two young men and women waited for her at the foot of the mountain. Ningyao looked back at the dark mountain and murmured, "This Chen Ping'an's family is not simple." Then, seeing Chen Ping'an looking over Ningyao, who suddenly had the urge to educate, smiled and said, "Chen Ping'an, did you see that tree with the straight trunk just now? Do you know what that signifies?" Chen Ping'an certainly knew that the Shin clan had produced a pure Confucian named Chen Chunan, who could shoulder the sun and moon. So he casually replied, "That is Akai Su, Kai Shu. It usually indicates that a family has produced a righteous and upright Confucian sage." Ningyao opened her mouth, somewhat surprised by Chen Ping'an's answer. After all, she had wanted to show off her knowledge, but she didn't expect Chen Ping'an to know about it. Feeling a bit deflated, Ningyao immediately closed her mouth and stopped speaking. Seeing Ning Yao looking a bit down, Chen Ping'an suddenly pulled out a bright red wild fruit he had casually picked up on the way. Ning girl, do you want to eat a fruit? This fruit is really delicious. So tasty that I wouldn't let go even if slapped. Hearing Chen Ping'an describe the deliciousness with such a strange verb, Ning Yao couldn't help but chuckle. Really? You wouldn't let go even if slapped? You must be quite greedy then. Let me try it and see how good it really is. Taking the wild fruit from Chen Ping'an's hand, Ning Yao took a bite and immediately realized that this fruit was indeed a delicacy. Especially after the fruit flesh went down, it turned into a warm current, making her feel warm all over. Closing her eyes to savor it, she realized the most important function of this wild fruit was probably to expel the impurities in the human body, allowing mortals at the foot of the mountain to prolong their lives. However, for those on the mountain who had already undergone purification, it was of little use, merely delicious. When Ning Yao opened her eyes, she glanced at the two remaining wild fruits in Chen Ping'an's hand and suddenly said without waiting for his question, Chen Ping'an, you still have 2 wild fruits in your hand. Who are you planning to give them to? A life and death question? Without thinking, Chen Ping'an replied, all for Ning girl. Ning Yao smiled with her eyes narrowed. Oh, what if Wan Xiao is here as well? Chen Ping'an replied without hesitation, also all for Ning girl. Hearing his answer, Ning Yao felt very happy. After all, if a person is willing to give her everything he has left, it must mean he values her, right? This feeling of being valued is really nice. Raising her head and feeling the night breeze on her face, Ning Yao pointed at the twinkling stars in the sky and suddenly said, Chen Ping'an, what if I want the stars in the sky? Following Ning Yao's finger, Chen Ping'an looked up as well. Then when I have the ability, I will capture the stars and let Ning girl see them to her heart's content. With a smile on her face, Ning Yao said, Chen Ping'an, I didn't expect you, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, to be quite good at winning a girl's heart. Tell me, do you usually flirt with the girl next door? Ji Gui? Chen Ping'an, observing with a calm heart, raised 3 fingers and said, Ning girl, I swear, these words came to me naturally after I saw you. I have never said similar things to other girls before. Ning Yao turned her head and stared directly into Chen Ping'an's eyes. Really? Absolutely. After a moment of silence, Ning Yao's lips curled up. Chen Ping'an, but you're not a sword immortal yet. Chen Ping'an straightened his chest and assured, Ning girl, believe me, I will be one soon. Ning Yao non-committally replied with an. Then her gaze fell in the direction of the hanging mountain. Then after you become a sword immortal, don't forget to come find me. It's a promise. It's a promise. Chapter 58. The time has come. Chen Dui's ancestral worship went very smoothly. This was evident from the spring-like demeanor Chen Dui displayed after coming down the mountain. Unlike his previous cold demeanor, Chen Dui happily handed over 2 bags of gold coins to Chen Ping'an. Thank you this time. After speaking, a hint of hesitation flashed across Chen Dui's face. But he finally said, if one day you feel you can't live in Bay of Pingzu anymore, you can come to the Poso continent to find me. The other 2 bags of gold coins I will have someone send to Lizhu town in case you're still here. Chen Ping'an simply smiled and nodded at Chen Dui's goodwill. He would have the chance to go to South Poso continent after he dealt with his enemies in Dong Bay of Pingzu. Chen Dui, who rarely showed kindness, didn't say anything more. With matters here resolved, she should quickly take Lu Xianyang, the descendant of the family's gravekeeper, away, because the Lizhu cave heaven was about to collapse. If they stayed in the town, the backlash of the heavenly way accumulated over 3,000 years would be unbearable for the townsfolk. Therefore, among the 4 surnames and 10 clans in the town, apart from the clan elders already connected to the town's fortunes, everyone else had found ways to send their outstanding descendants away. As an outsider, she needed to leave as soon as possible. Upon returning home, Chen Ping'an stretched lazily and noticed a bunch of keys in the yard. Ning Yao, following behind Chen Ping'an, saw the sudden appearance of the keys and immediately became interested. She took the keys and tried them on the gate of the neighboring Song Jisen's house, and sure enough, it opened. Ning Yao looked over the low mud wall between the 2 houses at Chen Ping'an and said, Chen Ping'an, come quickly. You can change to a more comfortable house now. As the illegitimate son of the former supervising official Song Jisen's house, although also in Mud Bottle Alley, was much more luxurious than Chen Ping'an's impoverished home. Just the wooden bed made from a whole piece of wood was far more comfortable than the makeshift wooden bed Chen Ping'an had. However, even so, Chen Ping'an was unwilling to move into Song Jisen's house. It wasn't because he couldn't get over that mental hurdle, but because as long as he didn't move in the future, there would be a piece of his destined porcelain left here. Therefore, Chen Ping'an absolutely wouldn't move in. Otherwise, it would be much harder to break through the bottleneck of the Great Tao and return to find these broken porcelain pieces. Not understanding the reason, Ning Yao narrowed her eyes when she saw Chen Ping'an hesitating to come over, and her long eyebrows looked particularly imposing at that moment. As an outsider, Ning Yao would soon have to leave like Chen Dui. So before leaving, she naturally hoped to see Chen Ping'an's life improve a bit. But now Chen Ping'an was being ungrateful. Could it be that he blamed her for casually opening someone else's door? Just as the atmosphere between the two grew tense, Chen Ping'an suddenly smiled and said, "Ning girl, I can be considered a wealthy man now. As long as I have time, I can definitely buy a large mansion. So why do I need to live in the inconvenient mud bottle alley?" Hearing this reason, Ning Yao remembered that although Chen Ping'an's house was bare, he had made a fortune during this treasure-seeking incident involving outsiders in the town. It was just that every time she saw Chen Ping'an's clean, unadorned courtyard, she would always forget about this. With a look of annoyance on her face, Ning Yao no longer dwelled on it, tossed the keys back into Chen Ping'an's yard, and then pushed off the mud wall, nimbly jumping into the yard. "Then it's up to you." Chen Ping'an put the keys away and was about to say something when he heard a knock at the courtyard door. Opening the door, he saw Ruan Xiao dressed in blue standing cheerfully at his doorstep, smiling at him. "Chen Ping'an, is Ning girl in your house?" Originally on her way to the house, Ning Yao had somehow ended up behind Chen Ping'an. Seeing Ruan Xiao mention her, she poked her head out from behind Chen Ping'an. "What is it?" Ruan Xiao, not bothered by Ning Yao's indifference, just smiled and said, "Ning girl, my father said he has taken on the job of forging the sword. If luck is good, the sword can be completed in half a year. If luck is poor, it may take up to 10 years to succeed. If Ning girl agrees, my father is ready to start forging the sword." Ning Yao nodded. "All right, my luck has always been good, so I will wait for half a year." Hearing Ning Yao agree, Ruan Xiao then looked back at Chen Ping'an and said with a smile, "Chen Ping'an, my father said Lu Xianying and sister Chen have left the town, and now someone needs to take over Lu Xianying's work. Are you interested in becoming an apprentice at the blacksmith shop?" An apprentice? Chen Ping'an understood clearly that Ruan Xiong's invitation this time was definitely not as simple as just becoming an apprentice. Ruan Xiong, who was quite dissatisfied with Zhengyang Mountain's reckless actions, intended to use the pretext of taking on an apprentice to protect Chen Ping'an. With this, Zhengyang Mountain, Qingfeng City, an old dragon city, would have to think twice before making a move against Chen Ping'an. After all, the saint who would soon be stationed in this small town would be Ruan Xiong. Moreover, after the destruction of Lizhu Cave Heaven, Ruan Xiong would no longer have to worry about whether her actions would accelerate the cave's collapse, allowing her to act with full force. Under the support of the town's formation, Ruan Xiong's combat power was certainly not something Zhengyang Mountain could contend with. Therefore, as long as Chen Ping'an did not leave the town, he would be absolutely safe. Of course, for Chen Ping'an, becoming Ruan Xiong's apprentice had another benefit. It meant that in the upcoming business of buying a mountain, he would have a backing, ensuring that he wouldn't find himself in a situation where he bought a mountain but couldn't defend it. Thus, there was no reason for Chen Ping'an to reject the goodwill Ruan Xiong extended. "Of course I'm interested. Miss Ruan, please thank your father for me." Ruan Xiao, who was running towards a New Year's shop in Qilong Alley with a smile, waved her hand to indicate no need for thanks. Next to her, Ning Yao looked at Ruan Xiao's bright smile and couldn't help but raise her 2 index fingers to lift the corners of her mouth. Shouldn't she smile more often? Seemingly sensing Ning Yao's actions, Chen Ping'an calmly said, "Miss Ning, you are also the most beautiful girl in the world when you don't smile." Ning Yao lickli hufet, turned away but couldn't stop the smile on her face. In the following days, Chen Ping'an helped out at the blacksmith shop, digging wells, building houses, and digging ditches. In any case, as long as it was a laborious task, he consistently stood out among the apprentices. Ning Yao also moved things like the medicine pot over to the blacksmith shop. When things were quiet, Ning Yao would sit nearby, resting her chin in her hands. quietly watching Chen Ping'an sweat, occasionally giving him some pointless martial arts explanations. This peaceful life continued until the day when the daylight suddenly turned dark. Ning Yao understood that the time had come. Chapter 59. Do you think you're qualified to lecture me? This scene, reminiscent of a celestial dog eating the sun, immediately made the townsfolk, who were unaware of the truth, anxious. Especially the statues in the wild outskirts of the town, which were now exploding like firecrackers, causing even more alarm. The workers at the blacksmith shop also stopped their tasks, instinctively looking up at the sky, but saw nothing. Sitting at the well's edge with her bowl, Ning Yao gazed at the pitch-black sky and couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. She finally understood what it meant to feel troubled, but she had to leave. Ning Yao turned her gaze to the calm Chen Ping'an, then placed a piece of fatty braised pork, which was the only piece in her bowl, into Chen Ping'an's bowl. Before Chen Ping'an could speak, Ning Yao preemptively said, "Chen Ping'an, I'm leaving." Chen Ping'an merely responded with an originally feeling a bit disappointed. Ning Yao, seeing Chen Ping'an's indifference, felt inexplicably angry. "Chen Ping'an, aren't you going to ask where I'm going?" Chen Ping'an smiled and said, "Miss Ning, when you spoke to Taoist Liu earlier, I paid attention. Your hometown is from the upside-down mountain, so you'll eventually go back there. Since I know where Miss Ning is going, I naturally know where to find you." Hearing this, Ning Yao, who was initially a bit angry, felt inexplicably better. It turned out that Chen Ping'an wasn't indifferent to her. He had already remembered every word she said. However, Ning Yao, still maintaining a cool demeanor, deliberately huffed, "Humph, do you know how far the upside-down mountain is from here? It's a long, long way. With your meager skills, you might not even make it there before you die." Such contradictions were truly remarkable. Chen Ping'an smiled slightly and replied, "Miss Ning, as long as one is willing to walk, no matter how far the road is, it will certainly have an end. Moreover, at the end of the road is Miss Ning." In the darkness, a satisfied smile once again appeared on Ning Yao's face. She believed that this Chen Ping'an, who was merely a third-realm martial artist, would one day cross continents and traverse the upside-down mountain to find her at the Sword Chi Great Wall, the junction of two worlds. Once a person has a thought, their spirit and essence change completely. Sensing the opportunity to break through, Ning Yao took a step forward and then turned back, asking, "So, I'm leaving?" Chen Ping'an nodded. Ning Yao asked again, "I'm really leaving?" Chen Ping'an stood up with a smile. "Miss Ning, may I see you off?" Torn between wanting Chen Ping'an to send her off and not wanting him to try to keep her, Ning Yao ultimately shot him a glare and said irritably, "No need." After saying that, Ning Yao's figure slowly disappeared into the darkness. "Miss Ning, goodbye. Until we meet again at the Sword Chi Great Wall," Chen Ping'an whispered to himself. Looking at the two large pieces of fatty braised pork in his bowl, quickly finished his meal, and then returned to the small house in Mud Bottle Alley, staring blankly at the lit oil lamp. This matter was very important. It was crucial to whether he could grasp the greatest opportunity in the town, one of the 5 supreme deities of the ancient heavenly court, the sword bearer. Of course, with his mindset having changed completely, he viewed whether he could seize this opportunity with indifference. If he got it, that would be great. If not, it wouldn't matter. He, Chen Ping'an, could still walk his own invincible path, even without the world's most powerful sword. As Chen Ping'an thought and thought, he fell into a half-asleep, half-awake state, in a dreamlike haze. In this state, he found himself inexplicably at the southern end of the town's covered bridge. Below this bridge hung a rusty old sword, swaying gently. This custom of hanging swords under bridges can actually be seen in many towns, said to be to prevent dragons from crossing the water. In this way, when a dragon attempted to cross, its back would inadvertently be cut by the sword's tip, causing it to refrain from crossing here, thus protecting the townsfolk from disaster. But while other places mostly held this as a legend, here was real. As Chen Ping'an walked forward slowly, the previously pitch-black world suddenly lit up as bright as day. The white light blooming in the middle of the corridor was even more dazzling than the brightness of heaven and earth, with a subtle flow of the essence of the great Tao. Just looking at it made Chen Ping'an cry uncontrollably. But the more he did, the clearer the scene became in his eyes. He could vaguely see a tall figure, resembling Mr. Qi by about 70 or 80%, standing there, seemingly smiling at Chen Ping'an. Mr. Qi. Just as Chen Ping'an's voice emerged, a woman's enchanting voice rang in his ears, captivating his heart. Kneel down. As long as you kneel, there isn't a woman in the world you can't have. Before the words finished, another voice shouted loudly, shaking one's soul. You foolish rustic. Having seen the great Tao, why not kneel? Then another voice coaxed gently, Heaven and earth, sovereign, parents and teachers, what harm is there in kneeling? As long as you kneel, you can exchange it for a peek of the great Tao. Why not kneel? Someone else urged urgently. This kneel will allow you to glimpse the ultimate realm of heaven and earth. Kneel quickly. Then a familiar voice gently spoke. Chen Ping'an, don't walk any further. Just stop here, and it will greatly benefit your body. If you go any further, your soul might shatter. Don't go against the heavens. As time went on, more and more clamorous voices echoed in Chen Ping'an's ears. These voices pressed down on his spine, making it feel as if they were trying to force him to kneel right there. At this moment, that seemingly close yet far away, Mr. Qi softly said, Chen Ping'an, if you want to move forward, then boldly move forward. As soon as these words were spoken, the pressure on Chen Ping'an instantly disappeared, and the incessant clamorous voices in his ears briefly vanished without a trace. But as Chen Ping'an straightened his back, those voices rose again. This time, their hidden daggers were revealed, and they became even more ruthless. What do you think you are, daring to snatch Ma Ku Xian's opportunity? You brat. Hurry up and get out of here. Oomph. This opportunity can go to anyone, but what is that Chen Ping'an, who should have died in that winter? A pile of mud dares to covet divine objects. I think your Qin clan should have long since been extinguished. Why say so much to him? If he takes one more step forward, we'll crush him to ashes. Chen Ping'an, who had straightened up again, listened to the increasingly vicious curses in his ears and smiled expressionlessly. He then extended his finger and pointed to the void. You, and you are really noisy. You who don't even dare to reveal your true selves, are you qualified to preach to me? Why not reveal your identities and draw a line, and see who lives and who dies in the future? Chapter 60. The greatest opportunity, the sword bearer. As soon as Chen Ping'an finished speaking, the area fell into silence. Even Qi Jingshun in front couldn't help but glance at Chen Ping'an a few more times. It should be noted that the one speaking here was either a deity or a progenitor, the god of wind, the lord of the thunder department in the heavenly court, the ancestor of the Lu family of the Yin-Yang scholars in the Middle Earth, the ancestor of the Fulong lineage. Each of these figures, when placed in the outside world, could shake the divine continent to its core. Yet, Chen Ping'an actually dared to challenge these people, which was indeed commendable courage. However, these individuals were unexpectedly choked into silence by Chen Ping'an's words, and none dared to reveal their identities at that moment. After all, the old sword lying just a step away from Chen Ping'an could easily cause their deaths. Therefore, they were genuinely afraid. Afraid that Chen Ping'an could indeed contract with that old sword and become its master, thus coming to settle scores with them. This stark contrast made Qi Jingshun witness a rather amusing spectacle. These people still hoped to grasp the flow of the world's fortune. It was truly laughable. No wonder they could only bully a child with words. Just as Qi Jingshun was thinking this, Chen Ping'an, who could no longer hear the noisy voices, took a step forward. Boom! The entire corridor trembled. Seeing Chen Ping'an actually take that step, the few people secretly observing felt even more complicated emotions. They never expected that after countless calculations, the most important opportunity in the small town would be seized by someone like Chen Ping'an, who should not have been able to grasp any opportunity in the town. Who could they reason with about this? They could only watch in the dark as Chen Ping'an took another step forward, walking side by side with that damned Qi Jingshun. After taking this step, the world once again fell into darkness where one couldn't see their own fingers. Chen Ping'an turned his head to look at where Qi Jingshun should have been standing. Mr. Qi, has it worked? Qi Jingshun smiled and said, I don't know. You'll have to ask that old man. Bang! As soon as Qi Jingshun's words left his mouth, he was struck away by a tremendous force. As he flew backward in midair, Qi Jingshun laughed and reminded Chen Ping'an, if you have the energy, you might as well take another step. Chen Ping'an shook his head and said softly, Mr. Qi, that person is a divine sister. After saying that, Chen Ping'an pretended to prepare to take a third step, because he knew very well that there was no way he could take that third step today. Sure enough, as soon as Chen Ping'an raised his foot, the voice of Tao Ancestor penetrated the barriers of heaven and earth and reached this place. Things shouldn't go too far, just enough is fine. Hearing this, a woman's cold snort came from the middle of the corridor. It was hard to see such a compatible little fellow, yet that old Tao Ancestor had to come and stir up trouble. Truly hateful. If you have the ability, come and fight me one-on-one. Seemingly sensing the dissatisfaction of the sword-bearer, the Tao Ancestor chuckled. Too much is as bad as not enough. After the Tao Ancestor said to stop at the right moment, Chen Ping'an awoke from a half-asleep state. The oil lamp on the table was still burning, but outside the house, it was already dawn. This also meant that Qi Chun had shouldered the backlash of the heavenly path for the small town for 3,000 years. And now all the residents of the town had a next life. Chen Ping'an sighed softly and then looked towards the dragon-slaying platform in the courtyard. To be honest, he wasn't sure if the sword-bearer had chosen him, but this matter could be known by trying it out. If the sword-bearer was willing to accept his dragon-slaying platform, it would mean she recognized him. In that case, Chen Ping'an would actually have the greatest backing in this world. If she didn't accept it, then he could end this thought early and focus on his invincible path. With a decision made, Chen Ping'an rolled up his sleeves, stirred the true energy within him, and easily placed the incredibly heavy dragon-slaying platform into the large backpack. Then, carrying the backpack, Chen Ping'an opened the door and saw a little girl in red hurriedly passing by, carrying branches from a locust tree. Chen Ping'an's eyes lit up. It was Li Baoping. Li Baoping, whose heart blossomed like flowers and grew towards the sun, was hard not to like. Now seeing her huffing and puffing while trying to carry the branches, Chen Ping'an couldn't help but call out to her. The little girl in the red cotton jacket turned her head and smiled broadly. She had met Chen Ping'an before and remembered him as a very good person. So she was willing to stop and listen to what Chen Ping'an wanted to say. But it was best to be quick, as she still had to busy herself with carrying the branches. Looking at Li Baoping's eyes, which seemed to speak, Chen Ping'an pointed to his own courtyard and said, "Your back-and-forth efficiency is too low. If you trust me, you can put the branches in my yard first, so you can make more trips." Li Baoping blinked her big eyes, sizing up Chen Ping'an as if weighing the pros and cons. Although she was innocent, she also knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Seeing Li Baoping's silence, Chen Ping'an smiled, took off a key, and handed it over. "Of course, as a place for you to use, I need you to help me collect some fallen locust leaves." "All right, I have things to attend to, so remember to wait for me at home." After saying that, Chen Ping'an confidently carried the backpack and walked towards the corridor. Li Baoping watched Chen Ping'an's figure for a while before putting away the key and continuing to run towards the locust tree. As Chen Ping'an walked onto the corridor, he first set the backpack containing the dragon-slaying platform aside, then sat on the edge of the stone bridge, swinging his legs, waiting for the result to come. As he waited, Chen Ping'an fell into a half-dreaming, half-awake state again. As for the backpack containing the dragon-slaying platform, it had long since disappeared. In front of him, there was still that blinding light, hanging high between heaven and earth. Fortunately, this time, the light quickly retracted, and then Chen Ping'an could see a tall figure sitting in midair. One leg was bent, and the other dangled down, looking relaxed. Surrounding her were strands of pure white light that swayed continuously. It seemed that the person was also looking at him. After observing for a while, the person yawned out of boredom and then casually said, "You said earlier that you wanted to draw a line with those people, distinguishing life and death. Your strength is not high, but your tone is quite big." With the white-clothed figure's words, a heavy pressure instantly swept over. Feeling as if a mountain was pressing down on his shoulders, Chen Ping'an stubbornly refused to lower his head. He had words he wanted to say, but the pressure made it hard for him to breathe, and he couldn't speak. With his hands clenched tightly, his fingers dug into his flesh, and blood began to flow down his palms. Through this pain, Chen Ping'an finally managed to force out a sentence. "If you are afraid of this and that, why come to this world?" Chapter 61. Missing Me, also called the First Fortune. If you are afraid of this and that, why come to this world? Seeing Chen Ping'an speak such words under her pressure, the sword holder, who was suspended in midair, couldn't help but chuckle. The Lijuzu, cave heaven, had existed for 3,000 years, and she had watched from beneath this corridor bridge for 3,000 years. In the small town, she had seen many talented individuals and countless stories of joy and sorrow. Yet among all these people and events, none could truly embody the concept of fearlessness. After all, at the end of the day, as long as one is human, there will always be something to fear. Only this young man before her seemed completely unafraid. Was this a good thing or a bad thing? She needed to observe further. With a preliminary answer in mind, the sword holder waved her hand, intending to send Chen Ping'an back to the corridor bridge. Just as the white sleeves of the sword holder fluttered, Chen Ping'an, feeling the pressure dissipate, called out once more, "Sister Immortal, that dragon-slaying platform is a gift I gave you. Feel free to take it." Upon hearing this, a hint of a smile appeared on the sword holder's face. In the next moment, Chen Ping'an awoke dazedly on the corridor bridge, as if everything that had just happened was merely a dream. However, the disappearance of the dragon-slaying platform from his backpack clearly told Chen Ping'an that this was not a dream. Shaking his head to dispel the lingering dizziness, Chen Ping'an stood up, ready to return to Mud Bottle Alley, when he noticed a young female Taoist wearing a fishtail-shaped crown looking in his direction not far away. Beside her stood a pure white deer, radiating a soft white light, resembling the auspicious signs described in legends. Recognizing this might be the last outsider to leave the small town, Chen Ping'an immediately recognized who this beautiful Taoist was. He Xiaoyang, a being hailed as the Jade Maiden of Dongbaping continent. As the favored daughter of the Taoist sect in her continent, her status was extraordinary, comparable to that of a true lord. This true lord was not a false one like the Lord of the River, but a genuine true lord who had reached the Jade Purity realm in the upper 5 realms. Because of her remarkable opportunities, He Xiaoyang had been predicted to inevitably ascend to the upper 5 realms as a cultivation genius among the younger generation of Baoping continent. Thus, even a king would treat her with respect upon meeting her. Now, this Jade Maiden, with a bright future ahead, was walking gracefully towards Chen Ping'an. The reason He Xiaoyang remained in the small town was that she wanted to witness the great battle with her own eyes to verify the Tao she sought. Therefore, she had her junior brother take the item that could suppress the victor back first, while she stayed until the last moment before leaving. After witnessing the aftermath of that great battle, for some reason, He Xiaoyang felt a surge of inspiration and wanted to see the corridor bridge of the small town one last time before departing. As a result, she immediately spotted the dark-skinned, short young man from the town. However, upon getting closer, the stunning He Xiaoyang couldn't help but show a hint of disappointment on her face. She had thought that destiny had brought her here to meet Chen Ping'an, and that she would likely gain an extraordinary opportunity, just like before. But the Chen Ping'an before her seemed to have a shattered fate, devoid of any fortune. She and Chen Ping'an appeared to be two extremes, and if nothing unexpected happened, they would likely never intersect again. As He Xiaoyang thought this, she opened her mouth to say something. Although Chen Ping'an couldn't understand the elegant language of Baoping continent, he roughly guessed what He Xiaoyang had said. It was nothing more than words about being a person who cherishes fortune but lamenting their lack of fate, destined not to become friends in the Tao. Chen Ping'an looked up at the celestial like He Xiaoyang before him, grinned, gestured with his hand, and said, "If we're truly fated, why do you see me at this very moment?" Although He Xiaoyang did not understand the local dialect of the town, her intelligence and Chen Ping'an's gestures, along with some common sounds, allowed her to grasp his meaning. This immediately sparked a thoughtful expression on her face. Logically, at such a critical moment, any fluttering of her heart would not be a mere whim. After all, she was hailed as the one with the greatest fortune in her continent, a being who could receive wealth even while lying down. Now that she had met Chen Ping'an, it must mean they were fated. After a moment of contemplation, He Xiaoyang finally nodded, acknowledging their connection. However, still unable to discern where the opportunity lay, she ultimately left her name. "He Xiaoyang, remember me. If we are truly fated, we will surely meet again." Having successfully reasoned, a small gift from heaven has arrived. He Xiaoyang repeated the 3 syllables multiple times, and Chen Ping'an naturally understood her meaning. With the gift from heaven, Chen Ping'an, who had opened another aperture, was in a great mood. Thus, he imitated her and shared his name with He Xiaoyang. He Xiaoyang nodded slightly, Then, just like when she arrived, she left coolly, leaving behind only her graceful silhouette. After shouldering his backpack again, Chen Ping'an shook his head. With the vast waters of the world, he had made up his mind to take only a ladleful. Even if fate tangled him with Xiaoyang, how could it matter? In his heart, there was only Ning Yao. Upon returning home to Mud Bottle Alley, Chen Ping'an soon saw the bustling Li Baoping, with sweat all over her head and rosy cheeks. Li Baoping, panting, placed the last branch of the locust tree down and then pulled out a handful of stacked green locust leaves, stuffing them into Chen Ping'an's hands. All right, I fulfill my promise. Chen Ping'an smiled, but did not take them, instead asking, really? Is this everything? Under Chen Ping'an's gaze, Li Baoping first showed a look of confusion. Then, seeing Chen Ping'an persist, her face immediately displayed frustration. Reluctantly, she rummaged in her arms and surprisingly pulled out another leaf. However, upon seeing this leaf, Chen Ping'an still did not take it, merely watching calmly. For some reason, Li Baoping felt a pressure reminiscent of what Mr. Qi had imposed on her during her studies from Chen Ping'an's gaze. This deathly stare from her teacher made Li Baoping sigh and reluctantly pulled out the last locust leaf, handing it to Chen Ping'an with a face full of unwillingness. Receiving the locust leaf, Chen Ping'an smiled and then returned it to Li Baoping's hand. Watching Li Baoping's big, confused eyes, Chen Ping'an gently said, "What I give you is not the same as what you keep for yourself. Promises made to others must be fulfilled. This is a basic principle of being human. If it truly cannot be accomplished, one must be honest about it, not choose to hide it." Li Baoping acknowledged that Chen Ping'an's words made sense, but being publicly called out like this did indeed make it hard for her to save face. A bit embarrassed, Li Baoping huffed, crossed her arms, and turned away, deciding to ignore Chen Ping'an. Chapter 62. Is the sword immortal handsome? Having successfully reasoned, a small gift from heaven has arrived. Hearing the mysterious sound of the Heart Lake Dao, Chen Ping'an realized that Li Baoping had actually accepted his reasoning, and he immediately rubbed Li Baoping's small head, saying, all right, how about I help you carry the locust branches back home?" Upon hearing this, Li Baoping, who had been somewhat angry, immediately broke into a smile. "Really? Are you going to carry them all back?" Chen Ping'an nodded, "Of course. I can carry them all back in one go, saving you a lot of trouble." "That's great. You're so nice. I like you." Chen Ping'an smiled slightly. Children's thoughts always change quickly. Crying one moment and laughing the next was quite normal. Then, Chen Ping'an gathered the locust branches, shouldered them easily, and effortlessly carried the branches that had taken Li Baoping so much effort to bring. Seeing Chen Ping'an's immense strength, Li Baoping's mouth fell open in amazement. She had seen the servants at home carry branches, but no one could carry so many locust branches on their shoulder like Chen Ping'an. His strength was simply incredible. She felt that from now on, Chen Ping'an would be her new object of admiration. As for the previous one, it was naturally her older brother, Li Shixing, who was very skilled in reading the classics. Carrying a small branch, Li Baoping, walking behind Chen Ping'an, suddenly felt a sense of pride, as if the roads of this small town now belonged to her. Soon, they arrived at the Li family in Taoyi Alley. The doorman, upon seeing Chen Ping'an return with the young lady, immediately showed a look of panic and hurriedly ran inside. After all, the last time he saw Chen Ping'an, he had instantly killed a servant of the Li family. That scene was truly unforgettable for him. Seeing the doorman's cowardice, Li Baoping was filled with confusion in her big eyes. There weren't monsters that would eat people, so why were they so afraid? Before Li Baoping could figure it out, the Li family's elder, who had just sent Tao Zi back to Zhengyang Mountain, also rushed out with a tense expression, shielding Li Baoping behind him and looking warily at Chen Ping'an, saying, "Chen Ping'an, don't act recklessly. There are no rules against the use of spells in this town. If you insist on committing violence, don't blame me for not considering Master Ruan's face and giving you a lesson." Facing the blustering yet cowardly elder of the Li family, Chen Ping'an simply smiled, threw the branch on his shoulder to the ground, and said, "If people do not offend me, I will not offend others. My enemy is Zhengyang Mountain, not your Li family. Why should I be hostile towards you?" At that moment, Li Baoping, who had just realized what was happening, broke free from the elder's grasp and stood in front of Chen Ping'an, arms outstretched, saying, "He helped me carry the branch. He's a good person. You can't bully him. Seeing his granddaughter blocking Chen Ping'an, the elder's expression changed several times. Ultimately, he had to admit that if Chen Ping'an truly had harmful intentions, then Li Baoping would definitely not return to the Li family. After all, the elder had witnessed Chen Ping'an's strength firsthand. A small Li Baoping could not withstand a single punch from Chen Ping'an. Realizing this, the elder finally waved his hand, stepped aside, and allowed Li Baoping to take Chen Ping'an into the Li family. Successfully reasoning, a small piece of heaven and earth's gift has arrived. Feeling the speed of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth further increasing as he opened another acupoint. Chen Ping'an indeed had no intention of holding a grudge against the Li family. He simply hoisted the branch again and placed it inside the Li family. Just as Chen Ping'an was about to leave, Li Baoping suddenly called out to him, giving him the smaller branch from her shoulder. According to Li Baoping, this was called reciprocity. Chen Ping'an smiled and accepted the gift, then turned his gaze towards the sky. Li Baoping also looked up in the direction of Chen Ping'an's gaze, but even as her eyes became sore, she did not notice anything worth watching. Just as Li Baoping was about to ask what Chen Ping'an was looking at, she turned around and found that, at some point, Chen Ping'an had already left the Li family. At that moment, Li Baoping suddenly had a thought and looked up again, only to see a large mass of dark clouds floating over the small town. From north to south, Li Baoping opened her mouth in surprise. What kind of black clouds were these? They were clearly countless sword-wielding immortals. So this was what Chen Ping'an was waiting for. And Chen Ping'an, who had been looking up, naturally saw the appearance of that cloud of swords. This was because the battle at the Sword Shiyi Great Wall was intense, prompting a call for a group of sword cultivators from the righteous world to head to the Sword Shiyi Great Wall. Among these people was the figure Chen Ping'an had been longing for. In the next moment, as if sensing Chen Ping'an's gaze, a small black dot suddenly flew against the direction of the sword immortals, flying from south to north. At the same time, the image in Chen Ping'an's eyes became clearer and clearer. It was a black-clad woman named Ning Yao, full of vitality, stepping down on a flying sword. As Ning Yao approached the ground of the small town from a height of over 100 zhang, she slowed down, circled a few times, and then, as if locking onto a target, charged down again. Finally, with a gust of wind and thunder, a graceful figure landed steadily in front of Chen Ping'an. The strong wind that accompanied her made Chen Ping'an squint his eyes, but a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. A day apart felt like 3 autumns. He couldn't help but wonder if Miss Ning felt his longing. The girl, hovering on her flying sword, was now covered in dust, but her eyes still shone like stars. She gave a thumbs up, pointed to herself, and said loudly, "Chen Ping'an, do you see? This is a sword immortal. Am I handsome? If I am, then figure out a way to learn." Without waiting for Chen Ping'an's response, Ning Yao swiftly turned the tip of her sword upward and soared away. It seemed she had come down this time just to showcase the demeanor of a sword immortal to Chen Ping'an. Only Chen Ping'an knew in his heart that Ning Yao wanted him to grow quickly. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how long she could hold out in that dilapidated Sword Shiyi Great Wall. Perhaps parting would mean forever. So Ning Yao dare not say too much, nor could she. All of this could only continue after Chen Ping'an became a sword immortal. As Ning Yao sped away on her flying sword, she looked down at the increasingly small town until it disappeared from view, sighing softly. "Chen Ping'an, don't make me wait too long. If you take too long, you might never see me again." After saying this, Ning Yao seemed to sever the lingering feelings in her heart, and her gaze regained its determination. Before Chen Ping'an arrived, her heart held only the great Tao and nothing else. She had to survive, to live until the day she could see Chen Ping'an. Chapter 63. A small river goddess dares to harm me? The sky over the small town had finally turned completely dark. Sitting cross-legged in the small courtyard, Chen Ping'an practiced the starry sky cultivation method, using his acupoints to reflect the 365 stars in the sky, visualizing the star officials within his acupoints. Threads of star power, drawn from the heavens, fell into Chen Ping'an's acupoints. Chen Ping'an had already opened 8 acupoints in his dantian, and there was a star official residing in his Shunkei acupoint. Now, as the star power was drawn down, the outline of a star official was also faintly appearing in his Guanyuan acupoint. Based on the speed at which Chen Ping'an's 8 acupoints attracted the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he estimated it would take at least 90 days to fully cultivate the second star official. This speed was indeed a bit slow. If his life-saving porcelain hadn't shattered, it wouldn't have been so slow. Slowly opening his eyes, the starlight in Chen Ping'an's eyes flashed and disappeared. Outside, it was already dawn. The starry sky cultivation method was naturally best for practicing at night. During the day, although Chen Ping'an's 8 acupoints would autonomously absorb spiritual energy from heaven and earth, the efficiency was still too low. Unless Chen Ping'an's gaze turned to the gold essence copper coins he possessed. As the most precious currency in the world, gold essence copper coins certainly also had the effect of promoting cultivation. Absorbing the already refined spiritual energy from gold essence copper coins would naturally be faster than capturing and attracting spiritual energy from heaven and earth on his own. However, ordinary mountain dwellers would use only small snow coins or small summer coins for cultivation and would not use gold essence copper coins. After all, that would be a bit of a waste. But Chen Ping'an didn't need to think too much. He had plenty of gold essence copper coins. So he directly took a loose coin, pressed it against his dantian, and indeed, the speed at which his acupoints absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth increased significantly. Originally estimated to take 90 days to form a star official, under the influx of the rich spiritual energy from the gold essence copper coin, it was unexpectedly shortened to just 1 day. Of course, the price was that 1 gold essence copper coin would completely turn into an ordinary coin. Chen Ping'an did not feel it was a pity. After all, without strength, having more wealth was just empty talk. Only the improvement of one's own strength was something tangible that he could hold on to. After finding a shortcut for cultivation, Chen Ping'an went to the riverside blacksmith shop to start his daily chores. If nothing unexpected happened, now that the cave had landed and become a blessed land, the sale of nearby mountain peaks would soon be on the agenda. If he wanted to buy a mountain peak, he first had to establish a good relationship with Master Ruan. Although Chen Ping'an's relationship with Ruan Xiao had been improving, Master Ruan's gaze towards him had become sharper, filled with a sense of helplessness as if his own cabbage was being eaten by a pig. Unfortunately, due to Chen Ping'an's affinity for water, Ruan Xiao, as the reincarnation of the fire god, unconsciously became closer to him, which left Master Ruan feeling somewhat powerless. After all, it was impossible to guard against a family thief. Frustrated, Master Ruan could only vent his anger on those loose cultivators who thought they could take advantage of the broken cave. After killing several loose cultivators with considerable strength, he also established a new rule for this blessed land. Within a cycle of 60 years, no one was allowed to fly over without permission. After killing the intruders and setting the rules, Master Ruan, covered in blood, glanced sideways at Chen Ping'an, wanting to give him a shock. However, Chen Ping'an, busy practicing his boxing on the riverside, paid no attention to Master Ruan's earlier display of power. This left Master Ruan feeling somewhat frustrated and powerless. After stopping Ruan Xiao with a look when she wanted to sit by the river and watch Chen Ping'an practice boxing, he said in a deep voice, "Go, forge iron." Ruan Xiao stuck out her tongue and secretly hid a piece of cake she had received as a New Year's gift. Meanwhile, as Chen Ping'an practiced boxing by the riverside, he inexplicably sensed a pair of dark eyes in the water staring at him, sending chills down his spine. After a moment of thought, he realized who was causing trouble. Earlier, when Ma Kuxuan had come to find him, he had disturbed the mindset of a proud daughter of a nearby power, leading to retribution, resulting in his grandmother Ma Lanhua's sudden death at home. Only because Ma Kuxuan had a good background did the sword cultivator from Zhenwu Mountain summon a spirit to protect his grandmother's soul, allowing the harsh Ma Lanhua to survive in the form of a ghost. Because of Ma Kuxuan's previous life identity, the Yang family shop placed bets on the old man Yang, which facilitated Ma Lanhua's rise to the river mother and later the opportunity to become a river deity. Now, knowing what her son had done, Ma Lanhua was secretly spying from the water, fearing Chen Ping'an would cause trouble and waiting for the right moment to drown him in the river. After all, as long as Chen Ping'an was dead, no one would care about the past. Her son and grandson would be able to live. Her line of thought mirrored that of Ma Kuxuan. From Ma Lanhua and Ma Kuxuan's perspective, they were not wrong. But from Chen Ping'an's viewpoint, their intent to kill him to protect the real culprit who caused his father's death was a matter of life and death, an irreconcilable enmity. He could not tolerate Ma Lanhua, let alone watch her ascend to become the river deity. Was he supposed to endure that? He certainly could not. With his body steaming from the boxing practice, Chen Ping'an stepped directly into the stream. Seeing Chen Ping'an throw himself into the trap, Ma Lanhua in the water felt an instant surge of joy. If Chen Ping'an had continued practicing on the shore, she would have had no way to harm him. But now that he was in the water, as the river mother, she had countless ways to drown him. As soon as Chen Ping'an stepped into the water, he felt as if countless ghostly hands were grabbing his feet, pulling him frantically into the dark depths. Realizing that things were unfolding as he had expected, Chen Ping'an's eyes turned cold and ruthless. Then, with a wave of his hand, the water character seal, given by Mr. Qi, appeared in his palm. Chen Ping'an then channeled his true Qi into the water character seal and slammed it down hard onto the water surface. A scream echoed through the babbling stream. A murky white humanoid creature quickly tried to distance itself from Chen Ping'an. But Chen Ping'an would not let her have her way. He immediately clawed with his fingers and forcefully grabbed the white figure. It turned out to be a young woman whose features vaguely resembled Ma Lanhua. Seeing the youthful Ma Lanhua return, Chen Ping'an snorted coldly and punched down. Ma Lanhua staggered, her appearance rapidly aging and her figure becoming bloated. Looking at her wrinkled face, who else could it be but Ma Lanhua? Forced to reveal her true form by the water character seal, Ma Lanhua emanated a cold, ghostly aura. Now held in Chen Ping'an's grip, she still stubbornly shouted, "You little brat, let go of your grandmother. Be careful. My grandson will make sure you are torn to pieces." Chapter 64. Monster, I want you to assist me in my cultivation. In Ma Lanhua's eyes, even if Chen Ping'an practiced martial arts and became a warrior or gained some means of a chi cultivator, he was still the poor boy from Mud Bottle Alley. An orphan without parents or relatives was naturally someone who could be bullied, right? Even if Chen Ping'an's fists had gained some strength, what of it? She had her son Ma Yin and grandson Ma Kushuan to back her up, and further afield, there was the Ma family in Yushuan Kingdom. Moreover, as the river mother, she was recognized by the mysterious old Yang. But what did Chen Ping'an have? Nothing at all. What could Chen Ping'an use to compare with her grandson, who had been accepted as a direct disciple by Zhenwu Mountain? Just a mere apprentice who could only do menial work was naturally not comparable to Ma Kushuan, who was climbing the mountain to cultivate and became one of the mountain people. Even though it was indeed her son Ma Yan's fault to conspire to kill Chen Ping'an's father, what was done was done. Shouldn't a lonely orphan like Chen Ping'an just accept his fate? Why did he have to add trouble for the Ma family? What if it delayed her son's fortune? What if it delayed her grandson's cultivation? Didn't Chen Ping'an understand this? If he honestly drowned here, he wouldn't have to experience the pains of the world anymore. Dying early meant being reborn early, or so it should be. With a fierce gaze, Ma Lanhua's murky eyes were filled with unwilling hatred. But after being struck by the water character seal, she completely lost connection with the stream beneath her feet. Now, she had reverted to an ordinary old woman, devoid of the river mother's power. However, Ma Lanhua, who was known for her harshness, felt confident and remained unafraid, instead cursing Chen Ping'an. After all, in her memory, Chen Ping'an had always been someone who wouldn't retaliate against insults. Although she didn't know why he had suddenly seized her neck as if he had taken the wrong medicine. She thought it was just to scare her. Chen Ping'an was not like her son Ma Yin, who had the audacity to harm others. Did Chen Ping'an dare to kill? He probably wouldn't dare. If that were the case, what was there to fear? Moreover, she suddenly remembered that she had already died once. As the river mother, she was now just a ghost, completely unafraid of physical death. After initially panicking, Ma Lanhua gradually calmed down and became even less afraid of the small figure before her. Chen Ping'an, let go of me. If you dare to harm me, when I become the river deity, I will definitely not protect your Chen family's descendants. You better think it through. Looking at the struggling Ma Lanhua in his grip, Chen Ping'an's expression remained indifferent. So, you really don't think you did anything wrong, right? You think your son Ma Yin and daughter-in-law Qinzheng were right to cause my father's death, don't you? So, even if your Ma family caused my family to be destroyed and nearly froze me to death that winter, it's not wrong in your eyes. You see, all of this is my own doing, right? Hearing Chen Ping'an's calm words, Ma Lanhua's expression instantly froze, then turned to one of sheer terror. A storm surged in her heart. He knows. He really knows everything. The things she had tried so hard to conceal were suddenly laid bare under the sunlight, leaving Ma Lanhua at a loss. How could this be? Wasn't the aftermath dealt with quite cleanly back then? While she was still thinking, Ma Lanhua suddenly felt the strength in Chen Ping'an's grip increasing, making it hard for her to breathe. Chen Ping'an, let me go. Let go. You can't kill me. I'm the River Mother. And you, a mere third-level martial artist, how could you possibly do anything to me? To Ma Lanhua's claims, Chen Ping'an simply nodded. That's right. I really can't kill you right now. Hearing Chen Ping'an admit he couldn't kill her, a smile broke out on Ma Lanhua's wrinkled face. But before she could be happy for long, Chen Ping'an continued, but I can slowly refine you. Before Ma Lanhua could understand the meaning of his words, she felt a pulling force coming from Chen Ping'an's acupoints. What is this? Having already severed her connection to the Longshu River due to the water character seal, Ma Lanhua was completely unable to resist this pulling force. As her form gradually elongated, a look of horror appeared on her face. She could feel that if she were drawn into Chen Ping'an's acupoints, she would most likely be slowly refined, as he said. The term refined sounded incredibly painful. This ignited Ma Lanhua's desire to survive, and she began to struggle fiercely. As a River Mother, Ma Lanhua was essentially a wild god. Now, in this desperate situation, the power she unleashed was enough to match the pulling force emanating from Chen Ping'an. Even as the effect of the water character seal gradually faded, Ma Lanhua's struggles grew stronger. As long as she could return to the Longshu River, it would be like the vast sea for fish to leap. Realizing she was about to return to the water, Ma Lanhua suddenly laughed sinisterly. Chen Ping'an, you should die. You were right just now. It's all your fault. Your birth was a mistake. The 5th day of the 5th month is an evil day, and you killed your parents. As long as you stay in this world, everyone around you will face misfortune one by one. You might as well die early and be reborn early. With all his might, Chen Ping'an operated his starry sky cultivation method, trying to refine Ma Lanhua, this wild god, into nourishment for his own star official. His expression remained calm, as if he weren't worried at all that Ma Lanhua might regain control over the waterway of the Longshu River. Just as Ma Lanhua was about to break free, she suddenly heard the indifferent voice of the boy from the alley. Yushuan Kingdom, Yongjia County, Wusa Street. Upon hearing these 3 place names, Ma Lanhua's mind instantly collapsed, because this was the hiding place her son had recently told her in code. Chen Ping'an, how do you know even the secret? The next moment, Ma Lanhua, having lost her composure, screamed and transformed into a murky white figure, being drawn into Chen Ping'an's acupoints. Threads of innate true energy transformed into a grinding mill of heaven and earth, continuously squeezing Ma Lanhua's River Mother body. As the mill ground with a scream, a bit of golden spiritual energy fell from Ma Lanhua's body. This was the incense energy that made up the divine gold body, akin to the spiritual energy contained in gold and copper coins, though of slightly lower quality. But this action could also accelerate Chen Ping'an's speed in condensing star officials and seeking revenge. So why wouldn't Chen Ping'an take pleasure in it? With his inner vision focused on the world within, Chen Ping'an appeared like a true deity, revealing his features above Ma Lanhua's head in the misty firmament. Seeing Chen Ping'an appear in the sky, Ma Lanhua, pressed by the mill, immediately pleaded, Chen Ping'an, please, have mercy and let me go. Chapter 65. You are afraid, not aware of your wrongdoing. So, do you know you're wrong? As the absolute master governing his own world, Chen Ping'an's voice boomed like thunder in Ma Lanhua's ears. Dazed from the shock, Ma Lanhua immediately shouted, I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong. After saying this, a fierce resentment flashed in her eyes as she lowered her head. For now, she would endure and bide her time. Once she got out of here, she would see how to deal with Chen Ping'an. However, Chen Ping'an, who had yet to hear the profound sound of the Tao from the Heart Lake, understood that Ma Lanhua had not genuinely accepted his reasoning. She was merely being disingenuous. Chen Ping'an let out a cold snort. It's easy to change mountains and rivers, but hard to change one's nature. There's a reason why Ma Lanhua's family is hated by everyone in the town. Even at this moment, she was still secretly plotting revenge. How could someone like her be allowed to seize the position of the river god of Longshu River in the future? Or in her own hometown, under the future sect's feet? Just thinking about it made Chen Ping'an's blood boil. In any case, he would absolutely not allow Ma Lanhua to have a chance to become the river god of Longshu River, let alone the river god of Jiangshui in the future. He would not do something that would only bring trouble to himself. You're just afraid, not aware of your wrongdoing. So, just stay here and wait to die. Chen Ping'an dropped these two sentences and withdrew from his inner vision, seeing that Chen Ping'an really left and did not listen to any of her arguments. Ma Lanhua truly panicked, especially as the grinding mill that had just stopped began to move again. The creaking sound made Ma Lanhua's heart tremble. I really know I was wrong. Chen Ping'an, I really know I was wrong. Let me go. Let me go. I shouldn't have condoned my son and daughter-in-law killing your father. I shouldn't have sheltered them afterward. I shouldn't have entertained thoughts of killing when I saw you. I really know I was wrong, though. But now, no matter how much Ma Lanhua admitted her mistakes, there was no one to respond. Soon, these sorrowful cries transformed into extreme wails of pain. Successful reasoning, a small portion of the world's gifts has descended. Seeing that Ma Lanhua, under the threat of death, finally recognized her mistakes, Chen Ping'an remained unmoved. If all wrongs could be remedied with 3 simple words of apology, then what do the laws of the world need? What need is there for the Confucian sage to establish principles for this world? Some things simply cannot be resolved with an apology. If it weren't for the Ma family of Yushuan Kingdom having the protection of the Yupu realm and the backing of the royal family, the first thing Chen Ping'an would do after leaving Lizhu town would be to take revenge for his father. Knowing who the enemy is and yet allowing them to live freely, Chen Ping'an could not do that now. Fortunately, this time he didn't have to endure for too long. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ping'an retrieved a dimly colored Yashin coin from his waist. With a gentle rub of his fingers, this coin, made primarily from the shattered divine body, instantly turned to dust. The incense energy within had long been drained by Chen Ping'an and transformed into a star official resembling him. Stationed in the second acupoint, with a new star official in place, a faint connection was established between the 2 acupoints housing star officials. If one looked closely, they would see a delicate star bridge built between them. Chen Ping'an's spiritual energy operation speed instantly increased significantly. Even the grinding mill in the 3rd acupoint, which had been moving slowly, now sped up a bit, hastening the process of erasing Ma Lanhua, the river mother. It wouldn't be long before Chen Ping'an could forge the 3rd star official. At the same time, the scattered star power from the newly formed star official began to nourish Chen Ping'an's physical body. Under the refinement of the star official, although Chen Ping'an's martial artist realm remained at the 3rd level, his physical strength further increased, subtly breaking through the limit of 30 strands of martial artist true energy. Feeling the abnormality in his body, Chen Ping'an suddenly had a moment of clarity in his heart. As long as there were 7 star officials connected in a 7-star formation within his acupoints, he could achieve the strongest martial arts realm on his own without relying on others. The moment the melon flower disappeared from the Longshu River, old Yang, sitting behind the Yang family's shop, smoking a dry pipe, sensed something. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in his murky eyes. He did not expect Chen Ping'an to be so bold. Although the river goddess was a wild god and unrecognized, she was still a deity. Shouldn't people revere the gods? Especially for a lonely young man like Chen Ping'an, it was quite common to place one's faith in deities. However, Chen Ping'an's actions seemed reasonable. After all, to point at those ancient gods and ancestral masters on that corridor bridge, claiming to be equal to them in life and death, one truly did not need to fear any consequences. Even if Ma Kushuan were to become that one, what of it? What Chen Ping'an wanted was to have his thoughts clear in the present. If you, Melonflower, want to harm me, then I'll first take you down and ensure you have no chance to harm me again in the future. Even if a true river god were placed before Chen Ping'an, he would probably not hesitate to shatter the golden body of those gods with a punch. In front of me, even the founders of the 3 teachings, I would still strike. That's basically the way of it. Old Yang coughed lightly twice and tapped his dry pipe against the stone pedestal. Amidst the swirling smoke, a tall and handsome figure emerged from the darkness, looking terrified. That figure, who else could it be but Fu Nanhua? When Fu Nanhua finally saw the situation before him, he realized that the fierce and terrifying young man charging at him had already vanished, leaving only a god with a face obscured by smoke before him. But wasn't he dead? Before Fu Nanhua could think too much, he heard old Yang's voice from behind the smoke, as if it were descending from layers of celestial palaces. If you let go of Chen Ping'an for 10 years, I will let you leave safely. Upon hearing the name Chen Ping'an, Fu Nanhua's face twisted in a sinister manner. But he quickly realized that the person before him, capable of resurrecting him in this small town, was certainly a formidable being he could not provoke. Fu Nanhua quickly composed himself and swore, "I promise that as long as Chen Ping'an does not come to trouble me again, I will not seek trouble with him within 10 years. Finally, fearing that the formidable being before him might think he was playing word games, Fu Nanhua added, "The same goes for the Fu family in Old Longsheng." Hearing Fu Nanhua's oath, Old Yang nodded in satisfaction and then opened his mouth, lightly blowing a breath. Fu Nanhua, now only a soul, flew into the repaired body. Revived, Fu Nanhua looked at his body with shock in his eyes. Receiving his master's order, Zheng Dafeng, who had been waiting here, chuckled and said, "Young Master Fu, please. I will take you back to Old Longsheng." Chapter 66, Buying Mountains. After the Lihua cave heaven landed, many familiar faces returned to the small town, and many new faces arrived. For example, Li Baoping and a group of students from the academy, led by a coachman of a renowned horse, set off for the Dashi Mountain Cliff Academy to study, following Qi Jingquan's earlier plans. On his way back, Chen Ping'an saw them, and Li Baoping warmly greeted him, the good person. Chen Ping'an initially wanted to remind Li Baoping to be careful, but after a moment's thought, he realized he had already warned her beforehand, and it would likely only cause unexpected changes, so he chose to remain silent. After all, this time of study, neither Li Baoping nor the other students would really be in danger. Then, after the Dali vassal king Song Changjing and Song Jisin left the small town, a new supervisor Wu Yuan arrived, along with a boy named Shui Dongshan, who had a red mole on his forehead. The former was nothing special, but the latter had a deep bond with Chen Ping'an. Or rather, Shui Dongshan came here specifically to find Chen Ping'an. After all, on the chessboard of the small town, all parties had already placed their pieces, and Chen Ping'an was the one chosen by Qi Jingquan and Shui Dongshan. As an extension of the players, Shui Dongshan naturally wanted to see the pieces take root and grow, which is why he came to the small town, intending to stay close to Chen Ping'an. If Chen Ping'an mishandled this fellow, it could lead to some unpredictable subtle changes. Of course, Chen Ping'an was currently unwilling to think too much about these twists and turns, because now there was a simpler path laid out before him. Break through all methods with strength, as long as he was strong enough. Strong enough that everyone had to listen to him, then the identities of these so-called players and pieces would not matter anymore. However, with the arrival of the new supervisor Wu Yuan, another long-awaited event for Chen Ping'an was about to occur. The 61 Forbidden Mountains outside of Lihua Town, apart from the Pian Mountain, were about to be unsealed. After the Lihua cave heaven shattered, due to the overflow of spiritual energy, these 61 mountains would possess even more spiritual energy than ordinary peaks. Not to mention, Dali had also promised to enshrine a mountain deity, 3 mountain gods, and a river god here, when the Dali territory expands to cover the entire eastern Baoping continent in the future. The value of the mountains adjacent to the mountain gods will further increase. Therefore, this business could be said to be a surefire profit. However, with Chen Ping'an's status, having money but lacking status, he naturally could not participate in the transaction of buying the mountain peaks. If he wanted to participate as a buyer, he would have to rely on Yuan Qiong's influence. Fortunately, during these days, Chen Ping'an, taking on the apprentice role of Lu Xianyang, had worked diligently without any slack, and had gained Yuan Qiong's favor, coupled with Yuan Xiu's subtle assistance. Although Yuan Qiong still found it hard to fully accept Chen Ping'an as his future son-in-law, he regarded Chen Ping'an as half a family member. Therefore, upon learning about the unsealing of the mountains from the new supervisor Wu Yuan, Yuan Qiong did not think of keeping it all to himself, but rather came to the blacksmith shop with a stern face discreetly glancing at Ruan Xiao, who was watching Chen Ping'an work before coldly saying, "Chen Ping'an, come with me." Chen Ping'an, who silently thought, "Here it comes," did not hesitate and directly stood up to follow. Meanwhile, Ruan Xiao, who had caught Ruan Xiong's glance, felt a bit guilty. After all, Ruan Xiong had repeatedly advised Ruan Xiao to stay away from Chen Ping'an, but Chen Ping'an, who was naturally drawn to water, always attracted her, making it hard for her to stay away. What would be done about this? Lost in thought, Ruan Xiao followed Chen Ping'an's footsteps. Ruan Xiong, sensing that Ruan Xiao had followed him, darkened his expression further. He then stopped, took out about 3 or 4 taels of silver from his sleeve, and tossed it to Ruan Xiao, saying, "Xiao Xiao, go to Qilong Lane and buy a good jar of Tao Hua Chun for your father. If there's any left over, you can buy some pastries at the New Year shop." Clearly feeling that Ruan Xiong was trying to send her away, Ruan Xiao was naturally unwilling to leave. But Ruan Xiong had his ways. He coldly snorted, "Don't want to go? Then you can keep an eye on the fire. Come out after an hour." Comparatively, buying wine was an easier task. Ruan Xiao looked at Ruan Xiong with resentment, reluctantly took the money, and left. After Ruan Xiao departed, Ruan Xiong turned to Chen Ping'an and straightforwardly asked, "Chen Ping'an, have you ever received any gold essence copper coins? How many bags? Don't lie. This is very important." Chen Ping'an smiled. "I have 15 bags. Ruan Xiao nodded. 15 bags, huh? With you having 15 bags, how much is that? 15 bags. Initially, Ruan Xiong did not react, but after muttering for a moment, he realized that Chen Ping'an said 15 bags, not 5 bags. 15 bags of gold essence copper coins. Did Chen Ping'an rob those outsiders? Even the 4 surnames and 10 clans living in the Peach Leaf Alley of Fulu Street can only afford at most 1 bag of gold coins, let alone 15. Knowing full well that outsiders are only allowed to carry 2 bags of gold coins, Ruan Xiong's expression became quite interesting. 15 bags of gold coins meant that at least 8 outsiders had made deals with Chen Ping'an. However, as far as he knew, Chen Ping'an, whose life's source porcelain had shattered, should not have been able to seize any opportunities in the small town, nor would anyone trade gold coins for opportunities with him. Initially, he casually asked, intending to lend some money to Chen Ping'an, so that even if he couldn't become his disciple in the future, he wouldn't starve in the small town. The result of Chen Ping'an's answer truly shocked him. The amount of gold coins he had was probably something only sects like the Wind and Snow Temple or Jinwu Mountain could easily produce. Ruan Xiong was dazed for a while before coming back to his senses, looking at Chen Ping'an with deep meaning, and then confirming, "Is there really that much?" Chen Ping'an nodded. "There really is that much. Would Master Ruan like to see it?" Hearing the confirmation, Ruan Xiong's face was full of wry smiles. It seemed he had never seen so many gold coins in his life. However, Ruan Xiong was just a dedicated blacksmith and was not easily blinded by wealth. He forged swords and knives, emphasizing affinity rather than just wealth. Now that Chen Ping'an had so many gold coins, the next steps became simpler. Ruan Xiong waved his hand and continued, "A young man flaunting wealth can be somewhat ostentatious. Not to mention that you possess not 3 or 5 bags, but 15 bags of gold coins. If you don't want to attract too much trouble, I have a suggestion for you. As for whether you want to listen, that's entirely up to you." Chapter 67. The Pros and Cons of Mountains. "Master Ruan, please go ahead." Ruan Xiong looked at Chen Ping'an, who was all ears, and a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. To be honest, Chen Ping'an was diligent and willing to listen to advice. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't attain immortality, he would indeed be the best son-in-law candidate. Unfortunately, Ruan Xiong had already said what a pity in his heart countless times over these days. Shaking his head slightly, Ruan Xiong dispelled his distractions and began to discuss serious matters. First, we need to talk about gold coins. You may not be very clear about the preciousness of gold coins. Let's put it this way. Even on a mountain where Qi practitioners gather, this kind of money is extremely valuable. Also, because of its rarity, it's not so easy to spend this money. Using it recklessly would only make you a target in others' eyes, especially when your strength does not match your wealth. After solemnly delivering this warning, Ruan Xiong suddenly changed the subject. However, there's indeed a good opportunity to spend gold coins right now. The Emperor of Dali plans to unseal all 61 forbidden mountains outside Piyun Mountain. These mountains will be sold to the public, with gold coins as the currency of exchange. As for the price, it varies, but it shouldn't be a problem for you. More importantly, this is a guaranteed profitable deal, and I, Ruan Xiong, can vouch for that. Chen Ping'an naturally knew about what Ruan Xiong was talking about. However, he still pretended to be hearing it for the first time and asked in confusion, "If I buy the mountains, will they all belong to me?" Didn't Master Ruan say that a young man flaunting wealth is likely to become a target for others? The mountains are much more eye-catching than bags of gold coins. If I buy some mountains and attract covetous eyes, leading to my demise, wouldn't that mean having them is the same as not having them? Ruan Xiong already had an answer to Chen Ping'an's concerns. He smiled, which was rare for him, and said, "Don't worry, since I would give you this suggestion. I have naturally considered your safety. First of all, as long as you are in the small town and still my apprentice at the blacksmith shop, as long as you don't commit crimes, I will protect you. Secondly, the reason Dolly is willing to sell these mountains is actually to earn some incense money. So even if the buyer suddenly dies, Dolly will guarantee that the mountain still belongs to that deceased person for 300 years, which greatly reduces the likelihood of someone wanting to seize it. Finally, you can purchase the peaks in my name, but you will still be the actual owner. If you cannot develop them, you can also rent them to me and enjoy annual dividends, and so on for generations." What Ruan Xiong promised was exactly what Chen Ping'an needed. After all, after the destruction of the Lihua Cave Heaven, there are no longer any concerns about practicing magic here. Not to mention Qi practitioners of the upper 5 realms, even those of the middle 5 realms would find it quite tricky to deal with Chen Ping'an secretly. However, similarly, after the destruction of the Lihua Cave Heaven, the new sage Ruan Xiong stationed here could act without any reservations. Even if an ordinary Qi practitioner of the upper 5 realms came to the small town, they would not be a match for Ruan Xiong, who had the advantage of terrain. Moreover, Ruan Xiong was not a Confucian disciple, but a warrior with a strong killing intent. With Ruan Xiong as Chen Ping'an's umbrella, many prying eyes would surely be deterred. Chen Ping'an did not hesitate and directly nodded. "All right, Master Ruan, I will follow your advice. Then I will buy all 61 peaks." Hearing this, Ruan Xiong was momentarily stunned. This kid, Chen Ping'an, really had a big mouth. He actually wanted to swallow all the peaks in one go, leaving no room for external forces. Ruan Xiong shook his head helplessly. "Chen Ping'an, although you do have money, these mountains are not that cheap. The only small peak, Jinju Mountain, costs 1 gold coin. It must be Ying Chun coin. Medium peaks range from 10 to 15 Ying Chun coins, while large mountains like Shinshou Mountain start at 20 Ying Chun coins. This price is still the starting price in the absence of any bidding. Also, Chen Ping'an, don't underestimate those sects that specifically do business on the mountains. Their wealth, if unchecked, could easily purchase all 61 peaks." After lightly reminding Chen Ping'an, Ruan Xiong continued, "Moreover, this is for the purpose of incense offerings, and it is absolutely impossible to let you, me, or the sects on the mountains buy them all. Having each family involved is the best situation for Dolly. Even though I am currently the sage of the small town and have the advantage of terrain, you can only buy at most 9 peaks using my name. But I also have needs, so I can only let you have 6 peaks. Besides Piyun Mountain and Longji Mountain, which has the dragon-slaying platform, you can choose any 6 peaks and tell me. So the limit for purchasing mountains in the small town is 6 peaks." A hint of regret appeared in Chen Ping'an's eyes. However, at least he could buy 1 more peak than in the original story, which could be seen as a profit. Moreover, when war breaks out in Beipingzu in the future, many sects will sell their mountains at low prices, making the dream of owning 61 peaks not impossible to achieve. After a moment of reflection, Chen Ping'an did not hesitate any longer and immediately took out the 4 bags of gold coins he carried with him and placed them in front of Ruan Xiong. "Master Ruan, I have made up my mind. I want to purchase Lapas in Balo Mountain, Xianchao Mountain, Kaiyun Peak, Jinju Mountain, and Huanghe Mountain." Hearing that Chen Ping'an had quickly made a decision, Ruan Xiong couldn't help but let out a slight sound of surprise, his eyes revealing a hint of unusual color. Now that the Lihua Cave Heaven had landed, the terrain of the mountains had changed significantly. Even though Chen Ping'an had previously walked past all the peaks near Lihua Town, they were now quite different. Was it possible that Chen Ping'an, relying solely on memory, had chosen the 6 peaks he wanted? Could it be that Chen Ping'an's fortune had improved since the Lihua cave heaven fell. Among the 6 peaks he casually selected, for were quite extraordinary. For example, Baolu Mountain was the 4th largest mountain, second only to the 3 major peaks. Without considering the presence of a mountain god or hidden treasures, naturally, the bigger the mountain, the better. A larger mountain means more spiritual energy, which makes cultivation twice as effective. Moreover, the immortal herb mountain chosen by Chen Ping'an is the only one among the 61 peaks that has the hope of giving birth to a spirit of flora and fauna. Although due to the size of the mountain, even if a spirit is born, its rank may not be very high. As the power of the Great Li nation grows stronger, its rank might be increased. As for the colorful Cloud Peak, while it seems ordinary and only has beautiful scenery, it has no other advantages. However, Chen Ping'an can go to the Cloudy Mountain and buy some cloud root stones with gold coins to place in several mountain caverns, which can raise the spiritual energy concentration of colorful Cloud Peak to rival the top 3 mountains. The last good mountain is Huanghu Mountain. Huanghu Mountain gets its name from the Huanghu Lake behind it. There's a python in that lake capable of transforming into a dragon. Chapter 68. The Landlord Chen Ping'an. Yuan Xiong thought of the water attribute dragon that slightly lost to Gu Ken in the Great Dao competition and couldn't help but glance at Chen Ping'an again. It should be known that this water attribute dragon slipped away from Chen Ping'an's fingers. However, it seems that every action in the Great Dao has its destiny. Although Chen Ping'an lost this great opportunity of the water attribute dragon, now that he has chosen Huanghu Mountain, he has somewhat compensated for it. After all, that python in Huanghu Mountain was just a step away from transforming into a dragon. Now, with the 5 great opportunities of the Li Pearl, Cave, Heaven, all taken by others, this great python has no rivals within 1,000 miles. It just needs to accumulate more to transform. As the mountain owner, Chen Ping'an will naturally reap the greatest benefits from the python's transformation. However, Yuan Xiong had a question in his heart. Since you have money, why not acquire the 3 largest peaks, namely the Kuchuan Mountain Range, Xiangma Mountain, and Xinxiu Mountain, alongside Piyun Mountain? Chen Ping'an smiled and said, Master Yuan, too much is as bad as too little. I have the opportunity to use these gold coins to buy the mountain peaks, thanks to your influence, Master Yuan. Moreover, Xinxiu Mountain sounds like it has a connection to Xiu, so Master Yuan is likely to choose this mountain. Since that's the case, I certainly shouldn't choose it. If I take all the benefits for myself, wouldn't that be equivalent to leaving no way out for others? Hearing Chen Ping'an refer to Yuan Xiu as Xiu, Yuan Xiong immediately frowned. But upon hearing Chen Ping'an understand the principle of leaving a way out for others, his frown relaxed. 1 mountain range and 2 great mountains are the greatest benefits aside from Piyun Mountain this time. If Chen Ping'an still wanted to take all of them as he did at the beginning, although Yuan Xiong would still fulfill his promise, his impression of Chen Ping'an would greatly diminish. After all, when Chen Ping'an first mentioned wanting 61 peaks, he was unaware of the specific plans of the Great Li and thought it was just a simple investment, which was understandable. If the second time, Chen Ping'an still wanted to monopolize the 3 largest peaks with such greed and lack of humility, how could he be worthy to be with Yuan Xiong? But now, Chen Ping'an's well-timed selection of mountains made Yuan Xiong look at him more favorably. After all, before Chen Ping'an chose the mountains, Yuan Xiong had not given any reminders. Originally hesitating over which peak to choose as the future sect's main peak, Yuan Xiong immediately smiled and said, Good. You make a lot of sense. Xinxiu Mountain, just based on the character Xiu, Yuan Xiong will buy it. I believe Xiu will be very happy about this. Successfully reasoning. A small gift from heaven has descended. Hearing Yuan Xiong's words, Chen Ping'an smiled slightly, knowing that it was his words that ultimately made Yuan Xiong make up his mind. That's how the gift from heaven came about. At that moment, Yuan Xiu, who had gone to buy the Taohua Chun liquor for Yuan Xiong, rushed back. Yuan Xiong took the wine jug, shook it, and showed surprise in his eyes. So much this time? Didn't you save some money to buy pastries? Yuan Xiu smiled shyly, then took out a large bag of pastries and said, Dad, you don't know? The shopkeepers of the wine shop and the New Year's money shop are planning to close down. The workers below are worried about it. Since they are closing anyway, they simply gave more. Hearing what Yuan Xiu said, Ruan Xiong's face suddenly showed a look of realization. Indeed, now that the Li Pearl Cave Heaven has taken root, many people want to leave this place for the more prosperous Great Li capital. It's just a pity about this Tao Hua Chun liquor. It seems we won't be able to drink it in the future. Upon hearing this, Ruan Xiu's eyes lit up, excitedly saying, "Dad, why don't you buy both the wine shop and the New Year's money shop? Then we can have Tao Hua Chun liquor and pastries every day. Buy them?" Ruan Xiong's face immediately darkened. Although he knew that the shopkeeper was eager to move to the Great Li capital and would probably sell the shop for a low price. The 3 peaks of Shinxiu Mountain were given to him by the Great Li, but the long ridge mountain with the dragon-slaying platform required him to negotiate and pay for it. So after spending a large amount of gold coins, he barely reached a 3-party cooperation agreement with the Wind and Snow Temple in Jinwu Mountain. Now, let alone a gold coin, he couldn't even take out half of one. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given all the remaining slots to Chen Ping'an. After all, these peaks will visibly double in value in the near future. His original plan was for Chen Ping'an to buy 1 peak, which would be enough for Chen Ping'an to live without worries in the mundane world. Of course, if he had no gold coins to buy, he would naturally not hesitate to give the opportunity to Chen Ping'an. But now, regarding Ruan Xiu's proposal, he could only pretend not to hear it. Ruan Xiu, however, thought more and more that it was feasible. "Dad, I have 2 bags of copper coins that you took from me. If you're not planning to buy the wine shop, why not give me one, just one, so I can talk to the shopkeeper of the New Year's money shop about the price? How about it?" Seeing Ruan Xiu's stubbornness, Ruan Xiong suddenly felt a headache. He had secretly used Ruan Xiu's private money to buy the rights to the dragon-slaying platform on Long Ridge Mountain and hadn't had the chance to tell Ruan Xiu yet. Just when Ruan Xiong didn't know what to do, Chen Ping'an timely intervened and said, "Miss Ruan, I still have some spare money. Why don't I buy these shops? In the future, Miss Ruan and Master Ruan can shop at the store without being charged. How about that?" Hearing this, Ruan Xiu's eyes sparkled again. "Really? Chen Ping'an, you're so nice." Ruan Xiong snorted coldly, yet he couldn't do anything to Chen Ping'an, who was digging the wall with a small shovel. He could only let Ruan Xiu take Chen Ping'an to buy the shops. Growing more and more frustrated, Ruan Xiong had to pull out the cork from the wine jug and gulp down several mouthfuls of hot Tao Hua Chun liquor. Then he sighed deeply. The transaction for the shops went very smoothly. Even the best business wine shop only cost Chen Ping'an 1 gold coin. Adding in the New Year's money shop selling pastries, the Chaotu shop selling antiques, the Shishir shop for happy occasions, the Baishir shop for funerals, the carriage shop, and the restaurant selling food and liquor. It totaled 3 gold coins. However, during these transactions, Chen Ping'an deliberately did not show up, letting Ruan Xiu handle the negotiations. Most of the shopkeepers probably thought they were selling to the current Saint Ruan Xiong of the small town, which is why they were willing to sell at a low price. Of course, Chen Ping'an's reason for not appearing was not to save money, but to ensure the smooth progress of things. Because the owners of the various shops in the small town were actually ancient deities with their own backgrounds. Among them, the owners of the restaurant and carriage shop were 2 who had previously stopped Chen Ping'an from approaching the sword wielder. They had a considerable grudge against each other. If they saw Chen Ping'an coming to buy, they would definitely be unwilling to sell. Now that Ruan Xiu has stepped in, it is naturally an easy task. Taking a thick stack of property deeds from Chen Ping'an, looking at the excited Ruan Xiu, he said, "Miss Ruan, I plan to leave the small town soon to see the outside world. I hope you can help me look after these shops. You can freely take anything you need from the store." Chapter 69. You can call me Xiu Hu. Hearing Chen Ping'an's request, Ruan Xiu only remembered the words "freely take." For Ruan Xiu, doesn't this mean the freedom to enjoy pastries? What reason does she have to refuse? Ruan Xiu immediately nodded in agreement. Ruan Xiu wanted to say something more to Chen Ping'an, but at some point, Ruan Xiong's figure suddenly appeared beside them. Xiu, it's time to forge iron." Ruan Xiu shrank her neck, reluctantly responding with an "oh." Ruan Xiong then glanced at Chen Ping'an, sighed lightly, said nothing, and directly followed Ruan Xiu out of there. After all, time will dilute all emotions. Ruan Xiu is destined to become a top talent in the 5 realms, while Chen Ping'an is destined not to achieve immortality. There is really no need for Ruan Xiong to intervene. He has already given Chen Ping'an a taste of worldly wealth, which is more than enough. Just as Chen Ping'an was watching the father-daughter duo walk away, he suddenly felt a pat on his shoulder. Chen Ping'an, what a coincidence. What are you looking at? Chen Ping'an turned around and saw a boy with a small red mole on his forehead, smiling at him. Kui, Dongshan. As expected, he came to find me. Chen Ping'an, who had anticipated this, calmly replied, It's nothing. But we've only just met. Why do you say it's coincidence? Also, who are you? How do you know my name? The boy, who is still called Chui Chan and has not yet changed his name to Chui Dongshan, laughed and pointed at himself. You mean me? My surname is Chui. My name is Chan. Don't be fooled by my young face. I'm actually older than you by quite a bit. You can even call me Chui Shirbua, if you find that name hard to say. And can't bring yourself to call me Shirbua, you can call me by my nickname, Xiuhu. Chen Ping'an smiled slightly. I've heard that accomplished cultivators can maintain their youth. But I didn't expect the esteemed National Master of the Li to also look like a youth. The Li National Master? Chui Dongshan's eyes flashed. How did Chen Ping'an know his identity? Was it through the nickname Xiuhu? He thought that Chen Ping'an, being in a back alley, wouldn't he know what the nickname represented? He underestimated Chen Ping'an. Kui Dongshan grinned. Exactly. What do you think the people on the mountain are doing? Absorbing the aura of heaven and earth every day? Isn't it all for the sake of immortality? Once you achieve immortality, then returning to youth and maintaining your appearance is naturally not a problem. However, to seek this immortality, a vast amount of resources is required. Wealth, companions, laws, and land, none can be lacking. So, Chen Ping'an, would you like to follow me to the Li to cultivate? Knowing that every action and word of Chui Dongshan was actually testing his character, Chen Ping'an decisively shook his head. There are no free lunches in the world. We've just met, and you want me to call you Shirbua and take me to cultivate. Such fortune is something I, Chen Ping'an, cannot enjoy, and you may not have good intentions either. So let's skip it. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave. Seeing Chen Ping'an easily resist the temptation of immortality and turn to leave without any attachment, a hint of surprise appeared in Chui Dongshan's eyes. Among the candidates chosen by Qi Jingshan, Chen Ping'an was indeed the most interesting. Hey, there is plenty of time ahead. I have all the time to play with Chen Ping'an. I don't believe he can truly withstand my multiple tests. Chui Dongshan looked around and chuckled softly. Next time, should I test him with money? Or should I find a woman to try? With a cold smile on his face, Chui Dongshan waved his sleeves and swaggered toward the town's official office. The current supervisor of the town, Wu Yuan, is his disciple. In theory, whether Chen Ping'an can buy the mountain depends on whether he nods in agreement. Mud Bottle Alley. After his initial confrontation with Chui Dongshan, Chen Ping'an had just opened the door when he saw old Yang from the Yang family shop had somehow entered his home. He was now sitting on the only bench in the yard, smoking. Old Yang, whose face was hidden in the swirling smoke, broke the silence first. Chen Ping'an, your door was locked, so I just came in. A poor excuse. He checked every time before leaving, ensuring it was locked. Such caution is ingrained in Chen Ping'an. How would he not have locked the door? However, Chen Ping'an didn't expose him, merely nodding. After all, the river goddess, Ma Lanhua, was still suffering severe punishment within his acupoints. He wasn't sure of old Yang's true purpose for being here. After all, old Yang used the swirling smoke to conceal his probing gaze, making it difficult for Chen Ping'an to discern what he was truly thinking. After Chen Ping'an nodded, old Yang didn't bring up Ma Lanhua, but instead talked about the mountain purchase. I heard you bought Luopao Mountain? Chen Ping'an nodded again. Old Yang was silent for a moment before suddenly sighing. You've stumbled upon a great bargain. Tell me, why did you buy it? If your answer satisfies me, I have another opportunity to offer you. Chen Ping'an frowned. Things seemed to have changed slightly after he killed Fu Nanhua and the mother and son from the Su family in Qingfeng City, as well as detained Ma Lanhua. It was as if the butterfly flapping its wings had caused a series of deviations. His conversation with old Yang Shun-Ti had been like this. As for what was so special about Luopao Mountain, Chen Ping'an hadn't seen an explanation at the time. He only guessed instinctively that Luopao Mountain was likely a remnant of the southern heavenly gate from ancient times. In short, this Luopao Mountain is a rare place to get rich. Of course, these truths could not be casually revealed. After all, even now, Chen Ping'an didn't know who had dragged him here from the river of time in the future. Such behind-the-scenes games certainly couldn't be laid bare. To see the light is to die. After some thought, Chen Ping'an calmly replied, because I like this name. The soul returns to heaven, and the spirit returns to the earth. That is what luopao means. Hearing this, old Yang's eyes sparkled brightly, and even the thick smoke couldn't hide the brilliance in his gaze. The soul returns to heaven, and the spirit returns to the earth. What is spirit returning to the earth? Murmured old Yang, as the light in his eyes gradually faded, yet his astonishment did not diminish. In his understanding, the so-called soul returning to heaven means the divine nature in the heavens. The spirit returning to the earth means the human nature on the ground. Luopao, luopao. This implies that Chen Ping'an is always led by human nature. He was very satisfied with this outcome. Old Yang knocked his dry smoking pipe on the wooden bench, and with a flip of his hand, a jade small sword no longer than an inch appeared in his palm. Take this pocket flying sword. Chapter 70. Flying Sword 15. Successfully reasoning, a small portion of heaven's gifts has descended. As the profound sound of the great Tao resonated over the heart lake, Chen Ping'an, focusing on the flying sword in old Yang's hand, suddenly felt a different kind of gift than before. It seemed he had established some inexplicable connection with the flying sword in old Yang's hand. He could feel that the sword was very pleased with his appearance, as if he had once been its master. And the fact that old Yang would take out this flying sword as an opportunity and gift it to Chen Ping'an clearly indicated that he had decided to place more bets on him. Before Chen Ping'an could make any move, the jade small sword disappeared from Yang's palm. When it reappeared, it was already in Chen Ping'an's hand. Yang, who was taking a puff of dry smoke, had an unclear expression, but his words carried a hint of amusement. This pocket-sized flying sword could be nurtured within your acupoints, refined into your life sword, or used as a small item. By the way, this flying sword is called 15. Whether it can resonate with you depends on your own fate. Give it a try. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping'an closed his eyes, and the jade small sword transformed into a streak of green rainbow light, drilling into his skin. As 15 entered, a cool sensation spread through Chen Ping'an's limbs and bones. Soon after, waves of warmth emerged in the meridians that 15 had traversed, making him feel comfortable. The 15 that circled around in Chen Ping'an's meridians finally settled in the acupoint where the star official was first born. The star official, after holding the sword, already bore a striking resemblance to Chen Ping'an, and now they looked exactly the same. The acupoint was perfected. Chen Ping'an suddenly had a realization. Just like any clay statue of a river god, it must not be empty-handed. The star official residing in his acupoint also needed a compatible weapon to achieve success. Thus, his cultivation in the cave dwelling likely followed the process of opening acupoints, condensing star officials, and visualizing weapons. Whether this weapon is physical or not is not that important. What matters is the compatibility of fate. 15 just happens to resonate with the star official's fate in this acupoint, which is what Yang referred to as having a connection. At the same time, Chen Ping'an also learned the name of this star official, Lu Xiyuan. Lu Xiyuan is the third star of the Big Dipper, also known as the Tianji star. The meanings it represents are about repaying debts, compensating losses, and avenging killings. The birth of this star official is not unrelated to Chen Ping'an's current thoughts. When Chen Ping'an reopened his eyes, the starlight in his eyes flashed and disappeared. Yang, sitting on the opposite bench, revealed a hint of surprise. He did not expect that this flying sword 15 would be so compatible with Chen Ping'an. Initially, he planned to see Chen Ping'an struggle to tame the sword, and then he would temporarily intervene to seal 15 within one of Chen Ping'an's acupoints, allowing Chen Ping'an to gradually train 15 to obey him. Now it seemed that he had saved a lot of effort. Moreover, the breathing and nurturing method Chen Ping'an was currently practicing was already vastly different from the one he had previously taught. Could it be that after the destruction of the Li Zhu Dantian, upon seeing the true starry sky, Chen Ping'an had some kind of enlightenment and figured out the method of cultivating the stars? Was this destiny? Yang, who was exhaling smoke rings, remained silent for a while. He had lived countless years and had done business in that small town for many years. Anyone remarkable from the town had a shadow behind them, which shows how good Yang's vision was. Yet, he repeatedly misjudged Chen Ping'an. Clearly, Chen Ping'an's life fire was like a candle flickering in the wind. easily extinguished by a gust of wind. But each time, Chen Ping'an managed to withstand the storm, making his flame grow stronger, especially after the destruction of the Li Zhu Dongtian. Chen Ping'an first received preliminary recognition from the old sword on the corridor bridge. Then, without guidance, he bought the dilapidated mountain. Following that, he taught himself, comprehending the method of becoming a god and the starry sky cultivation method. Now, he could easily tame the flying sword 15 that Yang had given him. All of these signs did not resemble a boy from a dilapidated alley with a broken life fire. On the contrary, Chen Ping'an now appeared more and more like someone with destiny. This was also why Yang, after visiting unexpectedly, was willing to invest more in Chen Ping'an. Now, he was pondering whether to invest more in Chen Ping'an. After all, items like the flying sword 15 were not particularly valuable to him. Even if he misjudged, it wouldn't be a total loss. But if he succeeded, it would be a great gain. The only problem was that Chen Ping'an had started too late, missing the best cultivation time. In cultivation, there's often the saying, one step slow, step by step slow. Although Chen Ping'an was now a third-tier martial artist, Ning Yao, who was of similar age, had already become a sixth-tier martial artist. Looking at the vast world, there were not many geniuses like Ning Yao, but there were still some. There were countless others who were slightly less talented. Could Chen Ping'an really stand out from so many geniuses? Yang could not see through the river of time. After a brief silence, Yang suddenly waved his hand, dispersing the white smoke that covered his face. Then he smiled and said, "It seems this flying sword is indeed fated to be with you. You probably haven't learned how to nurture a flying sword yet, right? I'll teach you 2 sets of mantras to control 15. One set is specifically for nurturing the sword essence, and the other is for turning the small item on and off." Finally, Yang added 2 more sentences. "But I must remind you, a person's energy is limited, and nurturing a life sword requires a lot of resources. As for whether to refine 15 into a life sword, that depends on you." Chen Ping'an nodded, indicating he understood. A life sword is different from the merrier approach to treasures. Each life sword's nurturing requires the owner to be fully focused and invest their entire fortune. If one were to be distracted with 2 or 3, it would result in less effectiveness than specializing in one life sword. Therefore, generally, those who truly succeed in sword cultivation on the mountain usually have only one life sword. But for Chen Ping'an, he didn't have that worry. He only needed to leave a thought in the star official, which would help him nurture the life sword in his acupoint. Theoretically, Chen Ping'an could have 365 life swords. However, besides using spiritual energy to nurture the flying sword, using treasures like gold, essence, copper coins to improve the sword's quality is also very important. Given Chen Ping'an's current wealth, supporting 3 life swords would not be a problem. What he lacked now was just the flying swords. After Chen Ping'an nodded, Yang did not hold back and directly taught Chen Ping'an the 2 sets of mantras. After confirming that Chen Ping'an remembered them, Yang continued to smoke his dry tobacco, showing no intention of leaving. Yang clearly wanted to observe Chen Ping'an's talent in the sword path. After all, being able to accept a flying sword is one thing, but whether one can wield the sword as if it were an extension of their own body is another matter. Chapter 71. Coming for me. Chen Ping'an was well aware of Yang's intentions. His current performance was directly related to how much Yang would invest in him in the future. Therefore, Chen Ping'an dared not be negligent and immediately began to recite the mantras that Yang had taught him. As Chen Ping'an silently recited the mantras, he opened his eyes within the acupoint. Now he was the star official Lu Siyuan, holding the jade small sword. This jade small sword felt like an extension of his own arm to Chen Ping'an, with no barriers between them. Then, Chen Ping'an used the power of the star official to enhance his physical body. When he truly opened his eyes again in the outside world, he established a genuine connection with the flying sword 15. With just a slight movement of thought, the flying sword 15, which was filled with joy, began to fly around Chen Ping'an's body, moving up and down without any sign of stagnation. Seeing how skillfully Chen Ping'an controlled the flying sword, Yang momentarily forgot to continue smoking and stared blankly at the jade small sword, which twinkled with spots of fluorescence as it circled around Chen Ping'an, flying incessantly. Was this the unity of man and sword? Chen Ping'an was able to achieve this level merely by first coming into contact with the sword technique. His swordsmanship talent is actually not inferior to that of Ning Yao, who has a natural sword body. Could it be that everyone in the small town has misjudged him? The least hopeful Chen Ping'an turns out to be the most promising? No, that's not right. Not everyone has misjudged him. At least Qi Jingshun always believed that this boy from the alley would achieve great success in the future. Otherwise, why would he have given Chen Ping'an that seemingly ordinary, but actually extraordinary jade hairpin? Was it an illusion? Or did he genuinely value Chen Ping'an? For a moment, Old Yang's mind was in turmoil, and he hesitated to take the next step. It wasn't until Chen Ping'an retracted his flying sword that Old Yang came back to his senses, stood up, and walked toward the gate with his hands behind his back. When he reached the entrance, Old Yang suddenly stopped. By the way, in the next 10 years, you need not worry about retaliation from the old dragon city, Jingyang Mountain, or the Qingfeng city, Su clan. After saying this, Old Yang left the mud bottle alley. Chen Ping'an only smiled at the goodwill Old Yang had expressed before leaving. 10 years? It probably won't take that long, because before the 10-year deadline arrives, he would naturally go to seek the sword. After thinking for a moment, Chen Ping'an quickly cast these matters aside. When one lacks strength, overthinking is futile. Now that he has the flying sword 15, he can store all those inconveniently carried gold coins inside it. Although 15 can only hold about a cubic meter, it can easily accommodate 11 bags of gold coins. In the following days, Chen Ping'an was not troubled again. It was as if his luck had turned, allowing him to practice smoothly. But Chen Ping'an understood that it was always calm before the storm. So, not relaxing for a moment, he used 3 gold coins and completely extinguished the river goddess's form of the horse orchid, condensing a total of 6 star officials within his acupoints. Now, he only needed 1 more star official to gather the number of the Big Dipper and awaken the divine fate technique. Chen Ping'an had intended to push through in one go, but he was unable to succeed. Because officials from the Ministry of Rites of the Great Li and the Earth Master of the Imperial Observatory had already arrived at Master Ruan's blacksmith shop. They were here for the mountains being sold, and only with signatures from all 3 parties would the transaction become effective. However, they had initially thought the trading partner was Ruan Xiong, but did not expect that the person who ultimately signed with them was an inconspicuous young boy. But under Ruan Xiong's guarantee, the officials from the Ministry of Rites assumed that Ruan Xiong was too shy to monopolize the 9 mountains in his own name. So he allocated 6 to Chen Ping'an. This way, it wouldn't be too ostentatious. Thus, with Ruan Xiong's endorsement, Chen Ping'an's signing went smoothly. After the final name was written down, these 6 mountains would belong exclusively to Chen Ping'an for 600 years. At this moment, a familiar figure in a red cotton coat was rushing over from the stone arch bridge. From the looks of it, she was running while crying, appearing extremely upset. Chen Ping'an silently thought to himself that she had come. The trap set by Cui Dongshan, or rather Cui Chan, had finally come knocking. He saw that the little face of Li Baoping, now tanned quite a bit, was clutching the hem of Chen Ping'an's clothing, lifting her head, and tearfully choked out, "Mr. Ma from the academy was killed, and he told me to find you before he died," while gently patting Li Baoping's back. Chen Ping'an reached out to wipe her tears and softly said, "Don't be afraid. You are safe now. You can take your time to explain." For some reason, Li Baoping felt a sense of security next to Chen Ping'an. Once she calmed down, Li Baoping slowly recounted everything that had happened on the road. Essentially, it involved a gentleman from the Guan Lake Academy, Cui Ming Wang, who had a heart of a beast and had secretly harmed Mr. Ma, who was Qi Jingxuan's junior brother. Then he disappeared without a trace. After Mr. Ma's death, a mysterious coachman advised them not to head to the Dashi Mountain Cliff Academy, but to return to the Great Li and find their respective parents in the capital. He warned that if they reached the Great Li border without Mr. Ma's proof, they would be immediately killed by the border guards under the charge of treason. At that time, they thought the coachman had a point. However, later on, the coachman pretended to casually ask if anyone knew Chen Ping'an, claiming he wanted to deliver a message from Mr. Ma to Chen Ping'an. This made Li Baoping and the others feel something was off. They suspected that this coachman was likely in cahoots with the murderer Cui Ming Wang. So, after some discussion, they decided that Li Huai and Dong Shuijing would delay the coachman, while Li Baoping would return to the small town first to inform Chen Ping'an. Li Baoping spoke lightly, but Chen Ping'an understood that both dealing with the coachman and running back alone to the small town required a lot of courage. Li Baoping truly deserved to be the future female teacher. At such a young age, she had already shown her brilliance. Chen Ping'an smiled and patted Li Baoping's little head. Understood, I'll handle the rest. Calculating the time, Li Huai and Dong Shuijing should have taken the coachman to Mud Bottle Alley by now, right? Hearing Chen Ping'an's question, the clever Li Baoping immediately understood what he intended to do. She couldn't help but tighten her grip on her clothing, nervously saying, Chen Ping'an, are you going to find him? That's too dangerous. I heard my grandfather say that Master Ruan from the blacksmith shop is very capable. Why don't we go find him? Chen Ping'an smiled and shook his head. No need. This matter has nothing to do with Master Ruan. It is aimed directly at me. I brought you into this, so it is my responsibility to resolve it. Chapter 72. You can cross the border? But I am in the 6th realm. Li Baoping, looking up, was filled with confusion. However, Chen Ping'an did not intend to explain anything. After all, this involved the tacit understanding between Shui Chan and Qi Jingchun, which was difficult to explain in detail. In any case, since Shui Chan had made a move, Chen Ping'an would respond in kind. Soon, Chen Ping'an saw the sneaky Li Huai scratching his head at his own doorstep. As for the slightly older boy, Dong Shuijing, he stood beside the coachman with the demeanor of a general, quite calm. Li Baoping wanted to shout, but seeing the coachman looking over, she ultimately felt scared and hid behind Chen Ping'an. I heard you were looking for me? The coachman, who had already seen Chen Ping'an's portrait, suddenly brightened up and asked deliberately, You're Chen Ping'an? It's not convenient to talk here. Let's change places. Chen Ping'an looked at the coachman with a half smile and nodded. Sure. Hearing Chen Ping'an agree so easily, Dong Shuijing's eyes immediately showed a look of astonishment. This Chen Ping'an was so foolish. The coachman clearly had ill intentions. In a public place, the coachman wouldn't dare to act. But once it was just the coachman and Chen Ping'an alone, who could guarantee that the coachman wouldn't have murderous intentions? What would happen then was anyone's guess. Therefore, Dong Shuijing frantically gestured to Chen Ping'an. Li Baoping, hiding behind him, was also tugging at Chen Ping'an's clothing. Only Li Huai, who seemed completely oblivious, boldly asked, Since you found Chen Ping'an, then I have nothing to do with this, right? I'm going home to find my mother. The coachman, who looked like a simple and honest farmer, nodded with a silly smile. Of course, it's best if you all stay here. Recently, the border isn't safe. It's better not to go to the Great Sway. As for what Mr. Ma instructed, I will naturally inform Chen Ping'an, so you all go. Seeing that the coachman was clearly trying to send them away, the nearly dry-eyed Dong Shuijing was almost about to directly remind Chen Ping'an that there was something wrong with this coachman. Chen Ping'an seemed to not understand his hint and foolishly asked, What's wrong? Did something get in your eyes? Do you want me to blow it out for you? Upon hearing this, Dong Shuijing looked dejected. Well, he tried his best. If Chen Ping'an really died at the hands of this coachman, it couldn't be blamed on him. Dong Shuijing shook his head, took Li Huai's hand, and quickly left the coachman's side, then gave a signal to Li Baoping to follow them. Li Baoping, whose expression was hesitant, suddenly spoke up. Chen Ping'an. Before Li Baoping could finish, Chen Ping'an turned around and smiled. Trust me, I won't be in any trouble. Li Baoping looked up, her small face on the verge of tears. Chen Ping'an, you mustn't lie to me. Chen Ping'an said solemnly, I won't lie to you. Having received his promise, Li Baoping was pulled along by Dong Shuijing, glancing back at Chen Ping'an every few steps, fearing that this might be the last time she saw him. But although Mud Bottle Alley was long, it always had an end. After turning a corner, both Chen Ping'an and the coachman disappeared from the sight of the three children. Once the three children left, the expression on the coachman's face relaxed considerably. After all, these three children each had their own connections, and the National Master had specifically instructed him not to harm them. But Chen Ping'an was different. Being in a shabby alley, Chen Ping'an had no powerful family backing him. The National Master had not given any special instructions, only told him to handle it as he saw fit. The so-called handle, it meant it was the easiest thing to do. If Chen Ping'an obeyed, then nothing would happen. If he didn't, well, you shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. The man rubbed his cheeks, let out a heavy breath, and revealed his true identity. Chen Ping'an. I am a death warrior of the Greatly Court. This mission is to protect these children who are going to study at the Cliff Academy. Unfortunately, Mr. Ma was killed on the way, which forced me to return here. At this point, the man deliberately showed a look of regret on his face. On the road, mister. Ma mentioned you several times. He said that before Mr. Chi left, he also said you were a studious seed, but unfortunately, he couldn't take you to the Cliff Academy. If he had the chance, after sending those children to the Cliff Academy, he would definitely come back to find you. What a pity. The man pretended to wipe his eyes with his sleeve and continued, however, mister. Ma said that even if you can't go to the Cliff Academy to become a high official, your life should still be fine. Before he died, he told me that you had gained a lot of opportunities in the town and made quite a bit of money. He wanted you to use that money to hire some mountain people to escort them back to the Great Sway Cliff Academy. Listening to the man in front of him spouting nonsense seriously, Chen Ping'an smiled playfully. Oh, but I don't know any mountain people. Shouldn't I give you the money, and you would arrange it? Hearing Chen Ping'an's response, the man instinctively replied, absolutely, absolutely. Immediately after, the man felt a chill in his heart and realized that this young man in front of him was actually trying to trick him. He had agreed too quickly. At this point, even an idiot wouldn't know that he was trying to scam money. The man's face became slightly awkward, and he quickly added, Chen Ping'an, it's not that I'm greedy for your money, but I need some connections to find mountain people to do this work. You have always been in the town, so naturally, you are not as familiar as I am. After all, the Greatly has had many dealings with these mountain immortals. Chen Ping'an smiled, reached into his bosom, and actually took out a bag of gold coins. Seeing the greed in the man's eyes, Chen Ping'an put the gold coins back into his bosom. Unfortunately, I just remembered that Master Wan is also considered a mountain cultivator, and I happen to be his apprentice. I think it would be more appropriate for me to ask him to help me hire mountain people, right? Once these words were spoken, the man immediately understood that Chen Ping'an was playing him. Since he realized that Chen Ping'an saw through him, the man decided to stop pretending. He sneered, Wan Xiong's blacksmith shop is by the creek, and I'm right in front of you. Who do you think will be faster, him or me? After saying that, the man paused, then sneered again, adding, oh, by the way, you don't think I don't know that you are a martial artist at the peak level, do you? A peak martial artist can indeed kill enemies across realms. Regular 4th or 5th level martial artists are certainly not your match, but unfortunately, I'm already a martial artist at the martial courage level. The martial artist body is refined through 3 realms: mud body, wood body, mercury body. The martial artist Shiyi is refined through 3 realms: heroic soul, mighty spirit, martial courage. The person before you is a 6th level martial artist who possesses a martial courage. After forging the martial courage, a pure, true Chi will have a pivot, and the power compared to the previous realms is vastly different. This is also one of the reasons why he dares to compare speed with Wan Xiong. In such 3 steps, naturally, this martial artist is faster. Chapter 73. Fast and accurate within 3 steps. Hearing the man's threat, Chen Ping'an merely raised his eyes indifferently and replied, is that so? Then who do you think is faster, you or a flying sword? Flying sword? Upon hearing these 2 words, the man, a death warrior of the Great Li, immediately scoffed. If there were a flying sword, it would certainly be faster. But do you have one? As a death warrior arranged by the Great Li in the Li Pearl Cave, he was quite familiar with the affairs of the Li Pearl Cave. How precious are flying swords? How could someone like Chen Ping'an, who was in Mud Bottle Alley without parents, possibly possess one? The town may have opportunities, but which of those opportunities truly fell into Chen Ping'an's hands? Therefore, the man fundamentally did not believe that Chen Ping'an had a flying sword. He thought Chen Ping'an was trying to deceive him with words, but he wasn't a fool. How could he be easily frightened by just a few words? Those gold coins on Chen Ping'an's body were something he was determined to get. With a cold smile on his lips, the man took a slight step back, his muscles tensed, preparing to subdue Chen Ping'an first and then inquire about the whereabouts of those gold coins. But in the next second, the man, a death warrior of the Great Li, suddenly felt all the hairs on his body stand on end, because at some point, a small jade sword had already pressed against his back. The sharp penetrating intent made alarm bells ring in his mind. Chen Ping'an really has a flying sword? Sweat beaded on the man's forehead, and his expression changed drastically. Just as he was about to beg for mercy, he felt a pain in his back as the small jade sword had pierced through his chest. Chen Ping'an really dared to strike first? The man suddenly tensed his muscles, forcibly closing the wound that had been pierced by the jade sword. Then he raised his head, his eyes filled with ferocity. But before he could move, that small jade sword, under Chen Ping'an's control, skillfully turned back again. The man only saw a streak of residual jade tail flash by in his vision. Crack! A crisp sound, only audible to the man, rang out from within him. The martial courage he had painstakingly condensed was unexpectedly shattered by that jade sword in an oversight. The control of his martial arts, true Chi's pivot collapsed, immediately causing the true Chi in his body to run amok in his meridians and acupoints. Intense pain surged from his limbs and bones, continuously assaulting the man's consciousness. He immediately let out a muffled groan, his face turning pale, his body swaying, and then he collapsed to the ground. Thud! The man, with one hand on the ground, bled from all 7 orifices. As a death warrior of the Great Li, he had long been prepared for death. But he never expected to die at the hands of this shabby alley boy in front of him. How could he have a flying sword? Before he sent Li Baoping and the others on their journey, he had been monitoring Chen Ping'an, knowing that Chen Ping'an had embarked on the path of an extreme martial artist and possessed remarkable martial intent. Yet, he had never seen Chen Ping'an practice swordsmanship. How could Chen Ping'an wield a flying sword with such precision? Achieving that required long-term practice. The man, feeling the life force ebbing away, had an expression full of unwillingness. If he didn't figure out this question, he would never close his eyes in death. Where did you get the flying sword? The man, whose complexion shifted from pale to red, clearly in a state of fleeting life, immediately asked the question he most wanted to know. But Chen Ping'an ignored him and instead asked, "You want my wealth, and I take your life. Is that acceptable?" The man hesitated, but eventually nodded. If he couldn't win and couldn't get the money, then it was only natural to pay with his life. After all, if he had won, he wouldn't have let Chen Ping'an go. If the weeds were not uprooted, they would grow again with the spring breeze. If he really got the money, he wouldn't let Chen Ping'an live, allowing Chen Ping'an a chance to take revenge in the future. Now, with this result, it might just be his retribution. The man, thinking of this, had a bitter expression on his face. It seemed that at the moment of death, he felt some regret for his past misdeeds. Successfully reasoned, a small portion of heaven's gift has descended. Chen Ping'an, having successfully opened another acupoint within himself, felt a slight movement in his thoughts. The jade-green little sword pierced through the man's forehead. This sword, named 15, although it did not show many miraculous qualities, was far superior to ordinary flying swords in terms of speed. Moreover, within just 3 steps, the flying sword was naturally both fast and accurate. Looking at the dead man from the Great Li, who was filled with regret for not getting an answer, Chen Ping'an squatted down and searched his body, finding only some small silver coins. As for other items, apart from a suicide poison hidden in his false teeth, there was nothing else. It was extremely difficult to use evidence to link him to the Great Li. Chen Ping'an shook his head and moved the corpse onto the wheelbarrow, covering it with a straw mat, intending to dispose of it outside the small town. Once he left Mud Bottle Alley, he found the 3 children who had left earlier were now waiting for him at the alley entrance. When they saw it was Chen Ping'an who came out, not the coachman, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Li Huai even proudly said, "I told you, bad people get bad retribution. Chen Ping'an will definitely be fine." Li Baoping rushed up to him, looking him up and down, and only after confirming he was unharmed did she let out a long sigh of relief. "Chen Ping'an, it's good that you're okay. Now I can rest assured and go find Shi Chuanjia and Lin Shiyi." The more composed Dong Shuijing did not rush to speak. He discreetly glanced at the straw mat on the wheelbarrow. At the back end of the mat, a pair of feet was faintly visible. Looking underneath the wheelbarrow, there were drops of blood falling. Noticing this detail, Dong Shuijing's pupils suddenly contracted. The coachman is dead? Although Dong Shuijing didn't know the coachman's strength, he had been selected to escort them to the Great Sway, so he must have had some real skills. This was also why Dong Shuijing had been hinting to Chen Ping'an to leave with them. Chen Ping'an, despite his considerable strength, was still an ordinary person. How could he compete with a coachman who exuded a murderous aura? Yet now, only Chen Ping'an emerged from the alley. Doesn't that imply that Chen Ping'an is even stronger than the coachman? Chen Ping'an truly was somewhat hidden and unassuming. Fortunately, they were friends, not foes. Realizing that Chen Ping'an was extraordinary, Dong Shuijing immediately stood on the other side of the wheelbarrow, blocking the exposed feet. Then he smiled at his companions, Li Baoping. Li Huai, you go find Shi Chunjia and Lin Shui. We'll meet near the corridor later. I'll help Chen Ping'an push the cart out. Li Baoping and Li Huai, without any doubt, went to find the other two companions. Dong Shuijing turned around and saw Chen Ping'an's deep-set eyes staring at him. Chapter 74. Chui Chan Stop. Dong Shuijing inexplicably shivered, but still mustered the courage to say, Chen Ping'an, I want to study. When my grandfather died, he told me to die in the school, otherwise, don't come to visit his grave. If I don't study, I'll end up like my parents, working in the field for a lifetime. Chen Ping'an, I want to seize this opportunity to change my fate. So I'll help you deal with this corpse, asking only that you escort us to the Great Sway to study. Chen Ping'an smiled and said, Are you trying to threaten me? Dong Shuijing shook his head. It's not a threat, it's a request. That coachman wasn't your opponent. How could I be foolish enough to threaten you? I just thought that the coachman could originally take us to the Great Sway Cliff Academy, but he was unwilling. So, you being stronger than him should find it easier. Chen Ping'an did not comment, but merely said, The world is bustling, all for profit. The world is chaotic, all for gain. What do you think? Dong Shuijing's eyes brightened, and then he repeatedly pondered these two sentences in his heart. After a while, he finally looked up and said, I think you are very right. If you, Chen Ping'an, wanted nothing and just said you would take us to the Cliff Academy, I would actually worry that you have some ulterior motives. But since you said that, I can rest assured. However, my family is poor, and I truly cannot give you anything at this time. After a pause, Dong Shuijing added, I can only promise that if I become successful in the future, I will share half of every penny I earn with you. I know promises are the least reliable thing, but I, Dong Shuijing, swear I will not deceive you. If I go back on this oath, I will meet the same fate as today's coachman, dying at your hands. Successfully reasoned. A small portion of heaven's gift has descended. Hearing Dong Shuijing's solemn oath, Chen Ping'an nodded decisively. All right, I will escort you to the Great Sway Cliff Academy. Seeing Chen Ping'an agree so readily, Dong Shuijing's face showed surprise, and then he felt a surge of emotion. What achievements he would have in the future were uncertain, but Chen Ping'an would escort them to the Great Sway because of this vague promise. This was not a transaction. It was clearly Chen Ping'an finding a reason to reassure him, allowing him to escort them to the Great Sway. This kindness was simply beyond repayment. With his eyes slightly reddened, Dong Shuijing lowered his head and silently helped Chen Ping'an push the cart. In his heart, he secretly vowed to earn a lot of money in the future, making Chen Ping'an feel that escorting him to study was absolutely the right choice. What he didn't know was that he would later become a wealthy tycoon in Dongbei Pingzhou, renowned for his lavish lifestyle. Because in the future, Dong Shuijing's enterprises would span half of Bei Pingzhou. This deal was certainly not a loss for Chen Ping'an. In a quiet and serene house in Erlang Alley, Chui Chan stood by the water tank, looking at the reflection in the water, silent. He had set up a test for Chen Ping'an, but unexpectedly, Chen Ping'an did not play by the rules and directly broke his scheme with brute force. With a face full of mockery, Chui Chan couldn't help but shake his head, saying, Fool, fool, how could I train such a foolish dead man? First, he was tricked by a few children. Then he committed the greatest taboo of a warrior by underestimating his opponent. Now he is dead. It's not unjust, but you ruined my plan. So what will you use to compensate me? Chui Chan snorted coldly and waved his hand to disperse the water curtain in the cup. Although the final outcome was that Chen Ping'an agreed to escort the school children to the Clifftop Academy for their studies. The process being wrong, but the result being right, was a failure for him, who prided himself on being a 9th-level master. Counting their first meeting, he had now suffered 2 setbacks at Chen Ping'an's hands. One after another, could there be a third? Chui Zhan muttered to himself with a cold laugh. The remnants and convicts of the Liu dynasty should be arriving in the small town soon. Chen Ping'an, there is still plenty of time ahead. Who will win and who will lose is still uncertain. As Chui Zhan's words fell, a spring breeze of unknown origin drifted through Erlang Alley. Chui Zhan looked mockingly towards the entrance. Qi Jingchun, Intruding into private residences is not the behavior of a gentleman. The almost ethereal Qi Jingchun quietly appeared before Cui Zhan. With a hazy form yet radiating brilliance, Qi Jingchun smiled slightly. Cui Zhan, it's time to back off. Cui Zhan continued to sneer. How can I let you dictate my path? You are merely a wisp of a remnant soul. How can you contend with me? Qi Jingchun smiled and said, Cui Zhan, it seems you still do not believe me. Have you not noticed that you have fallen from the immortal realm to the nascent soul realm? Your path is wrong. Cui Zhan was shocked, his heart wavering. Realizing this point, Cui Zhan shouted, Impossible. Do not disturb my Tao heart. Qi Jingchun waved his hand, and the water mirror reappeared. This time in the image, 5 young students along with Chen Ping'an were gathered on the corridor bridge. As the image zoomed in, a little girl in a red cotton jacket was raising her head, constantly asking the boy questions. Do you still not understand? Cui Zhan's face instantly turned pale, and he cried out, Qi Jingchun, you actually chose a girl as your only direct disciple. Qi Jingchun smiled without speaking, merely pointing at the water mirror. On the water mirror, a jade hairpin quietly adorned Chen Ping'an's hair. Seeing his master's hairpin, Cui Zhan's already wavering heart instantly collapsed. He understood. Qi Jingchun never intended to take Chen Ping'an as a disciple. He was taking him as their little junior. So what could Cui Zhan do to sever Qi Jingchun's legacy and forge his own path? Chen Ping'an inherited his master's, the way of the literary sage. His actions against Chen Ping'an were undermining the foundation of his own path. After all this, he was not fighting against Qi Jingchun, but against himself. Realizing this, Cui Zhan's state of mind instantly crumbled. His cultivation tumbled down like a waterfall. In the blink of an eye, he fell from the nascent soul realm to the cave-dwelling realm. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices as he felt his realm plummeting uncontrollably. He finally regained his composure and immediately formed a treasure bottle seal with his hands, then shouted, Soul and spirit, return to peace. Only then did Cui Zhan stabilize his precarious realm. Qi Jingchun, who had not intervened at all, merely shook his head and said, The first time I told you to have faith in your master, you did not believe, and, as a result, you fell from the immortal realm to the nascent soul. The second time, I warned you not to act against the Clifftop Academy before coming here, and you still did not believe. So this time, whether you believe or not is up to you. Don't wait until you become an ordinary person and then regret it, for it will be too late. Chapter 75. Listen to me. All of you go to the Clifftop Academy. Although Chen Ping'an was unaware of what had happened in Erling Alley, he keenly sensed that the feeling of being watched had disappeared. That meant Cui Zhan had likely suffered setbacks. Now, the Cui Zhan who was no longer in the nascent soul realm might not be Chen Ping'an's opponent. If he came to cause trouble again, Chen Ping'an wouldn't mind giving this avatar of the Grand Master of the Li a good beating. After all, this avatar, which still resembled the middle-aged Grand Master of the Li, could already be considered 2 different people. At this moment, Cui Zhan in Lizhu Town had no idea that he was actually a chess piece in the game between the real Cui Zhan and Qi Jingchun. Of course, it was too early to discuss such matters now. Chen Ping'an, slightly lost in thought, was soon awakened by Li Baoping's voice. Chen Ping'an, what do you think? Coming back to his senses, Chen Ping'an realized that among the 5 young students, aside from Dong Shuijing, who clearly expressed a desire to study in the Great Sui, the others had not yet voiced their opinions. After all, they were all too young, and after their families moved to the capital of Dali, they unconsciously regarded the slightly older Chen Ping'an as their support. Chen Ping'an thought for a moment, and then said, I think you can first let your families know that you are safe. After that, I can escort you to continue your studies at the Clifftop Academy in the Great Sui. Trust me, pursuing education will bring you more benefits than disadvantages. Another girl among the 5, Shurchunjia, felt a sense of insecurity as memories of their previous journey loomed over her like a shadow at the thought of embarking on the path of study again. Her eyes instantly reddened, and she quietly said, But I don't want to study anymore. I want to go to the capital to find my parents. Hearing this, before Chen Ping'an could respond, Shurchunjia's best friend, Li Baoping, widened her eyes, seemingly dissatisfied with her friend's decision to give up on studying. Startled by Li Baoping's gaze, Shurchunjia immediately burst into tears. What was wrong with wanting to find her parents? Seeing this, Chen Ping'an gently turned Li Baoping's small head towards him and said seriously, Li Baoping, everyone has their own aspirations. One must not force others. Just like if your family does not allow you to climb trees and insists on making you learn women's work, would you be happy about that? Hearing the term women's work, Li Baoping instinctively shook her head. Of course not. Then, a look of realization appeared on Li Baoping's face. If she forced Shi Chuanjia to study against her will, it would be no different from her family forcing her to do women's work. Wasn't she becoming the very person she disliked the most? Realizing this, Li Baoping immediately squatted down beside Shi Chuanjia and said apologetically, I'm sorry, it was my fault. Successfully reasoning, a small portion of the world's rewards has descended. Shi Chuanjia looked at the usually domineering Li Baoping, no longer crying, her face filled with astonishment. This was the first time Li Baoping had apologized to her. Shi Chuanjia glanced at Chen Ping'an, then at Li Baoping. Knowing that Li Baoping would definitely go to the Great Sway to study, Shi Chuanjia thought of their impending separation, her nose tinged with sourness. And she once again hugged Li Baoping and cried out loud. Li Baoping, at a loss for what to do, could only look to Chen Ping'an for help. Hearing the profound sound of the Heart Lake Tao, Chen Ping'an smiled and said, You are going to the Great Sway, and Shi Chuanjia is going to the capital of Dali. She is crying because of the separation. Realizing this, Li Baoping felt a wave of sadness wash over her. Since she could remember, the two had never been apart, and now they were experiencing the taste of separation for the first time. Chen Ping'an had long understood that Shi Chuanjia was not inclined towards studying and could even be said to have no grand ambitions. Her wish was probably just to marry into a good family and live a simple life. This was Shi Chuanjia's choice, and Chen Ping'an would not interfere. Then Chen Ping'an's gaze fell on Lin Shiyi, who had an air of nobility. Seeing Chen Ping'an looking at him, Lin Shiyi, with arms crossed, frowned and said, I only know that this trip to study in the Great Sway is not safe. I just want to find a safe place. Right now, the capital of Li is the safest place for me. Hearing the implication in Lin Shiyi's words, Chen Ping'an chuckled. Is that so? If I remember correctly, you are the illegitimate son of the Lin family, and your family has made things very difficult for you. Are you sure that in the capital of Dali, you won't be harmed, injured, or even killed by those direct descendants who bear a grudge against you? Such things are not uncommon in large families. Hearing this, Lin Shiyi felt a stir in his heart, and his brows furrowed tighter. What? Do you mean that if I go to the Cliff Academy, I can escape all of this? Chen Ping'an said seriously, All I know is that in a good academy, there is no distinction between disciples based on nobility or lowliness. Respect is based solely on knowledge. If you can learn and achieve enlightenment at the Cliff Academy, then even if you are a bastard, you will still earn everyone's respect. Respect. This was what Lin Shiyi yearned for the most. Chen Ping'an's words undoubtedly moved Lin Shiyi to the core. So much so that he didn't even think deeply about why Chen Ping'an was advising him to pursue studies instead of advising Shi Chuanjia. Lin Shiyi nodded heavily and said, All right, I will go to the Cliff Academy of the Great Sway. I don't believe Lin Shiyi, will never stand up in my life. Reasoning successful, a small portion of the world's gifts has arrived. Listening to the continuous prompts, Chen Ping'an had to admit that reasoning with the young students was the fastest way to receive the gifts of the world. However, Li Baoping didn't need his persuasion. As soon as Chen Ping'an looked over, Li Baoping, who had just cried with Shi Chuanjia, wiped her red eyes and said with great determination, I want to go to the Cliff Academy to study, to the place where Mr. Qi teaches. Mr. Qi said that the answers to my problems can be found in the books there. I must go see. Seeing that her friends had already expressed their stance, Li Huai immediately chimed in. I will also go to the Cliff Academy of the Great Sway. My father, my mother, and my sister have long moved away from the small town, and I don't know where they are enjoying themselves. My uncles in the capital of Dali have never liked me, so I have nowhere to go. Chen Ping'an, you must take me with you, and I will introduce my sister to you. As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Shiyi and Dong Shuijing both looked over, their eyes filled with inexplicable emotions. Because they both liked Li Huai's sister, Li Lu, and both wanted to be Li Huai's brother-in-law. Yet this little brother-in-law was actually setting up a strong rival for them. Both of them noticed each other's gaze, exchanged a glance, and snorted coldly before turning their heads away. Knowing the reason, Chen Ping'an shook his head helplessly. Li Lu was, in his previous life, one of the 5 supreme deities of the ancient heavenly court, the water god. How could someone like Lin Shiyi or Dong Shuijing dare to covet her? This was destined to be a one-sided love. All right, you all go back and get ready. I still need to find some people to help. Tomorrow, we officially set off. Standing in place, Chen Ping'an watched the young students scatter and walk back to sit in the middle of the corridor, muttering to himself, "Sister Immortal, I am leaving the small town, and I may not be able to see you for a long time." As soon as Chen Ping'an's voice fell, the familiar feeling of being in a semi-conscious state came over him once again. Chapter 76. I am the greatest reason. When Chen Ping'an woke up again, he unsurprisingly saw the sword wielder hovering in midair. However, unlike the previous times, the sword wielder's face, which had always been unclear, gradually became clearer as she approached. It was an extremely perfect face, so perfect that it seemed somewhat unreal. However, in Chen Ping'an's eyes, although this face was beautiful, it ultimately lacked a bit of humanity. While Chen Ping'an was observing the sword wielder, she also looked down at him from above. She had been waiting here for 8,000 years, originally thinking she would have to continue waiting, but now Qi Jingchun had brought her an opportunity. The sword wielder bent down, gazing into Chen Ping'an's deep eyes. Her voice soft. "Chen Ping'an, you are too weak. But that's fine, they're all weaker than me." After speaking, the corners of the sword wielder's mouth slightly curled up, and her cold face suddenly became lively. "Do you know what I've been waiting for here for 8,000 years? Chen Ping'an looked directly into the sword wielder's brilliant eyes and nodded. "I know, you are waiting for someone worthy to hold you." The smile on the sword wielder's face grew. "Then do you think you're worthy now?" Chen Ping'an shook his head. "Whether I am worthy or not does not depend on me, but on you, Sister Immortal. If you think I am not worthy, then even if I'm a cultivator at the 15th level of Qi training, I would still not be worthy. Similarly, if you think I am worthy, then even if I am just an academy student, I can still be worthy." The sword wielder was as satisfied as ever with Chen Ping'an's answer, but it was still a little short. What she wanted was not a puppet that she could control, but a master who could truly dominate her future. A pawn played with by others was not fit to wield the sword that carried her soul. The sword wielder straightened up. The smile at the corners of her mouth slowly faded, and she seemed to return to her pure divine nature. Then, the sword wielder's cold voice rang in Chen Ping'an's ears. "But I currently feel that you are indeed not worthy. What will you do?" Hearing this, Chen Ping'an let out a long breath, stood up from the ground, tilted his small head up, looked at the tall sword wielder in front of him, and smiled. "If that's the case, then that's another way to say it. A cultivator at the 15th level of Qi training cannot be my sister's master. So I will wait until I reach the 16th level to come back." Regarding Chen Ping'an's arrogant tone, the sword wielder's expression did not change in the slightest. She merely asked, "Why the 16th level?" With his chest out, Chen Ping'an's deep eyes seemed to ignite with a blazing sun. "Because by then, I won't need the word worthy anymore. I am the greatest reason in the world." Upon hearing this, the sword wielder's mouth once again broke into a smile. Her previously calm face became lively once more. "Very good. A master should indeed be the master of this world. Without such ambition, how could one be worthy of having her? Since she was in a fight for that one chance, her master must have a heart that strives for the best." Now that Chen Ping'an had said this, the slight gap that had just existed would now be filled. She was willing to accompany Qi Jingchun and gamble on that slim chance. The smiling sword wielder bent down, gradually getting closer to Chen Ping'an's forehead. A pair of brilliant eyes met Chen Ping'an's fiery gaze, close at hand. "Chen Ping'an, help me deliver a message to the 4 corners of the world. Okay?" Reasoning successful, a large portion of the world's gifts has arrived. A surge of innate, true Qi rushed wildly into Chen Ping'an's body. In the blink of an eye, the 100 Qi mansion acupoints in Chen Ping'an's body that had not yet been opened were forcibly opened. The speed of the surrounding spiritual energy flowing through the world suddenly accelerated. The sword wielder in front of Chen Ping'an remained calm, not surprised at all by his improvement in cultivation. Her master should be so unreasonable. Thus, only when Chen Ping'an truly ascended to the ethereal 16th realm could he reason even more. Coming back to himself, Chen Ping'an firmly nodded at the sword wielder. The words he had to say would make everyone in the four corners of the world listen seriously. The sword wielder, with a smile on her lips, knelt on one knee, slightly raised her head, and looked into Chen Ping'an's eyes, saying, "From today onward, you, Chen Ping'an, are my second and also my last master." Simple words, yet they seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 pounds. As the sword wielder's voice fell, it seemed that some kind of connection linked Chen Ping'an with her. Chen Ping'an understood that from now on, he had truly grasped the world's most powerful sword. Of course, at present, Chen Ping'an's physique could not withstand the sword intent inadvertently emitted by this old sword. To be able to hold her, he at least had to reach the 10th level of Qi training. However, although he could not directly take the old sword away, nurturing a few tiny strands of sword energy in his acupoints was not a problem at all. As Chen Ping'an was lost in thought, the sword bearer, kneeling on one knee in front of him, reflected the same fervor in her eyes. She extended a hand, as white as jade, gently raised it in front of the young man, and smiled. "Come on, Chen Ping'an, can you recite an oath with me?" Without hesitation, Chen Ping'an reached out his hand, joining it with her cool palm. The sword bearer closed her eyes and softly spoke. "When a heavenly path collapses, order ceases to exist. I, Chen Ping'an, have only one sword, capable of moving mountains, severing rivers, overturning seas, subduing demons, pacifying monsters, commanding gods, plucking stars, destroying cities, and opening the heavens." Chen Ping'an echoed her words. "When a heavenly path collapses, order ceases to exist. I, Chen Ping'an, have only one sword, capable of moving mountains, severing rivers, overturning seas, subduing demons, pacifying monsters, commanding gods, plucking stars, destroying cities, and opening the heavens." The sword bearer opened her eyes, stood up, and extended her hand towards Chen Ping'an. Just then, the scene of the world abruptly changed. When Chen Ping'an came to his senses again, he found himself sitting on a golden stone arch bridge, surrounded by a sea of rolling clouds. The arch bridge seemed endless on both sides. The sword bearer beside him, as if she had not spoken openly with anyone for a long time, intermittently shared many secrets with Chen Ping'an that he already knew. However, towards the end, the sword bearer looked at Chen Ping'an with slight regret. "I'm sorry, these old stories, once you wake from your dream, you will forget them all, only vaguely remembering a bit of the outline. You don't need to think too much, just let it be. Knowing some things too early does not bring any benefit. By the way, with your current physique, you absolutely cannot wield this old sword. However, I see that you have 6 acupoints that are solid enough to carry a bit of my sword Qi." Chapter 77. My name is Liang, the kind Liang. Also, I quite like your title of goddess sister, so I will give you an extra boost to help you gather the number of the Big Dipper. As the words fell, the sword bearer's fingertips suddenly sparkled with points of light. The light grew stronger until it enveloped Chen Ping'an's entire field of vision. In the next moment, the white light contracted. Chen Ping'an awoke again at the center of the corridor bridge. This time, in addition to the 114 acupoints he had already opened, the 7-star officials each held a long sword. 1 was a physical sword, and 6 were sword Qi, perfectly matching the number of the Big Dipper. The Big Dipper represents powerful order, or the principles recognized by the world. After all, the Big Dipper is the master of death. Its order is naturally predicated on martial strength. In that moment, Chen Ping'an's heart surged with enlightenment. The heavenly spiritual energy from these 7 acupoints would automatically attract the killing intent of the Big Dipper, enhancing his power when he struck. As for the sword Qi present in the other 6-star officials, they had already left imprints within Chen Ping'an's acupoints. Even after being used, they could continuously condense new sword Qi under the nurturing of the power of the Big Dipper. With this sword Qi as a trump card, his journey to the Great Sway was naturally secured. Moreover, this trip to the Great Sway was primarily to escort the young students for their studies. But more importantly, it was about Liang and collecting debts in the capital of the Great Sway. The prince of the Great Sway, Gao Xian, still owed him 8 bags of gold coins. Chen Ping'an stood up, stretched, and walked towards the blacksmith shop. Now that he was leaving the small town, he had a bid farewell to Master Wan and Wan Xiao. The next day, by the corridor bridge of the small town, The 4 young students arrived as agreed. With red-rimmed eyes, Shi Chuanjia and Ruan Xiu stood at the other end of the corridor bridge, watching the 5 who were packing their bags and preparing to leave home. As they watched the figure in the red cotton jacket walk further away, Shi Chuanjia released her grip on Ruan Xiu's hand, chased a few steps towards Li Baoping's back, but ultimately sat down dejectedly. Ruan Xiu sighed softly, helped Shi Chuanjia up, and gazed at Chen Ping'an's fading figure, saying, "Everyone has their own life. Forcing them together is not beautiful. As long as we are alive, we will have a day to meet again. Don't you think?" Ruan Xiu seemed to be asking Shi Chuanjia, yet also asking Chen Ping'an, who turned back at the corner to wave goodbye to her. As the boys left the small town again, their voices echoed from afar. "Chen Ping'an, is that jade hairpin on your head a gift from Mr. Qi's teacher to Mr. Qi, and then Mr. Qi gave it to you?" "Yes." "Chen Ping'an, from today on, I'll call you little Shu." Their voices gradually faded, and the boys' figures disappeared from Ruan Xiu's sight. They were finally off on a long journey. Chen Ping'an, along with several students, had not traveled far when they saw someone appear at the end of the road. It was a strange man of not tall stature. He was holding a rare white donkey with his left hand, wearing a conical hat, slinging a long cloth bag over his back, his legs wrapped in somewhat dirty bandages, and holding a green bamboo staff in his right hand, with a green bamboo-sheathed long knife hanging from his waist. The man stopped 6 or 7 steps away, took off his hat, revealing an ordinary face that would vanish among the crowd. "Hello, you're Chen Ping'an, right? My name is Liang, the kind Liang." Then Liang patted the long knife at his waist and smiled. "I am a swordsman." Seeing Liang claim to be a swordsman but carrying a knife, Li Huai, who was hiding behind Chen Ping'an, couldn't help but murmur, "What kind of swordsman carries a knife?" Liang's ears twitched slightly, and his gaze immediately locked onto Li Huai, scaring Li Huai back behind Chen Ping'an. "Because no sword is worthy of me. Therefore, I can only carry this knife to humiliate all those who use knives in the world. Although I am a swordsman, even if I use a knife, I am still the best knife master in the world." Chen Ping'an naturally knew who Liang was. Liang was not exaggerating at all. A man who could carve the word fierce on the Great Wall of Sword Qi truly deserved to be one of the best swordsmen in the world. After all, the Great Sword Immortal was still around, and in swordsmanship there were peaks on either side. Of course, Liang's attainment in sword intent was now not inferior to that of the Great Sword Immortal. He was also, besides the Great Sword Immortal, the second person in the world to step into the 14th realm as a sword cultivator. However, what Chen Ping'an knew, others did not. As Liang suddenly appeared, behind Chen Ping'an, a pair sent by the Li family, secretly protecting Li Baoping, slowly walked alongside. The older one was named Shiyi, a peak martial artist of the 5th realm, a very doting father. The younger one was named Zhu Lu, a peak martial artist of the 2nd realm. Formerly a local Taoist crown in the Zillusion of Yuzhou in the Qingming world, assigned to the small town as one of the protectors of the Taoist ancestor's eldest disciple, Li Shixing. However, she was strong-willed and never willing to admit her mistakes, leading to her ultimately becoming indistinguishable from the masses. As Zhu Lu made her appearance, she indeed lived up to Chen Ping'an's evaluation of her in his mind, directly mocking Liang, whose strength was unknown. Humiliate all those who use knives in the world? What a big boast for a loathsome frog yawning. "Dad, do you think this guy is out of his mind?" Shiyi, who had much more experience in the martial world than his daughter Zhu Lu, frowned slightly. However, although Liang had a silver wine gourd at his waist, it looked like just an old object and did not resemble the precious sword-nurturing gourds from the mountains. Moreover, based on his perception as a peak martial artist of the 5th realm, he truly sensed no anomaly in Liang's aura, at most just a bit longer than that of an ordinary person. This Liang was at most an ordinary person who had practiced martial arts. Therefore, Shiyi did not stop his daughter's mockery. Yet for some reason, he felt something was off in his heart. After all, the ancestor of the Li family once said to be careful of female Taoists, old monks, children, and drunkards when traveling in the Jianghu. This person before him seemed to occupy one of those categories. After thinking for a while and not seeing anything unusual with Zhu, he could only carefully remind his daughter, "Don't let your guard down. When walking in the world, you must remain cautious. The things you find most unremarkable are often the ones that can harm you the most." Hearing this, Zhu Lu, who was already a peak martial artist at the second realm, not only felt no fear, but instead looked at a Liang with a hint of eagerness. She couldn't wait for a Liang to be an assassin sent by the rival of the Mountain Cliff Academy. That way, she could showcase her strength as a second realm martial artist to everyone. Meanwhile, Li Baoping, who stood behind Chen Ping'an, gasped as she recognized the identities of the two family guardians. Uncle Zhu He, Sister Zhu Lu, what are you doing here? After glancing at Chen Ping'an, Zhu Lu sneered again. Miss, we are of course here to protect you, in case someone has ulterior motives. Chapter 78. The Sword-Raising Gourd and Fine Wine. Zhu Lu deliberately emphasized the words ulterior motives, as if she was certain that Chen Ping'an was not a good person. Hearing this, Li Baoping couldn't help but frown. How could Zhu Lu say such things about her master? Just as Li Baoping was about to defend, she heard a Liang speak up. I have no ulterior motives. I was sent by your master Wan to escort you to the border of the Great Sway. Upon hearing this, Zhu He's body suddenly tensed, looking at a Liang with vigilance. Chen Ping'an had only gone to find Master Wan yesterday, yet a Liang had arrived today, regardless of a Liang's identity. His arrival was too quick. Zhu He, who thought he had taken control of the situation, immediately took over from Chen Ping'an and began issuing orders. Chen Ping'an, you take the young lady and the others back to the town first. I will return to the town with this Liang to meet Master Wan. As soon as Zhu He finished speaking, he noticed that there was no movement behind him. Turning around, he found that all the children were looking at Chen Ping'an, seemingly only willing to listen to him. This made Zhu He frown again. Chen Ping'an had too little experience in the martial world. The old ancestor of the Li family should never have let him bring the young lady out. Now, Chen Ping'an couldn't even understand the situation before him. How could he safely reach the Great Sway? Wasn't that a joke? However, it was good that they discovered Chen Ping'an's incompetence early. This time back to the town, it would be just right to persuade the old ancestor of the Li family to seek a more capable person. Or Zhu He could take his daughter to escort the young lady to the Great Sway. Zhu Lu was just about to speak up and have Zhu Lu forcefully take them back when she heard Chen Ping'an say, there's no need for that. I trust a Liang. Trust? Seeing Chen Ping'an's naivety, Zhu He's face instantly turned angry. Was this the time for trust? What was feared was the what if. What if a Liang was an assassin? Could Chen Ping'an bear the blame if the young lady died? Chen Ping'an's life could be considered insignificant, but their Li family's young lady could never die here. Taking a deep breath, Zhu He tensed the muscles in his calves, ready to rush to Chen Ping'an's side and knock him out. Only then could he safely take the young lady back to the town and escape danger. But unexpectedly, Chen Ping'an's next words stunned him in place. If a swordsman with a sword-raising gourd wanted to kill us, we would have died long ago. A sword-raising gourd? That seemingly ordinary silver wine pot was really a sword-raising gourd? Wait, how did Chen Ping'an recognize it? Zhu He had only heard the old ancestor of the Li family mention it casually before, but he had never seen it. Therefore, he had ruled out the possibility that the wine pot was a sword-raising gourd from the start. After all, the probability was too low. If the other party really was a swordsman with a sword-raising gourd, then he truly wouldn't be a match for them. Of course, Chen Ping'an might just have heard the term somewhere and was now showing off his abilities. He had heard that Chen Ping'an could barely recognize 100 characters, so there was no reason for him to identify the sword-raising gourd. When Liang heard Chen Ping'an directly reveal the true effect of the wine pot in his hand, he couldn't help but glance at this small boy with dark skin. Good eyesight. You recognize the sword-raising gourd? I thought that because of the high altitude of the Liju cave heaven, information would be limited. Now it seems I was overthinking. So, can you guess what this sword-raising gourd is called? Cheerfully, Liang took off the sword-raising gourd, leaned against the white donkey, and took a big sip of wine. Hearing Liang's admission, Zhu He's pupils suddenly constricted. That silver wine pot was really a sword-raising gourd? Was Liang just playing along with Chen Ping'an's nonsense? Or was it really true? Zhu He began to feel uncertain, but he also knew how to discern it. Because Liang, who was playing along with Chen Ping'an, was too foolish to ask a question that Chen Ping'an wouldn't be able to answer. If Chen Ping'an could answer, then it would be exposed. Zhu He, thinking this, began to watch coldly from his side. He wanted to see if Chen Ping'an would answer or not. Chen Ping'an pondered for a moment before speaking. according to legend. Before the Taoist became an immortal, he personally planted a sword-raising gourd vine in our world, which bore 7 small gourd fruits. One of them, entirely silver, is called fine wine. The wine in this pot is the best for nurturing one's physique. Cultivators drink it to absorb sword energy without any hidden dangers. Am I right? Hearing Chen Ping'an accurately reveal the origin of the sword-raising gourd in his hand, Liang's eyes were filled with surprise. He truly didn't expect that Chen Ping'an could actually name the sword-raising gourd. He even spoke out the effects of the fine wine, sword-raising gourd without any errors. This was indeed strange. Was there a book in the Liju cave heaven that specifically recorded the origins of the sword-raising gourd? But why did Shiyi, who also seemed to be a master, know nothing about it? Even now, his gaze towards him was filled with hostility. Liang shook his head and tossed the sword-raising gourd to Chen Ping'an, saying, "Whether it's true or not, just take a sip and you'll know, right? Oh, and remember to take a small sip. With your physique, you can only handle a wisp of sword energy at most." After receiving the fine wine, Chen Ping'an looked up at Liang. He had to admit that Liang's judgment of Chen Ping'an's physique was very accurate. As Chen Ping'an had not yet condensed the 8-star official, his body's acupoints could not bear too much sword energy. A wisp was already quite difficult. Chen Ping'an shook the wine pot, opened the lid, and took a small sip. A burst of alcohol surged like a fire dragon, burning through Chen Ping'an's limbs and bones, making him feel as if his whole body was on fire. Fortunately, this fire dragon eventually found a suitable acupoint and drilled in, no longer moving. Chen Ping'an's face turned red, and he felt a bit tipsy. Burp! Seeing Chen Ping'an's drunken appearance, Liang immediately burst into laughter. "How is it? Good wine. Good sword energy. Ha, good taste." Seeing the two of them sharing a knowing look, Shiyi couldn't help but sneer. "All right, stop pretending. Do you really think I would believe that's a sword-raising gourd?" Feeling as if the world before him was swaying like water waves, Chen Ping'an raised the wine pot in his hand and said, "Whether it's fake or not, you could just take a sip and find out, right?" After speaking, Chen Ping'an slapped his forehead. "Oh, I forgot pure martial artists don't use swords. What a pity you won't be able to enjoy this wine." Chapter 79. You are Wei Jin from the Wind and Snow Temple. Chen Ping'an's truthful words were particularly harsh in Shiyi's ears. Was he mocking him? Clearly, it was just ordinary wine, yet he insisted on using the excuse that pure martial artists don't use swords? How ridiculous! Martial arts training is not yet complete. How dare I drink? Only this self-indulgent Chen Ping'an would take the wine from Liang. Although Shiyi is unclear about what exactly Chen Ping'an wants to do, he is not prepared to watch these two continue their act. "Zhu, don't you take the young lady away." Upon hearing this, Zhu immediately reached out to grab Li Baoping. However, Chen Ping'an stepped in to block Zhu's hand. "Wait a moment, Master Wan." Before Chen Ping'an could finish speaking, a fierce look suddenly flashed in Zhu's eyes, and without saying a word, she raised her fist and struck at Chen Ping'an's chest. Whoosh! This punch, accompanied by a chilling wind, clearly utilized the true energy of a martial artist. If it were an ordinary person, taking this punch would surely result in broken bones and torn muscles, at the very least leaving them bedridden for half a year. For the solitary Chen Ping'an, this was practically a move aimed at cutting off his means of survival. Yet, Chen Ping'an took this punch head-on, and his face showed no sign of discomfort. Zhu's face briefly displayed surprise, but before she could react, Chen Ping'an seized her wrist and twisted it, causing her to involuntarily flip in the direction he turned. The scene resembled Chen Ping'an as a constable capturing Zhu, a petty thief. Once subdued by Chen Ping'an, Zhu immediately struggled to break free. However, Chen Ping'an's grip was like an iron clamp, firmly restraining her in place, unable to move. Zhu thought that with her peak martial artist body at the second realm, it would be easy to handle a young boy like Chen Ping'an from the alley, but she never expected to be defeated so thoroughly. With a face full of shame and anger, Zhu turned her head and shouted, "Chen Ping'an, let me go." Beside them, Shiyi, seeing his daughter in distress, couldn't help but change his expression. Compared to his proud daughter, Shiyi, who had seen Chen Ping'an fight against the mountain-moving ape, knew very well that Chen Ping'an was now a peak martial artist at the third realm and might have even reached the extreme of the third realm, with a chance to claim the title of the strongest in the same realm. He had spoken these words to his daughter Zhu Lu before, but Zhu Lu simply couldn't believe that Chen Ping'an, younger than her and with fewer resources, could have such achievements. After all, in her mind, martial arts geniuses could be the second young master of the Li family or the Ma Kushuan from Xinghua Alley, but they could never be Chen Ping'an from the Mud Bottle Alley. If such a muddy-legged person had better martial arts talent than her, then what would Zhu Lu be? Therefore, Zhu Lu had just disregarded Zhu He's earlier warnings and brazenly attacked Chen Ping'an. The outcome, of course, was as Zhu He had expected. How could Zhu Lu, who could spar with the mountain-moving ape in the town, be a match for Chen Ping'an? Zhu He initially thought it would be good for his daughter to experience some hardship, but when he truly saw the pain on Zhu Lu's face, he couldn't help but move next to Chen Ping'an, extending his hand as he spoke. Chen Ping'an, Zhu Lu did not mean it, and she is not your enemy. Let her go. We can talk this over. Chen Ping'an slightly sidestepped, avoiding Zhu He's outstretched hand, and coldly looked at Zhu He, calmly saying, "Did she just now show any intention of wanting to talk things over with me? If I were not a third-realm martial artist, that punch just now would have been enough to seriously injure me. Then what would you do?" Seeing that Chen Ping'an had dodged his attempt, Zhu He couldn't help but frown and replied, "If that's the case, I will reprimand Zhu Lu and take on the medical expenses until you recover." Hearing Zhu He's response, Chen Ping'an's expression softened slightly, but the restrained Zhu Lu shouted again, "Dad, why are you wasting time talking to him? Hurry up and take action." Upon hearing this, Chen Ping'an's expression turned cold again. Then he lifted his hand. With a crack, Zhu Lu's wrist went limp and dropped down. Chen Ping'an released his grip and looked directly into Zhu Lu's eyes, saying, "Your father spoils you too much. But I am not your father and have no obligation to indulge you." With a pale face, Zhu Lu's eyes were filled with fury, and she gritted her teeth in silence. Zhu He, seeing that Chen Ping'an had included him in the scolding, immediately darkened his expression. As he helped Zhu Lu up from the ground, he looked into Chen Ping'an's eyes and said solemnly, "Chen Ping'an, every family has its own circumstances, and you cannot generalize. How I teach Zhu Lu is not something you need to worry about. As for you, what is your true intention in collaborating with this so-called Liang to put on such a performance?" Chen Ping'an shook his head with a smile. "Whether you believe it or not, before today, I had never met a Liang. Also, Uncle Zhu compared to a Liang. I think you should be more concerned about Zhu Lu. Although Zhu Lu has only suffered a fracture this time, if she throws punches so carelessly again, I cannot guarantee that she won't lose her life. Uncle Zhu, so the lesson you teach Zhu Lu is how to send herself to her demise more quickly?" Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's words, Zhu He still found them harsh, but he understood that Chen Ping'an was not wrong. If Zhu Lu had faced someone with a bad temper from the mountains this time, she might have lost her life. After a moment of silence, Zhu He finally said, "I have learned my lesson. Having successfully reasoned, a small portion of heavenly rewards has descended." Hearing Zhu He concede, Zhu Lu suddenly shouted anxiously, "Dad." Zhu He waved his hand to stop Zhu Lu from speaking further, then reprimanded softly, "Do you not understand? Chen Ping'an has shown you mercy this time. If he truly wanted to kill you, even I couldn't stop him, even if I sought revenge for you afterward. What would be the point?" Scolded, Zhu Lu's eyes instantly turned red. Then, she stomped her foot and turned to walk away. Zhu He glanced at Li Baoping, then at Zhu Lu, feeling conflicted. Just then, from a nearby willow tree, a familiar voice of Zhu He suddenly came through. "Go on. I will keep an eye on things here." Zhu He looked up in surprise and saw Ruan Xiong, who had arrived at some point, standing on a slender willow branch. Looking down below, since Ruan Xiong was here, Zhu He could indeed feel at ease. He then cupped his fists at Ruan Xiong and turned to chase after Zhu Lu. Ruan Xiong, withdrawing his gaze, looked at the slouching Liang, who seemed to have carefree written all over him, and frowned as he asked, "Are you Wei Jin from the Immortal Platform?" Chapter 80. Liang, teach me how to practice sword. To be honest, Ruan Xiong's sudden appearance here was not because he had been keeping an eye on Chen Ping'an and several young children. He did not have so much spare time to pay attention to the happenings here. He was here purely because he sensed the majestic sword energy contained within the fine wine in the sword-nurturing gourd. This pure and vast sword energy even stirred his spirit from several miles away in the blacksmith shop. Ruan Xiong had heard that Wei Jin, the sword immortal from the immortal platform at the Wind and Snow Temple, was a lovesick person, infatuated with the female immortal He Xiaoyang, who was said to have the best fortune in Dong Baoping Zhou. However, while Wei Jin had feelings, He Xiaoyang was indifferent. Thus, this sword energy, which carried a hint of intimacy and sorrow, felt very familiar to Ruan Xiong, who also hailed from the Wind and Snow Temple. However, this Wei Jin from the immortal platform, which was a branch of the Wind and Snow Temple, did not have a good relationship with the main temple. Therefore, even Ruan Xiong had never seen his true face. He only knew that this Wei Jin, who possessed a priceless sword-nurturing gourd, never used it to nurture flying swords, but instead used it to store hundreds of pounds of fine wine, remaining in a drunken state all year round. Accompanying him was a snow-white donkey. This scene, as rumored, resembled a Liang's appearance in front of him. Hence, Ruan Xiong asked this question. Upon receiving the fine wine back from Chen Ping'an, Liang was quite indignant about Ruan Xiong mistaking him for someone else. Wei Jin? Wrong. My name is Liang. Liang? Ruan Xiong searched his memory for the names of swordsmen, but none could match Liang's name, which sounded like it was picked at random. Was it a pseudonym used by a swordsman from the Wei Jin era? Or was it that the Wei Jin had been killed by the person in front of him? As Ruan Xiong's thoughts raced, he scrutinized Liang's appearance, calculating how much of a chance he would have if a fight broke out. However, Ruan Xiong decided to first test the waters with words. He lightly descended from the tip of a willow branch, quietly placing himself behind Chen Ping'an, and then asked Liang, "Can I have a drink?" Liang generously threw the invaluable sword-nourishing gourd to Ruan Xiong, saying, "Of course, there's true emotion in the wine. But don't drink it all, remember to leave some for me." Seeing how easily Liang threw the gourd to him, Ruan Xiong's doubts faded significantly. A person so generous was unlikely to be a bad person. Ruan Xiong raised his head, took a hearty sip, and then smacked his lips, shaking his head. "What a pity it's not Peach Blossom Spring Brew." Liang scoffed. "What is so good about Peach Blossom Spring Brew? Apart from being a bit expensive, it has nothing else to offer. I've traveled north and tasted over 100 kinds of wine. In the end, I still think that the Two Tails of Silver for the Kuegong Immortal Brew is the most authentic." Hearing his favorite Peach Blossom Spring Brew being belittled by Liang, Ruan Xiong couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. But to each their own, Liang seemed to prefer this more immortal-like flavor. This was indeed just like the rumored wine, sword immortal Wei Jin. Having already sensed the life force of the sword-nourishing gourd, Ruan Xiong felt completely at ease. He had already determined that Liang was the elusive wine sword immortal Wei Jin. He tossed the sword-nourishing gourd back and asked with a smile, "You arrived so quickly. I thought it would take you at least a while to get here." Liang snorted. "What? Is there something wrong with coming quickly? You worry too much for a saint." Ruan Xiong laughed heartily, not minding Liang's attitude. After all, the rumored character of Wei Jin was said to be quite difficult to get along with. Shaking his head, Ruan Xiong glanced at Zhu Lu, who had returned following Zhu He, and further away at the hidden ancestor of the Li family, and said with a smile, "In that case, please help send these little ones to the Dali Wildman Pass." Liang discreetly glanced at Chen Ping'an, nodded, and did not refuse. Although he had initially come to Li Zhu Town to find a sword worthy of himself, unfortunately, he had arrived too late. That sword had already chosen its master. All the efforts he had made before had now collapsed. Seeing Liang nod, Ruan Xiong clasped his fists in farewell, and his figure transformed into a rainbow, disappearing in an instant. Zhu He, who had just returned, used his outstanding hearing as a martial artist to actually hear quite a bit of conversation. Among the key phrases, some made his heart race. Currently, there were two ancestral homes of military families on Baoping Continent, one in the south and one in the north, namely the Wind and Snow Temple and Jinwu Mountain. Both were top-tier sects on Baoping Continent. If Liang was indeed an immortal from the Wind and Snow Temple, then his earlier suspicions would surely have offended someone. Thinking of this, Zhu He became cautious in his speech. "Senior A, I didn't know you were an immortal from the Wind and Snow Temple. I have offended you in many ways. Please forgive me." Liang waved his hand generously. "Wrong. I'm not familiar with the wind and snow temple at all. Zhu smiled, but deep down, he didn't believe Ailiang's words at all. If Ailiang were not from the wind and snow temple, how could Master Ruan treat him with such courtesy? Now that he thought about it, Ailiang's earlier words probably had no hint of boasting. An immortal from the wind and snow temple was undoubtedly one of the best swordsmen in the world. If he wielded a knife, he would certainly be an exceptional expert too. However, why did Zhu need Ruan Xiong to confirm this while Chen Ping'an saw through it at a glance? This truly puzzled Zhu. Nevertheless, with Ailiang, a high-ranking figure from the wind and snow temple, accompanying them, Zhu felt much more at ease regarding his daughter's safety. However, his daughter Zhu Lu still had a bit of temper. Not needing to worry about safety, Zhu immediately pulled Zhu Lu aside to comfort her. After a while, Zhu Lu came over directly asking Ailiang to draw his sword. She didn't believe Ailiang was truly a swordsman from the wind and snow temple. Even if Zhu himself said that Master Ruan had certified him, she was still skeptical. She wanted to see Ailiang use his sword with her own eyes. But Ailiang insisted that a master doesn't easily draw their sword. If he were to draw it, it would have to be during a rainy night or similar favorable time. A rainy night with a sword, but no umbrella was more in line with a master's temperament. Hearing this, Zhu Lu became even more doubtful of Ailiang's identity. Chen Ping'an dared to spar with her, while Ailiang only had words. With a disdainful spit, Zhu Lu turned and left, practicing her boxing moves nearby, vowing to break through to the third realm of martial artists to regain her honor from Chen Ping'an. Ailiang, who was drinking alone, sighed helplessly. A master is always lonely. Just then, a figure sat down beside him and directly said, Ailiang, since you are a swordsman, teach me to practice swordsmanship. Ailiang smiled and asked, Oh, why do you want to practice swordsmanship? Chen Ping'an replied seriously, because the girl I like hopes that I can become the #1 sword immortal in the world. Chapter 81, Calling by Name? I still want to kill her. Hearing Chen Ping'an's words, Ailiang immediately gritted his teeth in frustration. How could such a powerful person like him not be liked by any girl, while this kid already had someone in his heart? Ailiang waved his hand. I can't teach you. I can't teach you. A true swordsman cannot have women in his heart. Without women in the heart, one can draw the sword faster. When you understand this principle, come find me again. After saying this, Ailiang shot a sideways glance at Chen Ping'an, sneered, and then looked up at the sky. It looked like it was going to rain. As soon as Ailiang's words fell, the weather seemed to respond to him with a loud thunderclap. Following that, a torrential rain poured down. Seeing the heavy rain, Li Huai, who had overheard Ailiang and Zhu Lu's conversation, shouted excitedly, Ailiang, it's time to draw your sword in the rain without an umbrella. Provoked by his words, Ailiang immediately stood up and yelled, Draw what? It's not even dark yet, you're dreaming. Why don't you ask your dad to draw the sword? Li Huai carefree called out, Dad. Ailiang was shocked, as if struck by lightning. Li Huai laughed heartily, thinking he was no match for him. I'd be more suited to be your brother-in-law than your dad. I'm still a bit young for that. Ailiang weakly countered, turning away to drink alone under the rain. As the heavy rain began to ease, Chen Ping'an, who had been practicing his boxing stance under a big tree, left the crowd to check if the road ahead had been washed away. Seeing Chen Ping'an's departing figure, Ailiang squinted. He had already sensed that some skilled individuals were approaching this area. Chen Ping'an, leaving the main group, would surely coincide with those sneaky characters. Based on Ailiang's observations of Chen Ping'an throughout the journey, Chen Ping'an was definitely not a match for those sneaky individuals. Among them were true martial artists in the Golden Body realm. The Golden Body realm was the 7th realm of martial artists. This realm was far stronger than Zhu He's 5th realm, the heroic spirit realm. Moreover, beside that Golden Body martial artist, there were 2 practitioners at the Ocean Viewing realm. The Ocean Viewing realm was the 7th floor of Qi practitioners. If we disregard other factors in terms of combat power, they would surely be inferior to the Golden Body martial artist. However, these 2 Ocean Viewing realm practitioners were clearly assisting that Golden Body martial artist. In this way, the effect of 1 plus 2 will be greater than 3. Ailiang, gently touching the bamboo sword at his waist, suddenly grinned. However, these guys are no different from a bunch of clay chickens and tile dogs to him. Standing up from under the tree, Ailiang clapped his hands and smiled at the people behind him. I suddenly have a feeling, ready to show you what top-notch swordsmanship is. Let me find a branch that is fated with me, so you can open your eyes. Of course, if there is no branch that is fated with me, then it is heaven's will that you do not get to witness top-notch swordsmanship. Hearing A Liang's shameless words, even the usually steady Dong Shuijing and Lin Shiyi couldn't help but roll their eyes. Zhu Lu sneered even more. If it were just the first sentence, she might still believe that a Liang had some real skills. But with the addition of the latter sentence, it was likely that a Liang was just a fraud. Zhu He, watching a Liang who completely lacked the demeanor of a master and could only boast, felt that his perception of a Liang as the sword immortal of the Wind and Snow Temple was beginning to waver. Now he believed that he had indeed misjudged. The Liang in front of him was probably just an ordinary disciple of the Wind and Snow Temple, having only met Master Ruan a few times. As for Li Huai, he seemed to have caught an opportunity, deliberately revealing a look of disdain, then snorted coldly, fully expressing his contempt. A Liang didn't care about the gazes of the crowd, straightened his chest, and walked up the hillside. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stepped onto the slope that Chen Ping'an had just walked on smoothly, a Liang stumbled due to the muddy surface. Then he quickly pretended nothing had happened, supporting himself with both hands on the ground and doing a few push-ups. It was meant to imply that he was just warming up. But the laughter coming from behind indicated that no one believed a Liang was a master anymore. After all, Chen Ping'an could walk up easily, while a Liang made a fool of himself. Who would still believe a Liang was a master? Meanwhile, Chen Ping'an, who had taken the lead and arrived at the northern slope, was surrounded by 3 people in a triangular formation. As the light rain fell, the person standing in front of Chen Ping'an, with only his eyes visible beneath his hat, spoke in a muffled voice. "You are Chen Ping'an?" Chen Ping'an glanced at the 2 people on either side who were subtly blocking his retreat and smiled. "Did the Nanzhan send you?" Hearing Chen Ping'an directly call out the name of the Queen of Dali, the Golden Body Realm martial artist in front of him shot out a gleam of light in his eyes. "Bold. You dare to directly call the Queen's name." Chen Ping'an shook his head, looking indifferent. "What is wrong with calling her Nanzhan? One day I will make her head fall." Listening to the young man's wild words, even though the 3 had undergone strict training as Dali's death warriors, they couldn't help but laugh. The reason was simple. It was purely because the young man in front of them knew nothing about the power of Dali and knew nothing about their strength. A mere 3rd realm martial artist dared to claim he would make the Queen of Dali's head fall? Was he looking down on this Golden Body Realm martial artist? The delusions of an ant were indeed ridiculous. "Chen Ping'an, dream on in your next life. The Queen sends her regards. She says you dirt leg. It's 1,000 times wrong to let her son have a knot in his heart." After saying this, the Golden Body Realm martial artist prepared to strike. Just then, he vaguely saw a mockery at the corner of Chen Ping'an's mouth, softly saying, "Fool. Fool." They naturally knew that Chen Ping'an had killed a 6th realm martial artist with a flying sword. Therefore, this time they came, 2 Ocean View Realm cultivators specifically brought sealing talismans, intending to restrict Chen Ping'an's flying sword that he somehow obtained. Moreover, even if Chen Ping'an had a flying sword, as a Golden Body Realm martial artist with a strong physique, he was not afraid at all. However, the Death Warriors of Dali understood the saying that even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit, which was why a Golden Body Realm martial artist was leading 2 Ocean View Realm cultivators to act together. Such a formation had already given Chen Ping'an enough respect. He did not believe that just a 3rd realm Chen Ping'an, after being deprived of the great killing weapon of the flying sword, could have any means to turn the situation around. It was already a foregone conclusion that Chen Ping'an would die here. But why was there always an uneasy feeling lingering in his heart? At his level, any warning sign in his heart could not be baseless. So, where did the crisis come from? The Golden Body Realm martial artist pondered the source of the warning sign in his heart. But his actions did not slow down at all. In an instant, a pair of fists burning with golden light had arrived in front of Chen Ping'an. "Die for me." Chapter 82. Sword Chi Instant Kill. Facing the overwhelming and destructive iron fist, Chen Ping'an merely raised his gaze calmly. The Golden Body Realm martial artist, who had come with the wind and rain, immediately locked eyes with Chen Ping'an's deep gaze. Such calm eyes only made him feel more uneasy. Could it be that the warning sign in his heart really had to do with Chen Ping'an? Just as the Golden Body Realm martial artist was thinking this, he saw a glimmer of light appear in the depths of Chen Ping'an's ancient well-like eyes. Suddenly, upon seeing that light, the Golden Body Realm martial artist felt all the hairs on his body stand on end uncontrollably. That was not light. That was a strand of sword chi. A strand of sword chi powerful enough to take his life. Realizing this, the Golden Body Realm martial artist had no time to think further. The light emitted by that strand of sword chi instantly occupied his entire field of vision. Meanwhile, his ferocious fist halted at Chen Ping'an's brow. The violent wind from the punch blew Chen Ping'an's black hair back, scattering raindrops. But in the end, the punch was still a hair's breadth away. That hair's breadth was the distance of the horizon. The Golden Body Realm martial artist, filled with shock in his eyes, felt a thin line of blood appear on his forehead. Then, this line of blood traveled straight down, crossing his throat, passing through his chest and abdomen. Following this, a gust of damp wind blew past. The Golden Body Realm martial artist, standing in front of Chen Ping'an, was split in half. On either side of Chen Ping'an, the two Ocean View Realm Chi practitioners, who had just taken out a talisman drawn with a sealing symbol, were stunned by this sudden scene. When they saw the Golden Body Realm martial artist suddenly breaking the previous agreement and attacking, they silently cursed that this guy wanted to hog the credit. But in the blink of an eye, after a strand of sword chi erupted that made their hearts tremble, the Golden Body Realm martial artist was dead, just like that. Was Chen Ping'an's flying sword really that strong? The overwhelming force that had just erupted was enough to instill fear in them. This sword chi absolutely belonged to the upper 5 realms. The upper 5 realms. That was the highest realm, known as the 5 realms of longevity. A state of being that these two Ocean View Realm cultivators could never imagine. Yet, they had witnessed such splendor from a young man emerging from a back alley. Wasn't this a great horror for them? The two Ocean View Realm cultivators exchanged glances, both seeing the intent to retreat in each other's eyes. Even though they were death warriors, dying without value like this was entirely unnecessary. The fact that Chen Ping'an possessed a great killing weapon must be communicated to the Queen of Dali. Therefore, even if they fled now, it wouldn't be considered a rout, right? Having thought of an excuse in their hearts, the two of them disregarded how many more times Chen Ping'an could unleash such sword chi. They immediately threw the sealing talismans in their hands, hoping to block Chen Ping'an's flying sword for a moment, to buy themselves some time to escape. However, unexpectedly, the sealing talisman was indeed thrown out and took effect. But the sword chi in Chen Ping'an's hand was completely unafraid of the sealing talismans, directly slicing through them into pieces. Watching the two strands of sword chi flying towards them, both of them had a moment of realization in their hearts. Sure enough, this sword chi was at least on the level of the upper 5 realms. The array they set up can only trap a 5th realm sword cultivator's flying sword for a moment. So how could it possibly be effective? Such sword energy, even if it is said to be suppressed by the legendary sword-suppressing talisman that can subdue all flying swords below the 5th realm, would likely be useless. Perhaps only the extremely precious sword-locking talisman could seal that terrifying sword energy. But how could two Sea Observation Realm cultivators afford such a talisman? My life is over. The two of them suddenly showed bitter smiles on their faces. Boom! The thunder in the sky sounded again. Under the pouring rain, 3 bodies split in half by sword energy lay in the muddy mountain path. Chen Ping'an turned back to look up the mountain and happened to see a Liang with his palm pressed against the hilt of his sword. A Liang, wearing a bamboo hat, looked at Chen Ping'an through the rain curtain and felt extremely unfamiliar. The recent sword energy, while not something a Liang needed to worry about, was definitely not a power that Chen Ping'an should be able to master. A Gold Body Realm warrior and 2 Sea Observation Realm cultivators, placed under the mountain of Dongbei Pingzu, could already be considered formidable experts. The person behind them being able to command these experts to kill also indicated their lethal intent towards Chen Ping'an. Yet, these so-called experts died here silently at the hands of 3rd Realm warrior. Looking at the marks on the bodies, it was clear that these 3 were instantaneously killed. They probably didn't even have time to send a signal before they died. If it were a Liang who acted, there would be nothing to say about it. But Liang could see clearly that these people were indeed killed by Chen Ping'an. However, if he were to speak of this, others would really think Liang was bragging. But the fact remains, and it cannot be changed. Liang let out a breath of turbid air, gazing through the rain curtain, sliding down the edge of his bamboo hat at Chen Ping'an's calm eyes, and asked, "Who exactly are you?" Chen Ping'an raised his head and smiled in the rain. "My name is Chen Ping'an, the peace in peaceful and safe." Hearing Chen Ping'an mimic how he introduced himself, Liang couldn't help but roll his eyes. Then, with his hand still on the hilt, Liang slowly walked down the slope and pointed at the hairpin in Chen Ping'an's head, saying, "Chen Ping'an, do you know that I came here just to find you? Whatever sword nurturing gourd or sending the Meng Tong to the greatly border is not as important as you. I initially thought I was a step late, but after seeing that sword energy just now, I feel like I still have chance. I want that hairpin." Listening to Liang's aggressive words, Chen Ping'an still wore a smile, showing no sign of being intimidated by Liang's aura. "What if I don't give it to you?" Liang snorted lightly, pushing the bamboo sword out half an inch with his thumb. "Then I can only take it by force." Chen Ping'an chuckled. "Liang, aren't you afraid of ending up like them, as corpses?" Liang shrugged his shoulders, a smile on his lips, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. After a while, Liang finally managed to suppress his laughter and shook his head, saying, "Young man, you know nothing about power. A knife in Meng Tong's hand and a knife in an adult's hand is two different matters. You are the Meng Tong, and I am the adult." As Liang finished speaking, the rain curtain in the world seemed to be cut by sword intent, pausing for a moment before crashing down again. In response to Liang's threat, Chen Ping'an reined in his smile and said seriously, "Liang, I am indeed not your opponent. However, giving you the hairpin is absolutely impossible. If I give you the hairpin today, then my clothes tomorrow, eventually I will have nothing. This hairpin was given to me by Mr. Qi, and I will absolutely not trade it. So if you want it, there is only one way. Take it from my corpse." Chapter 83. Live to the fullest. Liang smiled ambiguously at Chen Ping'an's firm refusal. The next moment, Liang vanished from Chen Ping'an's sight within the rain. Chen Ping'an reacted swiftly, raising his hand and swinging a punch towards the side. Liang's surprised sound echoed, seemingly astonished by Chen Ping'an's prediction and decisiveness. However, the disparity in strength between the two was simply too great. Even though Chen Ping'an reacted quickly, he still couldn't stop Liang from doing what he wanted. Liang appeared not far from Chen Ping'an, already holding the jade hairpin in his hand. Just as Liang was about to say something, he saw two shining sword energies appear in Chen Ping'an's eyes. Seeing this, Liang immediately spread his hands and shouted, "Stop! There's no need to waste sword energy. I'll get it back to you." Hearing this, the sword light in Chen Ping'an's eyes gradually faded. He truly couldn't do anything to Liang. But daring to punch a grandmaster of the three teachings was the essence of the mountain shaking code and the foundation of forging an invincible heart. Thus, Chen Ping'an had not been pretending. He really would expend everything to fight Liang. One must never let their resolve waver. Liang returned the hairpin, clicking his tongue. "It's hard to imagine how strong you would be if you reached the peak of the 10th realm. However, I see you are currently dual cultivating the Qi method and have already reached the early stage of the cave mansion realm, so you cannot be considered a pure warrior. This kind of dual cultivation method has many benefits at first, but when you reach the gold body realm of a warrior or the golden core realm of a Qi cultivator, if you don't find something to suppress your weaknesses, you won't be able to make any progress. Perhaps I won't even see your peak form." After receiving the jade hairpin from Liang, Chen Ping'an merely smiled. A person like Liang could certainly see through the foundation of his current cultivation and was well aware of the potential consequences of such a path. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any concept of pure sword immortals or pure warriors in the world. However, Chen Ping'an was not worried about this. Those who go astray in dual cultivation are merely mediocre. What Chen Ping'an was currently pursuing was more akin to a trinity of cultivation: warrior, Qi cultivator, plus divine path. However, since the starry sky cultivation method had yet to reach great success, even Liang could not discern the characteristics of the divine path. Only a swordsman could truly understand Chen Ping'an, but these things were not meant to be shared with outsiders. Suddenly, Chen Ping'an felt a weight on his shoulder. It was Liang placing a hand on him. Liang, who had always seemed frivolous, suddenly sighed and said sincerely, Chen Ping'an, do you know that once you're dead, it's truly all over? Don't recklessly gamble your life. There are times when you should let go. Living is the greatest principle in the world. After all, Liang was the son of a quasi-saint, and what he said made a lot of sense. However, such reasoning was not Chen Ping'an's reasoning for living again. So Chen Ping'an shook his head and said, living without purpose is meaningless to me. I came to this world to live to the fullest. Even if it means dying for it, that is my own choice. Rather than living a mundane life, it is better to shine brilliantly for a moment. That is my way of living. Hearing Chen Ping'an's words, Liang was momentarily taken aback. He inexplicably felt a sense of déjà vu, as if engaging in a debate of the three teachings. He couldn't say that Chen Ping'an's reasoning was wrong, nor could he say that his own reasoning was right. Just like Qi Jingchen, who chose a magnificent death without hesitation in the face of life and death, passionately choosing death, did Qi Jingchen ever think about living? Even if death meant it was all over, Qi Jingchen showed no hesitation. This lineage of the literary sage indeed carries on a tradition. Liang began to understand why Qi Jingchen valued this alley boy so much. The aura of Chen Ping'an was exactly the same as that of Qi Jingchen, who was expelled from the Confucian temple and died for the Lihua cave heaven. These three were all people who were unafraid of death for the great Tao in their hearts. Previously, Liang thought such a way of dying was truly not worth it. But now he inexplicably feels that this kind of transparent way of living is what Liang lacks. Could this be the reason why he has been unable to break through for so long? It seems that most of the people from the Sword Qi Great Wall are also fearless of death. Only by not fearing death can one withstand the wild world for countless years with the Sword Qi Great Wall. With this thought, Liang's face showed a contemplative expression. As the son of the sub-saint, he seems to have more choices than others. So he always has a fallback, always able to try again. Perhaps he should also be willing to forget life and death for the great way in his heart. After a long time, as the rain began to ease, Liang raised his head and smiled, saying, Chen Ping'an, I believe your future achievements will definitely not be lower than Qi Jingquan's, and may even be higher, much higher. Reasoning successful, a small portion of heaven and earth's gifts has arrived. Hearing the profound sound of the Heart Lake's great way, Chen Ping'an was somewhat surprised that Liang actually accepted his reasoning. But this may not be a bad thing. In one's life, one should strive for something at least once. In fact, the later Liang also did just that. Chen Ping'an simply helped Liang accept this point more quickly. After gathering his emotions, Liang once again wore a careless expression on his face. He pinched his thumb and index finger together, then separated them slightly, saying, Chen Ping'an, do you know that you were just a hair's breadth away from seeing the true demeanor of a sword immortal? Chen Ping'an smiled and said, it's not too late now. Liang glanced up at the gloomy sky and calculated with his fingers. It's late, the good time has passed. Today is not suitable for drawing the sword. Chen Ping'an raised an eyebrow. Oh, did the divination say that today is suitable for teaching swordsmanship? Liang snorted. If you promise me to carve the 4 characters my master, Liang, on that city wall in the future, I will teach you. The city wall Liang mentioned is the Sword Qi Great Wall that blocks the invasion of the wild world into the righteous world after the upside-down mountain. To carve characters on that wall, one must personally slay a great demon of the 13th realm, which is the Ascension realm. To carve 4 characters, one must kill 4 Ascension realm great demons. This requirement is certainly strict. However, Chen Ping'an did not hesitate to agree. Right. Liang looked at Chen Ping'an in surprise and asked, you kid, you agreed so quickly. But do you know what I mean? Chen Ping'an nodded. I roughly understand. To go to where that city wall is, there must be a very high threshold. And to carve characters, the conditions are naturally even harsher. But can these things be harder than becoming the strongest sword immortal in the world? Chapitre 84, 18 stop sword technique. Is becoming the strongest sword immortal in the world harder than carving 4 characters on the Sword Qi Great Wall? Liang thought for a moment. Indeed, becoming the strongest sword immortal in the world is harder. If he remembered correctly, Chen Ping'an wanted to become the strongest sword immortal in the world because of his heart's desire. Liang looked at Chen Ping'an with a strange expression and said, "Kid, are you serious? You really aim to become the strongest sword immortal in the world?" Chen Ping'an nodded, of course, seeing that Chen Ping'an's determination did not seem fake. Liang bumped Chen Ping'an with his shoulder and winked. "Hey, tell me, what's your heart's desire's name? Where does she come from? And is she good-looking?" Chen Ping'an shot a glance at the unseemly Liang, cleared his throat. "Ning Yao, from Upside Down Mountain, and naturally, she is one of the most beautiful in the world." "Ning Yao." Liang's face immediately showed a look of realization. "So it's this little girl. Then Chen Ping'an will probably find it hard to even glance at other women in the future." Liang shook his head and sighed. "Chen Ping'an, the Great Way shouldn't be so small. How can you give up the whole forest for one woman?" Chen Ping'an frowned. "I have made up my mind, Liang. Will you teach me or not?" Liang pondered for a moment, then suddenly looked up at the sky again, just as he was about to speak. Chen Ping'an slapped Liang on the shoulder. "All right, stop being so wishy-washy. It's settled. Once the rain completely stops, you will teach me to practice sword." Liang was taken aback, then feigned anger. "I haven't agreed yet." Chen Ping'an chuckled. "Liang, a master like you should have a few outstanding disciples. This is called passing on the torch. In the future, when people see your outstanding disciples, they will say they were taught by Liang. See, that is called face." Upon hearing this, Liang felt it indeed made a lot of sense. No wonder Confucians want to widely open academies and recruit disciples. Taoists and Buddhists also often say that people are destined to have a connection with them. There is such a reason. Just like when everyone sees Qi Jingshan, they will say he is the disciple of the sage of literature. With this thought, he indeed should take on a few disciples. However, looking at Chen Ping'an, he didn't seem to have any talent. At most, he had incredibly good luck. Reasoning successful, a small portion of heaven and earth's gifts has arrived. Just as Liang was sizing up Chen Ping'an couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "I've already agreed to carve the 4 characters my master, Liang, on that city wall. Isn't that enough? If not, then what I carve in the future might just be my master, Kuan, or my master, Shana, something like that." Liang snorted coldly, glancing at Chen Ping'an. "This is something that hasn't even started yet, so stop dreaming. Besides, how could I not know your aptitude? Others learn swordsmanship and can master it at a glance. You would at least need a half year to get started." After saying that, Liang suddenly changed the subject. "However, I can teach you a set of luck sword techniques to help you increase the power of your flying sword. But I don't want to be your master and protect your path. If I see your progress is slow, I will find it very troublesome. So if you really can carve characters one day, you only need to carve 3 characters. I already carved the character Mighty on it. You just need to add the 3 characters Liang after it. How about that?" Seeing that Liang finally relented, Chen Ping'an had no objections. He indeed wasn't very good at swordsmanship, far inferior to Ning Yao and even the current young generation of the Sword Qi Great Wall. But he had the gifts of heaven and earth. As long as he obtained the method, he would naturally be able to learn. And Liang, who decided to teach Chen Ping'an, no longer wasted words and immediately shouted, "Stand straight." Then Liang's fingers bent, first tapping on Chen Ping'an's shoulder, then rapidly tapping on his heart 7 or 8 times. At the same time, Liang's voice, like the profound sound of the Great Way, directly echoed in Chen Ping'an's heart lake. "Listen carefully. Remember the points where my fingers landed just now. This is the route of the 18 stops of luck. It starts at the ancestor of all mountains, Lin Chong, then passes through the 3 mountains and 6 passes to the Fuji Cave, followed by the 6 caves and 9 mansions, stopping at the Pure Yang Mansion, totaling 18 stops. This is the precious experience learned by countless ancient sword cultivators between life and death, so don't waste it." Regarding practicing swordsmanship, Chen Ping'an solemnly nodded. Although this 18-stop sword technique is not considered a highly advanced sword technique in the Sword Qi Great Wall, it is currently the only sword technique Chen Ping'an can obtain. However, when Chen Ping'an began to practice this 18-stop sword technique, he indeed faced many obstacles. The 6 extremely small sword Qi left by the sword bearer in his body happened to be on the necessary path of the 18 stops. This made it extremely difficult for Chen Ping'an to break through. As soon as he tried, he felt the spiritual energy moving sluggishly. and let alone completing a full cycle of the 18 stops. He couldn't even manage the first stop. Liang watched Chen Ping'an, who was sweating profusely, and was not surprised. Earlier, Chen Ping'an relied too much on external factors, and this was the hurdle he needed to face. Once he got past this, Chen Ping'an would be able to truly make that sword Qi his own. Now it is just an empty facade. However, Chen Ping'an's slow pace this time coincidentally aligns with another secret discovered by Liang in the 18 stops of sword Qi. The slower the 18 stops operates, the more it can strengthen the practitioner's meridians, allowing for the future accommodation of more sword Qi, becoming stronger within the same realm. However, the time required for this, for those with poor aptitude, is even more immense. One wonders when Chen Ping'an will truly complete the 18 stops. 5 years, 10 years, or 50 years? Shaking his head, Liang, seeing that Chen Ping'an was currently unable to surpass the first stop, decided not to wait any longer and directly asked, "Did you remember it clearly?" Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Chen Ping'an exhaled a breath of turbid air. "I remember." Liang nodded, interlocking his hands behind his head. Chewing on a piece of dogtail grass, he casually plucked from the roadside and mumbled, "If you remember, then let's go back. The rain has stopped. If we don't return, someone will start a worry." Chen Ping'an said, "Wait a moment." Then he turned back to the 3 corpses that were split in 2, and, after searching for a while, still found nothing on the 3 dead soldiers, only gaining a few taels of silver. After burying the 3 corpses on the spot, he then caught up with Liang, heading towards the previous rain shelter while practicing the 18 stops and throwing punches. Liang, seeing Chen Ping'an's effort, flashed a hint of unnoticeable satisfaction in his eyes. The clumsy bird flies early. This is indeed commendable. As for whether there would be any achievements without trying, one wouldn't even have the chance to know the outcome. Subsequently, Liang glanced, either intentionally or unintentionally, at the low grave mound. Who exactly has Chen Ping'an provoked? Chapter 85. The Southern Hairpin of the Dali Empress. Not long after Chen Ping'an and his group left, a group of over 20 people emerged from Lizhu town, or rather from Longquan County. Their goal was clear, heading straight towards the small hillside where the Dali dead soldiers had appeared earlier. Although these 20-odd people had different appearances and clothing, their indifferent eyes that regarded human life as worthless were strikingly similar, because these people were all dead soldiers planted by Dali in Longquan County over the years. After digging up the bodies buried in the grave mound, they dispersed to stand around, seemingly waiting for someone to arrive. Soon, a short woman dressed like a commoner appeared on the hillside, escorted by a sword-wielding woman, a white-faced old man, and a burly man. This short woman was none other than the current Dali Empress, Nanzhan. Upon seeing that her dispatched assassins sent to kill Chen Ping'an were truly dead beyond revival, Nanzhan, who had just faced a setback with Ruan Xiong, couldn't help but angrily curse them as useless. It should be noted that she had just offered 4 mountain peaks in Longquan County as a condition to prevent Ruan Xiong from intervening in her plan to kill Chen Ping'an. But Ruan Xiong had not agreed. He even went so far as to declare that if she dared to enter within 1,000 miles of Longquan County again, he would disregard her identity as the Dali Empress and strike her hard. This meant that after she restrained Ruan Xiong, these 3 assassins would be her only chance to act within the Dali territory. Infuriated, Nanzhan immediately turned her gaze to the burly man behind her, Wang Yifu. Wang Yifu, hailing from a prestigious martial family, was the top general of the Liu dynasty, which had been destroyed by Dali. Therefore, not only did Wang Yifu possess the cultivation of the nascent soul realm and could command a powerful Yin spirit in battle, but he also had the formidable physique of an 8th realm martial artist and was well-versed in military strategy. In terms of cultivation, he was also one of the few true experts of the Liu dynasty. But at the end of the day, Wang Yifu was now just a defeated dog. Despite having such profound cultivation, he still had to act as a dog by Nanzhan's side. Nanzhan, treating Wang Yifu as a dog, unceremoniously pointed to the 3 corpses in the distance. "Go, see if there are any clues." Wang Yifu, with a gloomy expression, silently moved forward. He then lowered his head to observe the 3 corpses that were nearly rotting from the rain, which had a swollen appearance reminiscent of giants. Upon seeing this, Wang Yifu's eyes lit up. These 3 corpses had all died at the hands of the same person. Furthermore, even now, remnants of sword qi lingered around the severed bodies. What powerful sword qi! This could not have been done by that young Chen Ping'an. Wang Yifu had previously seen the corpse of the dead coachman in Longquan County, which led him to conclude that Chen Ping'an possessed a flying sword. But Chen Ping'an was far from capable of nurturing such sword qi. In other words, there must have been another person involved. Was it the man in the hat from the intelligence, who was suspected to be from the Snowstorm Temple? Could he really be Wei Jin from the immortal platform of the Snowstorm Temple? Otherwise, if anyone from the Snowstorm Temple could exhibit such might, then the eastern Baoping continent would have long been dominated by the Snowstorm Temple. The Long Spine Mountain, which had a large dragon-slaying platform adjacent to Longquan County, would also not need to be developed alongside Jinwu Mountain and Ruanxiong. As Wang Yifu's thoughts raced, he then heard Nanzhan, who was unwilling to approach the corpses and stood far away, ask, "Wang Yifu, have you figured anything out?" Wang Yifu sighed. "It's a master." The 3 of them didn't even touch the edges of that person before being cut apart by a strand of sword qi. Upon hearing this, Nanzhan's pupils involuntarily widened as she confirmed word by word. Just one person? Wang Yifu nodded, having seen it clearly. The sword qi lingering on the wounds originated from the same source. It was impossible for multiple people to have acted simultaneously. With the answer in hand, Nanzhan gasped, somewhat shocked by this person's strength. It was known that she had paid a high price to successfully assassinate Chen Ping'an. The 3 lying here included a Golden Body realm martial artist and 2 ocean viewing realm cultivators, all of whom were her most capable and trusted dead soldiers. Over the years, they had killed many for Nanzhan, allowing her to firmly hold the position of Dali Empress, manipulating the weather in the northern part of the eastern Baoping continent. With their deaths, it was as if Nanzhan had lost an arm. More importantly, the presence of such a powerful, unknown master meant that with her current influence, she could no longer touch Chen Ping'an in the slightest. As for who this unknown master was, both Wang Yifu and Nanzhan already had their speculations in their hearts. With a cold expression, suppressing the anger in her heart, Nanzhan looked back and coldly asked, "Yang Hua, what is the identity of that man in the hat? Has the intelligence agency found anything out?" The sword-wielding woman referred to as Yang Hua had a beautiful appearance, but her name was rather vulgar, akin to water lily. However, Yang Hua seemed to have long been accustomed to this. Hearing the Dali Empress's inquiry, she simply shook her head coldly. "Your Majesty, those martial scholars from the Snowstorm Temple do not give us Dali any face. Ruanxiong's side will also not speak to us. Currently, there are only clues indicating that the white donkey and the silver-white sword-raising gourd previously belonged to Wei Jin from the Snowstorm Temple. However, Dali's intelligence agency has not found any concrete evidence, all based on hearsay and speculation, which cannot be taken seriously." Upon hearing that 3 of her trusted subordinates had died, and yet they couldn't even find out who the enemy was, Nanzhan could no longer contain her anger and cursed. "Useless. A bunch of useless people." After saying this, Nanzhan turned on her heel and left. The hurriedly following Yang Hua immediately asked, "Your Majesty, where are you going?" Just moments ago, Nanzhan had been furious, but now she smiled charmingly. "Of course, I'm going back to the capital. Since this matter is difficult to handle, I'll go cry to His Majesty. An outsider has killed our own people in Dali's territory. His Majesty ought to stand up for me, right?" Hearing this, Wang Yifu, who silently followed behind Nanzhan, couldn't help but let out a sigh in his heart. In order to deal with a vague future inner demon, Nanzhan is determined to kill the innocent boy from the shabby alley. What crime has he committed? Unfortunately, as a fallen general of a destroyed nation, he has no say in the matter. If he does not comply, the unfortunate ones will only be the remnants of the Liu family who have survived. Meanwhile, Chen Ping'an and his group, who had long departed, finally see the true great river, Tiefu River, which borders the small town of Longshu Creek. At the same time, 3 individuals are seen walking on the river surface downstream of the Tiefu River. Among them is an old man in a straw raincoat with white hair, singing loudly about the ancient mountains awaiting a sage, laughing heartily. There is also a charming woman in colorful attire, covering her mouth and giggling, and a young boy dressed in a Taoist robe, holding a green bamboo staff, appearing particularly mature for his age. Upon seeing these three carefree individuals, Ouyang's face immediately showed a sneer. However, after glancing at Chen Ping'an, Ouyang quickly withdrew his smile. He was curious to know how Chen Ping'an, encountering these creatures for the first time, would react. Chapter 86. Monsters Avoid Humans. Standing next to Ouyang, Chen Ping'an naturally saw the three imposing figures. Monsters? Or mountain spirits and wild creatures? Ouyang tilted his head and took a sip of his drink, laughing. What's the difference? Monsters is just a general term, while mountain spirits and wild creatures are more specific categories. Chen Ping'an frowned and said, but according to the rules, shouldn't monsters avoid humans and bow to gods? Why are these three so arrogant, unwilling to step aside? Ouyang chuckled. You ask me? I'm not one of them. How would I know their thoughts? Chen Ping'an nodded. Then I will ask them. Just as Chen Ping'an was about to step forward, he saw Shiyi rushing over from behind, holding a string of rapidly ringing red bells. Ouyang, Chen Ping'an, let's leave the cliffside. The sound of the demon bell indicates that monsters are approaching within 100 feet of us. Given the demeanor of those three monsters, their cultivation must be considerable, and we don't need to provoke unnecessary conflict. Ouyang glanced at Chen Ping'an, smiled without speaking, and showed no intention of moving. Clearly, if Chen Ping'an did not leave, neither would Ouyang. Seeing Ouyang's expression, Shiyi immediately turned to Chen Ping'an, anxiously saying, Chen Ping'an, you haven't dealt with officials from the Great Li before, so you don't know their attitude towards monsters. Our Great Li court has always been very lenient towards monsters. As long as they don't cause fatalities, the Great Li will not intervene. Moreover, this is a remote area. If something were to happen, no one would know. Come with me, don't provoke them. Chen Ping'an looked at Shiyi, who was so anxious he seemed ready to drag both Ouyang and him away, and couldn't help but shake his head. Uncle Shiyi, you're wrong. Why should humans fear monsters? If I remember correctly, the Great Li dynasty is a human-established dynasty, not a monster-established one. In the world, all land belongs to the king. As residents of Longquan County in Great Li, standing on our own land, should we really give way to unwelcome guests? There's no such reasoning. Hearing Chen Ping'an's words, Shiyi was momentarily stunned. He had only thought about avoiding trouble and had never deeply considered the relationship between humans and monsters in this realm. But after pondering Chen Ping'an's words, he realized the validity in them. Whether in Great Li or other places in Beipingzu, he had never heard of monsters surpassing humans to establish their own dynasty. This meant that humans indeed held an absolute advantage. So why should they fear monsters? Just because those three monsters might be powerful? But they had behind them the Great Li, which governed this land. With this thought, Shiyi gradually gained courage, and his stagnated martial arts realm, after being pointed out by Chen Ping'an, began to show signs of loosening. The martial courage that had seemed hopelessly stagnant now took shape. Shiyi looked at the front where Chen Ping'an was even shorter than himself and sincerely bowed. I have learned. Reasoning successful. A small portion of heaven and earth's rewards has descended. Chen Ping'an accepted this bow with ease. No matter what happens in the future, today he had awakened Shiyi. Meanwhile, Ouyang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having been to the Sword Qi Great Wall and even carved a character on it, Ouyang had faced countless monsters from the wild world. But standing on the wall, regardless of the cultivator's level, who would give way to the monsters? Chen Ping'an was indeed a good candidate to go to the Sword Qi Great Wall. His method of the 18 stops of Sword Qi had not been passed to the wrong person. Ouyang was happy today and decided not to scare those three little monsters. However, the three little monsters did not think so. Since they began their journey upstream from the Tiefa River, people who saw them either worshipped them or fled in panic. Who would dare to observe them so boldly? This was clearly disrespectful. They were on their way to the newly appointed Longquan County in Great Li, preparing to become mountain gods and river gods. Once officially recognized, they could shed their monster forms and become true deities worshipped by people. These three mere mortals at the cliffside dared to make eye contact with them. They truly did not know how to write the word death. Although they could not kill indiscriminately, punishing humans was still permissible. For example, breaking the three's bridge to longevity, causing them to suffer from illness and shortening their lives. Wasn't that a trivial matter? The old man in the straw raincoat glanced at the young boy holding the green bamboo staff beside him, and the boy immediately sneered, vanishing from the surface of the Tiefu River. When he reappeared, he was already several feet closer to the cliff. After several such instances, the seemingly young boy, who was actually a 100-year-old bamboo monster, stood before the three. Upon seeing the bamboo monster's abilities, Shiyi couldn't help but feel a tightening in his chest. If a single bamboo monster had such skills, the other two monsters looked even stronger. If a real fight broke out, what would he do? Before Shiyi could figure anything out, the bamboo monster coldly sneered. Since you see the mountain god, why not bow? Mountain god? Shiyi felt a shiver in his heart, vaguely realizing that these three monsters were likely here for the official recognition of Great Li. Shiyi couldn't help but glance at Liang, who was lost in his own world drinking, completely indifferent to the bamboo monster's arrogant words. With a sigh in his heart, Shiyi prepared to clasp his fists and engage in conversation. If they could avoid fighting, that would be the best. But at that moment, standing beside Liang, Chen Ping'an stepped forward and calmly said, "Without official recognition, you're not a mountain god, but a monster. As a monster, you should avoid humans. This is the rule passed down from our ancestors. Do you not know this?" Hearing Chen Ping'an's words, the bamboo monster finally noticed the youth in front of him, who was not much taller than himself. After a brief investigation, it sensed Chen Ping'an's cultivation level as a third-realm martial artist, which immediately made the bamboo monster breathe a sigh of relief. What the heck? I thought it was some big shot who needed us to step aside. Turns out it's just a little third-realm martial artist. Avoiding humans depends on whether you have that qualification. In my view, you should be the one kneeling. So kneel. The bamboo monster raised its bamboo staff and swung it down forcefully. An invisible force instantly pressed down on Chen Ping'an like a mountain. Upon seeing the bamboo monster make a move, Chen Ping'an couldn't help but shake his head. Without strength, no one will listen to reason. Then you might as well die. They should listen after that. Before the bamboo monster could realize what this meant, it saw a flash of sword light explode from its eyes. Chapter 87. Chest Dune Mountain. As the sword energy was released, the invisible pressure that had just been in the air shattered instantly, along with the bamboo demon. Looking at the suddenly bright sword energy before him, Shiyi was the most surprised. He never expected that Chen Ping'an actually had such means. This sword energy was something even he found difficult to withstand. When did Chen Ping'an become a sword cultivator? Confusion filled Shiyi's eyes. It was only now that he realized he seemed to know nothing about Chen Ping'an. The small figure who once struggled to survive in Mud Bottle Alley was completely different from the Chen Ping'an who could turn enemies to ashes with a laugh. Meanwhile, the other two demons on the Tiefu River, who had just been calm, immediately turned and fled upon feeling the astonishing sword energy, abandoning their previous aloof demeanor. Their panicked escape resembled that of mice chased for stealing food in the alleys of a small town. Demons avoid humans. This now conformed to the unwritten rule. But rules still had to be maintained through iron-blooded means. This was the inside Shiyi he gained from the recent scene. On the other hand, Chen Ping'an, who had picked up the green bamboo staff from the bamboo demon, seemed to regard it as a trivial matter, sitting next to Liang and passing the staff over. "Liang, take a look. What kind of root does this bamboo staff have?" After taking the staff, Liang stared at Chen Ping'an for a moment, then said, "Relying too much on that strand of sword energy will not be beneficial for your future cultivation. If you want to make progress, you must not use that sword energy again except in life and death situations. Do you understand?" Chen Ping'an nodded, understood. Seeing that Chen Ping'an did not seem to be inflated by having just slain the bamboo demon, Liang also felt relieved. After all, relying on the power of external objects could easily hinder one's own cultivation. As for the bamboo staff in his hand, it seemed that the bamboo demon had some fortuitous encounter, as the staff was of much higher quality than its own. Throwing the bamboo staff back into Chen Ping'an's hands, Liang continued, "Have you heard of the saying about blessed lands and cave heavens? Your small town originally belonged to the Li Zhu cave heaven. After the cave heaven broke and fell, it became a blessed land. But there are not just your Li Zhu cave heaven in this world. There are also places like the Chan Tue Cave Heaven, the Lotus Cave Heaven, and so on. This bamboo staff comes from the bamboo sea cave heaven, specifically from the offspring bamboo of the brave bamboo in the 10 virtues, immortal bamboo. With this staff by your side, it can nourish your soul at all times, helping you to more easily enter the 4th realm of martial artists, the heroic soul realm. After reholding the bamboo staff, Chen Ping'an felt an inexplicable sense of his soul growing stronger, whether due to Liang's words or the staff's mysterious properties. In the back of his mind, he felt that he was only one step away from the 4th realm of martial artists. As long as he was willing to reach out, he could easily break through that barrier. But now was not the time for promotion. He did not want to give up the title of the strongest in the 3 realms. Having drunk his fill and seen what he wanted, Liang stood up, patted his backside, and continued walking south along the Tiefa River. Chen Ping'an followed suit. Seeing Chen Ping'an make a move, the group led by Li Baoping, who had been following behind, also headed south. Shiyi, who had been standing in place for a long time in silence, finally came to his senses under Zhu Lu's calls. Looking at the trembling demon bell in his hand, Shiyi sighed bitterly and silently put away the bell, heading toward the others. The item given by the Li family's ancestor had now lost its intended effect. After the 3 demons were frightened by the sword energy, there had been no unusual occurrences during their journey south for several days. The only minor incident was that the students on their first scholarly trip had not only worn out their shoes, but also had their once tender feet now covered in blood. Yet, all 4 of them gritted their teeth and persevered, not one of them speaking of wanting to quit, demonstrating their strong will. It was evident that they would achieve results in the future. The difficult things in this world are most daunting when someone is willing to endure hardships, and even more so when someone has talent and is willing to work hard. As Liang walked, he silently observed the young man named Chen Ping'an and the 4 chosen students. He had to admit that, so far, he was very satisfied. As for Zhu Lu, who was even more spoiled than Li Baoping, he was of no use. The remaining Shiyi, if not burdened by a daughter, could make further progress. But as it stood, it was just like that. Liang sat on a piece of rotten wood and looked ahead. The next mountain path, stretching over 300 miles, belonging to the Chest Dune mountain range, had appeared before everyone. Liang could already sense the bizarre aura emanating from Chest Dune mountain. For Liang, this mountain path was a smooth journey, but for the others, it might not be so easy. However, with Liang around, things naturally wouldn't reach an unmanageable level. Thus, Liang again contemplated testing them, wanting to see how Chen Ping'an and the 4 students would react when facing extreme danger. Would they abandon their companions, fight desperately, or do something else? In any case, the appearance of Chest Dune Mountain was quite timely. As Liang leisurely thought about his plans, he suddenly felt a strong slap on his back. Almost spitting out his drink, Liang turned to see the most unruly little fellow, Li Huai, leaning over with a mischievous grin. "Hey, Liang, what are you thinking about?" With a mouthful of drink almost going down the wrong way, Liang replied irritably, "Thinking about your mother and sister, just not you." Li Huai chuckled and said, "Liang, can I sit on the tree stump under you? As long as you let me sit, I'll acknowledge you as my brother-in-law, and you won't have to worry about my mother." Liang rolled his eyes. "Get lost, you brat." Li Huai sighed, shook his head, stood up with his hands behind his back, then glanced at Liang with a look of disappointment. "Liang, with your temper, you'll end up suffering a big loss in the Jianghu one day." Liang sneered, directly pulling Li Huai down to sit on the rotten wood stump. Li Huai was first taken aback, then grinned widely at Liang, giving him a thumbs up. A child can be taught. A child can be taught. Chen Ping'an, who was checking the map nearby, looked up at the noise and reminded Li Huai, "The rottenwood stump under you is the seat of the mountain god of Chest Dune Mountain. If you take his seat, you might not be able to get out of the mountain." Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's warning, Li Huai jumped up as if his but were on fire, pointing at Liang angrily. "Good Liang, daring to harm your Li Huai grandpa." Chapter 88. The Art of Mound Formation. Regarding Li Huai's incessant angry scolding, Liang completely ignored it, only glancing curiously at Chen Ping'an. He hadn't expected that Chen Ping'an was aware of such old customs regarding mountain travel. It was said that these rottenwood stumps in the mountains were the thrones of the mountain gods, and if a person sat on them, the mountain gods would become angry, preventing the person from leaving the forest. Thus, to pass through the mountain smoothly, one had to not only bow 3 times before entering, but also obey various taboos. Of course, these taboos were insignificant in the face of absolute strength. Liang's intention to sit on this rotten-wood stump was to deliberately provoke the mountain god. After all, he viewed Chestun Mountain as somewhat sinister. By sitting there, the mountain god would certainly take notice. This way, he could further observe Qi Jingquan's disciples. So, for the rest of the journey, Liang made a point to sit on every tree stump he encountered. Initially, Li Huai would try to scare Liang with Chen Ping'an's warning. But seeing that everything was fine, he simply started competing with Liang for seats. There was no way around it. Walking on a mountain road was truly exhausting for a child like him. After a series of stops and rests, everyone finally reached the summit of Chidun Mountain. Unlike other steep and towering peaks, this mountain's summit was quite flat. Legend has it that 2 immortals once passed through here, carving away a section of the towering mountain with a single sword, and played a game of chess at the summit, which led to the unusual scenery of Chidun Mountain's peak. Upon suddenly seeing this open and bright scene, everyone's mood lifted considerably. The joy of climbing a mountain is largely like this. However, by the time they reached the summit, the stamina of the many children had reached its limit. So, after some discussion, they decided not to descend the mountain today, but to spend the night at the top before heading down the next day. However, not long after, a sudden gust of ominous wind blew at the summit, causing an inexplicable chill in people's hearts. Shiyi, one of the 2 adults in the group, immediately sensed that something was amiss. Where there are unusual occurrences, there must be some kind of disturbance. This time, however, he did not intend to share his worries with the others. Instead, he secretly went to a secluded spot and took out an ancient book with yellowed pages. This book was given to him by Li Shixing, the young master of the Li family, and was said to be a defective copy of a book called True Script of the Elixir, which recorded many ancient talismans passed down from antiquity. Among them, the Taishan talisman was precisely what Shiyi needed at the moment. The so-called Taishan talisman, in simple terms, is a talisman used to summon the local mountain god and land deity for one's own use. Of course, whether or not the mountain god and land deity would help ultimately depends on whether they are kind-hearted beings. However, Shiyi, who was using the Taishan talisman for the first time, did not understand this. He only felt that the place was eerie, so he wanted to summon the mountain god and land deity for peace of mind. After all, in Shiyi's understanding, mountain gods and land deities were all good people. Soon, Shiyi took a handful of soil from the southeast of Shandong and followed the instructions from the ancient book's page about summoning the mountain, forming an ancient character for you, which signifies ascending the mountain and entering the prison. He then took out a yellow talisman given by the Leaf family's ancestor, preparing to rub it. At that moment, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of 2 approaching figures. Shiyi, tensing up, quickly turned around and saw that it was Liang and Chen Ping'an coming over, with one hand holding the yellow talisman and the other hand holding the soil. Shiyi instinctively wanted to hide these items behind his back, but it was too late. Upon seeing the items in Shiyi's hands, Liang immediately understood what he was doing. However, he truly could not allow Shiyi to proceed. One must know that the mountain god and land deity here might not necessarily be righteous individuals. If Shiyi used the summoning talisman to call upon the shattered golden body of the former mountain god, it might very well lead to the former mountain god being able to remove the former title. A mountain god carries significant consequences. If it were just you, then at most it would allow the former mountain god to restore its rightful land form without causing too much of a stir. Thus, Liang smiled and said, "Wrong. Wrong. This ordinary yellow paper talisman cannot bear the weight of the character you have. To avoid making things worse, I advise you to write a normal Yue character." As soon as Liang finished speaking, Chen Ping'an's voice rang out. "I think this summoning ritual is actually unnecessary." Shiyi glanced at Chen Ping'an, surprised, clearly not expecting that Chen Ping'an would also recognize this as a summoning ritual. It was no problem for Liang to see what he was doing. After all, Liang was a senior with broad experience. But for Chen Ping'an, a boy born and raised in the Mud Bottle Alley, to have such insight was quite surprising. However, recalling how Chen Ping'an had casually unleashed a powerful sword aura by the Iron Talisman River earlier, It seemed reasonable that he could recognize the summoning ritual. This boy from the humble alley was no longer the naive one he used to be. Nonetheless, Chen Ping'an's suggestion about the summoning was quite reminiscent of those suddenly wealthy and flashy youngsters. Did Shiyi not know whether or not to summon the deity? Now, on Qituan Mountain, filled with ominous energy, failing to summon the mountain god and land deity to inquire and gain the upper hand was akin to waiting for disaster to strike. Therefore, Shiyi directly ignored Chen Ping'an's words, reformed the character for you, and then looked towards a Liang and asked, "Senior Liang, is this feasible?" A Liang smiled, glancing at Chen Ping'an, who seemed to sense something, and then nodded. "It's fine." Shiyi breathed a sigh of relief, and then cautiously requested, "Senior Liang, I observe that the ominous energy here is quite heavy, and there may be evil spirits lurking nearby." Upon hearing Shiyi's implied hesitation, a Liang, who understood the hint, was naturally eager to oblige. "All right, I'll take a look around. You all be careful." Shiyi smiled and said, "With this soil summoning method, we can ensure our safety for the time being. It should be no problem. Senior Liang, just go and return quickly." A Liang smiled meaningfully and then swaggered off in another direction, soon disappearing from sight. At this point, Shiyi turned to Chen Ping'an and said, "I know you have powerful sword aura for protection, but you can't ensure everyone's safety. Those evil spirits are treacherous, and even I, a martial artist of the fifth realm, cannot confidently say I can deal with them while needing to consider your safety. Therefore, we must summon the local mountain god and land deity to protect us. In this way, even if something unexpected happens, I can strike without hesitation." Chen Ping'an shook his head. The ominous energy here is so heavy that the mountain god or land deity must have already known about it. Yet they still allow it to grow. It is likely they have made deals with the evil spirits and become accomplices. Uncle Zhu, your use of the soil summoning method may not necessarily protect us. Chapter 89, The Land of Qituan Mountain. Upon hearing the possibility in Chen Ping'an's words, Shiyi was momentarily stunned. Then his expression grew serious. It must be said that Chen Ping'an's words held some truth. Previously, he had assumed there were no bad people among the mountain gods and land deities. Now, his conviction had begun to waver. However, he had great confidence in the soil summoning method he obtained from the young master of the Leaf family. It was fine. This soil summoning method would, after summoning the mountain god and land deity, also act as a form of indirect confinement. If that mountain god and land deity really did associate with the evil spirits, then under this method, we would have one less enemy. If the mountain god and land deity turned out to be kind-hearted, then we would gain an ally. So, your worries are unnecessary. Seeing that Shiyi had made up his mind, Chen Ping'an was too lazy to persuade him further. Just as Shiyi said, with Chen Ping'an's sword aura protecting him, his own safety was assured, and even protecting Li Baoping and the others should not be a big problem. It was just a matter of how much Chen Ping'an was willing to pay for it. If Shiyi wanted to take risks, Chen Ping'an would not stop him. After all, a Liang merely intended to test them and would not truly let their group perish. It was also good for Shiyi and his daughter to suffer a little and remember the lesson. Seeing that Chen Ping'an no longer spoke, Shiyi naturally assumed that Chen Ping'an agreed with his words. Thus, he continued with the summoning ritual he had not finished earlier. He rubbed the yellow paper talisman with his thumb and index finger until it caught fire, then stepped on the characters for Qui-Gong, took a breath, and with his fingers together, pointed at the soil talisman he had formed on the ground, and solemnly said, "By the decree of the 3 mountains and 9 lords, I command." As Shiyi's words fell, there was no movement in the surroundings. Maintaining the sword-pointing gesture, Shiyi felt more and more sweat on his forehead. One must know that Chen Ping'an was watching from the side. Just how confident he had been moments ago was now matched by his embarrassment. Whatever he said about confining the mountain god and land deity, about gaining an extra ally, all depended on whether this soil summoning method recorded in the ancient book would take effect. What would happen next? Could it be that this thing is too ancient, and the mountain god of today no longer needs to respect those so-called 3 mountains and 9 lords? Aside from this point, Shiyi couldn't think of any other reason for the failure of the spell. After all, Every step he took was strictly according to the ancient texts, and he believed there were no mistakes on his part. Therefore, the problem could only lie with this spell of gathering soil to form mountains. Just as Shiyi was preparing to accept the failure of this summoning ritual, a series of loud noises suddenly came from the direction of the ridge of Shiyi Mountain. Shiyi looked up and saw rows of trees toppling one after another, and they were falling toward them. Shiyi's pupils involuntarily contracted. Such a force meant the approaching entity was not friendly. Without the time to think about the issue with the soil-gathering spell, Shiyi shouted at Li Baoping and the others, who were looking this way. "Don't come over. It's dangerous here. Zhu Lu, protect the young lady and the others." After saying that, Shiyi immediately turned to Chen Ping'an and said, "Chen Ping'an, you go back too." However, Chen Ping'an completely ignored Shiyi's command and just pointed at the ground beneath Shiyi. Shiyi frowned, lowered his gaze, and then saw a short old man, not even reaching his waist, holding a dark green bamboo cane, vigorously hitting Shiyi's calf. But with Shiyi's physique as a fifth-level martial artist, he felt nothing from this, and thus overlooked the fact that the land had already revealed itself. Looking at the disheveled land before him, which seemed like a rogue, a hint of disappointment flashed in Shiyi's eyes. This was far from the celestial-like land he had imagined. Upon seeing Shiyi looking at him, the land, which had just been angrily beating Shiyi's calf, froze for a moment. Then, calming its expression, it asked, "Can you understand what I'm saying?" Seeing that the land was willing to communicate, Shiyi immediately suppressed his disappointment and nodded respectfully. Once the land realized Shiyi, he could understand its words. Its expression suddenly turned to one of fury. With a kick of its little legs, it jumped up and hit Shiyi on the head. However, this bamboo cane was not very aggressive. It was at most a full insult. Shiyi, who had been struck, looked at the land, which nearly fell over from the effort, in confusion. The land, one hand on its waist, and the other pointing at Shiyi, scolded, "Guanlin, why did you call me out? I was hiding so well, avoiding those two beasts from finding me, and you just had to summon me out. Do you know that in a few days, I could take advantage of the great wind of the Dali to be conferred as the mountain god? I was just a little bit away, just a little bit, and now it's all for nothing." As it spoke, the land threw down its bamboo cane, its face filled with sorrow, as if its great path had been destroyed, and it was utterly despairing. Shiyi, who had used the soil-gathering spell, had thought of countless possibilities for meeting the mountain god, but he had never imagined this one. It seemed that Chen Ping'an's earlier guess was also wrong. This land was clearly just a little old man who had been bullied to his doorstep. How could there be any collusion? Summoning him out like this might really endanger his life. Didn't he know what kind of cultivation the two beasts mentioned by the land had? To have forced a mountain's land to hide like a mouse. Had the senior Aliang, who had just gone to look for those two beasts, already been eaten by them? Thinking of this, Shiyi's heart tightened. "Chen Ping'an, quickly take the young lady and the others away. I'll hold them off for a while." Upon hearing Shiyi's righteous words, the land, which had been cursing, suddenly snorted coldly and said, "It's too late. They have already come. Now, you are probably going to be buried here with me." As if to confirm the land's words, just after it finished speaking, Shiyi was suddenly enveloped by a massive shadow. Shiyi stiffly turned his head and saw a gigantic, water jar-sized black snake head appearing behind him. This enormous black snake had a pair of silver eyes filled with mockery, large symmetrical scales on its back, and a pair of four-toed small claws on its belly, looking extremely strange. Four-toed black snake? Shiyi's heart trembled violently. Although he had never seen such a monster, he had heard from the Li family's ancestors that for snakes and pythons, if they had four toes on their belly, it meant they had already opened their spiritual acupoints and could turn into dragons if they crossed rivers, at the very least becoming a flood dragon. Such a monster was at least of the strength of a 7th-level martial artist, far beyond what he, a 5th-level martial artist, could contend with. This time, he was probably going to fall here. Even Chen Ping'an and the others would likely find it hard to escape the fate of being buried in the snake's belly. Now, he could only try to buy time and pray that Aliang was truly a master in the Feng Shui temple. Chapter 90, Land God Wei Ba, Block the Calamity. Facing such a desperate situation, the land of Shiyi Mountain, seeing several young children behind it, seemed to have grasped a lifeline and suddenly shouted, Don't eat me. Don't eat me. This old man is tough and smelly, not as tasty as those little kids behind me. Moreover, as the land here, if you eat me, it won't do you any good for crossing rivers in the future. Instead, it will only add obstacles. Hearing the land's words, a hint of extremely human-like mockery appeared in the black snake's eyes. Only children make choices. It wants them all. Seeing the black snake's demeanor, the land felt as if struck by lightning and sat down in despair. Yes, how can it let me go so easily? You can go and transform into a dragon, and let your wife take my place to receive the great Dali seal and become the next mountain god. Heaven wants to destroy me. Heaven wants to destroy me. Chen Ping'an looked coldly at the performance between the land and the black snake. In fact, he knew better than anyone the roots of the land before him. This land of Shiyi Mountain was actually once the mountain god of the former Shunshui kingdom, Wei Ba. However, after Dali destroyed Shunshui kingdom, Wei Ba was demoted from mountain god to land. Later, due to the bamboo forest cut down years ago, it led to dissatisfaction, and his land's golden body was shattered, nearly resulting in his soul scattering. As a result, a woman went deep into the Chongdan River to retrieve the fragments of Wei Ba's golden body, which saved Wei Ba's life, making him a wildland god in Shiyi Mountain. Without a mountain god, Shiyi Mountain could not retain its spiritual energy. Left with no choice, Wei Ba had to summon 2 black and white snakes that had encountered fortuitous events in the Chongdan River to preserve the mountain spirit. As for the black and white snakes devouring Dali people, Wei Ba, who had a grudge against Dali, naturally turned a blind eye. When in the mood, he would stage a good show with the black and white snakes, as today. The right and wrong in this mostly depended on one's stance and were difficult to judge. However, after being awakened by Aoyang, Wei Ba was indeed worth befriending. This was also one of the reasons Chen Ping'an did not immediately cut down Wei Ba with sword energy. Just as Chen Ping'an was lost in memories, Li Huai, standing in the middle of the stone platform at the top of Shiyi Mountain, couldn't help but curse Wei Ba, who intended to exchange their lives for his. Ba, you don't deserve to be a land god. Dali is really blind. The old man like Wei Ba was not the least bit angry. Instead, he echoed, Dali is indeed blind. Meanwhile, Zhu Lu, standing in front of Li Huai and the other children, couldn't help but develop the thought of escaping when she saw the enormous creature before her. How could she possibly be a match for such a monster? Her father told her to take Li Baoping and the others away. But what her father didn't know was that her legs were already soft, let alone stepping forward. Even a slight movement might cause her to collapse directly to the ground. The black snake was not the size of Chen Ping'an, but rather smaller than her. Despite this, she truly felt no fear towards Chen Ping'an. However, the black snake with a head as wide as 4 Zhu Luo was genuinely frightening to her. Li Baoping noticed Zhu Luo's pale face and sighed inwardly. It seemed Zhu Luo was not reliable. Compared to the terrified Zhu Luo, Li Huai, Lin Shiyi, and Dong Shuijing, though pale, could at least remain alert. The 4 of them, who had cooperated before when leaving Lihu town, exchanged glances and quickly came up with a plan. Now that they could no longer rely on Zhu Luo, if they fled aimlessly, they would certainly meet death. The only way to survive was to find a way to join forces with Chen Ping'an, as only with his help could they hope to escape. Dong Shuijing had the most confidence in this. After all, he had personally witnessed Chen Ping'an kill the charioteer who was a death warrior of the Great Li. Chen Ping'an was no simple character. After a brief exchange of glances, Li Baoping issued a short command. Go. The 4 of them hesitated no longer and immediately ran towards Chen Ping'an. Their action seemed to trigger the black snake's desire for slaughter. To the black snake, the only person posing any threat in this place was Zhu He right in front of it. Therefore, it was not concerned about the fleeing 4. After killing Zhu He, it could easily play with these small prey like a cat with a mouse. Thus, the black snake charged towards Zhu He with its massive head. Zhu He, who had been watching the black snake's movements, felt a chill in his heart and quickly circulated his martial arts' true energy into his fist, striking heavily at the black snake's head. At the same time, Zhu He shouted to his daughter Zhu Luo, who was still standing in place, Zhu Luo, be careful. There's another beast lurking in the shadows. Another one? Hearing this sudden news, Zhu Luo was even more panicked. One black snake was already so difficult to deal with. If another large snake appeared, what chance would they have of survival? As Zhuhi's words fell, a snow-white python, slightly slimmer than the black one, quietly emerged from below the cliff. Though the white snake did not seem on the verge of shedding its skin like the black snake, it had a pair of almost transparent wings on its back. It could fly. Realizing this, Zhu Luo felt even more despair. Even if the white snake was not as strong as the black snake, just the fact that it could fly meant that everyone would find it hard to escape its clutches. Under the greedy gaze of the white snake, Zhu Luo felt as if an invisible hand was choking her throat, making it hard for her to breathe, her face turning pale. At that moment, she felt the world spinning around her and fainted. The abnormal behavior of his daughter, Zhu Luo, threw Zhuhi, who had just barely repelled the black snake's probing attack with a charged punch, into chaos. He could no longer care whether the black snake would harm Chen Ping'an. With a forceful push of his toes, he rushed to Zhu Luo's side and, at the cost of his own injury, repelled the giant mouth of the white snake that was lunging at her. Meanwhile, the black snake, seeing Zhuhi leave, did not pursue but instead opened its mouth, ready to swallow both Chen Ping'an and the four fleeing towards him. However, just as it approached Chen Ping'an, he seemed to be prepared and lifted the land deity Wei Ban from the ground, blocking it above his head. Seeing Wei Ban blocking its path, the black snake hesitated for a moment. This Wei Ban could be considered its benefactor to some extent, so swallowing him was not a good idea. But what to do now that it had already moved? The suddenly lifted Wei Ban also never expected someone would dare to disrespect a deity. With his mind blank, he could not think of how to continue this act. Chapter 91. Countdown to the end. Wan Li Huai, seeing Chen Ping'an's actions, immediately clapped and cheered. Good. Very good. This shameless land should die first. To be honest, the land's previous words and actions had greatly diminished Li Huai's respect for the mountain deity. He had never thought that a land deity would behave like a thug, pushing others forward to take the fall when trouble arose. Chen Ping'an's actions, treating the land deity with its own methods, were truly satisfying. He wished to see that black snake swallow the land deity whole. Yet for some reason, even he could sense the hesitation in the black snake's eyes. Why was the black snake afraid to swallow that land deity? Could it be worried about being troubled by the mountain and water deities along the way? But wasn't it said that the white python could replace the land deity's identity? Thick doubts filled Li Huai's large eyes. Meanwhile, the other three had a bold guess in mind. Could it be that the black snake and the land deity were in cahoots? Just then, Zhuhi, needing to protect Zhu Luo, was completely occupied and in a perilous situation. The land deity Wei Ban, seeing an opportunity, feigned panic and shouted to Zhu Luo, "That girl, hurry, step on that character on the ground, and we might have a chance. Otherwise, you and your father will surely die in the belly of the white python, and I will also meet my end." Hearing this, Zhuhi, who was already injured while protecting Zhu Luo, didn't have time to think and was again entangled by the white python. Meanwhile, the already weak Zhu Luo suddenly found strength from somewhere and crawled up, ready to step on the character covered in ash. At that moment, Li Baoping suddenly grabbed Zhu Luo and said, "Don't listen to him. The black snake has yet to attack for a reason." Chen Ping'an, holding Wei Ban, gave Li Baoping an approving glance and nodded in agreement. Indeed, they are in cahoots. If you step on that character, this old land deity will gain his freedom. It will be extremely difficult to control the black snake again. Upon hearing Li Baoping and Chen Ping'an's words, Zhu Luo hesitated in her actions. But the screams coming from Zhu, he completely shattered her resolve. "No one can stop me from saving my father. He's not your father, so you don't care about his life or death. Only I can save my father. Only I can." As a second realm warrior, Zhu Luo easily broke free from Li Baoping's grasp and walked towards the soil covered with ashes, ready to step on the character. Although Chen Ping'an was holding Wei Ban, he could have intervened to stop Zhu Luo. However, he had never had a good impression of Zhu Luo, and even if Wei Ban were freed, it wouldn't change the outcome. So he coldly watched as Zhu Luo stomped around, flattening the slightly raised character on the ground. After seeing that the mound of earth had lost its effect, Wei Ban, lifted high by Chen Ping'an, was momentarily stunned before bursting into increasingly loud laughter from his throat. Hee hee ha ha! The laughter grew louder, echoing atop Qizhuang Mountain. Hearing Wei Ban's laughter, Zhu Luo was filled with panic and cautiously asked, "Land Grandpa, can you save my father first?" Seeing Zhu Luo still so foolish, Wei Ban's old face was almost splitting with laughter. "You are truly a great filial daughter, huh? But do you know you really should have listened to your companions? Now, your father will have to face more than just a white python." Once freed, Wei Ban struggled and landed back on the ground. As he landed, his figure grew taller, accompanied by the sound of bones cracking. Soon, the previously disheveled old land deity disappeared, replaced by a middle-aged man who exuded a faint celestial aura. The middle-aged man waving the green bamboo staff, with his head thrown back in laughter, instantly shattered the ethereal atmosphere, resembling a small person who had just gained success. As the laughter gradually subsided, Wei Ban glanced at the black snake and said with a smile, "Aren't you going to eat that martial artist from the Five Realms? Since I promised to hold back that hat-wearing man, I will naturally keep my word. Rest assured, once I ascend to the position of the mountain god, this land will surely be left for your woman. From now on, your matters in the rivers will also be handled by me." The black snake, having received Wei Ban's promise again, immediately rushed towards Zhu He with a gust of foul wind. Realizing that she had caused a great disaster, Zhu Lu's face turned pale, and her eyes became dazed. She wished that all of this was just a dream, yet the blood that had spilled from her father was so real. Stumbling back a step, Zhu Lu sat down on the ground and began to cry softly. Seeing Zhu Lu's appearance, Wei Ban not only felt no compassion, but instead smiled and said, "I can restore the land's true form, all thanks to your father. If it weren't for him, I would probably just return to the position of the land god this time. But now I can actually think about the position of the mountain god. It's a pity that if your father had written you instead of Yue, I might not even need the imperial decree from the Great Li and would already be the true mountain god." As he spoke, Wei Ban's expression became increasingly smug. "But it's all right. I'm a person who knows how to be content. To repay your father's grace of the imperial decree, I will let them put you and your father together in the same belly." Turning to Chen Ping'an, Wei Ban sneered, "You dare to use me as a shield? You really have some guts. But have you ever thought about what would happen if I broke free? Just like now, I would have to settle the score with you." Wei Ban's triumphant voice suddenly stopped, for he saw the deepening sword light in Chen Ping'an's eyes. The sword light made even him, a god with the land's true form, feel uneasy. He had a premonition that if that sword light erupted, his golden body would probably shatter into countless pieces again. This time, no one would help him piece his golden body back together. Recognizing the situation, Wei Ban immediately retracted his pleased expression and bent down, lowering himself to a position even lower than the young man, then spoke in a panic, "Senior, let's talk this out. It's all a misunderstanding." Chen Ping'an, who had retracted the sword light in his eyes, looked at the lowly Wei Ban with a faint smile. "Misunderstanding? I just heard someone say they wanted to settle the score with me." Chapter 92. Countdown to the end. Wei Ban, drenched in cold sweat, forced a smile. "Senior must have misheard. Absolutely misheard. What I wanted to say just now is that Senior's calculations are extraordinary, and you can see through the relationship between me and that black and white python at a glance. Truly admirable." As Wei Ban bowed his head, the black and white python, ready to feast on Zhu He, paused its actions and looked hesitantly towards Wei Ban. Especially the black snake, sensing something was off, had already quietly shrunk its body, hiding behind the white python. It was clearly indicating that it wanted the white python to take the hit for it. The unawakened white python appeared particularly anxious. The delicious food was right in front of it, yet the land Wei Ban was backing down. Why should that be? The white python flicked its tongue, its yellow vertical pupils flashing with eagerness. In fact, many of the troubles surrounding Qizhu Mountain arose because of this wandering white python. Compared to the already awakened black snake, the white python acted more according to its instincts, often not obeying the commands of the land Wei Ban. At this moment, taking advantage of everyone's focus on the changed attitude of Wei Ban, the white python suddenly moved, bringing a gust of foul wind as it aimed to swallow Zhu He whole. As for everything else, it couldn't care less. It knew that when hungry, one should eat. However, Zhu He, being a martial artist of the Five Realms, finally made the right decision in the face of life and death. He leaped towards Chen Ping'an, hoping that Chen Ping'an could come to his rescue. The reason he hoped was that he also understood very well that the powerful sword energy controlled by Chen Ping'an was definitely not abundant. If Chen Ping'an used even a strand of powerful sword energy to save him, it was very likely that he would lose his ability to suppress Wei Ban. In that case, they would all die. Therefore, Shiyi was also taking a gamble, betting that Chen Ping'an had more powerful sword energy and would save his life. In that instant, Shiyi seemed to hear Chen Ping'an's sigh. Immediately after, a sword energy that seemed to split the heavens instantly tore through the darkening night sky above Shiyi Mountain, leaving a wound that could not heal for a long time. Under the firmament, the white python that had just leaped was split in two by the sword energy, and then the lurking black snake swiftly swallowed both halves. The decisive and swift action of the black snake clearly indicated that it had long intended to devour the white python. However, none of this mattered now. What was important was that the land Wei Ban, who had just been bending his body and bowing low, was indeed standing upright again, looking at Chen Ping'an with a grin and saying, "Kid, carrying that strand of powerful sword energy must be a heavy burden for you. Now, you must have no sword energy left, right?" Before Chen Ping'an could respond, Wei Ban answered his own question. "Since you have no sword energy, that means you are actually a martial artist of the three realms, and naturally, you have lost the qualification to speak with me. Wasting a precious sword energy to save a foolish person has doomed everyone's path to survival. What you did is truly not worth it. I thought you were clever to use me as a shield, but it seems I was mistaken. A woman's kindness can never achieve great things." Regarding Wei Ban's evaluation, Chen Ping'an replied calmly, "Although they are foolish, they ultimately do not deserve to die. I saved him not for him as a person, but because I would save anyone who was about to perish in the jaws of the white python. Because I have that ability." Wei Ban scoffed at Chen Ping'an's words. All right, you have the ability. Just wait and see. Once I deal with your brother named Liang, you will understand what true ability is." Speaking of Liang, he is indeed bold, repeatedly crossing me. He entered the mountain without paying respects and even dared to steal my seat, ultimately intervening to change Wedue. This guy deserves to die. As soon as Wei Ban finished speaking, his expression suddenly froze, and then he looked down in shock to see a bamboo knife tip with traces of blood piercing through him. When did this happen? With a face full of pain, Wei Ban turned to see the hat-wearing man he had been searching for, who had somehow appeared beside him, using an ordinary bamboo knife to penetrate his sturdy golden body. This realization filled Wei Ban with shock. It should be known that the reason the martial artist's seventh realm is called the Golden Body Realm is precisely because at that point, a martial artist's physique can rival ordinary gods. Therefore, his physique was at least as strong as that of a martial artist of the Golden Body Realm. Yet now, it was being pierced through as easily as cutting tofu with a bamboo knife. This was not due to the power of the bamboo knife, but rather because the person holding the bamboo knife had the ability to transform decay into the miraculous. This brother named Liang was truly terrifying. Meanwhile, Liang, who had been repeatedly mentioned by Wei Ban, patted his shoulder and asked with a smile, "I'm here. How do you want me to die?" Hearing Liang's question, Wei Ban was even more overwhelmed than when facing Chen Ping'an, who had just possessed sword energy. He didn't care that there was a bamboo sword still stuck in his chest. His knees went weak, and he knelt on the ground. "Senior Liang, you must be joking. How could I have the qualification to make Senior Liang take action? I just love to boast a little. Please don't take it to heart." Looking at Wei Ban, whose expression changed faster than flipping a book, Liang couldn't help but sigh. "I still prefer your previous arrogant demeanor. Now like this, it's a bit boring." Wei Ban's face changed several times, quietly pressed his head to the ground, and then said with a bitter smile, "Senior Liang, please don't joke with me. I can't handle being scared." Liang chuckled, slightly moved his fingers, and Wei Ban, who had been paying attention to Liang's movements, suddenly jumped in his heart, thinking Liang was going to attack him, and immediately used his talent for spatial shrinking to teleport to the other side of Shiyi Mountain. Meanwhile, the black snake that had swallowed the white python had long since slipped away without anyone noticing. Liang did not pursue the fleeing deity and snake. He simply picked up the bamboo sword that had fallen to the ground due to Wei Ban's disappearance, propped the sword tip on the ground, looked up at the sky, and posed like a sage, remaining silent. In fact, he was secretly glancing at everyone, silently urging, "Someone come praise me. This pose is quite tiring." Shiyi, who had narrowly escaped death, stared wide-eyed at Liang. He finally understood that Liang was indeed not someone who sought fame, but someone with real strength. Senior Liang indeed lives up to the name. Chapter 93, Countdown to the End. 3. Upon hearing Shiyi's praise, Liang finally sighed in relief, reverting from his still, statue-like state back to his previous carefree demeanor. Liang reached out to pull Shiyi up from the ground and praised, "Your strength isn't impressive, but your inside is pretty good. You're a good seed." Hearing Liang's evaluation, Shiyi's eyes immediately lit up. "Does Senior Liang mean I can break through to the 6th realm of martial arts?" Liang glanced at Shiyi, his expression unchanged, and said, "No." A hint of embarrassment flashed across Shiyi's face. After wandering through the brink of life and death, he had vaguely felt that his martial arts cultivation, which seemed to have reached a dead end, had shown signs of loosening. He originally thought he could use this experience of life and death to reach a new level. However, he did not expect to be outright denied by Senior Liang, which instantly dampened Shiyi's spirits. Was that martial courage really so hard to gather? Shiyi shook his head and walked towards his daughter, Shiyi. After everything was over, seeing Shiyi's state, Shiyi already understood what had happened earlier. Shiyi had lost the most important courage of a martial artist. However, he knew he couldn't bear to scold his daughter now, so he could only hold her in his arms and comfort her gently. Meanwhile, Liang looked towards Chen Ping'an. The test he set for Chen Ping'an was completed exceptionally well. In the face of the ability to save, Chen Ping'an did not choose to stand by coldly, but decisively took action to save Shiyi. This made Liang very satisfied. After all, Chen Ping'an's decisive killing of demons earlier had made Liang somewhat worried that he might lose a bit of compassion. But now, that worry was completely unnecessary. Of course, Liang wouldn't let Chen Ping'an use that strand of sword energy for free. He would definitely compensate Chen Ping'an. However, that compensation would have to come from Wei Ban. With this in mind, Liang's sword tip, which was propped on the ground, sank down an inch. At the same moment, Wei Ban, who had already escaped to the other side of Qizhu Mountain, was suddenly enveloped by a sword intent even stronger than the one Chen Ping'an had used. Boom! A silent thunder erupted. Wei Ban's entire body turned black, and his vitality almost completely vanished in that instant. Wei Ban cautiously raised his head and saw a green sword tip inexplicably hovering above his forehead. The clever Wei Ban immediately realized that this was Liang giving him a warning. With no place to escape, Wei Ban could only return to the summit of Qizhu Mountain with a mournful face and bowed down to Liang. Now, he was like fish on a chopping board, and it was better to recognize reality sooner rather than later. Seeing Wei Ban return, Shiyi, who was hiding in Shiyi's arms, seemed to understand the current situation. She immediately drew her sword and, not knowing where her courage came from, slashed directly at Wei Ban's neck. However, Wei Ban didn't even glance at the approaching Shiyi and let the blade fall. Clang! The blade met Wei Ban's neck with a sound of metal clashing. Shiyi, using all her strength, couldn't even injure Wei Ban's skin. This made Shiyi, who was determined to take revenge, flush with anger. Now she finally understood how incredible it was that Liang could pierce Wei Ban's chest with a bamboo sword. It should be noted that she was using the elite soldiers provided by the Li family, yet she couldn't even leave a scratch, let alone pierce Wei Ban's chest like Liang had. Realizing that Wei Ban was not someone who could be easily harmed by anyone, Shiyi immediately looked at Liang and said sternly, "Why don't you kill him?" Liang, being ordered, chuckled and remained silent. Seeing Liang's amiable demeanor, Shiyi, for some reason, felt a mixture of anger and shame erupting within her. "Do you know they almost killed us all earlier? It was this damn land of Qizhu Mountain that was manipulating things behind the scenes. If you don't kill him now, are you in league with him? Indeed, you're not a good person." Listening to Shiyi putting all the blame on him, before Liang could respond, Chen Ping'an stepped forward slowly and said, "Shut up, you fool." Hearing Chen Ping'an also scold her, Shiyi was immediately furious, turning her blade towards Chen Ping'an. That's right. You're also in league with them. None of you are good people. Chen Ping'an looked at the blade pointed at his face, his expression indifferent as he turned to Shiyi. Uncle Zhu this time. I want to hold back. Shiyi, whose heart jumped, immediately lunged forward, pressing down on a knife in his daughter Zhu Lu's hand, and said in a low voice, Liang and Chen Ping'an are on our side. What are you doing? Dad. They all right, I know, be good. Let's talk about this when we get back, okay? Zhu Lu's face was filled with indignation, as if everyone had joined forces to bully her. But now her father, Shiyi, clearly wanted to take a step back to ease the situation, so she could only huff softly and follow Shiyi away from the crowd. At this moment, Liang turned his attention back to Chen Ping'an and said, Chen Ping'an, how do you think we should deal with them? Chen Ping'an glanced at Wei Ban, who was sneaking glances at him, then smiled. As I see it, they should be killed to resolve everything and prevent future troubles. However, I observe that this land has a strong aura resembling a mountain deity. This indicates that this guy at most has been allowing that white python to eat people, and he himself has never harmed anyone. It seems he was just doing it out of interest. If he can turn over a new leaf, it might be possible to let him go. Wei Ban, hearing Chen Ping'an's words, immediately showed a grateful expression and bowed repeatedly to Chen Ping'an. Young master, you really have a keen eye, seeing through me so clearly. I'm truly convinced. I will remember what the young master said, do good deeds, and will never allow monsters to harm people again. If there is nothing else, may I take my leave? Seeing Wei Ban wanting to leave Liang as soon as possible, Chen Ping'an smiled and continued, but while you can avoid the death penalty, you scared my friend, so you must provide some compensation. Otherwise, if you don't feel the pain, you will never remember today as events. So, where is your cave dwelling? Let us choose for ourselves, and this matter can be considered settled. Hearing Chen Ping'an's request, Weibo immediately breathed a sigh of relief. All right. It's just a request for some wealth. What's the harm in that? This is certainly better than losing Qingqing's life. Even if Chen Ping'an and his group help empty my cave, it's no big deal. As long as I can survive this trip, I can probably mix in with a status as a mountain god in the upcoming sealing of the Great Li. Thinking of it this way, I won't be at a loss. Chapter 94, Countdown to the End. For having made his decision, Weibo was quite decisive and immediately summoned the so-called vehicle. This vehicle was, of course, not an ordinary horse or similar riding animal, but 3 giant mountain turtles as large as round tables. As the land deity of chess, Stump Mountain, Weibo found it easy to tame a few unawakened mountain turtles, even though he was at a standstill with the 2 snakes. Therefore, under his command, these mountain turtles obediently bowed down in front of everyone, allowing them to climb onto their bright red shells. Once everyone was seated, the mountain turtles immediately moved their 4 limbs, quickly descending the steep cliff as if walking on flat ground, startling several young children who cried out in surprise multiple times. This roller coaster-like experience was indeed thrilling for the children. Soon, under the guidance of the mountain turtles, everyone arrived at the land cave located in a bamboo forest. It must be said that Weibo's cave was indeed quite poor, not at all resembling a true land deity's abode. The first to enter, Li Huai, rummaged around but couldn't find anything he liked. Lin Shiyi, who loved reading, picked up an ancient book that had turned yellow. This yellowed book was bound with a golden silk thread, revealing a title written in cloud seal script, Books of the Clouds Above. This was an obscure and difficult to understand Taoist classic, documenting the most powerful 5 thunder rites of the Taoist school. However, Lin Shiyi had no idea what kind of opportunity he had chosen. Surprisingly, Li Baoping, who seemed the most like a scholar, chose a long, narrow knife instead. When he drew the knife, its gleaming cold light was chilling and made one feel a sense of dread. Although the knife had no inscriptions, its blade bore natural patterns resembling the cloud talismans carved by Taoist masters on their talismans. Thus, it was named Auspicious Talismans. This knife ranked at the bottom among famous knives, but it was indeed a genuine half-immortal weapon. Of course, Li Baoping at the moment could not unleash the knife's power. Seeing these fortunate individuals quickly gather his treasures, Weibo couldn't help but feel a twitch in his eyelids. As his heart bled, he kept telling himself that as long as he could become a mountain god, these things wouldn't matter. Standing aside, Dong Shuijing, who had not taken any action, picked a dusty ring. After casually wiping it, the gemstone on the ring shone brightly again. Looking at the shiny object, Dong Shuijing felt a natural sense of joy. To be honest, he chose to pursue education to earn a lot of money after graduating, hoping to change his family's generations of farming situation. Therefore, he had always been powerless against such shiny objects. Seeing Dong Shuijing's choice, Wei Bo's eyelids twitched again. This ring seemed tacky, but was actually a highly capacious item. Among the young children, the last one, Li Huai, finally found something he desired. It was a palm-sized painted puppet, exquisitely crafted and lifelike, almost like a real person. To be honest, even Wei Bo didn't know its origins. He collected it purely because of its fine craftsmanship and the faint aura it exuded. Among those present, perhaps only Chen Ping'an knew that this item was related to the Old Blind Man, a powerful being of the 14th realm in the 10,000 Great Mountains. In the near future, Li Huai would also be accepted as his closed-door disciple. Chen Ping'an chose a golden lotus seed, a golden martial courage resembling a medicinal pill. By this time, Wei Bo's storage was pretty much emptied of good items. The last to enter, Zhu He and his daughter, could only choose an unwanted boxing manual and a somewhat old and shabby armor from the Divine Water Kingdom. A Liang wandered outside in the bamboo forest, and, under Wei Bo's pained gaze, cut down a descendant bamboo from the brave bamboo of the bamboo sea cave to make a new bamboo knife. His previous bamboo knife had already shattered inside after piercing Wei Bo's golden body due to the material being unable to withstand a Liang's strength. The only reason it still maintained its form was purely because it was in a Liang's hands. Seeing that everyone had obtained treasures, Wei Bo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, wiping his forehead that was not actually sweating. It was finally over. Having sent away this plague god, his luck should turn from bad to good, right? But unexpectedly, as Chen Ping'an was about to leave, he suddenly turned back and asked Wei Bo about the whereabouts of the Black Snake. He then proposed that the Black Snake purchase the mountain for him to take charge. Originally, Wei Bo needed the Black Snake to maintain the spiritual energy of Chest Stump Mountain. But upon hearing that Chen Ping'an owned 6 mountains in Longquan County of the Great Li, he immediately nodded in agreement and even offered to give Chen Ping'an a bamboo house made entirely of brave bamboo. After finalizing these matters, everyone continued on their way to the Great Sway. On the road, Chen Ping'an planted the golden lotus seed within his acupoints, unexpectedly triggering a physical breakthrough, successfully advancing to the strongest third realm. Watching the martial fortune surging from the heavens, Chen Ping'an directly opened up the remaining acupoints within his body. Thus, Chen Ping'an stepped into the cave realm. Once the star officials filled the cave, he could leap into the ascension realm. As the strongest third realm, Chen Ping'an naturally no longer needed to suppress his martial cultivation. Utilizing the golden martial courage in his hand, he made a leap across the third realm and entered the martial courage realm. Once everything was completed, the town of Red Candle at the foot of the mountain on the other side of Chest Stump Mountain appeared before Chen Ping'an's eyes. Liang, who had been closely watching Chen Ping'an's cultivation, did not expect Chen Ping'an to intuitively choose to rely on external objects to elevate his own cultivation. Although this approach might be somewhat unstable, as long as he calmed down and polished his foundation again, it wouldn't be a big problem. But why was Chen Ping'an in such a hurry? Seemingly sensing a Liang's confusion, Chen Ping'an looked up at the sky, as if piercing through the heavy void to see his destiny. Because I don't have much time left. If I want to become one with the world, I need to quicken my pace. Liang scratched his head, somewhat puzzled by Chen Ping'an's words. However, Liang was always too lazy to think too much. He raised the silver-white wine jug, took a sip, and laughed. Is that so? You cherish time so much. That's not bad. At least in the end, you won't feel like you've wasted it. All right, we've arrived at Red Candle Town. Have you thought about where to stay? Chen Ping'an glanced at Zhu Lu, who had previously forbidden him from staying in Red Candle Town, and smiled. Let's stay by those flower boats. After all, I'm the one managing the purse. Chapter 95, Countdown to the End, 5. Liang laughed heartily, patted Chen Ping'an's shoulder with great satisfaction. Everything was left unspoken. Not long after the group left Chest Stump Mountain, Wei Bo, as the land deity of Chest Stump Mountain, was approached by someone who, citing the need to shatter Weibo again, pressed him about Liang's true strength. However, Weibo's understanding of Liang's background, even his strength, was rather limited. After much contemplation, Weibo could only leave the visitor with the impression of very strong. The visitor clearly did not believe that Liang was strong. No matter how strong Liang was, could he surpass the treasure crafted from white jade in the capital of the Great Li? On the land of the Great Li? Even dragons must coil, seeing that not much information could be obtained. The visitor could only leave behind a phrase of caution before preparing to arrange an unprecedented assassination in Hangzhou town. Meanwhile, unaware that he was being targeted, Liang arrived at Hangzhou town with his companions. As the only small town outside Longquan County, it was also the only place where everyone could communicate with their families in the distant Dali capital. Therefore, almost everyone in the group received a stack of family letters. And even Chen Ping'an received a letter from Ruanxiu. The letter briefly mentioned Dali's plans for the nearby mountains, stating that Chen Ping'an's Luopa mountain would receive a mountain god, second only to the highest Piyun mountain and Ruanxiu's Diandeng mountain. Chen Ping'an also had Li Baoping write a reply to Ruanxiu, which roughly stated that a black snake would visit Luopa mountain in the near future. After sending out the letter, Chen Ping'an raised his head and looked at the others. Among the group, only Zhu Lu, after reading the letter sent by the second young master of the Li family, had a beaming smile, resembling a lovesick girl. However, after finishing reading the letter, Zhu Lu glanced at Chen Ping'an without leaving a trace, because the letter from the second young master of the Li family instructed her to find an opportunity to eliminate Chen Ping'an. Although she did not understand why the second young master wanted to kill someone with whom he had no connection, Zhu Lu, who had admired him since childhood, naturally intended to follow his orders. What she did not know was that Chen Ping'an had already anticipated this. That evening, Zhu Lu asked her lady to express her apologies to Chen Ping'an and indicated that she wanted to apologize in person. So the two agreed to meet at the corridor in Hangzhou town. When Chen Ping'an arrived at the corridor, he saw Zhu Lu gracefully walking from the other end, clearly having waited there for him. Now, Zhu Lu had deliberately changed into a form-fitting outfit that highlighted her figure, walking towards Chen Ping'an with a joyful expression. It was as if the previous misunderstanding on a road had never existed. Zhu Lu was no longer the stubborn girl she used to be, but seemed to have grown. If it were an ordinary person, they might have been deceived by Zhu Lu's outward appearance. But Chen Ping'an knew clearly that Zhu Lu's joyful smile was purely because after killing him, she would be able to accompany the second young master of the Li family in Dali capital. How could she not be happy to be with the person she liked? After all, killing off the annoying Chen Ping'an did not weigh on her conscience at all. The more she thought about it, the happier Zhu Lu became, raising her hand and waving at Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an, come here, the view towards Danjiang is even more beautiful. Watching Chen Ping'an approach her without suspicion, Zhu Lu maintained her smile, but her heart was filled with disdain. Did Chen Ping'an really think she had any special feelings for him? A toad wanted to eat swan meat? How disgusting. Chen Ping'an should take a look at himself. Who would like him? If it were not for the second young master's request, she wouldn't have bothered to dress up. Now it seemed that the second young master was indeed insightful, knowing that this country bumpkin would be unable to look away when he saw beauty. This was good. Once Chen Ping'an got closer, she could easily send him to his death. After all, a third-realm martial artist physique was not strong enough to withstand weapons. However, as Zhu Lu saw Chen Ping'an getting closer, for some reason, she felt a strange sense of panic, having lost him once before. Even the smile on her face began to look stiff. Fortunately, Chen Ping'an was now right in front of her, and everything was about to end. Stealing her nerves? Zhu Lu first spoke to attract Chen Ping'an's attention. Chen Ping'an, my father hopes that I can apologize for the previous matter. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhu Lu raised her left hand and suddenly punched towards Chen Ping'an's forehead. In that instant, the tension on Zhu Lu's face finally relaxed, even carrying a hint of indescribable pleasure. Everything was going according to her plan. Everything was going smoothly. With Chen Ping'an's strength as a third-realm martial artist, he would surely be able to block her left punch. But in reality, her true killing weapon was the sharp bamboo skewer held in her right hand. After two unexpected strikes, she couldn't believe that Chen Ping'an would have the brains to think of this. But the imagination was beautiful, while reality was stark. After using various tricks, when Zhu Lu's left punch was easily blocked by Chen Ping'an. She didn't even have the chance to swing the 3 sharp bamboo skewers held between her right fingers, because Chen Ping'an countered with a punch to her chest, sending her flying several feet away. Zhu Lu, feeling as if her organs had shifted, wore a face of astonishment. Compared to last time, Chen Ping'an was clearly stronger. This caused her well-thought-out plan to turn into a complete joke in the face of Chen Ping'an's explosive strength. How could this be? In just a few days, Chen Ping'an had made such progress. Clearly, even the ancestor of the Li family praised her, Zhu Lu, for having remarkable talent by entering the 2nd realm of martial artists at her age. Yet, as a 3rd realm, Chen Ping'an had taken another step forward, possibly reaching the 4th realm? Like a kite with a broken string. Zhu Lu was just starting to think when her body crashed heavily onto the other side of the corridor, unable to get up for a long time. Chen Ping'an's punch seemed to have injured her bones and flesh, feeling as if her insides had turned to mush. Zhu Lu finally couldn't help but turn her head and vomit a mouthful of bloody and yellow matter onto the ground. With wide eyes filled with horror, Zhu Lu felt for the first time the fear of death approaching. This was completely different from facing the black snake and white python on Chest Dune Mountain. At that time, although she was scared to the point of numbness, death had not yet come to her. Now, she could clearly feel her life slipping away because of that punch to her chest. More importantly, it seemed that Chen Ping'an had no intention of letting her go. As he slowly walked towards her, filled with fear, Zhu Lu immediately shouted at Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an, I was just joking with you. Do you really want to kill me? Chapter 96 Countdown to the End 6 Zhu Lu saw that Chen Ping'an was completely unmoved by her words, and her eyes became even more panicked. Chen Ping'an, I really have no reason to kill you. I just wanted to spar with you. Why did you have to be so ruthless? Aren't you afraid that your lady will distance herself from you after learning about this? As she spoke, Zhu Lu gathered the remaining strength and desperately retreated, trying to distance herself from the seemingly emotionless killing machine that was Chen Ping'an. But Chen Ping'an continued to approach Zhu Lu step by step at his own pace. The faint sound of straw sandals on the stone slabs now sounded to Zhu Lu like the tolling of death's bell, making her heart grow increasingly anxious. Where was her father? Where was he? Why hadn't he made a move yet? He was Zhu Lu's last trump card. She had initially intended to use herself as bait, hoping that after her failure, He would take action. After all, she had already engaged in combat with Chen Ping'an once and knew very well that she was no match for him in a head-on confrontation. Therefore, if the sneak attack plan failed, she would have to force her father to act, ensuring that Chen Ping'an would definitely die. But her father had yet to show himself. Did he really believe that Chen Ping'an wouldn't kill him? Yes, from earlier until now. Chen Ping'an had shown no signs of anger towards her sneak attack, and others naturally could not see any murderous intent. However, Zhu Lu, who faced Chen Ping'an directly, felt it very clearly. Chen Ping'an would definitely kill her, without a doubt. She had to provoke a reaction from Chen Ping'an so that her father wouldn't think the situation was not life-threatening. Realizing that the best way to provoke He into action was to continue to stimulate Chen Ping'an's Zhu Lu, she immediately said, Chen Ping'an, don't you want to know who wants you dead? Chen Ping'an's footsteps paused slightly, and Zhu Lu immediately sensed an opportunity and intended to speak again. However, Chen Ping'an's pause was simply to leap high into the air and then stomp down heavily, realizing that Chen Ping'an had no intention of giving her a chance to speak. Zhu Lu's pupils dilated sharply, and she screamed, Dad, save me. Zhu Lu was not wrong in her guess. He had actually been following Zhu Lu in secret. He initially thought that Zhu Lu had truly changed her ways and was coming to apologize to Chen Ping'an. But he never expected that his daughter would suddenly attack Chen Ping'an, and it was a deadly strike. If it weren't for Chen Ping'an's martial arts cultivation having seemingly advanced, then with this blow, Chen Ping'an would either be dead or severely injured. Being in the wrong to begin with, He naturally wouldn't reveal himself at this moment, because he didn't know how to face Chen Ping'an. So he watched as Chen Ping'an retaliated and injured his daughter Zhu Lu. In truth, he couldn't help but want to intervene at that moment. But seeing that Chen Ping'an had no follow-up actions and was just walking over slowly, he suppressed the urge to stop him. He thought that letting his daughter Zhu Lu suffer a setback would be beneficial for her growth. As long as Chen Ping'an didn't intend to kill his daughter, he would act as if he had never been here. But the situation on the field suddenly changed dramatically. Chen Ping'an's actions completely caught Shiyi off guard. He never expected that Chen Ping'an was actually preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Hearing his daughter scream, Shiyi felt a blankness in his mind, and he could no longer care about whether he was in the right or wrong. He immediately leaped into the arena, crashing heavily into Chen Ping'an's side, causing Chen Ping'an's fatal strike to lose its accuracy. Bang! Chen Ping'an's body suddenly shrank down a bit, even causing the stone slab road to collapse beneath him. It was evident that if Chen Ping'an's strike had landed, Zhu Lu would truly have no chance of survival. The lucky Zhu Lu, having escaped death, was filled with excitement. Her father had intervened, so this time, Chen Ping'an would have no chance of survival. Dad, kill Chen Ping'an quickly. The second young master promised me in a coded letter that if I kill Chen Ping'an, I will be granted the title of madam. Hearing his daughter's words, Shiyi looked extremely pained, just as he hadn't expected Chen Ping'an to truly want to kill Zhu Lu. He also hadn't expected his daughter to want to kill Chen Ping'an just because the second young master of the Li family had given her an illusory promise. The title of madam is not that easy to obtain. Moreover, he knew better than anyone Zhu Lu's character flaws. The second young master of the Li family probably just wanted to use her as a pawn. Scholars kill with their pens. But now, as Shiyi was being used as a knife, he found himself in a difficult position. He couldn't be sure if Chen Ping'an could still unleash that heart-quaking sword energy from that day. Zhu Lu's words were practically pushing him, her father, down a dead end. Stuck in the stone slab road, Chen Ping'an easily pulled his legs out and then looked at Shiyi, calmly saying, "Uncle Zhu, I told you last time, Zhu Lu's character will inevitably bring disaster, rather than let her cause greater trouble for the Li family in the future. It's better to let her die here." Shiyi clenched his fists, his eyes turning red as he said, "But she is my daughter, Chen Ping'an. Could you show me some mercy and let her go? She is young and doesn't understand. She is just being misled. She doesn't truly mean it." Before Shiyi could finish speaking, Chen Ping'an interrupted, "Uncle Zhu, did you just arrive in the corridor? If Zhu Lu had succeeded just now, would you still try to stop her?" Without waiting for Shiyi to answer, Chen Ping'an answered himself, "No, you wouldn't. You would only accept that outcome. The reason is that I, Chen Ping'an, have no status, no background, and am just a small character who can be bullied." After hearing what Chen Ping'an said, Shiyi's face darkened. It was indeed the case. If Zhu Lu had truly killed Chen Ping'an just now, Shiyi wouldn't have blamed her, and would even have helped her clean up the mess to evade the authorities and Liang's investigation. Because Chen Ping'an had no backing, the only possible support, Ruan Xiong, was thousands of miles away. How could he protect Chen Ping'an's life? Ultimately, it was beyond his reach, and if Zhu Lu killed Chen Ping'an, even if it would be difficult to secure the position of madam, she would have him as her father to support her, and she could stabilize for a while. If she could show outstanding martial talent, she might even become the wife that the second young master of the Li family valued. Of course, all of this hinged on the premise that Chen Ping'an was dead. Now that Chen Ping'an was still alive, everything had to be reconsidered. Reasoning succeeded. A small portion of the world's gifts has arrived. Seeing that her father seemed to be swayed by Chen Ping'an's words, Zhu Lu urgently said, "Dad, I beg you, if we don't act now, once a Liang from the Wind and Snow Temple notices, it will be too late. By then, the young lady will know about this and will definitely expel us, and the second young master will resent us for not doing our job well. Dad, we have no choice but to kill Chen Ping'an." Chapter 97 Countdown to the End 7. Faced with his daughter's increasingly urgent calls, Shiyi could only smile bitterly. He knew that what he was doing was wrong, yet he couldn't help but do it. This shattered the martial courage that he had been on the verge of gathering. As blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, he looked at Chen Ping'an, his lips moving as if to speak, but when Zhu Lu saw that he remained inactive, she suddenly pressed the bamboo stick against her heart, threatening, "Dad, if you don't act now, you won't have a daughter anymore. Do you value this muddy peasant more than your own daughter's life?" Faced with his daughter Zhu Lu's aggressive demeanor, he finally made up his mind. After a heavy sigh, he looked at Chen Ping'an with a complicated expression and said, "I'm sorry." Chen Ping'an was not surprised by Shiyi's choice. After all, one side was his own daughter, and the other was a stranger he had only met on the road. Everyone knew which to choose. Acts of sacrificing family for the sake of a stranger-esque greater good are rare in any context. Clearly, Zhu was not that kind of person. Shaking his head, Chen Ping'an continued to look at Zhu calmly. Uncle Zhu, the path is chosen by you, so don't blame me if you die. And seeing Zhu willing to take action, Zhu Lu, although still feeling a bit anxious upon hearing Chen Ping'an's arrogant words, couldn't help but smile. She had to reassure herself, so slowly propping herself up from the ground. Zhu Lu deliberately sneered. Chen Ping'an, just you? Who do you think you can kill? You probably don't even know how many realms there are in martial arts, right? Even if you break through to the third realm of martial arts, so what? The advancement in martial arts is not as swift as a Qi practitioner who hears the Tao in the morning and becomes an immortal by evening. Martial arts relies more on daily continuous practice. Therefore, the gap between each realm will only grow larger. Just as Zhu Lu finished speaking, a jade-green small sword pierced through her throat, turning her subsequent words into incomprehensible whimpers. A flying sword? Chen Ping'an has a flying sword. The father and daughter Zhu, who had not received any intelligence from the Dali informants, only realized at this moment that Chen Ping'an was not merely a martial artist. He was actually a sword cultivator. Realizing this, Zhu had no time to rescue his daughter Zhu Lu. Instead, his calf muscles tensed, and with a heavy stomp on the ground, he charged out at high speed. Since the opponent had a flying sword, he must not allow Chen Ping'an the opportunity to create distance. Otherwise, neither he nor his daughter Zhu Lu would be able to leave this place alive today. Now, it is imperative to quickly close the distance with Chen Ping'an, giving him no time to react and directly strike him down. Even if they were at fault first, there is no time to worry about that now. It must be said that Zhu's reaction was very correct. When facing a sword cultivator, the best approach is to deny them the chance to draw their sword. Since Chen Ping'an has already drawn his sword, now is the best opportunity. Zhu indeed seized the fleeting chance with this strike. However, it is a pity that the Chen Ping'an before him is no longer the same Wu Xia Meng he once knew. Chen Ping'an looked calmly at the rapidly approaching Zhu, standing still without any movement. Seeing Chen Ping'an so composed, Zhu felt a chill in his heart. He did not understand what gave Chen Ping'an such confidence to stand there without dodging. Could he still unleash the overwhelming sword energy he displayed at the peak of Qizhu Mountain? With doubt creeping into his mind, his punch naturally lost some decisiveness. A dignified martial arts minor master was now committing a grave mistake in battle. You are distracted. Chen Ping'an's cold words echoed in Zhu's ears. Shocked and confused, Zhu looked up, only to find that Chen Ping'an's figure had vanished, and he had appeared beside him at an even faster speed. This only meant one thing. Chen Ping'an's physique was even stronger than that of Zhu, a fifth-realm martial artist. How could this be? Zhu had been watching from the sidelines during Chen Ping'an's fight with Zhu Lu, and he knew very well that at that time, Chen Ping'an was merely a third-realm martial artist who had reached the peak. Chen Ping'an certainly had martial arts talent, but that talent could not be terrifying enough to allow him to surpass Zhu in just a few days. Bang! Zhu's thoughts came to an abrupt halt. The force from Chen Ping'an's fist sent him crashing to the ground. This punch almost instantly caused Zhu's formidable physique to be riddled with cracks. The damage from Chen Ping'an's strike was even greater than what he suffered from the combined attacks of the Black Snake and White Python on Qizhu Mountain. Lying on the ground, Zhu looked at Chen Ping'an in confusion, only to see a golden martial courage shining brightly within Chen Ping'an. The sixth realm of martial arts. The realm of martial courage. When did this happen? When did Chen Ping'an achieve the realm of martial courage? Zhu had initially thought he could pressure Chen Ping'an with his realm, but his eyes dimmed instantly. Even without that jade flying sword, he was definitely no match for Chen Ping'an. He truly did not expect that there could be someone with such terrifying martial arts talent. Chen Ping'an's rise in martial arts was something Zhu had never seen in his life. To die at the hands of such a person was not necessarily a bad thing, right? Zhu closed his eyes and accepted the approach of death. Crack! Chen Ping'an had no inclination for mercy. He had given Zhu a choice to abandon the foolish Zhu Lu. But since Zhu chose to help Zhu Lu kill him, From that moment on, they had become sworn enemies. Therefore, Chen Ping'an had no reason to spare Shiyi. All of this could only be blamed on that foolish Zhu Lu. Chen Ping'an walked slowly to the astonished Zhu Lu, squatting down. The jade sword that pierced Zhu Lu's throat danced around Chen Ping'an's body, up and down, appearing quite joyful. Clearly, Chen Ping'an's mastery in controlling flying swords was definitely not low. In other words, unless Zhu Lu could teleport dozens of miles away, she would find it hard to escape the flying sword as pursuit. Knowing that she would surely die today, Zhu Lu finally felt fear. Trembling all over, she had a pool of yellow liquid seeping from beneath her, initially wanting to say something to gain a bit of heaven's favor. Chen Ping'an frowned and completely lost the desire to speak. He simply pressed his finger down. The flying sword transformed into a streak of light, piercing through Zhu Lu's forehead, nailing her to the ground. Then, Chen Ping'an bound the bodies of Shiyi and Zhu Lu with stones and tossed them into the rushing river beside the corridor. After doing all this, Chen Ping'an looked back and suddenly spoke. "You're not going to stop me from killing them?" As Chen Ping'an's words fell, a figure suddenly emerged from the shadows at the other end of the corridor. It was a Liang. Chapter 98. The conclusion. One witnessing the entire process of Chen Ping'an killing, a Liang sat beside the corridor with a sense of emotion, patting the empty spot beside him, signaling Chen Ping'an to sit down. "I once saw a boy about your age. That boy clung to me, saying he wanted to wander the world with me, to seek vengeance and drink the strongest wine, to use the fastest sword, and to ride the best horse. But I didn't agree with him. I knew what the real world was like, and if he really went into that world, he would surely be disappointed. So I told him that studying would be more rewarding than practicing swordsmanship. Once he made a name for himself through study, I would take him to wander that world." With eyes full of nostalgia, Liang suddenly gulped down a mouthful of wine and said, "But I didn't expect that he ultimately became disappointed with this world. What about you? Did Shiyi and his daughter make you disappointed with this world?" Chen Ping'an looked at Liang's eyes, which seemed to be both drunk and capable of seeing through people's hearts, and smiled lightly. "Why should I be disappointed with this world? Although this world has people like Shiyi and Zhu Lu, it also has free-spirited swordsmen like you, Liang, and sword immortals like Ning Yao, who have captured my heart. Liang, I came to this world because I have high hopes for it. Every day of my new life is lived for hope." Liang stared into Chen Ping'an's eyes for a long time, convinced that Chen Ping'an was not lying. Chen Ping'an truly treated every day as if it were his last. Thus, he would cherish every moment. He did not seek a perfect future, but only wished for no regrets in the present. This mindset is indeed clear. From then on, Chen Ping'an would advance through the upper 5 realms on a clear path. The only limit to Chen Ping'an was the accumulation of his cultivation. Liang sighed. "Chen Ping'an, do you know? For the first moment I saw you, I wondered what I lacked compared to you. Why did she choose you and not me? So I kept testing you, but now I realize there is no need for me to test anything. Your heart is so strong that it can question the great Tao. Rationality achieved. A great portion of heaven's favor has descended." After Liang acknowledged that Chen Ping'an could question the great Tao, an unseen favor from heaven, carrying a vast amount of innate spiritual energy, rushed into Chen Ping'an's body. Inside the originally empty cave, it was suddenly filled with figures resembling Chen Ping'an, each a star official. In just this moment, Chen Ping'an's cultivation in the cave realm reached perfection. This is what is known as hearing the Tao in the morning and becoming an immortal by evening. But Chen Ping'an was still a little bit away from becoming an immortal. Upon sensing the change in the energy within Chen Ping'an, Liang's hand holding the wine jug froze for a moment before he relaxed. He had not expected that Chen Ping'an could gain so much from his praise. Could it be that Chen Ping'an, like him, enjoyed hearing compliments? If others were unwilling to praise him, would he first kill them? TSK. No wonder he always felt that Chen Ping'an was a kindred spirit. With such similar preferences, if he is not a kindred spirit, then who is? But realizing this point only made Liang feel more headache. So why did the old sword choose this fierce man over him, a robust man, and instead choose this young boy, Chen Ping'an? Could it really be because of Chen Ping'an's unwavering heart? With a heart full of doubts, Liang shook his head and stopped thinking too much, instead saying, "Chen Ping'an, I have to go." Chen Ping'an nodded, I know. Liang glanced at Chen Ping'an, seemingly somewhat resentful that Chen Ping'an did not ask him why he was leaving. With just those simple 3 words, how was he supposed to continue? Fortunately, Liang was naturally good at finding topics to talk about. So even if Chen Ping'an didn't respond, Liang began to speak on his own. The reason I tested you is purely because I owe Qi Jingchun. I promised to take him into the world, but ultimately I broke my word. Although I've always known he had good judgment, people can be unpredictable, and Qi Jingchun is no exception. Although he is dead, I am still alive, so I must look after you and him properly. At this point, Liang smiled self-deprecatingly and said, people are always like this. They don't know how to cherish what they have while they are alive. It is only when someone truly dies that they feel regret. Speaking of which, you have a shadow of Qi Jingchun in his youth. Back then, he didn't have such a good temper. When people were unwilling to listen to his reasoning, he naturally drew his sword. Remembering the past, Liang suddenly smiled again and looked at Chen Ping'an, saying, but now, I feel you resemble me more. Following your heart and valuing clarity of thought. That's why I'm willing to talk so much with you. All right, I'm going to fight now. Let us say this is for Qi Jingchun to collect some interest. Standing up, Liang put away his wine gourd, his eyes seemingly piercing through layers of darkness as he looked toward the direction of the great Li capital. There, a sword tower, modeled after the white jade capital, built by the Mo family, was beginning to revive. The Great Li also aimed to take this opportunity to tell the world that in Great Li, anyone below the 13th realm could be killed. Unfortunately for him, Liang was at the peak of the 13th realm. Even under the influence of Chen Ping'an, Liang had subtly touched the threshold of the 14th realm. With a long laugh, Liang shot up into the sky. Instantly, a series of thunderous roars echoed through the heavens. Come, come, let me see what you greatly are truly capable of. In the darkness, many demons and spirits were suppressed by Liang's imposing aura and could not speak for a long time. Those with murderous intent had blood flowing from their mouths and noses, already slain by his sword intent. The slightly stronger ones, like moths to a flame, collided with the flowing light heading toward Great Li, only to be easily swatted back to the ground like ants. Liang's might, even among 13th realm sword immortals, was one of the top figures, so how could the people of the Eastern Treasure Bottle Continent stop him? Those who managed to survive were merely because Liang did not take them seriously. In Liang's eyes, there were only stronger opponents. Only by fighting